In the realm of Naruto, one finds themselves transformed into the esteemed Naruto Uzumaki, endowed with a friendship system. In the quest for companionship, one seeks a true friend. Upon awakening, the protagonist discovers they have regressed to the tender age of 4. Gazing upon their surroundings, they cannot help but admire the original owner's fortitude. Remaining untainted by darkness is a remarkable strength. Though their abilities are limited, they embark on a gradual journey of growth. Fortunately, the friendship system grants them the power to enhance their strength with each new friendship forged. So what say you? Would you be inclined to befriend me? Chapter 1. A little girl at the start. Konoha, year 52. The current year marks 4 years since the tumultuous Ninetales incident. On a street in the village, a child with golden hair appears quite disheveled. His short-sleeved top is caked with dust, his green trousers have a significant tear, and a visible bruise mars his face, with blood streaming from a wounded nose. Before him stand 3 equally disheveled boys. Their condition seemingly worse. Handprints and bruises adorn their faces. Blood trickles from the corners of their mouths, and their clothes are tattered. You dare to bully others? Come at me again. After catching his breath, the golden-haired child charges once more, delivering a punch that sends one of the boys tumbling to the ground. Alas, another bump forms on his head. The 3 boys, now stripped of their earlier bravado, clutch their injuries tightly and flee in tears. The demon fox hit me. Ooh. I'm telling my mom. Ooh. Cut it out, a bunch of bullies who prey on the weak. If I see you again, I won't hold back. The boy wipes his face and turns to a small girl behind him. They're gone now, are you all right? Teach, thank you. Hinata mumbles, her head bowed, revealing clear trails of tears on her cheeks. And oh need for thanks. How did you end up here? I dot Gulialu. Both their stomachs growl simultaneously. Are you hungry? We haven't eaten yet, right? How about we go get some ramen together? The boy rubs his belly and smiles at the little girl. Okay. Hinata, who had almost buried her face in the ground, responds with a bright and cheerful okay upon hearing his words. Let's go then. He extends his hand, leading her toward the street. Hinata takes small steps, her gaze fixed on the hand that grips hers tightly, her face flushed with crimson. Are you feeling warm? Noticing her unusual demeanor, he inquires with curiosity. And then, it's just a bit warm. Warm. It is already late autumn, and the air has turned quite cold. Yet, it seems as if steam might rise from her head. How hot must she be? I am Naruto Uzumaki. What is your name? Hyuga Hinata. Oh, you hail from a Hyuga clan. Yes. Then you must be quite formidable. How could those ruffians bully you? Well, my father has advised against fighting outside and to be kind to the villagers. Hinata speaks softly, her gaze meeting his, but they were quite rude to you. Perhaps they think you are easy to pick on? That must be it. If you encounter them again, show a little fierceness. Let them know your strength. Perhaps they will think twice before bullying you again. Really? Absolutely. Whenever I encounter those who speak ill of me, I retaliate, and they no longer dare to say a word. With that, Naruto demonstrates with a flourish of his fist. Naruto-kun, you are so brave. Hinata's eyes shine with admiration as she utters the words. You could be too. Do you really think I can? Yes, for certain. Next time, I will accompany you. When we see them, we will fight back together, and they will know better than to bother you. Okay, thank you. Naruto-kun. In no need for thanks. Would you like to be my friend? Friend. Yes, a friend to play with from now on. All right, I am willing. Hinata nods earnestly, as if making a significant decision. Splendid. Henceforth, we shall be friends. Hinata nods vigorously, her face radiant with joy as the sorrows of the past dissipate. The two engage in light conversation as they soon arrive at their destination. Uncle, 2 bowls of your signature tonkatsu ramen. I'm famished. Naruto leads Hinata to a table, addressing the chef behind the counter. Ah, Naruto. It's been ages since you last visited, and you've brought a friend. Shbu, who is assisting her father in the shop, greets him warmly upon his arrival. Hello, Shbunichan. This is Hyuga Hinata, my new friend. Is that so? Congratulations on making a friend. How you do, Hinata? Shbu, it's your first time here for ramen, so be sure to enjoy. Yes, I will. Hinata's face remains flushed, her gaze occasionally drifting to her hand, where Naruto's presence lingers. Soon, 2 steaming bowls of ramen are presented, with Shbu seemingly adding extra toppings to celebrate Naruto's newfound friendship. Naruto pushes one bowl towards Hinata. Try quickly. Uncle's ramen is the best. With that, he digs into his own bowl, and in the chilly weather, the warmth of the ramen elevates his spirits. Thank you. Hinata. adhering to her upbringing, clasps her hands together in gratitude before beginning her meal. Her astonishment. The first bite leaves her in awe. The piping hot ramen, paired with rich broth and toppings, is undoubtedly the most delicious thing she has ever tasted, of course. Part of the reason is her genuine hunger, but the joy of sharing this meal with a friend enhances the flavor even further. Before long, one bowl vanishes, and Hinata licks the remnants from her lips. She yearns for another bowl, but feels it would be impolite to voice it. You eat so quickly. Are you full? Naruto, still savoring his meal, glances at Hinata. She truly wishes for another bowl, but finds it difficult to express. Are you still hungry? Spanichin, please bring another bowl. My friend hasn't had enough. Of course, coming right up. At Naruto's words, Hinata's cheeks flush anew. Naruto-kun, am full. She longs to convey that she has had enough. Yet facing his earnest expression, the words evade her. Hinata, honesty is essential among friends. Noticing her hesitation, Naruto speaks softly. Must it be so? Indeed. We are friends now, and honesty is paramount. Yes, I understand, Naruto-kun. Hinata nods in agreement. Correct. Besides, with ramen this delicious, one must indulge fully. All right. Then, to the astonishment of both the chef and Shpo, Hinata consumes a total of 6 bowls. Such an appetite is truly astonishing. Hinata, you are incredible. Are you full now? I am satisfied. After settling the bill, Naruto felt relieved that he had brought enough money today, otherwise, he might have been left in an awkward situation. Naruto-kun, this Hinata said, feeling somewhat guilty as he paid for both their meals, especially considering she had indulged a bit too much. Well, not just a bit, but quite a lot. However, when she attempted to offer her wallet, he graciously declined. It's fine, we're friends. This time, he'll treat you. If you feel uneasy about it, you can invite me next time, he assured her. All right, next time I'll treat you, she replied. Chapter 2, Shadow Clone Technique Max. After escorting Hinata home, Naruto returned to his own residence. He tidied himself up, changing into clean clothes while soaking his dirty ones in a basin for washing. Who could have imagined that a 4-year-old child could be so independent? Even the ninja responsible for monitoring him couldn't help but marvel at the admirable qualities of his child. He was capable of taking care of himself, keeping the house impeccably clean, being quiet and sensible, and having a fondness for reading and learning. Truly the ideal child. Is Naruto home? A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Just as he finished hanging his laundry, he dashed to open the door. Hokage-sama, please come in. He'll prepare some tea, he said, recognizing the visitor, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was puffing on his pipe. Why have you come, Grandpa? Naruto asked, puzzled as he watched the elder sip his tea. With the weather turning chilly, I brought you some clothes and this month's living expenses, Hiruzen explained, presenting 2 sets of clothing in an envelope. Thank you, Grandpa, Naruto said, grateful. It's nothing. I heard you got into a fight today. Hiruzen inquired, his tone casual, yet his eyes betrayed his concern. Oh, do you mean those 3 ruffians? I saw them bullying a girl and decided to teach them a lesson, Naruto replied, his gaze fixated on the new clothes, oblivious to the subtle shift in Hiruzen's demeanor. I see. It's good you stood up for someone, but try to avoid such confrontations in the future, all right? Hiruzen cautioned. Understood, Grandpa. But it turned out well. I made a friend, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with innocence. Seeing the boy's expression, Hiruzen smiled, a warm, affectionate smile that only an elder could give to a younger generation. Having friends is a wonderful thing. You must cherish this bond, he remarked. I will. She's my first friend. Good. Keep your new clothes safe and remember to change into them soon. Now that you have a friend, you should spend more time together. Hey, race a bit more pocket money for you, Hiruzen added. Grandpa, won't that be a bit too much? Naruto questioned. It's perfectly fine. You're growing up and your living expenses will increase. It will be even more when you enroll in the Ninja Academy in a couple of years, Hiruzen assured him. All right, but can you teach me how to refine chakra? No one is willing to show me, Naruto said, his voice tinged with disappointment. That's no problem. The method is quite simple, although it can be challenging at first. He'll share the technique with you, and you can practice at your own pace, Hiruzen replied generously. Thank you, Grandpa, Naruto said, filled with gratitude. No need to thank me. I'll take my leave now. Remember, refining chakra requires patience, Hiruzen advised as he stood to depart, with Naruto seeing him off. Once he returned to his room, the sunlight streaming and was just right for a short nap. So he closed his eyes, appearing quite ordinary. However, It was anything but ordinary. Congratulations, host. You have made your first friend, and the system has been successfully activated. A voice echoed in his mind, causing the seemingly napping Naruto to chuckle softly. Finally, success. It had been a long journey. Having arrived in this world 5 years ago, he had finally activated the system. Readers will soon realize that this Naruto differs significantly from the original. The true Naruto never existed from the beginning. 5 years prior, a certain individual on Earth had only started to navigate society when an unexpected event transported him here. It's a cautionary tale against throwing objects from heights. Just days ago, he narrowly escaped being struck by a falling stone. Unbeknownst to him, while renovating, someone had dropped a brick that knocked him unconscious. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a dark void, seemingly without form. Eventually, he began to hear external voices, only to discover he could hardly comprehend their language. In this moment of frustration, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Friendship system successfully bound. Reward: host proficient in languages. The system is not yet fully activated. Complete the friend-making process to unlock the full system. He had assumed making a friend would be simple, but who would have guessed that he would end up in the world of Naruto, becoming Naruto himself? From the moment he arrived in the village, his attempts to make friends were met with resistance. Others recoiled from him as if he were a plague, subjected to mockery and disdain. While village children, guided by their parents, openly rejected him. It's fortunate that Naruto maintained a positive mindset without succumbing to darkness. Yet, fortune smiled upon him today when he encountered Hinata being bullied by fellow villagers. It was an opportunity to act heroically and boost his rapport. To his surprise, everything unfolded smoothly. It seemed that Hinata, too, lacked friendship, thus activating the system. Due to the host making their first friend, the reward multiplier has been activated. As the system's words faded, a grand wheel of fortune appeared in Naruto's mind, adorned with an array of rewards. Most sections were white, with a fifth designated in blue, a 20th in purple, and a mere 1% in red, while the coveted golden reward occupied only 1,000th of the wheel. Unexpectedly, it's this format for rewards. With 2 chances, hopefully, you'll receive something beneficial, he mused as he spun the wheel. When the wheel came to a halt, the pointer rested firmly on a white section. Congratulations, host. You have received a small amount of chakra. As the host has yet to refine chakra, the reward is a successful chakra refinement. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Naruto immediately sensed a surge of energy within him, which continued to grow. Perhaps I can awaken the unique abilities of the Uzumaki clan. The system has directly facilitated my chakra refinement, allowing me to tap into the clan's natural affinity for chakra. This is splendid. It saves me time in refining chakra, he contemplated. Though his first reward was white, he hadn't anticipated a hidden bonus that completed the chakra refinement for him. While it was only abundant chakra, it significantly eased his future training. Encouraged, Naruto spun the wheel again. This time, the reward surpassed the first, landing steadily in the blue section. Congratulations, host. You have perfectly mastered the shadow clone technique. Upon hearing this reward, Naruto recalled the scene in the anime where he struggled during the ninja school exam, summoning a clone that fell flat on its face. That embarrassing moment should not reoccur. Not bad I've acquired a jutsu, but I can't reveal it just yet. That I need a plan to feign learning, he reasoned, knowing that as an orphan without parents or teachers, showcasing his ninjutsu would raise suspicions. That I wonder if Hinata would be willing to share her insights. Perhaps I should seek her counsel. That if that proves futile, I might turn to Hiruzen Sarutobi. He should be able to impart his wisdom. However, this individual, Sai. For those familiar with the narrative, Hiruzen Sarutobi elicits mixed sentiments. He possesses formidable strength and a profound sense of responsibility towards the village, yet his past remains irredeemable. In his youth, he harbored lofty ambitions and a resolute determination to guide the village towards strength and peace, yet the harsh realities of the world compelled him to relinquish much, perhaps in pursuit of tranquility for the village. Even if that peace bore an air of falseness and a touch of cruelty, he fervently desired it, striving to secure time for the new generation. Thus, he sacrificed many things that, in his later years, he became a figure of contradictions, overly attached to his emotions, a man who sent the previous generation of children into battle, ultimately falling victim to the very snake he had once set free. Orochi Estanzo once remarked, his innocence would inevitably lead to his downfall. Chapter 3. Understanding Sasuke. Though still in his tender years, Naruto had already begun to harness chakra, yet he found himself lacking in vitality. Awaking from his midday slumber, he noted the clock had struck 3 in the afternoon. It was time to train. To avoid being ridiculed as the last in his class when he entered the ninja academy, Naruto had devised a rigorous training regimen aimed at enhancing his physical capabilities. Thanks to the innate talents of the Uzumaki clan, his recovery rate was impressively swift, even if he had yet to fully unlock his potential. At the tender age of 4, he could best multiple 6-year-olds through sheer brute strength. Otherwise, his injuries from the morning would have been far more severe. After splashing water on his face, he commenced a run around the village. He encountered several villagers who remained unchanged in their disdain, but he paid them no mind. For they were but commoners with whom he seldom interacted. This animosity was rooted in an incident from when he was merely 2 years old, when he lost control of the Nine Tails' power. At that time, he was bewildered as the seal's strength waned, leading to his transformation. Otherwise, making friends would not have proven so arduous. After retaliating against a few children who had hurled stones at him, he deemed his running task for the day complete. Observing the injured children retreating to complain, Naruto felt no concern. After all, someone would invariably come to his aid. The fox spirit within him was not something he chose to contain, and he relished the thought of his adversary's indignation. As he engaged in a few scuffles, he found that the fewer insults he heard, the more his spirits lifted. Upon arriving at a supermarket, he found the staff as unwelcoming as ever, eager to shoo him away. However, he had no choice but to enter. His household supplies were dwindling. Despite possessing the soul of an adult, he understood the importance of food expiration dates. Naruto had his own methods. If they deemed him a demon fox, he would simply touch everything he needed in plain view, challenging them to sell to anyone else. Naruto, you're not welcome here again. Next time, I'll have someone throw you out. The shopkeeper fumed, exasperated by this repeated encounter with the increasingly cunning boy. Thank you, I'll be back. If you refuse to sell to me, I'll just come by at night. The money is left behind, and as for your threats, I'm not afraid. Goodbye, ma'am. By the way, this milk is terrible. I prefer the previous brand. With that, Naruto filled his bag with goods, tossing money onto the counter as he dashed for the exit. Ma'am, I'm only 20. The fox's tongue is growing sharper. He longed to retaliate, but he dared not. The last time a drunken man attempted to confront him, he had vanished before the punch could land, only to reappear later from the Konoha prison. Next time he comes, just close the shop. But he's just a child. Is that really fair? Fair. He's the Nine Tails, the very creature that brought calamity to the village. Were it not for the Hokage's orders, he would have been driven out long ago. Meanwhile, Naruto's situation had reached the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage Tower. This boy, Hiruzen, found himself at a loss. Despite his orders prohibiting discussions of the fox spirit, he could not quell the tide of animosity. With a certain individual stirring the pot, it became all the more challenging. He arranged for supplies to be delivered to Naruto weekly, declaring that any negligence would not be tolerated. Until that point, he had primarily focused on Naruto's safety. But during one visit to deliver living expenses, he stumbled upon the boy preparing a meal. The fare was simple: instant noodles with milk and some fruit. Naruto had even invited him to join. Hiruzen could honestly say it was the most unpalatable meal he had endured in peacetime. The milk was sour and expired. The noodles were similarly past their prime, and the fruit was rotten. That day, Hiruzen made 7 trips to the restroom. 7. Can one comprehend the toll it takes on an elderly man? It was that very day that Hiruzen decided to increase Naruto's living allowance and arrange for monthly deliveries of fresh provisions, putting an end to the boy's daily consumption of spoiled food. What he did not know was that Naruto had orchestrated that dreadful meal. Aware that Hiruzen would be delivering his allowance, hence he had pulled out the oldest items from his fridge. Of course, there was more to it. He had eaten too. But his own expired items were not as numerous. Since that day, life had improved significantly. With more money came greater happiness. Although many places barred him from entry, he had devised numerous ways to acquire what he needed. After stowing away his purchases at home, Naruto ventured to a riverbank. The river teemed with fish, presenting an essential opportunity for supplementary meals. Armed with only a spear, he prepared to hone his reflexes. Another large fish. How delightful! Holding the fish on the spear, Naruto beamed with joy. This was the essence of a fulfilling life. Back again, are we? Sasuke glared at him, tempted to unleash a fireball jutsu. Yet something inexplicable prevented him from doing so. Cold-faced one, you're back. I've told you countless times, I'm not cold-faced. I'm Uchiha Sasuke. Very well. Uchiha cold-faced Sasuke, would you like some grilled fish? Naruto inquired, brandishing his catch. Sasuke's frustration intensified at the sight of the fish. The first time he had encountered this blonde-haired boy, they had competed in fishing, and Sasuke had suffered a humiliating defeat. He could not fathom how. Despite both using similar spears in the same river, Naruto had effortlessly caught 13 fish while he had only managed 3. Such a simple contest, and yet he had lost. Seeing Naruto's smug expression only provoked Sasuke's ire further. What's the matter? Don't you like fish anymore? Shall we compete in something else? Such as? Sasuke replied eagerly. They had met only 3 times. The first ended in Sasuke's defeat, the second in ridicule, and the third had seen Naruto escape. Finally, an opportunity for a rematch had arisen. Let us race and see who can circle the village the fastest. Absolutely. Sasuke, confident in his training and chakra refinement, was determined to beat this annoying boy. However, if I win, you must teach me a jutsu. Agreed. But if I win, you must apologize. Deal. Let us begin. With that, Naruto took off like a shot. Sasuke, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure and sprinted after him. You're cheating. Ha, I called it first. Hurry up, or you'll be crying again. I do not cry. Sasuke, now infuriated, quickened his pace, rapidly closing the distance between them. Not bad, but I'll have to speed up. Chapter 4. Hinata's thoughts. The outcome was beyond doubt. Sasuke faced a crushing defeat, a total rout. He simply could not comprehend why he had lost. After traversing the same distance, he felt utterly exhausted, akin to a weary child, while his opponent remained unfazed. Scarcely a bead of sweat on his brow. When did you refine your chakra to such enduring capacity? Sasuke gasped, voicing his confusion. Chakra? I only just refined it recently. And I had no idea it would be this effective, Naruto replied with remarkable composure. Kid, I'm on the 2nd floor while you're still on the ground. Talent pales in comparison to sheer luck. You've lost, so you owe me a lesson in ninjutsu, as we agreed from the start. I will deliver on that promise. My specialty at present is the great fireball technique. How does that sound? Fireball, the one that hardly ever hits its target? Perhaps we should reconsider. My aim is not quite up to par. He shook his head in refusal. Your aim is lacking? The technique you just demonstrated was nothing short of extraordinary. Currently, I am learning the shadow clone technique, but I am still getting the hang of it. I can only teach you bit by bit, and it may take some time. Before Sasuke could finish his sentence, Naruto nodded eagerly in agreement. Wasn't this a splendid opportunity? It would allow him to utilize the system's ninjutsu right under the watchful eyes of the Umbu. Fine, your agreement suffices. However, I will continue to challenge you until I claim victory. Bring it on. But every duel must have a prize. Otherwise, I won't be inclined to participate. Deal. In the days that followed, Naruto's life was rather ordinary. He would practice his stamina in the mornings and spend afternoons learning the shadow clone technique with Sasuke, all the while observing his friend's shuriken training, effectively learning by stealth. Meanwhile, within the Hyuga clan, Hiashi Hyuga observed the distracted Hinata, his brow furrowed deeply, as if he could crush a fly. Hisashi Hyuga, standing nearby, silently watched, taking solace in the fact that his son Neji was performing admirably. Yet he understood his brother's concern. It all stemmed from that boy, Naruto. Consequently, the guard assigned to protect Hinata faced severe repercussions for failing in his duty, especially since he had allowed her to slip away. Had Naruto not appeared in the nick of time, Hinata would surely have been bullied, which would have brought shame to the Hyuga clan. However, Hisashi was not inclined to dwell on these matters. He was more concerned for his son, the most promising talent in the Hyuga family, who, like him, had become a caged bird, a mere existence that could perish at any moment. Initially resigned to this fate, Hisashi's outlook shifted upon witnessing Neji's exceptional abilities. Hinata, stop. Unable to endure any longer, Hiashi called an end to the sparring match, his head throbbing with frustration. Father, Hinata responded, halting her actions as if caught misbehaving, standing awkwardly in place. Observing her demeanor, Hiashi felt powerless. His daughter was typically obedient, yet as the clan leader's daughter, her personality seemed incongruous. Alas, being too kind-hearted may not serve her well. Time was running short, and without meeting expectations, she would be branded as a caged bird, regardless of her status as the clan leader's daughter. Hinata, now is not the time for distractions. Training is paramount. Do you understand? Hiashi's expression was stern. I understand, father. Hinata replied softly, her conviction evidently wavering. Shaking his head, Hayashi continued, Niji, demonstrate the technique. Hinata, pay close attention and learn well. Do not let your mind wander. As Niji struck the wooden post, Hinata stood by, her thoughts elsewhere, and her focus remained elusive. The image of that figure had etched itself deeply into her mind, proving difficult to forget. After the training session concluded, Hisashi escorted his son from the practice room, while Hinata, following her wash-up, sought her younger sister. Little Hanabi lay in her cradle, exuding such adorableness that Hinata could not resist caressing her chubby cheeks. The baby appeared delighted, reaching out her plump little hands to touch Hinata's face, babbling joyfully. Hinata, come to the living room, Hayashi called, entering Hanabi's room and finding Hinata. The two quickly settled down across from each other. Hinata, your recent performance has been subpar. Your training has lacked seriousness. Are you still preoccupied with that boy? Hayashi inquired with gravity. Yes, father, Hinata nodded in admission. Do you understand your position? I do, but Naruto-kun is my first friend. I do not wish to lose him. Hinata raised her gaze, speaking to her father for the first time with such earnestness. Observing this change in her demeanor, Hayashi felt a pang in his heart, as if a flower he had nurtured for years had been uprooted by an outsider, and that outsider was a mere boy. It was the first time he felt diminished in front of his daughter. It was a disconcerting feeling. Hinata, do you have feelings for Naruto? Upon hearing her father's question, Hinata's face flushed crimson, as if she were being steamed, radiating warmth. Witnessing his daughter in such a state, Hayashi knew further inquiry was unnecessary. Well, it seems that the flower pot is beyond saving. However, the boy, everyone knew the circumstances surrounding Naruto and his lineage. There was no issue with him being with his daughter. Yet the presence of the nine tails within him posed a significant dilemma. They had only met once, yet the impact was profound. I do not know what it means to like someone. I only know that Naruto-kun is very brave and is my first friend. I do not wish to lose him. Her voice, timid yet resolute, pierced through like blades, each word a painful revelation. My daughter is chasing after a troublesome boy. While it was commendable that Hinata had made a friend, her training had suffered due to her distraction. You must understand that as the heiress of the Hyuga clan, if you cannot even manage this, you will fall short of the family's expectations and lose your chance to be with Naruto. Do you comprehend? I understand. I will train diligently from now on and will not lose focus again, Hinata declared, her eyes filled with determination. Observing her unwavering spirit, Hayashi's heart ached even more. After all this time spent guiding her, he had never seen her so resolute. That boy, having met her only once, had brought about such a transformation. It was a blow to his dignity as a father. Cough. As long as you train diligently for a week, I promise you can go out for an afternoon. But you must return for dinner. Although reluctant, as she is my daughter, I cannot say otherwise. Thank you, father. Upon hearing his words, Hinata responded joyfully, feeling a happiness in her home that she had not experienced in a long while, her eyes shimmering with a newfound light. Hyuga Hisashi felt a pang in his heart. Chapter 5. Jiraiya returns to the village in recent days. Uchiha Sasuke felt as though he had been thoroughly defeated, though he retained some confidence in his shuriken skills. Particularly after Naruto had practiced with him 2 days prior, often missing the target and giving him a glimmer of pride. However, his attempts at learning the shadow clone technique left him feeling utterly foolish, despite having less time to study than he did. Naruto had already managed to create a fully functional clone, while Sasuke's own creations, if judged by quantity, were still lacking in quality. You're late today, Sasuke. Have you been working on a new technique? Naruto remarked to the tardy boy, though his rival had not challenged him to a match recently. It was clear that competition still lingered between them. Yet, the youth pondered too much. Despite his own shortcomings, he was indeed a prodigy in certain aspects, and Sasuke could not quite measure up. Fortunately, Sasuke was stubborn, only wanting to compete in physical prowess and the shadow clone technique, occasionally adding shuriken to the mix, avoiding any challenges to his weaknesses. After all, the mindset of a genius is different. They do not willingly confront the vulnerabilities of others. Yash, Naruto smirked, expecting yet another haughty expression from Sasuke, which had now become a familiar sight over the past few days. How about I treat you to grilled fish today? Naruto proposed. Observing Sasuke dive straight into training, he strode toward the river with a spear in hand, not giving Sasuke a chance to refuse. Primarily, he was motivated by his own cravings, unwilling to let Sasuke's pride ruin his good mood. Grilled fish was one of his favorite dishes from his previous life, and the delightful contrast between the crispy exterior and the tender, juicy interior was simply intoxicating, though it had been a while since he last prepared it. His skills had not waned. The basic setup was completed swiftly. He borrowed fire from a friend and skewered the fish on some branches. It must be said that natural, unpolluted fish is truly delightful, untouched by energy fluctuations, offering the purest taste. As the surface turned golden, he sprinkled on the seasonings he had brought, drawing the attention of Sasuke, who was focused on training. Come and taste. Chef Naruto has prepared a feast. If it's not delicious, you don't have to pay. He handed a grilled fish to the nearly salivating Sasuke, already unable to contain his own hunger. Not bad. It's been so long since I made it. But my skills haven't faded. The fish's freshness is intact, enhanced by the fragrant seasonings, leaving a delightful aftertaste. How is it? Isn't it super delicious? Naruto teased, watching Sasuke indulge in the meal. Well, it's just average. It's not that good, Sasuke replied, unwilling to concede even in the face of such culinary delight. Can you swallow the fish in your mouth before you speak? You're going to choke on half a fish, Naruto chuckled, knowing full well that Sasuke's pride would not allow him to admit anything else. Just as they were enjoying the grilled fish, a figure suddenly appeared behind them. Despite the lightness of their footsteps, both boys sensed the presence. Sasuke leaped aside, unleashing a massive fireball aimed at the intruder while Naruto swiftly executed the shadow clone technique, sending a clone forward armed with a kunai. Cough, cough, two little rascals, you're quite quick on the draw. Both attacks missed their target, the fireball exploding against the ground, sending up a cloud of smoke that stung their eyes. Who are you? The imposing figure before them was tall and robust, with long white hair cascading over broad shoulders, exuding an air of freedom. The most striking feature was the large kanji for oil emblazoned on his forehead protector. Is this Jiraiya? He has returned to Konoha? Lord Jiraiya? Upon hearing his name, Jiraiya beamed with happiness, pleasantly surprised that after so long away, Naruto recognized him instantly. Knowing that the last time he left, Naruto had not yet been born. Looking at Naruto, Jiraiya felt a whirlwind of emotions. This boy was the son of his disciple, making him his grand-disciple. It had been nearly 5 years since he last returned. Before he left, his student and daughter-in-law were well, and now he returned to find only his grandchild remaining. He had learned a bit about Naruto's life upon returning to the village. To be honest, his first reaction was anger, not only towards the villagers, but also towards the third Hokage. After all, Naruto was the bloodline heir of Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. Yet he had lived such a life. If it weren't for Naruto's own intelligence and ability to care for himself, he would have been lost, just as Jiraiya himself had been at that age. Before the age of 4, he had no understanding of anything. Merely surviving was a feat in itself, especially given the hellish circumstances of his beginnings. Prior to 2 years of age, he had some care, but after the Ninetales incident, that life had become impossible. Reflecting on his own shortcomings as a master for not appearing sooner weighed heavily on him. Naruto, allow me to introduce myself. I am your father's teacher. You may call me Master or Grandpa Jiraiya. Gently ruffling Naruto's hair, Jiraiya felt a sense of fulfillment, a connection to the legacy of his predecessors and appreciation for the younger generation. Grandpa Jiraiya? Upon hearing those words, Jiraiya smiled warmly. Though there was no blood relation, the term struck a chord deep within him. Naruto felt an unusual warmth. Since arriving in this world, he had met many people, yet none had ever made him feel this way. Genuine care. Grandpa Jiraiya, once again calling out. He could no longer hold back and ran into Jiraiya's embrace, tears streaming down his face. The tears seemed to convey the panic and uncertainty of entering this unfamiliar world. The loneliness endured for nearly 4 years, the biting ridicule from others, and the exhaustion of being wary of the village. Finally, there was someone who truly cared for him. Someone who didn't feel like a mere facade of a guardian. Yes, good child, Grandpa is back. Feeling the little one in his arms, Jiraiya knew this connection had firmly bound them. However, he no longer felt the same panic as before. Perhaps it was a matter of age. This was the hope of a new generation, his grand-disciple. Uchiha boy, I will take Naruto back now. You needn't hold on to that kunai. I am family to this child, so there is no need for such wariness. Jiraiya said with a smile, addressing Sasuke. Though Sasuke belonged to the Uchiha clan, Jiraiya was indifferent to the stigma surrounding them. While he had some reservations about the rumors of the Uchiha being a source of calamity, he also disapproved of the village's higher-ups' actions. He only wished for peace in the village, hoping to resolve the conflicts between the two sides. respecting the strength and contributions of the Uchiha clan and admiring those who sacrificed for justice. Of course, he opposed those who sought to achieve their goals through extreme measures, such as the infamous Uchiha Madara. After bidding farewell, Jiraiya took Naruto home. For the exhausted boy, all he could do was ensure he slept comfortably, gently laying him on the prepared bed before heading off to prepare dinner. Having unexpectedly acquired a grandson, Naruto found himself sharing his first meal with the little one, and he was determined to savor the experience. Chapter 6. Encounter with the Nine Tails. Perhaps it was the first time he had felt the warmth of an embrace. As Naruto slumbered deeply and eventually stirred awake to find that night had fallen. Rubbing his face, a delicious aroma suddenly wafted through the air, awakening his appetite. Quickly, he washed his hands and face, eager to sample his grandfather's culinary creations. Noticing the traces of tears and drool on Jiraiya's face, Naruto felt a moment of guilt. But Jiraiya swiftly composed himself and waved his hand, encouraging him. "All right, Naruto, let's see how my cooking fares." After hastily finishing his ablutions, Naruto took a seat at the dining table, watching as Jiraiya brought out an array of dishes. "Try my cooking and tell me how it is," Jiraiya said, handing him chopsticks. His culinary skills were no mere trifles. During his travels across the land, he had not only indulged in the beauty of women, but had also sampled countless delicacies. This rich experience had significantly enhanced his cooking prowess. Naruto wasted no time and, after receiving the chopsticks, eagerly picked up a piece of the stewed meat he had been eyeing. As he took a bite, the tender morsel seemed to dissolve in his mouth, filling it with an intense meaty aroma that was far from greasy, perfectly complemented by the potatoes. A spoonful of the omelette rice followed, its silky texture proving irresistible. The freshness of the eggs, the rich fragrance of the rice, the savory ham, and the crispness of the scallions opened up his appetite wide. Jiraiya also served him a piece of fried pork cutlet, its firm texture growing more flavorful with each chew. Finally, there was a bowl of what appeared to be ordinary vegetable soup, yet upon tasting, one could discern the creator's heartfelt intention. The flavors of various vegetables melded harmoniously, releasing their authentic freshness in a rich, hearty broth that seemed capable of dispelling all weariness. Delicious. Absolutely delightful. Mouth full, Naruto reveled in this gratifying meal. Though he could cook, his repertoire was limited to a few simple dishes and the occasional grilled fish, often hindered by a lack of ingredients. In his village, the places where he could dine were scarce, aside from the ramen shop run by the kind uncle. This meal was undoubtedly the warmest and most exquisite he had ever tasted. Eat slowly, there's plenty more to fill you up. Observing Naruto's joyous consumption, Jiraiya felt a swell of happiness mixed with deeper guilt. Many of the ingredients had been freshly purchased, while his home fridge mainly contained instant food and expired items. The expired food was a ruse for Naruto. He would never eat it, merely storing it to impress the third Hokage when he visited. Jiraiya reflected, there's no helping it. A little extra support is always welcome. Being a ninja can be costly. As for the instant food, much of it was supplied by the Umbu for convenience. Grandpa Jiraiya, can you teach me ninjutsu? After finishing the meal, Naruto listened intently to Jiraiya's tales of his adventures across the continent and the thrilling moments of battle. Jiraiya's vivid storytelling ignited Naruto's curiosity. Although he had not completed watching the anime in his previous life, he had seen glimpses of later episodes. Yet, nothing compared to the excitement of experiencing it firsthand. With a free teacher at his disposal, he was determined not to miss such a splendid opportunity. Of course, I can teach you ninjutsu. I'm not leaving the village for now, so I can certainly share a few techniques with you. Jiraiya, pleased with Naruto's eagerness, noted that the boy had already begun to cultivate chakra within a mere half-day, seemingly awakening the bloodline of his mother, Kushina Uzumaki. Though he had yet to master the other secrets of the Uzumaki clan, his chakra capabilities were already impressive. That's fantastic. Hearing Jiraiya's agreement, Naruto's excitement soared. He was finally closer to mastering advanced ninjutsu. Perhaps overwhelmed with joy, he found it difficult to sleep that night. However, just as he believed he was dreaming, the door before him suddenly appeared. Kid, you finally made it. The Nine Tails regarded the suddenly materialized boy with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. For years, it had sought to influence Naruto but felt hindered by an unfamiliar force, one that belonged neither to any ninja village nor this world. 2 years prior, that force had inexplicably diminished for a brief period, allowing it to release a fraction of its power, but it had soon been sealed again. Now, 2 years later, it was once again face to face with the boy, Yet that strange force remained unchanged. Who are you? The Nine Tails? Naruto, observing the seal on the door, was certain that the entity trapped inside was the Nine Tails within him. But why was he here now? Wasn't he supposed to enter this realm during training with Jiraiya? Indeed. I am the Nine Tails. Are you frightened? Tremble, little boy. You should hope I don't escape. Otherwise, I shall be the first to devour you. The creature was surprised that Naruto recognized it so readily, though its tone remained unyielding. No, that's not right. I shouldn't call you the Nine Tails. Oh, then what should I be called? The Demon Fox? The Beast? Or a monster? The Nine Tails was intrigued by the boy's lack of fear. None of those. I should call you Kai-Bai, right? Upon hearing this, the Nine Tails fell silent, its massive eyes betraying a hint of wariness. Don't look at me like that. Do you not realize how large you are? Your gaze is quite imposing. Rest assured, I harbor no ulterior motives. If you wish for me to release you, that can be arranged, but not at this moment. Can you truly set me free? The Nine Tails' voice held a flicker of excitement. It had been confined for far too long. Having once been imprisoned within the likes of Naruto Uzumaki, Kushina Uzumaki, and now within Naruto himself. The last time it had experienced true freedom was during a moment of control, and even then, it had been fragmented. Yes, but not now. For you understand the reason. If you leave, I will be in a perilous situation. Once I overcome this, or upon my demise, you shall be free. However, I must caution you. Should you suddenly appear during my battles and jeopardize my life, you may gain your freedom, but not entirely, for a part of you remains absent. This served as a precautionary measure. It was uncertain whether the other half of its spirit would return upon its demise. For now, it was best to deceive. Fear not. Once I find a way, I will not only release you, but also restore the part you lost. How about it? Consider it a promise I make to you. With that, Naruto stepped forward, extending his hand toward the cage. The Nine Tails could easily ensnare him and devour him whole, yet for some inexplicable reason, it felt a strange emotion. Was it being guided by that unique force? Regardless, it ultimately extended a claw to meet Naruto's fist in a gesture of agreement. Perhaps, just perhaps, it could trust this promise. Chapter 7. Cultivating Chakra. The conversation with the Nine Tails concluded on a surprisingly amicable note, although it was merely a verbal assurance. The relationship between them had softened considerably, and it was clear that in due time, they could become truly inseparable allies. After Naruto emerged from the realm of space, morning had arrived, heralding yet another splendid day. Savoring the fluffy tamagoyaki, the fragrant grilled salmon, and a bowl of white rice accompanied by delectable miso soup. This was indeed the essence of life. Although it could not compare to the culinary delights of his past life, for Naruto, who had not truly enjoyed breakfast in nearly 4 years, it was a significant improvement. Gone were the days of daily noodles. Naruto, you have now refined your chakra. The first thing to comprehend is the nature of chakra attributes. I am aware, the chakra attributes can be described as variations in nature, classified into 7 types, with the fundamental ones being fire, earth, wind, lightning, and water. Yin and yang are rather unique. Very good. It seems you have a solid understanding of the basics. Jiraiya expressed his satisfaction upon hearing Naruto's response. I've read some books and learned a bit, Naruto replied bashfully, as this knowledge stemmed from his previous life. Today, we shall commence our studies here. Allow me to elucidate some aspects of chakra attributes. Listen carefully. As Jiraiya's voice resonated, the room fell into a hush. In simple terms, the chakra we initially refine is the most basic form of energy. Its attributes arise from inherent deviations during usage. It is these deviations that give rise to the various chakra types. Typically, a ninja who first refines chakra will possess only one type of chakra attribute. But through learning and opportunity, they can acquire additional attributes. For instance, the Uchiha boy you were with this morning possesses fire attribute chakra. His great fireball technique is quite impressive. As for myself, through early refinement and later learning, along with some fortuitous encounters, I have acquired the 4 basic attributes of fire: wind, earth, and water, as well as the 2 unique attributes of yin and yang. Generally, a ninja who becomes a nin will master more than one chakra type. Moreover, possessing a certain chakra attribute means that the ninjutsu you can utilize is confined to that particular type. For example, if a ninja only possesses wind attribute chakra and has not learned to refine fire attribute chakra, they cannot employ fire release. At this juncture, Jiraiya paused, seemingly perceiving something in Naruto's eyes. You little rascal, are you indulging in daydreams again? Let me guess, you aspire to master all 7 chakra attributes? He inquired, ruffling Naruto's hair. Grandpa Jiraiya, you're truly remarkable for guessing so swiftly. Of course, but your ambition is somewhat unrealistic. Setting aside the extraordinary difficulty of mastering each chakra type, it is worth noting that sometimes possessing so many attributes may not significantly enhance your strength and could even diminish it, as it involves the interplay of chakra attributes. I understand, Grandpa Jiraiya. Excellent. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, you inherently possess an immense chakra reserve, which translates to greater endurance compared to others. On the battlefield, if you are evenly matched with your opponent at the onset, your stamina will ultimately wear them down. Thus, refrain from harboring lofty aspirations. Capitalizing on your strengths is paramount. The number of attributes you master does not hold much significance when you reach certain heights. You will realize that even mastering all known chakra may not yield substantial improvements in power. Then, is learning other attributes futile? Not quite. What I mean is that the limited enhancement pertains to your later ninja years. You still need to master several chakra attributes. It is essential to understand the relationships of mutual enhancement and contradiction among chakra attributes. Take the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans in Konoha, for instance, on their own. Each clan's strength among J-nin might not stand out, but the combined force of the 3 is extraordinarily formidable. Naruto nodded in comprehension. I see, Grandpa. You're referring to the principle of mutual enhancement, where the sum of many yields a greater strength. Indeed, that is the essence, but this is merely the foundational concept. The synergy of single attribute chakra requires not only multiple ninjas working together, but can also be achieved through an individual wielding different types of ninjutsu. Furthermore, there exists a combination of one's own multiple chakra attributes, as exemplified by our first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. His wood release is a fusion of water and earth attribute chakra, granting him immense vitality. Is this the method by which bloodline limits are formed? Naruto queried, recalling the formidable wood release of Hashirama. Along with other techniques like boiling release used by Meitarumi, melting release by Inoki, and magnetic release by Raza, all of which were the product of chakra fusion. Such thoughts are overly simplistic. Allow me to impart another truth. Bloodline limits are not solely a matter of hereditary transmission, not bloodlines. Then what are they? Naruto asked, displaying the inquisitiveness characteristic of a child, a commendable trait. Bloodline limits do not simply arise from proficient mastery of various chakra attributes, based on current knowledge. Possessing and skillfully combining 2 or more chakra attributes does not equate to having a bloodline limit. Even if one is adept in the variations of chakra nature and achieves perfect synergy, it remains unattainable. Consider the 3rd Hokage. Despite his exceptional mastery of chakra, he was unable to create a bloodline limit. It can be said that there are only 2 ways to acquire a bloodline limit: through hereditary lineage or through exceedingly rare fortuitous circumstances. Bloodline limits necessitate the simultaneous transformation and fusion of 2 chakra natures, with the fusion of post-transformation chakra nature being the crux and the most challenging aspect. With that, Jiraiya paused once more, retrieving several sheets of paper from his pocket. This is chakra test paper. It can measure your chakra attributes. Go ahead and give it a try. He handed one sheet to Naruto. As the chakra coalesced onto the paper, it instantly split in 2. Naruto, your primary attribute is wind. Speaking of which, your father also possessed wind. My father? Indeed, he was my most esteemed disciple. I haven't yet shared stories about your father. Would you like to hear about him? Yes. Though Naruto did not harbor profound emotions for his father, having never met him, their only interaction occurred when he was a fetus, having kicked the pregnant Kushina while she lay down. Subsequently, Jiraiya recounted the life of Minato Namikaze, detailing how he transformed from a common ninja into a figure of admiration, becoming the yellow flash of the battlefield and ultimately the 4th Hokage, a being worthy of lifelong reverence by ordinary citizens. Chapter 8. Jiraiya's strong rebuttal to Hisashi. Grandpa Jiraiya, is this my father? Yes, your father was undoubtedly a powerful man. But why am I like this? Upon uttering those words, Naruto's spirits plummeted. Despite being the descendant of the Hokage, the son of a hero of Konoha, his own life was marred by hardship. Jiraiya, sensing the shift in Naruto's emotions, found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to comfort the boy. After all, the reality was harsh. Had it not been for Naruto's innate intelligence, his life would have likely descended into chaos. Yet, even so, life remained unkind, filled with scorn and isolation, making even simple tasks like purchasing goods a challenge. As rejection loomed large in his existence, Jiraiya understood that the responsibility for all of this did not solely lie with the third Hokage. Nevertheless, he too bore a portion of the blame, while the primary accountability rested with a certain individual lurking in the shadows. Do not worry, Naruto. Everything will soon change. Your grandfather has arrived, and such a life will no longer exist. Jiraiya gently consoled him as he embraced the boy. Really, Grandpa? Will those people truly become better? Naruto whispered, his voice laced with sobs. They will, I promise, Jiraiya assured him. After a prolonged period of comforting, Naruto finally regained his composure and began to learn the fundamentals of ninjutsu under Jiraiya's guidance. At noon, they enjoyed a hearty meal together. Afterward, Naruto retired to rest. But Jiraiya found himself unable to calm his racing thoughts. Gazing at the sleeping child, he resolved that perhaps this was the only way to liberate him from such a life. After tucking Naruto in, Jiraiya departed, making his way to the Hokage Tower. Once he had left, Naruto slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. Most of the villagers were merely ordinary people. Naruto could not truly harbor hatred for them. Yet, hearing their words consistently, even with the kindest disposition, one could not help but feel discomfort. It was better to resolve this matter sooner rather than later. In the original story, the transition of such thoughts took far too long. He was only 4 years old, with many years ahead of him. Third Hokage, since you have allowed Jiraiya to return, will you also reveal my identity? Indeed, upon Jiraiya's arrival at the Hokage Tower, he hurried to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was still engrossed in his affairs when he was startled by his eager disciple climbing through the window. When will you cease this window-climbing nonsense? I'm too old to be startled like that, he chided. Come on, old man. Your health is robust enough that my antics shouldn't frighten you. It's just a bad habit, hard to break, Jiraiya replied with a chuckle. Enough of the pleasantries. What brings you here? Hiruzen continued. You returned to the village yesterday, but didn't stop by to see me. Yesterday was unique. But today, I have a specific purpose. I wish to publicly disclose Naruto's identity and clarify the matter concerning the Nine Tails. Only then can his life improve. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen did not immediately respond. He merely continued smoking. Sensei, you are well aware of Naruto's current situation. The isolation from the village, the villagers' scorn, and the rampant rumors. Do not think I am unaware of who spreads these tales. They can ruin a person. I had no idea it would turn out this way. My initial intention was to protect him. While the approach may have been flawed, at least he was safe, Hiruzen defended. Old man, do you truly believe this protection is adequate? Or are you willing to abandon Naruto to shield that individual? Jiraiya's voice rose with emotion. Do not pretend you haven't heard those rumors. No matter how mature he may seem, he is still just a 4-year-old child. Is this truly in his best interest? Or do you intend to use him as a scapegoat for the villagers? As Jiraiya spoke, Hiruzen felt the urge to counter, but Jiraiya's fervor silenced him. You are the Hokage and need not justify your actions. I understand how burdensome these years have been for you, dealing with the aftermath of each war. After the Nine Tails incident, you resumed your position to protect Konoha, striving to change our circumstances. But what are the results? Your kindness has been misplaced. Do not think I am ignorant of Danzo's intentions. He once attempted to assassinate you for the Hokage position, yet you still released him. Orochimaru's defection was also a consequence of your misguided benevolence, and the outcomes have proven you wrong. Jiraiya. Hiruzen's emotions flared as he felt exposed by his disciple's words, his chakra surging in response. The atmosphere between them grew tense. After a lengthy silence, the tension dissipated with Hiruzen's sigh. He tapped his smoking pipe and finally spoke. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. It is indeed unfair to burden that child with so much at such a young age. I still remember when his mother entrusted him to me, a tiny, adorable child. Now he is growing up and beginning to understand. Jiraiya, since you have returned, take good care of him. I hope he can grow up healthy and happy. I am growing old and increasingly fearful. Many matters are becoming beyond my grasp. Upon hearing his teacher's words, Jiraiya's previously tense demeanor relaxed. He understood that Hiruzen had consented. Sensei, perhaps I spoke too harshly. No, you spoke wisely. You remain the same as ever. It is I who has changed, to the point where I scarcely recognize myself. The second Hokage sought a leader who would wholeheartedly dedicate himself to the village, not the frail elder I have become. Sensei, Jiraiya continued, let us discuss Naruto's future. While I still have the strength, I will support these young ones for as long as I can. Once he matures, I will feel at ease. This sentiment carried an air of profound melancholy, yet it was intertwined with hope. Melancholy for the loss of his former self, hope for the younger generation of the village. They then deliberated and finalized the timing for the public announcement. This could serve as a fitting closure for the late Minato. In previous years, due to various reasons, they could not reveal Naruto's lineage under unsafe conditions. Now that Jiraiya had returned, they need not concern themselves with such matters. As for the individual lurking in the shadows, he would be disregarded. Jiraiya had worried endlessly about Naruto's situation, only to find that this individual not only failed to assist, but actively hindered them. Had it not been for the principle that light must coexist with darkness, he would have preferred to ignore him entirely. Now, confronted directly by Jiraiya, he realized how profoundly mistaken he had been. It seemed necessary to devise a means of alteration moving forward. Additionally, regarding the Uchiha clan, it appeared that Shursui and Itachi might serve as a breakthrough, and it was time to restore their honor, as far too many heroes had been left heartbroken. Chapter 9. Sasuke awakens in the afternoon. Jiraiya returned to Naruto's home. Just as Naruto was waking up, "Grandpa, where have you been?" Naruto asked, offering him a glass of water. "Oh, I visited the Hokage Tower." Naruto, if Konoha were to face a crisis and you lack the strength to protect it, would you still try to save them? After sipping some water, Jiraiya gazed at the young boy, a hint of fatigue in his voice. "Yes, I would." "Really? But haven't those people treated you poorly? Would you still be willing to save them?" Jiraiya stared intently into Naruto's eyes, as if seeking some hidden truth. "Well, I might be a bit reluctant, but I don't want to disappoint my father, do I? After all, I am the child of the Hokage." In that moment, Jiraiya felt as if he were witnessing the child he had once been so proud of. "Excellent. You truly are the child I have faith in. I am proud of you, ha ha ha." Jiraiya affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair. Regardless of whether his sentiments were genuine or feigned, those words alone sufficed. "Good boy. Konoha may have treated you poorly in the past, but that will change. With your grandfather here, if anyone bullies you again, just let me know, all right?" "Yes, I understand, Grandpa." Afterward, Jiraiya allowed Naruto to train by the riverbank while he ventured out once more. "Sasuke, you're here quite early today." Naruto greeted the boy who had arrived early to practice shuriken throwing. "Humph," Sasuke scoffed, and Naruto immersed himself in training. It must be noted that while Sasuke could be somewhat aloof, his talent was undeniable. At such a young age, his proficiency with shuriken was remarkable. After only a few days of practice, Naruto felt as if he had made significant progress. Certainly, it would be splendid if that temper could be tempered. And what of Jiraiya? After training for a while, Sasuke could no longer suppress his curiosity and turned to Naruto, who was practicing. "Ah, you actually asked me a question. How rare. Is the sun rising from the west today? Let me check. No, it's not. Could it be that Mars has collided with Earth?" Faced with Naruto's jest, Sasuke's face flushed instantly. "If you don't want to say it, then don't." "Ha." Naruto seemed oblivious to Sasuke's irritation and burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. "You." Observing Naruto's demeanor, Sasuke could no longer contain himself and lunged forward, delivering a swift kick. "Ouch. You're so furious, and your little face is quite red." Naruto swiftly dodged the impending blow, his hand mischievously brushing against Sasuke's cheek and lifting his chin. If someone were to witness this, they might think something else is afoot. "You, Naruto, I challenge you to a duel." Sasuke retreated quickly, resembling dynamite ready to explode. His entire face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment, as if the very air around them had ignited. "Ah, you're like a cherry. Should I fetch some ice to cool you down? Speaking of which, your skin is remarkably smooth, almost like a girl's. Perhaps I should change how I address you?" Naruto savored the moment like a ripe fruit, relishing the situation. "Ah." Sasuke's fists were clenched tightly, his teeth grinding in frustration. The next moment, an explosive surge of energy propelled a fireball toward Naruto. "Oh, what terrible aim, Sasuke." Naruto swiftly evaded, his mouth never ceasing to jabber. "You die." Upon hearing Naruto's taunt, Sasuke's face reddened with fury, his feet moving swiftly as he aimed a punch at that infuriating mouth. Yet Naruto was not one to stand still and receive blows. His right hand shot up, but just as their fists were about to meet, he suddenly opened his hand and turned it downward, catching Sasuke's fist from below. Taking advantage of Sasuke's momentary imbalance, he yanked him toward himself with his left hand, lifting him effortlessly and slamming him onto the ground. "Sasuke, your punches lack power." Looking down at the fallen boy, Naruto grinned and reached towards Sasuke's cheek. Not bad. Quite smooth. Ah, Naruto, I will kill you. I must kill you. The humiliation of being touched and criticized made Sasuke feel engulfed in rage. His surroundings blurring until only Naruto remained in his vision. Rising once more, Sasuke appeared markedly different. The most striking change was his eyes. A blood-red hue with a black comma, exuding an icy aura. This is challenging, but fortunately, had you not been so haughty, I would have been at a loss. With that, Naruto unleashed the shadow clone technique, sending 5 figures racing towards Sasuke. Although endowed with the Sharingan, Sasuke was still merely a child, lacking formidable jutsu. And his judgment clouded by rage, he faced utter defeat against the 5 clones. Soon, the ground was adorned with a pile of defeated Sasuke. How about that? Can't open your eyes now, can you? If you don't calm down, I might just spank you. You dare. Being pinned down had already quelled much of Sasuke's fury, but upon hearing Naruto's words, a sudden wave of embarrassment surged over him, eclipsing his anger. Haha, this is quite amusing. Allow me to show you something that will surely delight you. With that, Naruto presented a small mirror to Sasuke, its reflective surface facing him. What is this for? To let me see how I look now? Gazing into the mirror, Sasuke was momentarily stunned, forgetting his anger and embarrassment. Observing Sasuke's expression, Naruto dispelled the clones and placed the mirror in his hands. Naruto, have I truly opened my eyes? After staring at the mirror for what felt like an eternity, Sasuke finally returned to his senses, yet a sliver of disbelief lingered. After all, this was a matter of great significance for the Uchiha clan's future. To awaken his eyes at the tender age of 4 was an astonishing feat indeed. You've been staring for so long. What, still not seeing? I'm beginning to question your intelligence. Naruto, who was fishing nearby, did not even turn his head, focused intently on the water's surface, which seemed to be on the verge of yielding a catch. Suddenly, a stone splashed into the water, startling the fish away. Turning around. Sasuke found Naruto had already dashed off. Ha ha ha, Naruto, thank you. But seeing you floundering truly brings me joy. Upon hearing the last words left behind, Naruto sighed. Next time I see you, I'll give you a good thrashing. But for now, let us just fish. Chapter 10, Hinata's Invitation Ding. Congratulations, host. You have made your second friend. The friendship system is now upgrading. Once the upgrade is successful, a complete experience will be unlocked. Estimated time, 3 minutes. The long silent system finally responded. Naruto felt an urge to curse. He had thought that after the last activation, it would function normally, but after 2 attempts, there had been no further communication. Just when he believed the system had devolved into mere lottery draws, it unexpectedly announced an upgrade today, and thankfully, it would only take 3 minutes, a brief wait indeed. Beep. Friendship system upgrade successful. Full version unlocked. As the voice echoed in his mind, Naruto felt a surge of information flood his consciousness, seemingly detailing the system's features. Open all panels. His body felt as though it had been commandeered, and Naruto instinctively uttered those words. As he spoke, 3 game-like panels materialized before him. Main panel host. Uzumaki Naruto age, 4 true friends. 2. Maximum 3, sign-in attempts. 0, once a year, lottery draw attempts. 1 reward earned. Shadow clone technique. Friend panel 1 friend. Hyuga Hinata friendship value. 6, for every 10. 1 lottery chance is earned. Maximum value 30. Friend panel 2 friend. Uchiha Sasuke friendship value. 5, for every 10, 1 lottery chance is earned. Maximum value 30. Is this the full extent? And there's a friendship value. It seems I must deepen my bonds with both of them. Each can earn a maximum of 3 lottery chances, and there are only 3 friendship slots. I wonder if that will increase in the future. System, proceed with the lottery. With the familiar spinning wheel appearing before him, it was time for the exhilarating moment. Come on, big win, big win. Even a non-believer might find themselves praying in such moments. Congratulations, host. You have mastered the shuriken technique perfectly. The pointer had stopped within the blue zone. Quite satisfactory. At least it wasn't white. Mastering the shuriken technique meant he could compare skills with Sasuke tomorrow. After all, a little competition only served to enhance growth. For it is through facing challenges that one becomes stronger. Afterward, Naruto noticed a sign-in feature on the panel and decided to give it a try, much to his surprise. It registered successfully. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. You have earned 1 lottery chance, 500,000 currency, 5 healing potions, and 50 shurikens. all stored in system space. Note, currently, space can only store system rewards. Future sign-in rewards will increase. Unexpectedly, on this occasion of my first check-in, I was rewarded with such a plethora of treasures. The 500,000 taels alone would suffice for my needs for a considerable duration, when calculated according to the remuneration for ninja tasks. This marks the first time I have received such a substantial sum, equivalent to the reward for the highest tier mission performed 10 times. For context, the remuneration for tier missions ranges from 5,000 to 10,000 taels for D rank, from 10,000 to 50,000 for C rank, from 50,000 to 100,000 for B rank, from 100,000 to 500,000 for A rank, and exceeding 500,000 for S rank. System, initiate another lottery. With a free chance at the lottery, Naruto embraced his newfound life as a gambler, for this was exhilarating. Clearly, this time, his prayers bore fruit, as he struck purple. Finally, something surpassing blue had emerged. Gazing at the pointer resting on the 120th mark, Naruto felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. He had presumed that it would take countless attempts before he ever witnessed a color above purple, yet it appeared on his fourth try. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the A-rank ninjutsu, sealing technique, diamond lock, and you have mastered it flawlessly. Upon hearing the reward, Naruto's excitement intensified. This was a secret technique of the Uzumaki clan, capable at its peak of easily binding tailed beasts. It seemed he had not learned it in his later stages, but here the system had bestowed it upon him directly. Offense, defense, and control. This was a trifecta of pleasure. His exhilaration persisted long into the evening until he returned home. Not long after his arrival, a guard from the Hyuga clan delivered a letter to him, written by Hinata. Naruto, this is a letter from your friend. Hurry and see what it says. Jiraiya, who had returned home early to prepare dinner, was filled with curiosity. He was aware that the guard hailed from the Hyuga clan, and upon hearing her refer to herself as Miss, he wondered what that implied about the boy. It was evident he had surpassed his father. Grandfather, please do refrain from that expression. It's rather unsettling, Naruto thought, finding it difficult to look at the rather unsavory demeanor of the older man. Thankfully, there were no others around. Alas, it appeared there were still Umbu agents nearby, which made him feel embarrassed, as if he had sullied the reputation of the Hokage. You little rascal, how dare you speak of your grandfather like that? Grandfather, it's not that I wish to speak ill of you. It's just... What is it? You're about to drool all over the place. Rubbing his forehead, Naruto opened the envelope. The contents were quite ordinary, merely greetings between friends, interspersed with a few amusing anecdotes. The most significant part was likely the invitation at the end, where she asked him to dine with her the following day. Clearly, she had remembered his previous mention of wanting her to treat him. I've heard that Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, is rather shy. I never expected her to take the initiative to invite you out to dinner. How unusual, Jiraiya remarked, having read the letter over Naruto's shoulder. His mind left in a state of astonishment. Before Naruto could reveal his identity, this boy had managed to capture the attention of a member of the main family. No less. It was undeniable that one's true capabilities are revealed in adversity. This was indeed a promising material for his novel. Grandfather, that expression of yours is making a reappearance. Naruto swiftly penned a reply and had the guard, still lingering at the entrance, take it back. By the time Hinata received the response, night had already fallen. Naruto-kun has replied. Holding the letter in her hands, Hinata was filled with joy, especially when she saw that he had agreed to her invitation. The radiance on her face was impossible to conceal. He agreed? He agreed, father. Upon hearing this, Hayashi Hyuga felt a slight strain in his breath. However, since he had already consented, there was no turning back. To do so would undermine his dignity as a father. Furthermore, there was a matter concerning the news from the Hokage building. Hinata's personality and talents rendered her unlikely to become a competent clan leader. She would likely bear the stigma of a caged bird, becoming a member of the branch family. As clan leader, he could not alter this role. The only solution might lie in external aid. Naruto's identity was quite promising. If his daughter could truly be with him, it would liberate Hinata from these constraints, sparing her from the scrutiny of the clan's stubborn elders. If you have objections, feel free to try. Do not underestimate the talent Naruto has displayed. He will undoubtedly grow into a formidable ninja in the future. And then there's his status. He is the son of the fourth Hokage. Do you dare to act rashly? Moreover, consider Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Would he stand idly by while his apprentice's granddaughter is confined by family restrictions? Those old fools should find a way to avoid confrontation. Yet, this feeling of an outsider taking away his cherished flower was indeed disheartening. What was worse was that he had been the one to allow the boy into their midst. It only added to his discomfort. Chapter 11. The wrath of Danzo. Time swiftly passed to the following day, and early in the morning, Naruto was dragged from his slumber by Jiraiya. After a lengthy yawn, he glared resentfully at the man before him. "Grandfather, is it really necessary to rise so early? Dinner is not until the evening." In truth, it was not the early rising that irked Naruto, but rather the lengthy conversation they had the previous night about how to pursue girls, which had kept him awake until late. Now, he was being roused to go shopping for gifts and new clothes. Why did this simple dinner feel more like a blind date? After all, he and Hinata merely shared a pure friendship. If Hayashi were to discover he was trying to woo his daughter, it would surely invite scorn. "That little rascal, just wait until I unleash my Byakugan on you. It's your first meal together. You must dress nicely and prepare a gift. This is a vital step in nurturing your friendship," Jiraiya admonished. "Stop being so tedious. You're still a child and know nothing. Had I not been here, this gathering would have been rather dull," he continued, selecting gifts with a dismissive glance. "Is it really necessary? I can't fathom why you, who are usually so astute, have become so dull-witted now. Just follow the plan without further ado. We still need to try on clothes," he scolded, delivering a light smack to the back of Naruto's head before turning back to the counter. To his surprise, the gifts suggested by the sales clerk were quite impressive and exceptionally white. "Grandfather, you're drooling again." Meanwhile, at the Hokage building, the usually tranquil Hokage office had transformed into a cacophony. "Hayashi, what on earth are you thinking? Do you intend to reveal the identity of the Jinchuriki now? Are you aware of the implications?" Danzo glared at the man seated firmly in his chair, his frustration boiling over, recalling how he had nearly occupied that very position. "Indeed. Hayashi, is it not too soon?" added Koharu, in agreement. Mito, however, remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. "This matter is settled, regarding Naruto's safety. You need not worry. There will be protection in place," Sarutobi Hiruzen stated calmly, taking a drag from his pipe. After he spoke, the room fell silent. In their preoccupation with the announcement of Naruto's identity, they had momentarily overlooked Jiraiya's presence. He had just returned and was by Naruto's side, ensuring there was no issue regarding safety. However, Danzo seemed unwilling to relent. Just as he opened his mouth to protest, he was swiftly cut off by Hiruzen. "Danzo, remember, I am the Hokage. Focus on your responsibilities and leave. For the time being, aside from urgent matters, do not seek me out." Koharu and Mito were similarly reminded to attend to their own duties. Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, the three understood that the announcement of Naruto's identity was now unavoidable, and they had been cautioned not to interfere excessively with the Hokage's affairs. This only ignited Danzo's anger further. "Hiruzen, you will come to regret this decision." "Regret?" Hiruzen chuckled at Danzo's declaration. "Suchikage, do not presume I am unaware of the source of the leaked information. It has been 2 years since Naruto struggled to maintain the seal, and you undoubtedly played a part in that. Initially, I deemed it unnecessary to address these matters. Yet the situation has shifted. Hiruzen-sama has brought everything to light. After all, my cover was stripped bare by that rascal Jiraiya, which incensed me at the time. Yet I find it rather exhilarating in retrospect. Come now, speak further, and I shall extract more of your misdeeds. It nearly drove me to madness. Let us lay everything bare for discussion." Upon hearing the words of his adversary, Danzo found himself utterly speechless. He sensed that any thought he entertained could lead to his complete exposure. While some of his actions over the years were indeed for the village's advancement, others were shadowy and could spell disaster if Sarutobi Hiruzen-sama were to uncover them. The meeting concluded on an unsatisfactory note. In a fit of frustration, Danzo slammed the door behind him, startling the attendant Konohamaru who stood nearby. "Goodness, that was perilously close. Is your intent to frighten someone to death?" Sarutobi Hiruzen-sama mused, contemplating the need for a new door mechanism, perhaps one that would retaliate against those who slammed it shut. Upon returning to the roots, Danzo unleashed his wrath upon everything in sight. "Damn Sarutobi Hiruzen-sama, you shall surely regret this. I assure you, regret will follow." Were Sarutobi to hear such words, he would undoubtedly scoff at Danzo's age and lack of originality. After Jiraiya and Naruto selected their gifts and garments, the hour had nearly reached noon. "Jiraiya-sensei, must we purchase so much?" Naruto inquired, burdened by an array of packages that rendered him exhausted, akin to a child. Remarkably, they had procured 4 or 5 outfits, alongside gifts not solely for Hinata, but also for Hisashi, Niji, and even a large toy for little Hanabi, which might lead an observer to believe they were preparing for a marriage proposal. What do you know? This is called courtesy. I shall deliver these to the Hyuga household this afternoon, and you will present Hinata with her gift personally. As for the clothing, that is merely supplementary. Your wardrobe is lacking, and as we train in ninjutsu together, wear and tear is inevitable. A few extra changes will serve you well. After sorting through the items, Jiraiya proceeded to prepare a meal. Indeed, Jiraiya's every action was motivated by a desire for Naruto's future. He was acutely aware of the dynamics within the higher echelons of Konoha. Otherwise, he would not have ventured beyond the village to traverse the continent. His quest was not solely to seek the legendary figure, but also to escape the suffocating control of the higher-ups. When the decision was made to appoint Minato Namikaze as the 4th Hokage, who could claim there was no ulterior motive, it was merely a means to secure a more manageable puppet. Why else would the discussions of Hokage candidates include Minato and Orochimaru? Both were war orphans, devoid of substantial backgrounds. Minato's carefree demeanor paired with Orochimaru's relentless focus on research made them ideal candidates. Binding Naruto to the Hyuga clan would provide him with a form of support, especially when he eventually departed the village. At that time, Naruto's safety would depend on them. The Hyuga clan recognized this as well. While Naruto may not have been the optimal choice, his connection to the Hokage through his father could shift opinions. Still, it was imperative to summon Tsunade back. Relying solely on himself would not suffice. Sarutobi Hiruzen-sama was already straying from the path, with Konohamaru and Minma ahead of him. Danzo's ambitions and methods were increasingly driven by a thirst for power, despite his claims of serving the village. Alas, it must be said that the upper echelons of the village were no longer what they once were. Chapter 12. Sasuke's reaction upon returning home by the riverside that afternoon. Sasuke diligently practiced with his shuriken, a gift box from his mother resting beside him, intended for Naruto. Lately, his brother had been preoccupied, leaving little time to train alongside him. Fortunately, he had a friend. Though occasionally irksome, this friend was undeniably loyal. When Sasuke had showcased his Sharingan to his family upon returning home, their astonishment and joy had filled him with a lasting happiness. Yet, this was merely Sasuke's perspective. What was the reality behind it? Let us rewind to yesterday and observe Fugaku Uchiha's reaction. As Sasuke relayed the news of his newly awakened eyes upon arriving home, the expressions of his family shifted from shock to a tinge of fear. You have awakened your eyes? Fugaku Uchiha was the first to speak, his initial delight palpable. After all, to awaken at the age of 4 was a remarkable feat for a father. He himself had awakened at 10, and his elder son had done so at 8. Sasuke had surpassed them all, emerging as a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Yet, with this realization came a creeping dread. For an Uchiha to awaken their eyes, intense emotional turmoil was required, often necessitating the sacrifice of a friend or family member. Who had Sasuke sacrificed to achieve this? Sasuke, what transpired today? At this, not only Fugaku but also Mikoto and Itachi grew anxious. Among their kin, only they shared a close bond with Sasuke, if they were unscathed. It suggested an external source. The only individual in Konoha fitting this criterion was Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto is in danger. This was a person the Uchiha clan must not even think to associate with. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Jiraiya's disciple. A descendant of the Hokage. If anything were to befall Naruto, the Uchiha clan would be utterly doomed, and Danzo would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to vilify them. Thus, they were compelled to urgently inquire with Sasuke about what had transpired, to prepare accordingly. Seeing their distressed expressions, Sasuke felt bewildered. Was the awakening of his eyes truly such a significant event? Hadn't Itachi's awakening been met with less fanfare? Itachi, observing his brother's silence, envisioned the worst outcomes and turned to Fugaku. Father, we must devise a plan. We should send Sasuke out of the village tonight, anywhere but back to Konoha. If anything happens to Naruto, the higher-ups may resort to extreme measures. Indeed, you are correct, Fugaku replied. Mikoto, gather your belongings. We will leave with Sasuke tonight. Itachi and I will rally the clan to provide cover for you. But there are no buts. This time, the Uchiha clan has irrevocably severed ties with the village. Reconciliation is impossible. I only hope you can survive. Isn't there a faction within the clan that favors confrontation? I am weary. Let them engage as they see fit. By the way, I have hidden some money beneath the kitchen floor. Take it now, as time is of the essence. I will find a way to send you more later. Are we truly leaving? Witnessing his family's panicked state, Sasuke felt perplexed, unable to grasp the gravity of their words. Father, what are you doing? When did anything happen to Naruto? He was fine just this afternoon. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, the somber atmosphere shattered, leaving them momentarily speechless. Exchanging wide-eyed glances, unsure of how to respond. Naruto is unharmed? Makoto ventured hesitantly. He was perfectly fine when I left. When did anything occur? Sasuke, can you recount what you did this afternoon? How did you awaken your eyes so suddenly? Upon hearing his mother inquire about the events of the afternoon, Sasuke, who had momentarily regained his usual composure, felt a twinge of embarrassment and indignation. After all, such matters are indeed difficult to articulate. Nevertheless, he ultimately provided a detailed account to his family. So, Naruto provoked you this afternoon, and that's how you awakened your Sharingan? Itachi Uchiha asked, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Yes, that's precisely it. It was astonishing how simple it turned out to be. Indeed, it seems Naruto understands you well, Sasuke. He knows your temperament and intentionally incited you until you awakened your eyes, Fugaku Uchiha remarked, taken aback by the simplicity of the situation. Itachi, ruffling Sasuke's hair, found himself at a loss for words. He had always known his younger brother's proud nature, but he had not anticipated the severity of it. If left unchecked, it could become a source of concern in the future. With a deep sigh, he chuckled at a notion that had recently crossed his mind. While such an approach might temporarily preserve his life, what would become of him in the long run? It appeared that the only solution was to guide him gently while he was still young. I didn't expect such a method. Naruto is truly a genius. Perhaps this way, we can avoid numerous casualties, just achieve the pinnacle of anger, Fugaku thought, his mood lightening. That brat, why couldn't he have said something earlier? I nearly felt compelled to write a will. It scared me to death. Fugaku mused. It seems you mentioned something earlier, Makoto Uchiha said, her expression returning to one of warmth as she gazed at her husband, though a hint of coldness lingered in her smile, which even Itachi could perceive. Oh, it was all a misunderstanding. You must have misheard, she continued. Shall we find out? Itachi, please take your brother to his room. The upcoming scene is not suitable for children. Yes, mother, Itachi nodded, leading Sasuke away. The forthcoming events were indeed inappropriate for them to witness. Now that Sasuke had awakened his eyes, it was the perfect opportunity to teach him the Uchiha clan's ocular techniques. Seeing his son depart with such determination left Fugaku astounded. What a clever boy. Have I really been indulgent towards you all this time, allowing you to be so reckless? Noting his father's gaze, Itachi nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that it was permissible, and swiftly carried Sasuke back to the room. He had noticed that Makoto seemed to have retrieved a rolling pin. Staying behind would certainly lead to trouble. Brother, what's wrong with father and mother? Are they unhappy that I awakened my eyes? Sasuke asked, puzzled, upon reaching the room. He was still young and struggled to grasp certain matters. It's nothing. They are quite pleased with your awakening. They just have some personal matters to attend to. And we mustn't disturb them, all right? I understand, brother. Good. Now that you've awakened your eyes, shall I teach you some genjutsu techniques from our clan? Are you interested in learning? Yes, I love spending time with you, brother. Very well, but there's one thing to note. Since you're just starting, you might experience some illusions, like screams. Just pretend you didn't hear them, all right? I got it. All right, let us begin. Thus, Itachi commenced the lesson. During the training, Sasuke indeed heard distant cries. However, he remembered his brother's words, dismissing them as mere illusions. Chapter 13. Sasuke's unusual attributes after a long wait. Sasuke finally saw Naruto approach. Oh, I didn't expect you to arrive so early. I thought you would be too elated after awakening your eyes to train, Naruto greeted, standing by the riverbank. Humph, Naruto, you're late. Have you become complacent? Sasuke retorted, instantly invigorated by the familiar banter, though his words still carried an edge. As Naruto's comments were less than flattering. TCH, what do you know? Naruto scoffed before continuing. So, is everyone at home overjoyed now that you've awakened your eyes? How did you know that anger could trigger the awakening? Sasuke inquired, not directly answering, but expressing his curiosity, especially since even his parents had been astonished. What's so difficult about it? As the saying goes, in books, there are beauties. In books, there are treasures. Just read more and analyze, and you'll understand. By the way, how about a shuriken battle? It's been a while since we last competed, and now that you've awakened your eyes, it's a good opportunity to assess your current strength. This boy tends to get carried away once he achieves a bit of success. He needs to be kept grounded. I want to compete. I've awakened my eyes. So my strength is undoubtedly superior to yours. Besides, I've practiced shuriken longer than you, and with my Sharingan. Before he could finish, Naruto interrupted him. As if he already understood the implication, that Sasuke believed he couldn't possibly lose. It seems I need to put him in his place. If this continues, he'll become insufferable. After all, I've nurtured him as a friend and a little brother. I must manage him properly. Why so whiny? Yesterday, you were calling yourself Sasuke's little sister. Have you undergone surgery overnight? You. Fine, I'll compete with you. The memory of yesterday's incident ignited Sasuke's temper once more. All right, let us aim for the target on that tree. Whoever scores the most points in 10 seconds wins. As for the wager, the loser will serve as the winner's subordinate for 3 days. What do you say? Naruto proposed, pointing at a nearby tree adorned with a circular wooden target. Scores increasing from the outer edge to the center. Fine. Sasuke agreed, confident in his abilities. By the way, shooting straight is too easy. Let us make it challenging and stand to the side of the tree, shall we? All right, no problem. It's just a test of technique, right? I'm ready. If I lose, I'll be your subordinate for 3 days. But if you lose, you won't have to. Consider it my thanks for helping me awaken my eyes. Deal. The two then took their respective positions. I'll go first, Sasuke declared, drawing a shuriken and launching it at the target, quickly following with another one to pursue the first. Clang. The sound of metal striking resonated as his initial shuriken landed squarely in the red bullseye. He continued this method, hitting the target 6 times within the 10 seconds, scoring a total of 60 points. Your turn. Not bad, Sasuke remarked, pleased with his performance. Smiling even before the competition concluded. What? Do you think you've won? Watch this. With that, Naruto hurled a shuriken, which soared in a graceful arc towards the bullseye. To Sasuke's astonishment, Naruto replicated the same technique, achieving the same trajectory, and scored a staggering 130 points, culminating in a final shot where he launched 2 shurikens simultaneously, both striking the target. Ha ha ha, it seems I've won. Come on, Sasuke, call me Big Brother. The outcome left Sasuke utterly disheartened. The disparity between them felt insurmountable. Oh heavens, is this how it is? Big Brother, he uttered in a barely audible voice. So faint that, had Naruto not been close, it might have gone unheard. Haven't you eaten? Speak up, Sasuke, my little brother. Big Brother, Sasuke shouted, raising his voice at last. That's more like it. Let me impart a lesson, little brother. Sometimes, even with great skill, one must remain humble, for you never know if others may surpass you. Otherwise, you shall face a dismal defeat, haha. Naruto appeared quite pleased, as he playfully pinched his opponent's face, indulging in a variety of playful squeezes, relishing the delightful sensation. Ming Ini, filled with pride, retorted, next time, you shall call me Big Brother. Seeing his opponent still reluctant, he promptly delivered a playful flick to his forehead. Why do you still resist? The wager is for 3 days. You wouldn't dare to back out, would you? Humph. As a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, I naturally uphold my promises. Then let's hear you call me Big Brother once more. Big Brother. Louder. Big Brother. Alas, pleasant moments always seem to pass swiftly. As the sun began its descent, Naruto bid farewell to his companions and returned home, for he had an engagement that evening. System. Please check Sasuke's profile. Friend profile 2. Friend. Uchiha Sasuke. Friendship value 6. For every 10 points, there is a chance to draw a prize. With a maximum of 30 points. Sigh, the friendship value has increased. Could it be that the boy has a penchant for suffering? I recall the number was 5 before I left, and after a round of teasing, it has risen by 1. Does this imply that I must intensify my efforts next time? What is that little rascal thinking? Hurry and change your clothes. It is a rare occasion to be invited, and one cannot afford to be late, lest it be too embarrassing. Jiraiya nudged the still-dazed Naruto to prompt him to hurry. Isn't this a bit too formal, Jiraiya-sensei? It's just a casual meal. Staring at the attire before him, Naruto felt overwhelmed. He had never donned such formal clothing, and its price was not insignificant. Had Jiraiya not been footing the bill, he would have hesitated. What do you know? Hurry up and dress, then prepare the gift. All right, I understand. Before long, Naruto was dressed and set out with Jiraiya. They arrived at a restaurant, and Naruto marveled at the grandeur, exclaiming, no wonder they are a prominent family. Even their meals are so lavish. Upon entering, a maid from the Hyuga family approached them. With a gaze that lingered, Jiraiya seemed to fall into his old habits. Grandfather, mind your drool. Greetings, I am Hinata Natsu, a maid of the Hyuga family. Please follow me. Miss Hinata is already in the private room. After leading Naruto inside, Jiraiya went to another room, as the two families had arranged for their younger generation to spend time together without the presence of their elders. Naruto-kun, you have arrived. Upon opening the door, Hinata, seated on her knees, looked up with delight at Naruto's entrance, while Hinata Natsu closed the door behind them. Have you been waiting long? I apologize, I lost track of time during training. Seeing Hinata at the table, Naruto immediately expressed his regret, as he had become somewhat addicted to teasing Sasuke and mismanaged his time. It's all right, Naruto-san. I just arrived not too long ago. Please, have a seat. Hinata appeared to be unconcerned, even though she had been waiting for half an hour, having set out early simply to see Naruto-kun sooner. However, she couldn't help but wonder about the pained expression on her father's face when she left. Was he unwell? Despite Hinata's indifference, Naruto felt a pang of guilt. After all, he had made a girl wait for quite a while, and no matter how thick-skinned he was, he couldn't bear it. Moreover, Hinata had clearly prepared for this occasion, looking lovely in her elegant attire, her chubby cheeks and short hair making her exceedingly adorable. Perhaps due to the warmth of the room, her cheeks, once pale as snow, were now flushed with a rosy hue. Even her earlobes seemingly dipped in a dye. Hinata, this is a gift I prepared for you. I hope you like it. Naruto presented her with a modestly sized box, which, upon opening, revealed a beautiful necklace. It's so beautiful. Thank you, Naruto-san. Hinata's eyes sparkled at the sight of the necklace, and she eagerly adorned herself with it. One must admit, his taste was commendable. After exchanging a few more words, the servers began to bring out the dishes, which were all generously portioned. Ever since Hayashi learned that Hinata devoured 6 bowls of ramen, he had come to a new understanding of his daughter. He had realized that he had not adequately filled her belly in the past, which weighed heavily on his heart. Thus, it was unnecessary to say more. The Hyuga family was prosperous and would certainly not allow their children to go hungry. Delicious. I didn't expect the chef here to be so skilled. As he savored a piece of grilled meat, its flavors danced on his palate, and the drink transitioned to juice, equally delightful. Originally, the order of the dishes was meticulously arranged, but to avoid interrupting the two, everything was served at once, with the servers no longer bustling in and out. Both Naruto and Hinata relished their meal, not only due to the delectable taste, but also the enchanting atmosphere. Hinata felt as though she were enveloped in a world of pink bubbles. In contrast to their joyous ambience, the atmosphere next door felt rather oppressive. Jiraiya, accustomed to freedom, paid no mind to the so-called rules of the esteemed family, heartily consuming meat and drinking merrily, while Hayashi sat uncomfortably, immersed in a heavy silence, merely sipping his drink. The two were now polar opposites. I say, if you keep drinking like this, you'll need the Hyuga family's guards to carry you back. Ultimately, Jiraiya could no longer endure it. After all, he had come to enjoy a meal. But sitting next to a ticking time bomb made it quite the challenge to maintain a good mood. If you're truly worried, why not take a look next door? That's unnecessary, Jiraiya-dano. I am quite fine. Glancing at the empty bottles beside him, Jiraiya scoffed. To say he was fine was a stretch. Anyone who saw him here would think he was merely emptying the sake cellar. Don't just drink, eat some food too. Saying this, Jiraiya picked up a piece of fish with the communal chopsticks and devoured it in a few bites, prompting Hayashi to frown at his table manners. You are ensnared by tradition, bound by its constraints. The Hyuga family is no different. If this continues, Jiraiya paused, fixing a penetrating gaze on Hayashi. What do you mean by that? Hayashi, though grasping part of Jiraiya's implication, lacked the complete understanding, as he was too enmeshed in the situation, unlike Jiraiya, who saw things from an outsider's perspective. Is the head of the Hyuga clan still unaware? You have even pushed your daughter forward, hoping she can escape her predetermined fate. Haven't you? After downing another generous gulp of sake, Jiraiya laid bare his thoughts. The family system, too, is structured in such a way that the Hyuga clan remains stable. Hayashi understood what Jiraiya was saying, yet he knew that altering the family system was no simple feat. It was precisely because of the ruthless division between the main and branch families that the clan had developed steadily up to this point. Even as the clan leader, he could not effect change. Pushing Hinata forward was a desperate measure. It was the only way for her to evade the so-called fate. However, such a Hyuga family could never truly integrate into the village. Even if the future leadership were to become more open and friendly, the Hyuga clan would continue to pose a significant issue. After all, who would want a family with such high autonomy within their village? Those from the branch family would not heed the village's directives, they would only follow the main family's orders. If the village wished to appoint someone from the Hyuga family, they would first need permission from the clan, a rather ludicrous arrangement, as if preparing to declare themselves sovereign. If the Hyuga family fails to change, they risk being dragged down by their own system, targeted by the village. Hyuga clan leader, consider this carefully. Although the Hyuga family can manage for now, what about the future? The examples are evident. Do not forget the plight of the Uchiha clan. They are in a similar predicament. If they do not adapt, they may well be completely forsaken within 3 years. Your Hyuga family may fare slightly better, but how much better can you truly be? The soundproofing of the room was commendable. Upon arrival, Jiraiya had released several toads outside, which enabled him to speak so freely. After listening to the other party's words, Hinata Hizashi's brow remained furrowed. He had contemplated these matters himself, yet the prospect of change seemed daunting. At least for now, they might require external assistance. Thank you for your words, Lord Jiraiya. Perhaps the clan truly needs to embrace transformation. Hizashi raised his cup in a toast to his companion. No need for such formality. I am also doing this for that young rascal Naruto. After all, they are still quite young. When the time comes. Before Jiraiya could finish his sentence, the other party spewed out his drink, returning it entirely to his cup. Why had he been brooding alone, neglecting his meal? Was it not this very matter that had caused him such merriment? Must he speak it aloud? His heart was already riddled with wounds. Could he not refrain from thrusting in more daggers? Ha ha ha. Don't be so agitated, clan leader Hyuga. I know you are delighted as well. After all, witnessing such a significant life event is indeed remarkable. Hinata Hizashi retorted. What a ridiculous life event. Just because you, Jiraiya, perceive my joy, I ought to accuse you of slander. It was all for the sake of the 2 children. By the way, as Naruto's mentor, I am considered an elder. Come, I must say a few words during that time. As he spoke, Jiraiya poured himself another glass of wine and raised it to his lips. Hizashi thought to himself, what is he babbling about? Is he simply asserting that he is a generation above me? Though he is indeed my senior, the way he expresses it feels so insufferable. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't best him in a fight, I would certainly want to give him a makeover. Chapter 15. The system's bountiful rewards in 2 private rooms. The atmosphere and sentiments differed greatly. After dinner, Hinata stepped outside and was perplexed by the expression on Hizashi's face. Father, are you all right? I am fine. Facing his daughter, Hizashi attempted to appear composed. Though his efforts were in vain, he looked increasingly peculiar. But your complexion? I said I am fine. Noticing her father's unwillingness to elaborate, Hinata chose not to press further and redirected her gaze toward Naruto. Naruto-kun, I had a wonderful time today. May I return here for another meal next time? Sure. As long as you're happy. But next time, it will be my treat. You mustn't steal my chance. All right. As long as I can be with Naruto-kun. That is enough for me. Hinata nodded. Recognizing him as her first and best friend, she was eager to oblige him. While some were elated, others were not. Hizashi felt a constant throbbing in his head. His daughter was anything but innocent. But we need not limit ourselves to dining. We can also train in ninjutsu together in the future. Naruto addressed the person before him. Deducing Hizashi's peculiar behavior was likely a result of something Jiraiya had said. Otherwise, it was unfathomable for him to react this way. Sounds good. What about father? Just as Hinata was about to agree, Hizashi swept her up in an embrace, preventing her from continuing. Hinata, your sister Hanabi will soon be going to bed. She cannot sleep without seeing you. We should leave now and discuss other matters later. Lord Jiraiya, Naruto, we must take our leave. With that, Hizashi hurriedly departed. Simply dining had already caused him considerable distress. If they were to practice ninjutsu together, he could only imagine the chaos that would ensue. Would he have to endure incessant calls of Naruto-kun? He was still young, and it was too early for her to entertain feelings that were ill-timed. If they spent too much time together, he might never return home, and the scrutiny would be unbearable. Moreover, he was aware that Naruto had been practicing ninjutsu with others recently. The Hyuga clan's interactions with the Jinchuriki had become increasingly brazen within the village's higher echelons, and coupled with the Uchiha clan, he felt he had no chance of keeping pace. Thus, the delightful gathering concluded, although it was only enjoyable for most, leaving Hizashi feeling rather discontented. It seemed his daughter, with her naive disposition, could easily be exploited, while she remained blissfully unaware. As a father, his worries were mounting. Alas, her mother had departed too early, leaving him to fulfill the role of a stern parent. which was a challenge he found himself ill-equipped to navigate. Jiraiya, having indulged in a bit too much wine, retired early, while Naruto found himself restless, for the dinner had yielded significant rewards. Friends Panel 1 Friend. Hinata Friendship Value. 10. Every accumulation of 10 grants a chance for a lottery draw. With a maximum of 30, Naruto was astonished at how swiftly Hinata's friendship value had risen, granting him yet another opportunity for a lottery draw. System, initiate the draw. The same spinning wheel, the same momentum, yet this time, he was unexpectedly met with a grand prize. The pointer landed steadily, and the golden hue was striking. Gold. Indeed, a golden chance with a 1 in 1,000 probability. Naruto was consumed with curiosity regarding the system's reward for him. Would it be a ninjutsu of an elevated tier or an extraordinary talent? Regardless of what it was bound to be exceptional. After all, even a mere purple reward had bestowed upon him a level of sealing technique, the diamond lock, surpassing 2 tiers in quality compared to the golden rewards. He could only imagine its value. As the thought crossed his mind, a sly grin crept across Naruto's face. Rewards, rewards, splendid rewards. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a golden reward for the first time, triggering a critical strike bonus. Your learning ability has doubled. You have acquired an exceptional medical talent. Mastery over Sage Arts, the Flying Thunder God technique, and the Reincarnation Sharingan 1, not fully unlocked. Faced with such an array of rewards, Naruto was utterly astonished. Happiness had come upon him so unexpectedly. Had his numerous prayers finally borne fruit? Sensing warmth radiating from his left eye, Naruto realized he was not dreaming. He had indeed struck gold. Each reward was of at least purple tier quality, and the Flying Thunder God had reached the level of ninjutsu, surely a red tier prize. Not to mention the Reincarnation Sharingan, though still not fully unlocked, provided him with the abilities of an ordinary Sharingan and Reincarnation Eye, marking it as a reward of at least red tier. Who would have thought? I, Naruto, have drifted for 4 years without meeting a worthy master. Should you not abandon me, I shall regard you as my adoptive father. Oh, great system, allow me to embrace your grand leg. System, rejected. Stay away. With skills in attack, defense, recovery, sealing, and illusion, Naruto had undoubtedly become a walking artillery piece, fortified further by the vast chakra of the Uzumaki clan. Firmly establishing himself at the rank of Jonin, he now yearned to shout, "Is there anyone else?" In his excitement, Naruto found himself unable to sleep until late into the night. Unsurprisingly, the following morning, he overslept. However, he could not entirely blame himself. He had once again entered that peculiar space and encountered the entity within him. Kid, you've grown stronger again. The Nine-Tails was baffled by how Naruto had enhanced his strength so significantly in just a few days. Was it due to that peculiar ability? Nine-Tails, did you bring me here? Gazing at the familiar great fox, Naruto longed to voice a question that had lingered in his mind for ages. Last time, he had entered without warning, and now, the same occurrence had transpired. What is the mechanism behind this? Me? I currently lack such capabilities. You were brought in by it. At present, the Nine-Tails possessed only half of its original power and found itself struggling against Minato's seal. Moreover, that unseen force had no impact on Naruto. How frustrating. To be the noble Nine-Tails, yet constrained by these humans, is utterly intolerable. Naruto had his suspicions about this likely the power of the system. However, he would never reveal such knowledge, as it was his greatest trump card. You have certainly piqued my interest, little one, shrouded in mystery. Sensing the reluctance of the other to divulge more, curiosity about this power lingered, yet it refrained from pressing further. What it truly cared about now was whether this young lad's swift enhancement of strength implied a rapid approach to freedom. Could it be that liberation was within reach? It firmly believed in the veracity of the boy's previous words. Kurama, do you wish to venture outside? Chapter 16. Learning the Rasengan upon hearing Naruto's inquiry. Kurama fell into a prolonged silence. It was only after Naruto asked again that it slowly responded, "Will you truly release me? What will you do then?" Although it harbored a degree of faith in the boy, considerable doubts lingered. After all, the extraction of a tailed beast invariably resulted in the death of its host, a seemingly inescapable fate. Would the boy place itself in peril? Naruto was well aware of Kurama's apprehensions. Are you concerned that the host inevitably dies upon the tailed beast's departure? That is indeed a valid concern. However, I must admit, I am increasingly intrigued by you. It would indeed be a pity if you were to vanish. Kurama was taken aback, realizing that even it cared for the host's well-being. But fret not. I assure you that I will fulfill my promise. I am not foolish enough to plunge myself into a situation of certain death. There are always alternatives. In Naruto's perspective, the host's demise stemmed from the loss of chakra. The tailed beast undoubtedly provided a tremendous boost to its host, serving as a ticket to the level of a Hokage, as their chakras intertwined in a symbiotic relationship. When the tailed beast was extracted, it signified the host's chakra was also withdrawn, leading to fatality. Naruto's desire to release the nine tails was not unfounded. After all, he had never utilized tailed beast chakra himself. From the onset, Kurama had been sealed within him, hindered by the system. Aside from a burst of power at the age of 2, there had been no further opportunities for interaction. Currently, his chakra was refined by the system, primarily derived from the Uzumaki clan's heritage, with minimal involvement from Kurama. Moreover, the Sage of Six Paths had extracted the 10 tails without perishing, likely due to his formidable chakra and vitality that allowed him to survive, even if danger were to arise. Solutions existed, as exemplified by Killer Bee, who, upon the extraction of the 8 tails, was left with a single tentacle, thereby preserving his life. With the system at his disposal, Naruto felt little concern for future predicaments. Why should I worry about you? I suspect you've already devised a plan. Observing Kurama's lack of fear, it became apparent that Naruto had a strategy in mind. The reason for not releasing Kurama immediately was likely due to insufficient preparation. Once everything was ready, the day of its liberation would surely come. Smart, indeed. There are methods, yet the timing is not right. If I were to release you now, it would be perilous. Perilous? I, the great Nine Tails, fear danger? Kurama's voice was laced with disbelief. Are you still in denial? You were once controlled, were you not? Otherwise, how could you have been split in two and sealed within me? Be patient. Allow me to prepare adequately. Once all dangers are mitigated, you shall be safe as well. Kurama refrained from countering. After all, it had been inexplicably subdued and beaten, only to awaken and find itself sealed by Minato. An unfortunate fate, indeed. Very well. I shall take my leave. I will return in a few days. With that, Naruto vanished, leaving Kurama alone in the sealing space. Now, I truly look forward to your performance, young one. You wish to learn some advanced jutsu? Excellent. Since Jiraiya began instructing Naruto, he had observed the boy's exceptional talent. Particularly after their recent dinner with the Hyuga clan, Naruto had mastered the transformation technique within less than a month. Most notably, his proficiency in the shadow clone technique had surpassed Jiraiya's own expertise. Naruto had now become a competent genin, ready to participate in the Chunin exams without hesitation. Today, Jiraiya intended to teach him a new ninjutsu, but to his surprise, Naruto brought it up first. How about I teach you a profound jutsu? This technique has a connection to you. A connection to me? Indeed. This jutsu was developed over 3 years by your father and me. Are you interested in learning it? Of course, I want to learn. Just days prior, the third Hokage had finally resolved all matters and disclosed Naruto's identity. The announcement created a substantial impact within the village, nullifying Danzo's previous efforts to marginalize Naruto, forcing Hiruzen to assign him to the Root Division. Additionally, the Hokage Tower clarified the circumstances surrounding the Nine Tails, framing it as a protective measure bestowed by the fourth Hokage upon his son, triggered 2 years ago by an attempt to undermine Konoha. In light of this revelation, the villagers who once harbored disdain for Naruto now regretted their actions, wishing to slap themselves for mistreating the descendant of a hero and succumbing to malicious gossip. A peculiar phenomenon unfolded in Konoha. Despite it being the dead of night, intermittent sounds of slapping echoed throughout the village, both from the east and the west. Upon investigation, the Umbu discovered villagers slapping their own faces in regret. Consequently, the next day, at least 1/3 of the villagers bore swollen cheeks. Returning to the matter at hand, Jiraiya led Naruto to a secluded grove outside the village to demonstrate the Rasengan. As the blue sphere formed in his hand, the impact created a bowl-sized hole in a nearby tree. This is the Rasengan, a jutsu that requires no hand seals. As long as you possess sufficient chakra, it can be utilized. Impressive, isn't it? Naruto examined the hole in the tree, nodding in agreement. Indeed, its destructive power rivals that of advanced ninjutsu. How do I practice it? Quite simply, you must gather chakra in your hand, allowing it to flow in various directions while compressing it into a high-density spinning sphere. As Jiraiya opened his backpack, it was filled with water balloons. Now, see if you can break these water balloons. just like this. Holding a water balloon, Jiraiya shattered it within mere seconds. Do you understand? Go practice. Once you break a water balloon, it will signify the completion of the first phase. I will take a break while you work at it. With that, Jiraiya leaned against a tree and began sipping from his flask. Naruto wasted no time, seizing one of the water balloons to practice. Having witnessed this segment before, he remembered that Naruto had initially struggled due to the opposing flow of chakra, resulting in wasted hours. He would not make the same mistake again. Moreover, it was crucial to note that his chakra was not influenced by Kurama, making it exceedingly manageable. Thus, this task posed little challenge for him, a prodigy. Chapter 17. Jiraiya's shock. As Naruto concentrated on gathering chakra, he discovered that it was indeed more challenging than anticipated, explaining why Minato and Jiraiya had spent 3 years perfecting it. However, it is certainly not in his nature to easily concede defeat. Following the initial failure, he promptly commenced a second attempt. I refuse to believe that I cannot overcome a mere water balloon. This is truly commendable, Minato. You have a remarkable son. Observing Naruto's continuous trial and error, Jiraiya took a large sip of sake and chuckled. In truth, he had not revealed the entirety of the story. While the Rasengan was indeed a joint endeavor with Minato, its true purpose was to benefit Naruto's mother. It was developed as a ninja technique to harness Kushina's immense chakra to its fullest potential. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto would undoubtedly master this technique. And perhaps in time, he would develop it even further, embodying their family's shared struggle. The mere thought of his disciple and daughter-in-law filled him with sorrow, and he lamented his absence from Konoha at that crucial moment. If he had been there, might he have alleviated some of the tragedy? Both of them were, in essence, his students, and he could vividly recall the moments when they affectionately referred to him as their teacher. How many years had it been? They had been so joyful back then. He had even celebrated their wedding. Just as Jiraiya was lost in his melancholic reverie, the sound of a water balloon bursting interrupted him. Goodness, that was swift. Indeed, after numerous attempts, Naruto finally succeeded in bursting the water balloon. Perhaps to validate his recent success, he did not pause. Instead, he immediately seized another water balloon and exerted himself once more. After breaking several in succession, he joyfully approached Jiraiya to showcase his accomplishment. Does he even need to allow others to live? He believed that even a prodigious talent like Naruto should require a couple of days to complete the first stage. Yet, astonishingly, he had achieved it in less than an hour. What is this? A miracle? Jiraiya-sensei, what should I do next? Next? Your brilliance is truly remarkable. Please wait a moment. I need to prepare some materials and will return shortly. With that, Jiraiya rose and hurried back to the village. Who knows how he accomplished that so quickly? He hadn't even prepared the materials for the second stage. Fortunately, the items required were not particularly precious, and soon, Jiraiya returned with a bag of rubber balls. Naruto, these are the items needed for the second stage. Now, try to burst the rubber ball, just like this. As he spoke, Jiraiya held a rubber ball in his hand, channeling chakra, causing the ball to vibrate rapidly before it exploded. Remember, the first stage focuses on rotation, while the second stage emphasizes power. The hardness of the rubber ball is 100 times that of the water balloon, and with no water inside, there is no clear chakra direction. Everything must come from your own understanding. Now, let us motivate you. The difficulty of the second stage far surpasses the first, and a little encouragement is essential. With that, Naruto began his practice. This time, however, things did not progress as smoothly. After numerous attempts, he struggled to find the key. Ultimately, he decided to pause and reflect. Time had slipped away, and he hadn't realized it was already evening. How's it going? After all that practice, are you exhausted? Come eat. Jiraiya, clad in an apron and wielding a spatula, exuded the charm of a home-cooking gentleman, albeit paired with his rugged face. The food was certainly delicious, albeit greasy. Meals must be savored bite by bite, and practice should be approached step by step. Impatience yields no good results. Observing Naruto's dazed expression, Jiraiya assumed he was feeling frustrated with the Rasengan practice and offered some words of comfort. I understand, Jiraiya-sensei. It's just that. Just what? Grandfather, that pink apron looks great on you, huh? Unable to contain himself, Naruto burst into laughter. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya shook his head with a smile, realizing that his concerns had been unfounded. You little rascal, what's so funny? It's not my fault that the supermarket ran out of stock and only had this style left. Besides, I find it quite comfortable. You have no idea how soft it is. As he spoke, Jiraiya twirled around to demonstrate. They exchanged amused glances and erupted into laughter, one rolling on the ground, the other seated and slapping his thigh. Indeed, joy is paramount. After such a delightful interlude, the previously heavy atmosphere dissipated, and clarity regarding the next day's training began to dawn upon them. The following day, in the same spot, with the same rubber ball. This time, Naruto drew a swirl in his palm, then grasped the rubber ball, focusing intently as he resumed his practice. No, my strength is insufficient. It appears I must further enhance my chakra input. No, the direction is incorrect. No, still not right. Over the course of 2 days, he gradually corrected his mistakes, and Naruto felt certain that success was imminent. With all erroneous options eliminated, only one correct path remained. With a resounding pop, the balloon burst, and an immense force propelled him into the air. Fortunately, he realized something was amiss and instinctively protected himself, executing a somersault before landing safely. Witnessing his disciple being launched into the air, Jiraiya instinctively reached out to save him, only to awkwardly halt mid-motion, astonished by Naruto's rapid reflexes. "Jiraiya-sensei, I did it!" Naruto exclaimed excitedly as he faced Jiraiya. "Cough, well done. In just 3 days, you've completed the first and second stages of practice. Now, we shall swiftly commence the third stage." With that, Jiraiya began to demonstrate. "Now, you need to combine everything you've learned thus far, concentrating high-density chakra in your hand. Remember, it must be released continuously, maintained, and ultimately solidified, resembling a whirlwind." In this manner, a Rasengan materialized in his palm. Following this, Jiraiya dissipated his chakra, allowing Naruto to practice. "Finally, I can take a proper rest." Jiraiya watched Naruto attempting the technique nearby, lifting his sake bottle for a satisfying drink. After finishing, he settled down for a nap. Just as he felt he had just slipped into a blissful dream, encountering exhilarating scenes, a loud explosion jolted him awake, prompting a swift scan of his surroundings. Yet, there was no one nearby, save for Naruto and a large tree now sporting a significant hole. "Naruto, have you succeeded?" Though the evidence lay before him, he still found it hard to believe that it had happened so swiftly. "Yes, I did it." As he spoke, Naruto conjured the Rasengan in front of Jiraiya, a blue sphere forming in his hand. He unleashed it once more, and the tree, already damaged, could no longer withstand the force, collapsing with a resounding crack. "Are you mocking me? Did you really take so little time to learn the shadow clone technique? This is your true power, I assent it." In fact, Jiraiya had accurately guessed. "Jiraiya, I'm speechless." Chapter 18. The beginning of learning medical ninjutsu. After 2 days of consolidation, Naruto had completely mastered the Rasengan, leaving Jiraiya at the brink of existential doubt. Are today's children truly endowed with such talent, or is Naruto simply extraordinary? Initially, he had anticipated it would take a month, if not longer. But Naruto consistently shattered his expectations, mastering the technique created by himself and Minato in merely 5 days. If only this boy had an affinity for ninjutsu that required hand seals, Jiraiya would have loved to further test his learning capacity. When it comes to hand seals, it might be the only flaw of Naruto. Perhaps it is due to innate reasons, but his proficiency in hand seals is somewhat lacking. Even after systematic strengthening, he barely surpasses the average ninja, falling far short of genius level. "Do you wish to learn medical ninjutsu?" After breakfast, Naruto, holding a book, glanced at Jiraiya beside him. This book was the basic medical ninjutsu text borrowed from the Konoha library, authored by Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. The opportunity to borrow this book came after he won a medical talent in a previous lottery. He had been engrossed in it for nearly a month. Through systematic enhancement, he had thoroughly absorbed its contents and sought Jiraiya's guidance to learn medical ninjutsu more naturally. "Yes, I find this book fascinating, but it is rather elementary. Most of the content discusses the role of medical ninjas on the battlefield and their understanding. I wish to learn in a more systematic manner." This book was casually written by Tsunade during a moment of boredom. "I didn't expect you to delve so deeply into it." Jiraiya scratched his head, recalling how Tsunade penned it. His own book had become a bestseller, earning him a considerable amount of royalties, and after Tsunade faced a disastrous gambling loss, he encouraged her to write one as well, not anticipating it would end up in the Konoha library. Unfortunately, after she left, there were no further writings. Jiraiya was surprised by Naruto's interest but thought it beneficial. If Naruto truly had a talent for healing, becoming a medical ninja would be a wise choice, offering safety. "Good. It's great that you're interested. If you can master medical ninjutsu, you can treat yourself or your teammates directly when injured. Many ninjas suffer from the regret of delayed treatment due to injuries. After participating in numerous wars, Jiraiya had witnessed the brutal reality where comrades fell in battle, their eyes closing forever in an instant. This thought cast a shadow over his mood. Sensing the shift in Naruto's emotions, Jiraiya reassured him, "It's all right. I'm just lost in thought." Looking at the boy who barely reached his waist, Jiraiya gently ruffled Naruto's hair and continued, "This morning, I'll take you to the Konoha hospital. There, you can learn, but medical ninjutsu is not easily mastered. It requires precise chakra control, and since your chakra nature is wind, it may prove even more challenging. These challenges do not concern me. I am confident in my ability to learn," Naruto replied with determination. "Of course, with the system's assistance. It will surely yield quality results. If I cannot succeed, I would rather find a place to bury myself, with no epitaph. What a disgrace that would be. Well, confidence is a good thing. I'll take you there shortly." "Thank you, Jiraiya Grandpa." Without delay, Naruto tidied up and followed Jiraiya to the Konoha hospital. Upon entering, the scent of disinfectant filled the air. Although they were in a time of peace, many injured ninjas were receiving treatment. This peace was merely superficial, beneath the calm surface. Dangers lurked, hinting at underlying crises. "Lord Jiraiya, what brings you here?" A young nurse hurried forward, concern evident in her expression. For someone of his status, appearing at the hospital usually indicated significant matters. "No need to worry. Nothing has happened," Jiraiya said with a smile, sensing her anxiety. "That's a relief," she replied, visibly relaxing. "Ahem, this is my apprentice, Naruto. He wishes to learn medical ninjutsu. Is there a doctor available?" After a brief glance around, Jiraiya introduced Naruto. "Yes, indeed. Dr. Skui is currently free. I will take you to her," the nurse said, greeting Naruto before leading them to an office. "Is Dr. Skui in?" She knocked on the door, and after receiving a somewhat lethargic response, allowed them to enter before excusing herself to tend to patients. "Lord Jiraiya, what brings you here?" Dr. Skui appeared surprised, quickly rising from her relaxed posture. "Given his stature, I assume he wouldn't seek your services if injured?" "Hello, Dr. Skui. I am here to request your assistance," Jiraiya stated. "If you have a matter, please feel free to speak." "Allow me to introduce Naruto. He has recently developed a keen interest in medical ninjutsu, and I hope you can teach him. I will compensate you for your time. After all, doctors also need to make a living, and this small fee was inconsequential for Jiraiya." "Hello, Dr. Skui. I may need to trouble you in the future." Naruto extended his hand for a handshake. "Hello," Skui responded, slightly taken aback by Naruto's mature demeanor but obliged to reciprocate. "Very well. I will leave Naruto in your capable hands, and I will return to pick him up after lunch. Of course, we will cover his meal expenses," Jiraiya stated, leaving behind 2 envelopes before departing, leaving the two in a state of bewilderment. Jiraiya's decision to bring Naruto here was not without ulterior motives. He had been preoccupied with Naruto's care and had not had time to gather materials for his writing. He needed to act quickly, lest readers grow impatient. "The weather is quite pleasant today," Naruto remarked, shaking his head at the seemingly unreliable adult. "Indeed, it is suitable for learning ninjutsu," Skui replied with a smile. Continuing the conversation, "Have you grasped the basics of medical ninjutsu?" "Having read the book written by Lady Tsunade, I believe I have a fundamental understanding." "You read Lady Tsunade's book? The one housed in the Konoha library? You actually finished it?" "Yes, if you doubt me, feel free to ask any questions from the text." Skui then posed several questions, and to her astonishment, Naruto answered each one effortlessly. "Impressive, all correct. Starting today, you will learn medical ninjutsu under my guidance." Skui was genuinely surprised that he had comprehended the book, which was not as simple as it appeared, though it covered foundational concepts. It was considerably more challenging than true basics. She had only begun reading it after a significant period of study herself. This boy was remarkable. Initially, she thought he was merely playing around, but now it was clear he was earnest, prompting her to match his resolve. Chapter 19. News from the Hidden Cloud Village. Good. Control your chakra. Excellent. Take it slow here. Very good. Sounds of encouragement echoed from Skui's office, causing passers-by to wonder what was happening. "What is going on with Dr. Skui?" a nurse asked, glancing at her notes. "You don't know? I was dispatched a few days ago and just returned today." "What? They sent a 4-year-old to Lord Jiraiya? What? You look down on him for his age? Let me tell you, his talent is exceptional." Even the director was impressed enough to come see him, leaving in regret. "Regret about what?" Regretful of that day when he was preoccupied and missed the opportunity to meet such a prodigy, you cannot imagine the expression on the director's face yesterday. Indeed, that gifted individual is none other than Naruto. Ski was increasingly exhilarated by her teaching. Lord Jiraiya had truly bestowed upon her a remarkable treasure, and the feeling of being his mentor was simply delightful. Initially, she intended to start from the basics, but to her astonishment, given Naruto's existing knowledge, they bypassed that section entirely. After merely glancing through the materials, he had already mastered them. Even some minor healing techniques were learned with just a single viewing. She had planned to showcase the palm healing technique to impress him, but was taken aback to find it utterly ineffective. It was as though he possessed an innate talent for this medical ninjutsu. After merely practicing a few times, he was able to use it proficiently. Excellent. Your proficiency with the palm healing technique now surpasses many medical ninjas. Continue practicing, and I am confident that within 3 days, you will master this ninjutsu completely. Observing the healed little mouse, Ski affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair, expressing her joy. Naruto responded happily, though he concealed some of his true abilities, as he believed it wise not to reveal his full strength on the first encounter. As mealtime approached, they took a break. This afternoon, we will learn the extraction technique. This ninjutsu requires a remarkably high level of chakra control, otherwise it may easily cause internal injuries to the patient. Yes, I understand. The extraction technique is a high-level ninjutsu that primarily involves the meticulous infusion of chakra into the body to expel toxins, he replied. Indeed, you have done your homework diligently, Ski remarked with a smile. It's nothing. I happened to see it in a book. After a brief rest, Ski took Naruto to dine. One must say, Lord Jiraiya is quite generous. 2 envelopes, one for tuition and one for meals. The tuition fee alone was enough to astonish Ski, as it equated to nearly a year's salary. As for the meal allowance, even if she treated Naruto for half a year at the cafeteria, it would be more than sufficient. Hurry up. Today the cafeteria is serving a barbecue feast. Upon the mention of food, Ski's earlier lethargy vanished, for does one not live to eat? Grasping Naruto's hand, she dashed forward, and he felt as though he might take flight. Finally, they reached the cafeteria for the special meal, a weekly luxury. You must eat quickly, or how will you spend the meal allowance bestowed upon you by Lord Jiraiya? Noticing Naruto engrossed in his book, Ski smirked. She, too, had once been the academic star in her youth, admired by others. Yet now, she encountered someone even more studious than herself, finally grasping the sensation felt by those who once looked up to her. Just a moment. I am not very familiar with the ninjutsu we will study this afternoon and wish to review it more thoroughly. Oh, you. Everything else is fine. But you can be a touch too zealous. One must take things step by step. After all, you are only 4 years old. There's no need to rush. Just eat well and grow first. As she spoke, Ski began to gnaw on a large piece of rib. Come, eat more. The chef for this barbecue is quite skilled. Knowing Naruto's discerning palate, and considering the cafeteria fare is not as delectable as outside, she encouraged him. After all, yesterday he hadn't eaten well, but today's meal was significantly better. Not indulging would be a pity. With that, she shoved a chicken leg into his mouth. Naruto took a bite, and, to his surprise, found it delicious. His master's culinary skills astonished him. Having been accustomed to Jiraiya's cooking, he had little regard for cafeteria food, yet today he was treated to a splendid feast. Haha, delicious, isn't it? The welfare meals are always prepared by external chefs selected by the director. You must eat well, as practicing ninjutsu consumes a tremendous amount of chakra, and the simplest way to replenish it is through food. Observing Naruto devouring his meal, Ski smiled, delighted to see him eat heartily. Otherwise, she had planned to take a leave to treat him to a proper meal. Konoha Hospital had a regulation that, due to the potential for casualties at any moment, doctors must remain on standby until their replacements arrive, meaning there was no such thing as a lunch break. Understood, Teacher Ski, Naruto replied, taking a hefty bite of steak. By the way, have you heard? In a couple of days, the Hidden Cloud Village will send someone. The Hidden Cloud Village? What are they planning? It is rumored they intend to sign a treaty of alliance, but who knows? While Naruto was eating, he suddenly overheard a conversation at the adjacent table, piquing his curiosity. If he recalled correctly, the purpose of the Hidden Cloud Village's visit seemed not entirely pure. It appeared they were also after the Byakugan. He remembered the abduction of Hinata, which, although thwarted by Hayashi, had resulted in that shameless group demanding the head of the culprit under the pretext of a fallen ninja. What was worse was that the higher-ups of Konoha had actually agreed. Why would you agree to such nonsense? Just for a bit of power, Naruto thought to himself. Feeling speechless, one day, he would bring those individuals down. If things proceeded as they had before, the Konoha higher-ups would likely consent again, but Hinata was now his friend, and they could not allow the Hidden Cloud Village to underestimate her. It seemed he would need to devise a careful plan. Chapter 20. The arrival of the Hidden Cloud Village. After 2 days of preparation, news of the Hidden Cloud Village's arrival was finally confirmed, and conveniently, they were set to arrive tomorrow morning. Naruto, take the day to rest well. It's excellent that you understand the importance of seeking friends. One must know how to relax, Ski expressed, feeling increasingly satisfied with her student who had finally learned to balance study with leisure. Thus, she readily approved his request for a day off tomorrow. Understood, teacher. I shall see you the day after tomorrow. With that, Naruto followed Jiraiya back home and asked him to deliver a letter to Hayashi Hyuga, informing him of his intention to visit Hinata the following evening. Without a moment's hesitation, Hayashi agreed. In the past couple of days, Hinata's old habits had resurfaced, though her training had greatly improved. Allowing her to hold her own against Niji for dozens of exchanges, she still tended to space out. This issue only seemed to alleviate when she was with Naruto. Much to her father's dismay. Grandfather Jiraiya, I heard that the Hidden Cloud Village will send someone tomorrow? Naruto suddenly asked, his eyes filled with curiosity as he ate. Yes, recent communications from the Raikage indicated a desire to sign an alliance treaty with Konoha, fostering mutual development. It has pleased the old man greatly. Are you interested? Not exactly interested, just a bit puzzled. Puzzled? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya paused his meal. He had felt a similar sense of unease but had been unable to articulate it. With Naruto bringing it up again, he was keen to hear more. Since the Ninetales incident, Konoha has been on a downward trend, compounded by the casualties from the previous war. The overall atmosphere is quite bleak. Yet, the Raikage is known for his almost obsessive pursuit of profit. Why would he consider an alliance with the current Konoha? Moreover, considering the past grievances between our villages, it seems very strange. Nodding in agreement, Jiraiya replied, So, what do you think their true intentions are? I cannot quite put my finger on it, but something feels off. Indeed, I have sensed something amiss as well. Yet I am uncertain of their motives. Thus, Naruto suggested, I believe it is necessary for you to take action. When the Hidden Cloud Village arrives, observe them covertly. I am confident that, with your strength, they will not suspect a thing. Realizing the implication of Naruto's words, Jiraiya understood he had been roped into the role of a spy. You little rascal, you truly know how to assign your grandfather work. However, it is for the best. If the opposing party harbors no ill intentions, all shall be well for both villages. Yet, if there are ulterior motives, they must not blame me for my ruthlessness. The following day, a contingent of ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village indeed arrived on the road leading into the village. Everyone, be vigilant. We are about to enter the Leaf Village. Tread carefully and do not allow them to discern our intentions, the leader cautioned his subordinates. They had come on a mission from the Raikage, and this time, they needed to exercise utmost caution to avoid any missteps. For the wrath of the Leaf Village would be their consequence. Understood, leader, his companions promptly replied, aware of the mission's significance. The Raikage had divulged little, only informing the leader, and they would have to wait until nightfall to learn the plan from the opposing side. Leader, what if this mission fails? One of his close associates inquired, understanding the gravity of their situation. Although the Leaf Village had diminished, it still retained formidable strength, and the possibility of failure loomed large. It will not fail, rest assured. Even if I perish, the mission shall succeed, declared the leader cryptically before falling silent, continuing on his path. His subordinates, recognizing the gravity of his words, dared not ask further, closely trailing behind him. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Leaf Village. Upon confirming their identities, the Umbu sent them directly to the Hokage Tower, and the details of their discussions remained unknown to the others. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile had not faltered since his exit, for this matter pertained to the peace between two villages. If resolved, it would undoubtedly benefit the Leaf Village's development immensely. Yet, Jiraiya, lurking in the shadows, sensed no friendliness. After hearing Naruto's words, he had departed the village early and arranged for a toad to monitor all roads leading to the Leaf Village. To his astonishment, the Raikage had indeed extended his reach into the Leaf Village. He was eager to uncover their true intentions. From the outset, the toad had relayed some vague information, yet the leader was exceedingly cautious, uttering not a single word. They would have to wait until nightfall to glean more. How dare they lay hands on the Leaf Village? Do they truly believe themselves worthy? Naruto has arrived. Welcome. Hinata, my dear sister, it is delightful to see you again. You appear even more beautiful. Akin to this splendid flower. The sweet-tongued child was endearing, and such words held power wherever they were spoken. That evening, when Naruto visited the Hyuga household and encountered Hinata, he employed this charm, complemented by the flowers he had brought, successfully brightening Hinata's spirits. After all, she did not wish for others to comment on her beauty. Little rascal, come along. The young lady awaits in the sitting room. With that, he guided her to Hinata's side. Naruto-kun, you have come. Upon seeing him, Hinata joyfully rose and rushed to his side. Hinata, I brought you a cake. Do taste it, for there is a surprise within. Seeing the adorable girl, Naruto eagerly presented the box he held. Thank you, Naruto-kun. I too have a gift for you. After accepting the box, Hinata pulled him toward her bedroom. While the elder sister, Hinata Natsu, smiled and discreetly withdrew. She still had to attend to Hanabi, and it would be inappropriate to intrude upon the two. The clan leader seemed to wish for this union as well. The affection between childhood friends is truly enviable. Observing the flowers in the vase, Hinata Natsu could not deny her envy. With Naruto's evident talent, his future accomplishments would undoubtedly surpass those of Jiraiya, and their statuses would align impeccably, perhaps even placing her own daughter slightly lower in comparison. The scene shifted to Hinata's room. This was Naruto's first entry into a girl's chamber. Yet it was markedly different from his expectations. The overall ambience was rather austere, the decor exceptionally simple, without prior knowledge. One might not even guess it belonged to a girl. Perhaps it was the design of Hyuga Hayashi, who sought to mold Hinata into a worthy successor, perpetually adopting a stern paternal demeanor, enforcing strict regulations. At times, Naruto wished to ask, brother, do you not tire of this? Is your expression not weary? Always donning a visage of severity and disappointment. Yet did Hyuga Hayashi truly dislike Hinata? That seemed unlikely, given the rigid customs of the Hyuga clan. If Hinata lacked the potential to become the clan leader, she would surely bear the mark of a caged bird, and her sister Hanabi would be heavily favored. Yet, the reality was that until Hinata's marriage to Naruto, she had not been branded. In the earlier stages, she relied solely on her stern father. Later, perhaps the support of Naruto would come into play. Chapter 21, A Carefree Battle. Naruto-kun, this is a gift I prepared for you. Hinata approached Naruto with a box, opening it to reveal a beautifully embroidered scarf bearing his name. What a lovely scarf! Naruto exclaimed upon extracting it. Though the craftsmanship was not exceptional, the care and thoughtfulness were apparent in the choice of materials and colors, perfectly complementing him. I made it myself. I hope you like it. As she spoke, Hinata's voice was barely above a whisper, her cheeks flushing crimson. It felt akin to a confession to Naruto-kun. Thank you. I adore it. It is truly beautiful. Upon hearing her words, Naruto eagerly donned the scarf. I'm glad you like it, Hinata replied, her face growing even redder. Subsequently, Hinata opened the cake box, revealing a large round cake adorned with a message written in fruit jam. To my dear friend, Hinata Hyuga, from Naruto Uzumaki. For a child deprived of affection for so long, those words wielded immense power, much like Hinata, who stood silently, head bowed, transfixed by the cake on the table. Time passed before Naruto gently took her small hand. Let us enjoy the cake. It is a new flavor. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Hinata embraced him, tears slowly streaming down her cheeks. In her quest to meet her father's expectations, she had imposed strict demands upon herself. Yet that sentiment was one others could scarcely fathom, especially following her mother's passing, which had deprived her of moments of respite. Gradually, a numbness enveloped her existence, and just when she believed life would remain in shadows, a vibrant yellow figure emerged, illuminating her previously darkened world. The word friend bore significant weight, striking deep within her heart and offering a glimmer of hope to pursue. Though their acquaintance was brief, the moments shared surpassed years of solitude. She had longed for a friend, and Naruto filled that void. Becoming an integral part of her life, she never wished to relinquish. All right, no more tears. Naruto softly patted her back, offering comfort. After an indeterminate time, Hinata finally ceased her weeping, pulling away from his embrace. Though her eyes were still red, her spirits soared. It had been far too long since she felt such relief. Shall we share the cake? Naruto suggested, picking up the cake knife with a smile. Yes, this may very well have been the most delectable cake Hinata had ever tasted. the sweet cream intermingled with the fresh flavors of fruit. After finishing the cake, they continued to play in the room for a while, and soon it was late. Naruto was assigned to a guest room nearby, successfully securing his stay. The two little ones were undoubtedly delighted. The only one who seemed discontent was Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyuga. Ever since Naruto's arrival, he had remained secluded in his room, quietly observing the happenings next door. Did he owe his daughter something? This thought plagued him throughout the evening. While wandering outside, he noticed the children of commoners playing in the streets. Innocent and carefree at the tender age of 4, their smiles radiating joy. Yet, Hinata appeared strikingly different. She seemed devoid of such aspirations, engulfed in timidity and despondence, particularly after the passing of her mother. She had fallen into a despairing dead end, resembling a forsaken child. He wished to mold her into a competent heir, yet lacked the appropriate means, resorting instead to stern education, which yielded little progress. Naruto's unexpected appearance was a revelation, as was Hinata's remarkable transformation upon meeting him. Perhaps he had erred in his approach. "You rascal, I hope you treat Hinata better in the future," he sighed heavily. Glancing towards Naruto's room, his tone tinged with a hint of pleading. In that moment, he no longer felt like the clan leader of the Hyuga family or a formidable ninja on the battlefield. He was simply a father yearning for his daughter's happiness. The creaking of the wooden window disrupted the serene night. It was here. Naruto abruptly opened his eyes, aware that the ninja from the Cloud Village was poised to strike. What sort of predicament would they face if they dared to confront a Jinchuriki? With a smirk, he leapt through the window, positioning himself directly in front of the Cloud Ninja, who had just succeeded in his mission. "You are the Jinchuriki of the Leaf Village?" The leader of the Cloud Ninja was momentarily taken aback by Naruto's sudden appearance, but upon recognizing him, he was filled with exhilaration, realizing an unexpected opportunity had arisen. If he could capture both the heiress of the Hyuga clan and the Jinchuriki of the Leaf Village, what reward might the Raikage bestow upon him? Had the Raikage been present, he would undoubtedly have struck both the intruder and himself for having recruited such an inept individual. Did he solely value his hidden techniques without considering the opponent's intellect? Striking at the Hyuga clan was one thing. He was aware of their suspicious nature and was confident that, even if discovered, his assertive demeanor would avert significant repercussions. However, to lay hands on a Jinchuriki? Even if the legendary Sandaime Sarutobi were present, he would fight to the death to protect them. Such a being represented a standard of power akin to that of a Kage. How could they be easily relinquished? "You Cloud Ninja, I never expected to encounter you here. Release Hinata, or forfeit your life," Naruto declared, brandishing a shuriken. "You little brat, I can't believe you've delivered yourself right to me," the opponent retorted, launching himself forward in a blur to seize Naruto. Just as the Cloud Ninja believed he had succeeded, Naruto suddenly vanished. What? Shadow clone technique. The leader's alertness heightened as he realized this boy was not as simple as he appeared. Suddenly, 2 more Narutos emerged, attacking from the front and right flanks. "Stop this," he commanded, unleashing 2 bolts of electricity. As the current coursed through one of the Narutos, he dissipated, leaving only the fallen figure before him. "Got you now?" the leader thought, sensing that the remaining Naruto possessed chakra levels comparable to that of a genin. How could a mere 4-year-old have such chakra? He mused, astonished. However, as he attempted to seize the fallen figure, it transformed into a shattered wooden window frame. What? A substitution technique. The voice taunted from behind him, accompanied by a sudden, excruciating pain in his back. This arrogance and underestimation of his opponent had cost him dearly. "What manner of person are you?" The commotion drew the attention of the Hyuga family, and Hayashi Hyuga rushed out of his room, instantly spotting Naruto, who had just released a blue energy sphere, and the Cloud Ninja holding Hinata captive. Chapter 22. The Cloud Village's scheme exposed. Naruto himself was astonished at how swiftly the battle concluded. It had taken but a single blow to triumph. "Uncle Hayashi, this guy attempted to kidnap Hinata," he exclaimed, kicking the unconscious Cloud Ninja aside and lifting Hinata, who remained in a deep slumber due to some unknown substance. Fortunately, after studying under Tsunade for a time and reviewing her notes, he was able to perform a basic diagnosis and utilize the extraction technique to remove the sedative from her system. As the treatment concluded, Hinata slowly opened her eyes, bewildered to find herself in Naruto's arms. She distinctly remembered sleeping in her room. Why was she now outside? Why were Naruto and her father before her? The presence of her family members only deepened her confusion. Hayashi, however, did not allow her to dwell on these thoughts and instructed Hinata's cousin, Hanabi, to take her away. The Cloud Ninja's attempt to abduct Hinata was clearly aimed at acquiring the Byakugan, yet it was peculiar that the strength of the Raikage dispatched ninja felt rather inadequate. Possessing only hidden capabilities, easily bested by the 4-year-old Naruto. Had the unconscious Cloud Ninja been aware, he would have lamented, "I am still a Jounin. Hasn't the Leaf Village fallen into decline? How could this mere child possess such power? One blow, and I was defeated? What is this, bullying an old man?" Yet there was no time for curses. After treating the unconscious Cloud Ninja with a healing palm technique, Hayashi ordered for him to be taken away. The Hyuga clan, steeped in tradition, certainly possessed methods for interrogation. "Naruto, are you alright?" Hayashi inquired as the ninja was led away. Naruto was not only the Jinchuriki of the village, but also a benefactor to their family. "I'm fine, Uncle Hayashi." The Cloud Ninja's intentions may extend beyond merely kidnapping Hinata. Naruto replied. Their strength was not particularly remarkable among Jounin, and if their attempt to abduct Hinata had failed, they might have other plans. Hayashi nodded, having entertained similar suspicions. Surely, the higher-ups in the Leaf would not treat them so callously. Turning to his brother, Hizashi, who seemed to share his thoughts, he pondered the implications. "Naruto." Just then, Jiraiya appeared, embracing Naruto. He had been monitoring the Cloud Village's representatives outside their accommodations when he sensed something amiss. The leader had given off an odd impression, and he soon realized that the individual was merely a clone, while the real ninja had vanished unnoticed. He quickly dispatched to check on the situation in the village, ultimately discovering the unfolding events at the Hyuga residence. Upon realizing Naruto was there, he rushed over, relieved that no serious incident had occurred, though it had nearly given him a heart attack. Afterward, Hayashi instructed everyone to disperse, while he and Hizashi led Jiraiya and Naruto towards the interrogation room. On the road, Jiraiya inquired about Naruto's battle with the Cloud Ninja, and the other two were equally curious. Even Hinata Hayashi, who had emerged first, had only witnessed the final moments. "Well done, young lad. Your use of the shadow clone technique is commendable. Judging by this alone, you have already proven yourself as a competent genin. With the addition of your mastery of the Rasengan and Sage Arts, a Chunin rank is undoubtedly within your grasp. Who knows, as you grow older, you might even break Kakashi's record for the youngest Jounin." This sentiment was shared not only by Jiraiya but also reflected in the exchanged glances between Hayashi and Hizashi, both of whom could sense the excitement. Hayashi could surmise his brother's intentions. They were aimed at securing Hinata's future. However, he pondered more deeply. Could Naruto be the catalyst to challenge the traditions of the Hyuga clan? He had resigned himself to the role of a branch family member, dutifully safeguarding the main house and the Byakugan. Yet, as a father, he recognized his son Neji as the most gifted among the younger generation. Yet even he could not escape the shackles of fate. Hayashi had contemplated rebellion, but the mark of the caged bird inflicted unbearable pain. He dreaded the thought of his grandson facing a similar destiny. What if Neji and Naruto became friends? Perhaps his grandchildren could learn from Naruto, and even more audaciously, he could facilitate a union between Hinata and Naruto, directly altering their fates. While it was premature to voice such thoughts, after all, Naruto was only 4 years old, and the future remained uncertain. He allowed himself to dream of possibilities. Years later, when Hayashi would reflect on that fateful night, he would remember this very notion and often find himself smiling. When his granddaughter, returning home from school, would inquire about his smile, he would simply stroke her smooth forehead with his large hand and chuckle, saying it was nothing. Upon arriving at the dungeon, the personnel responsible had already completed the interrogation. Observing the Cloud Ninja, whose eyes had nearly lost their luster, Naruto shook his head. Regarding the man's plight, Naruto could only mutter, "Those who harm others ultimately harm themselves." However, this was an improvement from the original story, where he had been killed by Hayashi in 2 strikes. At least this man was still alive, one might say. "Clan leader, this is the result of the interrogation," the officer stated, handing a sheet of paper to Hayashi. After reading it, Hayashi's expression darkened. Although the text was somewhat fragmented and blurred, its meaning was clear. Raikage intended to seize the Byakugan, and if the abduction failed, they would resort to using a corpse to compel the 3rd Hokage to comply. With his understanding of the higher-ups in Konoha, he was certain this plan would succeed. Subsequently, Hayashi passed the information to the 3 beside him. Naruto, already aware of the outcome, displayed a subdued reaction, while Jiraiya, having seen too much of such events, had grown numb. The only one consumed by anger was Hisashi. He understood that should such an event transpire, the clan would never surrender Hayashi. They would only dispatch branch family members, and he was the most suitable candidate. Although he would feel resentment at that moment, he had no other choice, as the secrets of the Byakugan could not be divulged. But what would become of his son Niji? Sensing Hisashi's turmoil, Hayashi, as the elder brother, could offer no words of comfort, merely placing a hand on his shoulder in solidarity. Hisashi took a deep breath, placing his hand atop Hayashi's to signal that he was all right. Enough with the brotherly affection, Jiraiya interjected, glancing at the Cloud Ninja. This fellow is a ticking time bomb. Mishandling him could provide the Cloud Village with a pretext for aggression. Given the tendencies of Konoha's higher-ups, it would be the Hyuga clan that suffers the consequences. I have an idea that could resolve this situation, Naruto suddenly interjected, capturing the attention of the three. Naruto, are you suggesting? Jiraiya began, a hint of concern creeping into his voice, knowing this would thrust him into the spotlight between two villages. Don't worry, Gramps. They wouldn't dare touch me. After all, if the Nine-Tails power goes awry, it would be detrimental for everyone. Naruto's plan was straightforward. Utilize his identity as a Jinchuriki to shift the blame onto the Cloud Village. Not many within the Hyuga clan were aware of him, but the Cloud Village had appeared here at night, and he had already knocked one of them unconscious. It would suffice to act again. He then outlined his strategy to the three, whispering a few words in Jiraiya's ear before stepping into the interrogation room, dragging the unfortunate fellow out. Hisashi wished to voice his concerns, but was halted by Hayashi. They both understood that the Hyuga clan owed Naruto a significant favor. Naruto, can you truly control this? Jiraiya asked with trepidation. Earlier, Naruto had mentioned having met the Nine-Tails and intended to borrow some chakra for better execution of his plan. Trust me, Gramps. The Nine-Tails isn't so bad, and that seal isn't as simplistic as it appears. My parents left me contingency plans. Even if the Nine-Tails were to go berserk, it wouldn't be able to escape. Naruto was well aware of the dual safeguards left by Minato and Kushina. Otherwise, he would have hesitated to approach so recklessly. Once outside, Naruto closed his eyes, while Jiraiya discreetly exited the Hyuga estate, hoping the commotion had gone unnoticed by the Umbu. For executing his plan would not be easy otherwise. He effortlessly entered the ceiling space, and the Nine-Tails, curious about Naruto's sudden visit, wondered if this was some kind of vacation spot, considering how easily he had gained access. Kurama, I need your assistance, Naruto stated without preamble, revealing the purpose of his visit. My assistance? Why would I offer that? Kurama responded with evident confusion. Although sealed here and cut off from the outside world, he could still sense the surroundings, and this was not a time of immediate danger. Yes, I require a bit of your chakra. Not much, just a small amount for show. Why would I lend you my chakra? Kurama shook his head in resignation. Consider it rent for your stay here. You are sheltered from rain and wind. Hurry, or if I have to take matters into my own hands, you won't like the outcome. You little brat, fine, but I have a condition. What condition? Naruto inquired. As long as it didn't involve releasing him immediately. Rest assured, I'm not foolish enough to leave before you retrieve my other half. The condition is simple. Since you can enter here so easily, you must come back every day for a month to keep me company. Just to talk? Naruto was taken aback by the simplicity of the request. Yes, that's all. Kurama turned away, concealing his slightly reddened cheeks. Although hidden by his fur, it was still apparent. Who would be locked up for 4 years without anyone to converse with? Anyone would go mad. It was only because Kurama had experienced being confined before that it remained relatively unaffected. Yet, even so, boredom must have been a burden. And this intriguing child had piqued his interest. He hadn't encountered someone so captivating for decades. You must be lonely, Naruto teased, unable to suppress a smile. That smile only deepened Kurama's embarrassment. Being teased by a 4-year-old was mortifying. Enough with the chatter. Here's your chakra. Now get the hell out of here. Starting tomorrow, we proceed with this arrangement. A small orb of chakra flew towards Naruto, and with a powerful exhale, Kurama sent him flying out. Why be angry? If one feels lonely, one should simply express that loneliness. I nearly felt my soul take flight. Naruto chuckled and shook his head, but soon his expression turned icy. After all, this was his first experience with such a grave matter. Even in his previous life, he had never harmed a single chicken, let alone in this life, where he was merely 4 years old. Feeling the chakra accumulating in his right hand, Naruto hesitated before moving it. Instead, he grasped the back of his opponent's hand with his left, guiding them to pick up a kunai. and stab it forcefully into himself. The pain was intense. As blood flowed, several wounds appeared on his body, some even deep enough to expose bone. From the shadows, Hinata Hizashi and others watched, feeling a mix of satisfaction and sorrow. After all, this was a mere child, and this blood was shed for their Hyuga clan. Once he felt it was sufficient, a massive Rasengan materialized in his right hand. Perhaps it was due to the infusion of Ninetail's chakra. But this Rasengan was not only large, but also bore a hint of red. Taking a deep breath, Naruto directly slammed the Rasengan into his opponent's back. The new injuries compounding the old, ultimately leading to the death of the Cloud Ninja. This should suffice. Naruto controlled the remnants of the Ninetail's chakra within him, lightly covering himself with it, serving as the final layer of protection for his plan. Overwhelmed by blood loss and a burning sensation coursing through his body, he succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Hayashi rushed out of the room in a panic to assess the situation. Jiraiya also hurriedly arrived, kicking aside the corpse and dispelling the Ninetail's chakra enveloping Naruto. Thankfully, all was well. The Ninetails had not gone out of control. Subsequently, Hizashi dispatched someone to summon Sarutobi Hiruzen, as this performance's success hinged on the participation of a crucial actor, one who was entirely unaware of the script or plot. When Hiruzen received the news, he was momentarily stunned. What did you say? The representative from the Hidden Cloud Village attempted to abduct Naruto, and the Ninetails nearly went berserk? Yes, but Lord Jiraiya managed to subdue it. The Cloud Ninja is dead. What about Naruto? How is he? Where is he? He could not afford to worry about the Hidden Cloud Village's affairs. Naruto's safety was paramount. Although Jiraiya had regained control, caution was still necessary. Any further mishap would be unbearable for the village, especially after the horrors of the Ninetails' attack. When Hiruzen hurriedly arrived at the Konoha hospital and assessed Naruto's condition, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hizashi, please elaborate on the situation. Hiruzen was aware of Naruto's connection to Hinata, so he felt no surprise at his presence in the Hyuga clan's territory. He simply wanted to understand the details of the incident. Yes, Hokage-sama. The situation unfolded as follows. Hizashi recounted the events he had witnessed, having mentally rehearsed them multiple times and having briefed his family, ensuring there were no discrepancies. After hearing Hizashi's account, Hiruzen instructed him to take good care of Naruto before departing. However, upon seeing the inky darkness of Naruto's face, those present understood that the ruse had succeeded. Chapter 24. A personal sacrifice. When Naruto awoke, it was already the following day. Warm sunlight streamed into the hospital room, dispelling the chill of winter. Naruto-kun, you're awake. Upon seeing him open his eyes, Hinata felt immense joy but could not hold back her tears. Her father had informed her of the previous day's events. The Cloud Ninja's true target had been her, and it was Naruto who had saved her. Simultaneously, her father had instructed her to keep this matter confidential. Although she had promised to do so, upon seeing Naruto awake, she could no longer contain herself and burst into tears while embracing him. It's all right, I'm fine. Naruto gently patted her back, offering comfort. The doctor who had been monitoring the situation assumed their emotional display was merely a sign of their close friendship and marveled at their bond. Fortunately, Hinata remembered her father's words. She only cried without revealing any further details. When Hizashi entered the room, he found Naruto holding Hinata. Although he had come to accept Naruto, he still felt a pang of discomfort and allowed his companion Hayashi to enter first while he stepped aside to compose himself. Seeing his brother's demeanor, Hayashi felt elated. Ever since Naruto had befriended Hinata, he frequently witnessed this display of affection. Though it may not have been appropriate, he couldn't help but feel pleased. Hello, Naruto. Do you feel better now? After entering, he dismissed the doctor and began conversing with Naruto. Uncle Hayashi. Upon noticing a familiar face, Naruto greeted him and gently patted Hinata's shoulder, signaling her to acknowledge their visitor. Uncle Hayashi. Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson as she remained nestled in Naruto's embrace, radiating warmth as though she had just emerged from a steamer. Has Hinata developed feelings for this boy? That would be a good thing, Hayashi teased, unable to resist. Indeed, it's quite effective. Her face is even redder now, and her neck is beginning to blush as well. Uncle Hayashi. All right, enough teasing. Your father is outside. You should go find him. Hearing this, Hinata dashed out, needing a moment to collect herself lest she succumb to her own emotions. Naruto, thank you for what you did. If it weren't for you, the Hyuga clan might have faced disaster. According to the clan leader, If you ever require assistance in the future, the Hyuga clan will undoubtedly stand as your unwavering support. Moreover, regarding your relationship with Hinata, there will be no further obstacles. The clan leader had already conferred with Jiraiya, and soon they would arrange a betrothal for the two of you. As Naruto attentively listened to the preceding details, he was taken aback by the latter statement. What? A betrothal? Are you serious? Oh, you've just awakened and are still unaware. The clan leader has already discussed your engagement with Lord Jiraiya. While it may be premature, they decided on a betrothal, and once you both come of age, you will marry. Naruto was left bewildered by this revelation. Jiraiya agreed? I've inadvertently entangled myself in this. The Hyuga clan was indeed a prestigious family. How could they so hastily promise their daughter in marriage? He currently held no significant standing. His only support was perhaps Jiraiya. If only Minato were still around, he wouldn't find it so concerning. However, as an orphan, despite being the Hokage's descendant, what could that truly afford him? At most, he would receive some respect, but could the conservative elders of the Hyuga clan truly agree? What? Do you lack confidence in yourself? Hayashi discerned Naruto's thoughts with a single glance. Uncle Hayashi, the key point is that we are both far too young, and this seems somewhat unfair to Hinata. Haha, now you're feeling shy? What happened to your indifference when you whisked Hinata away? Hayashi chuckled, teasing Naruto. Regardless, both families have consented, and Lord Jiraiya is satisfied, so you can't escape this. By the way, Hinata is aware of this too. Hinata knows? Yes. She was present during the discussions this morning, and her opinion was sought. Do you think the clan leader would easily agree otherwise? Although he typically maintains a strict demeanor with his daughter, what father does not love his own child? Well, it seems I have truly entangled myself this time. What surprised him the most was that Hinata readily agreed without hesitation. Shouldn't there be a phase of secret admiration before confessing? Had she already made up her mind? The truth was indeed so. Hinata had undergone a significant transformation, largely influenced by Naruto. Although she had not entirely shed her timid nature, the moment they first met, when he told her she could be brave, he planted a seed within her. With each conversation thereafter, Naruto encouraged her, gradually instilling in her a sense of determination. Coupled with Naruto's recent rescue and his kindness towards the Hyuga clan, Hinata had come to regard her first friend as a lifelong companion. As for her father's mention of a betrothal, she believed it to be the best course of action. Naruto interjected, "My lady, a lifelong friend is not interpreted in this manner." Regardless, the matter had been decided rather hastily. When Hyuga Hizashi entered the hospital room with Hinata, Jiraiya simultaneously appeared at the window. They discussed how their youth was not a hindrance, and that they should solidify the engagement first. Ultimately, Naruto resigned himself to the situation, as he felt he had nothing to lose. While the group appeared elated, there was no sign of joy at the Hokage building. The entire structure had been sealed off by the Umbu, and visitors from the Cloud Village were being restrained. Hizashi, what is happening? Why have you detained the visitors from the Cloud Village? Are you aware of the repercussions this may bring to Konoha? Tsunade hurriedly entered the Hokage building and immediately questioned Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, Konoha was no longer the Konoha of old. If they were to antagonize the Cloud Village now, the consequences could be unimaginable. Midogate followed closely behind, but remained silent, knowing that Hiruzen must have his reasons for such actions, as even the most ordinary individual would understand the implications. Tsunade, remember, I am the Hokage, Hiruzen asserted, feeling a twinge of doubt about whether he had been too lenient with them in the past, or if he had indeed appeared weak over the years, allowing anyone to speak freely. I am also concerned for Konoha. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback by Hiruzen's outburst. He had changed recently, a point that Mito had reminded her of earlier. Yet, in her haste upon hearing of the Cloud Village's detainment, she had momentarily forgotten this. Let this be the last time. I will explain the reasons behind the detainment of the Cloud Village visitors, and coincidentally, Danzo is here as well. At that moment, Tsunade noticed Danzo, his expression grim, waiting nearby, arriving earlier than expected. Last night, Naruto was nearly kidnapped by individuals from the Cloud Village. What? Chapter 25. The frustrated Raikage. This cannot be true. The Cloud Village must have been unaware of these events. Yet the facts were undeniable. Currently, Naruto lay in the hospital, marked by the chakra of the Nine Tails. Had Jiraiya not arrived in time, things could have escalated dramatically. Tsunade wished to say more, but was interrupted by Hiruzen. Taking a deep breath, seemingly realizing his tone was too harsh, he calmed his demeanor. Initially, I believed they wouldn't resort to such actions, but here we are. The kunai wielded by the Cloud Village ninja bore only Naruto's blood, and the doctors have confirmed that kunai injured him. As Hiruzen's words concluded, even those present who had doubts could not help but believe. After all, Naruto's injury was genuine, and the Cloud Ninja's presence in the Hyuga household was also a reality. Was further evidence necessary? Why did the Cloud Ninja target him, the Jinchuriki? This situation not only affected the village's future strength, but also the influence of the Nine Tails on the village. Fortunately, Jiraiya's intervention had averted disaster. Had he arrived any later, the Nine Tails might have consumed Naruto, leading to another Night of the Nine Tails. Who would then intervene? Last time, Minato had sacrificed everything to prevent it. What about this time? Would the Hokage have to risk his life again? And if so, who would safeguard the village? Danzo? Perhaps it would be better not to consider it. Not to mention his current influence within the village. The implications of his relationship with the daimyo could lead Konoha to become the second Tsunagakure. Deprived of the daimyo's support and forced to adopt an elite-only approach, what would become of the clans behind them? They had benefited greatly from their positions over the years. If they truly adopted an elite approach without support, their family's prospects would stagnate. What shall we do? The war had only recently concluded, and with their current strength, they were ill-equipped to confront the Cloud Village. The outcome would be dire. Mito's words plunged everyone into deep contemplation. The impact of the Ninja World War and the Night of the Nine Tails had left Konoha's current strength insufficient to confront the Cloud Village. The repercussions were predictable. No, I do not believe the Raikage will initiate this war. Even if he does, it will not be on a grand scale, likely just a series of minor provocations. Hiruzen was the first to break the oppressive silence. Indeed, since they were the aggressors, a firm stance should help us avert war. Danzo, who had remained silent until now, also spoke up. Is it truly as simple as that? Tsunade voiced her concerns. It should be manageable. Our immediate course of action is to release the information. Questioning the Cloud Village's attack on our Jinchuriki during the signing of the alliance, attempting to recreate the Night of the Nine Tails. Mito's strategy was astute. After all, only the people of Konoha understood the pain of that night. Though Naruto's identity had been revealed, the underlying resentment lingered. By openly showcasing their suffering, they could unify the villagers. Even if the Raikage sought to assault Konoha, he would likely refrain from prolonged aggression, given that they had instigated the conflict first. Should casualties mount during the war, the Raikage's reputation would inevitably suffer, leading to significant dissent within the village, causing him considerable concern. Therefore, I am confident he will not launch a large-scale war. It must be said, the older one becomes, the sharper one's mind grows. Mito's subtle maneuvering would undoubtedly evoke discomfort for the Raikage. Even in his anger, he would have to consider the village's welfare. After listening, the group nodded in agreement with this plan. Soon, an announcement drafted by the Hokage was affixed to the village's notice board, while a small team departed with a letter destined for the Cloud Village. Upon seeing the newly posted document, Konoha erupted with fervor. Many had personally experienced the horrors of the Night of the Nine Tails 4 years prior. The memories of collapsing homes and lost loved ones were still vivid. The Cloud Village, for its own sake, sought to subject Konoha to such suffering once more. Was this not pushing them toward destruction? Having just emerged from the Ninja World War, what exactly did the Cloud Village intend? The village's sentiments converged. The resolve to protect Konoha surged to its zenith. When the Raikage received the news, he was left in a state of shock. Raikage-sama, a delegation from the village is inquiring whether the allegations against Konoha's Jinchuriki are true. After all, it has only been a few years since the Third Ninja World War ended, and the village's sentiments are still volatile. Initiating a Fourth Ninja World War is ill-timed. A figure clad in a dark cloak approached, carrying a stack of documents, her tone urgent. As the secretary to the Fourth Raikage, she prided herself on her understanding of him, yet this maneuver was beyond her expectations. Bang! Raikage remained silent, directly smashing his desk to pieces. When asked, he felt the urge to interrogate others instead. His singular focus was to unearth that wretched individual and confront him, followed by obliterating him. Was this truly the nature of his orders? To capture Hinata Hyuga, only to nearly ensnare the Jinchuriki of Konoha instead? Did he not grasp the turmoil enveloping the Hidden Leaf village? Whispers circulated outside, suggesting he intended to reignite the Night of the Nine Tails. This immense burden left him gasping for breath. Although the strength of the Cloud Village had surpassed that of Konoha, any war between the two would invite other villages to seize the opportunity and take a bite out of the conflict. Konoha was on the brink of a nationwide resistance. Could the Cloud Village afford such a luxury? Clearly not, as they had suffered tremendous losses in the last war, and the Third Reikage had perished in that conflict. He needed to amass strength to seek vengeance against the Rock Village. Thus, the Cloud Village could not engage in war with Konoha at this juncture. Masaki, issue a statement declaring that the actions of the ninja sent to Konoha were entirely voluntary, stemming from grievances established during the last war. This time, under the guise of signing an alliance with Konoha, they contravened the Reikage's orders. In light of this, the Cloud Village has resolved to compensate the injured Jinchuriki of Konoha, hoping that the alliance between our villages remains unaffected. After hearing this, Masaki recognized that this was the most prudent course of action, as rekindling war was not an option. It was merely the sacrifice of an inconspicuous jonin. Very well. I shall attend to this at once. With that, he exited, leaving Reikage alone in the office. Useless. Once Masaki departed, Reikage began to smash everything within reach. Venting his inner fury, you all stay alert. Ensure no one disturbs Lord Reikage. Once silence reigns within, replace all the office supplies from the warehouse. As Masaki stepped out, he reminded the guards, mindful of the Reikage's temperament. Not having resorted to violence was already a mark of restraint. It was merely a matter of office supplies. After all, they could afford it. Little did he realize that this very thought would soon bring him considerable trouble. Chapter 26. Arrival of Tsunade. After several days of recuperation in the hospital, Naruto finally emerged. The outside world felt invigorating. He had no desire to return to the confines of a hospital bed. Stretching out on the street, he felt his wounds had already healed the following day. But Hinata and Jiraiya insisted he rest a few more days. The injuries had been self-inflicted, and he had managed the force well enough to avoid serious harm. However, he could not resist their insistence, leading to his discharge only today. Look at you, taking advantage while complaining. That lovely girl from the Hyuga family cared for you daily. And even Dr. Ski was bustling about attending to you. I'm quite envious. Jiraiya teased, ruffling Naruto's hair. And you dare to complain? He has been nearly exhausted with village matters. How about we swap roles? Let me enjoy the luxury of being pampered. By the way, we should visit the Hyuga family the day after tomorrow. Let us pick out a gift together in the afternoon. Why not go tomorrow instead? What is the rush? Tomorrow 1T work. I have matters to attend to. You must accompany me, as it primarily concerns you. Concerning me? What is it? You'll find out when we arrive. Now, let us head home for a meal. I'm starving. With that, Jiraiya hoisted Naruto and dashed home, clearly ravenous. Upon returning home, Jiraiya immediately headed for the kitchen while Naruto began sorting through the compensation sent by the Cloud Village. It was evident that the Cloud Village had provided quite generously. The Third Reikage had scarcely scrutinized it before sending everything directly to Naruto's home. The monetary compensation alone amounted to 500,000, alongside numerous medicinal herbs. Perhaps due to Naruto's youth, the ninja tools were limited, consisting of only 10 explosive tags and a few exquisitely crafted shuriken. As he examined the quality, he found it rather impressive, though they resembled more of art pieces than practical tools. Reflecting on his hospital stay, he noted that his friendship points with Hinata seemed to have increased. Curious to see how many he had accumulated, he checked to see if he had reached the threshold for another lottery draw. System, open friend panel 1. Friend 1, Hinata. Friendship points, 18. Every 10 points grants 1 lottery opportunity, maximum of 30 points, just 2 points shy of another draw. He wondered what he would obtain this time. Furthermore, he pondered what would happen once his friendship points reached 30. With his current system limited to 3 friends. Did this mean he could only secure 12 lottery opportunities aside from occasional gifts? He had previously inquired about this but received no response. Much like dealing with an offline game devoid of customer support. Well, one step at a time. Jiraiya, why did you purchase so much alcohol? After organizing his belongings, Naruto suddenly discovered an entire wall of liquor in the storage room. Are you planning to drink yourself into oblivion? Those are for enjoying with friends. Jiraiya replied distractedly while cooking. Friends? Indeed, old friends. Upon hearing this, Naruto felt a realization dawn upon him. Was he to meet that woman tomorrow? But why had she returned now? The third Hokage was alive and well. She wasn't he returning to assume the mantle of Hokage, was she? Never mind. I'll find out the specifics tomorrow. That evening, in the ceiling space. Kid, you're a bit tardy today. Kurama expressed his displeasure upon Naruto's arrival. What is the rush? It's only a few minutes late. You've lived for so long. Yet you're fussing over such trivialities. How dare you say that? Kurama retorted, agitated. Yesterday, we were delving into an exciting part of the story, and now you're late again. Do you understand what this signifies? It's disrespectful to the readers. His lament was so intense that one might think he had been grievously wronged. If you keep this up, I won't narrate today, nor tomorrow. We'll just sit here staring at each other. Please, don't. I was wrong. Hurry and continue. I'm eager to know whether Tang Sung managed to drive Sun Wukong away. Seeing Kurama's desperate demeanor, Naruto leisurely approached the table formed from chakra and struck a gavel to call for order. A few days prior, he had promised to come here and chat. Yet conversations inevitably reached their conclusion. To avoid any awkward silences in the future, Naruto began recounting a classic tale from his previous life, one of the 4 great novels. Much to Kurama's delight. Thus, Naruto set a rule: 2 hours of storytelling each day, for anything more would tire him. He was grateful for the times his grandfather had taken him to hear these tales. Otherwise, he would struggle to recount them well. Time swiftly passed. And on the following day, Jiraiya took Naruto to a barbecue restaurant in Konoha, where he immediately spotted a familiar figure. Her. Tsunade-sama, you mustn't drink anymore. Jiraiya-sama hasn't arrived yet, and you'll be drunk before he gets here. Leave me be. I'm just getting started. Once Jiraiya arrives, I'll drink him under the table. Do you believe it? But we have matters to discuss, and being intoxicated is hardly advisable. Moreover, we are in the village. Is it wise to overindulge? Bah, he is merely a talented kid. At this moment, Shizune was at her wit's end. Hadn't she been curious about that boy when they arrived? Now, upon seeing her with alcohol, she regretted not being more assertive earlier in preventing Tsunade from drinking. Now, faced with this situation, how would she explain it to Jiraiya? Witnessing this scene, Jiraiya's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Indeed, Tsunade's presence here is a direct result of his summons. And the underlying reason can be traced back to Naruto. Ski has specifically informed her of Naruto's unparalleled medical talents, which are truly exceptional. She lacks both the capability and the qualification to assume the role of his mentor in the medical arts. What was initially a joyous occasion has transformed into a source of concern. While he was still pondering who could potentially teach Naruto, the thought of Tsunade suddenly crossed his mind. After all, she is also a medical ninja of considerable strength, and if Naruto were to become her disciple, it would provide him with a safeguard. This young man has a penchant for trouble that is somewhat overwhelming. Should any incidents arise in the future, he may not be able to manage them alone. With Tsunade's involvement, it would certainly ease the burden. Thus, he began his quest to locate information about Tsunade. He lamented Jiraiya's good fortune, as Tsunade happened to be at a casino in the Land of Fire during this time. He hastily sent her a letter, detailing Naruto's talents and the village's current circumstances. After all, merely having a gifted disciple might not be sufficient to convince Tsunade to stay. The village's declining status could sway her decision. As it turned out, his gamble paid off, as Tsunade promptly replied, stating she would return soon to meet Naruto. Of course, Jiraiya had to part with a significant sum of money to facilitate this arrangement, with no assurance of repayment. Chapter 27. Enraging Tsunade. Lord Jiraiya, you have arrived. Ino exclaimed upon seeing him, as if he were a savior. Jiraiya, you are here. Come, let me see the disciple you found for me. Tsunade lifted her gaze to greet Jiraiya, her eyes quickly landing on Naruto trailing behind him. You. Jiraiya gazed at the already tipsy Tsunade, unable to suppress a grimace. What had possessed him to think she could be Naruto's mentor when she was nearly drowning in alcohol? Sister, this is your first encounter with a junior. Could you not display such erratic behavior? Do you know what others say about the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha? She continued. Hurry up. Do you want to pay your respects to your master, or must I personally come and ask you? With a glance back at Naruto, Tsunade pounded the table like a petulant child, her irritation palpable. Naruto, come here for a moment. Jiraiya, feeling increasingly exasperated, rubbed his forehead and urged Naruto to step forward. I heard you have mastered the sage technique in just a few days and that you possess medical ninjutsu as well. I haven't been learning for long. Aside from the sage technique, I've only managed to grasp the healing extraction technique, Naruto replied. 1 advanced ninjutsu and 1 medical technique mastered in such a brief period. His talents truly matched Jiraiya's claims. What do you think? Would you like to become my apprentice? Tsunade inquired, nodding in satisfaction while sipping her drink. Hearing this, Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. They were finally on the right track. The next step was to devise a strategy to ensure Tsunade remained. and with her connection to Naruto, he believed it would not be a significant challenge. However, he was unprepared for the words that Naruto would utter next, which nearly sent him into a panic. Forget it. It would be better to find someone undefeated. Am I supposed to live like Sister Ino, enduring hardships while watching you squander money? When it comes to spending, there's nothing left. As he spoke, Naruto offered Ino a piece of grilled meat. He was aware of Tsunade's reputation as a gambling addict. In the anime he had seen in his past life, she was often depicted as a compulsive gambler, with Ino trailing behind her like a loyal attendant, clutching an almost empty purse and wearing a sorrowful expression. Seeing them now, he felt the reality was even more dismal. He wished to tell Tsunade that while she might find comfort in gambling, she seemed utterly indifferent to those around her. The sound of a glass crashing against the table drew the attention of all three, with Tsunade glaring furiously at Naruto. Ino looked on in astonishment tinged with gratitude, while Jiraiya appeared somewhat dazed, realizing the gravity of the situation. If Tsunade unleashed her fury, the entire street would not be enough to contain her wrath. What did you say, you brat? It had been quite some time since anyone had dared to speak to her in such a manner, and now she had encountered someone unafraid of her. Her temper flared dramatically. And no, Naruto was merely joking. Please, your grace, do not be angry with the child. Is the drink insufficient? Today, I shall treat you. Jiraiya quickly interjected, placing himself defensively in front of Tsunade, knowing that even if his child caused a significant disaster, he would have to endure the consequences. I won't hold it against a mere child. But if you speak like this again, even if the Hokage himself stands before you, I shall give you a thorough beating. Tsunade commanded. Ino, eat up. Once you finish, we shall leave and enjoy some freedom outside. Upon hearing her words, Jiraiya realized their chances were dwindling, but he felt powerless to change the outcome. Grandfather Jiraiya, I speak the truth. She is indeed unfit to be a teacher. It would be best for her to continue as a gambler. For the Senju clan will surely die out with her generation. Naruto remarked, swallowing a piece of meat. Grandfather, can we refrain from such remarks? If you keep this up, I might be the one to suffer. You little brat, today I will have to tear your mouth apart. Tsunade could no longer contain her irritation. She was not known for her patience, and even with Jiraiya's attempts to intervene, she was determined to make Naruto pay. Naruto, run! Jiraiya shouted as he seized Ino by the collar and leaped away. Naruto had no intention of facing her wrath head-on, and had already utilized the substitution technique to escape. With a resounding crash, Tsunade smashed her hand against the table, leaving only an intact chair behind. You little brat, don't run, Tsunade shouted after Naruto, propelling herself into pursuit. Once outside, she managed to rein in her strength, mindful that this was Konoha's property, and any destruction would weigh heavily on her conscience. Naruto, fully aware of this, led her through areas densely populated with shops, hoping to limit her ability to unleash her energy. You better not catch me, or I will break your legs. Tsunade's threats echoed as she chased after him, her frustration mounting. Old lady, if you want to hit me, you'd better catch up first, otherwise, my words will remain unchanged. You are the disgrace of the Senju clan. You insufferable brat. Tsunade's anger intensified, yet she felt a peculiar sense of restraint. She continued to channel chakra, increasing her speed. Finally, the distance between them began to diminish. You little brat. There's nowhere left to run, Tsunade declared, throwing a punch that sent Naruto flying several meters away. Let us see if your tongue remains as sharp. What she thought would be a decisive blow turned out to be a mere clone. The figure that flew away dissipated into a cloud of smoke. After all this time chasing, you didn't even realize you were pursuing a clone. I wonder if you've truly aged, Tsunade. A familiar voice echoed from a rooftop in the distance, where Naruto stood, enjoying the view. Curse you, don't run, Tsunade shouted, pursuing him once more, determined to teach him a lesson. Only a fool would not run. Let us see if you can catch me, he retorted, and they plunged into another round of chase. However, as Naruto rounded a corner, a fist the size of a cauldron met him head-on, sending him flying once more. Did you think I wouldn't notice the chakra of your clone? After waiting for so long, your true self won't escape this time. Another Tsunade emerged from the shadows, revealing that she too had used a clone. Cough, cough, you pack quite a punch. But how can you be sure that I am not a clone as well? After finishing his words, Naruto's figure vanished once more. Ha ha ha. The chakra of the clones is not uncontrollable. It seems that the legendary Tsunade-sama is not as formidable as rumored. A familiar voice echoed, accompanied by a familiar iron fist, as yet another apparition of Tsunade emerged. Jiraiya observed the unfolding scene from a distance, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Are you two playing nesting dolls? Chapter 28. Scolding Tsunade, it was evident that yet another clone had been sent flying. What a cunning little rascal. Tsunade never anticipated that Naruto possessed so many clones, layered upon each other. Despite having split into 2 clones herself, she was still deceived by him. Jiraiya? Where did that brat go? Speak up. Tsunade hastily approached Jiraiya, who had been monitoring the situation from behind. She was eager to put an end to this little troublemaker. Quickly tell me. He's already outside the village, Jiraiya said, pointing cautiously in a direction, fearful of inciting the wrath of this ferocious dragon. You little rascal, just where do you think you're running off to? Upon discerning the direction, Tsunade leapt away from the scene, heading towards the outskirts of the village. What were you thinking, provoking her? I have to tread carefully around her. This is disastrous. Jiraiya shook his head and hurried after her, determined to prevent any destruction. Outside the village, in the woods, Naruto sat atop a rock, fiddling with a kunai. I must say, the craftsmanship from the Hidden Cloud village is quite remarkable. The feel, design, and materials are all of a high caliber. Just as he raised the kunai above his head for a better look, a sudden wave of pressure surged forth, shattering the rock beneath him. Had he not jumped swiftly, the consequences would have been dire. To think you found me so quickly, Aunt Tsunade, he remarked, landing steadily atop a large tree while gazing down at him with a smile. You'd best apologize quickly, or even if you are the descendant of Minato, I shall make you acquainted with the sensation of having every bone in your body broken. With her fists raised, Tsunade had transformed into a veritable human wrecking ball. You little brat, let me tell you, a drunken woman is not to be trifled with. Why are you so irate? Look at this beautiful forest. Such fury will only obscure its splendor. Naruto, seemingly indifferent to her words, raised his heel and gazed into the distance, as if genuinely out for a leisurely stroll. Appreciating the scenery. You little brat. With an enraged shout, Tsunade swung a fist, demolishing the very tree upon which he stood. Such volatility, it truly ruins the view. Leaping to another tree, Naruto shook his head and brandished the kunai once more, charging toward her. What is this? Do you wish to engage in combat? Very well. Your skills in evasion are commendable, but now let me witness your true power. As Tsunade prepared to meet Naruto's charge, he suddenly twisted his body, narrowly dodging her punch. Ah, you little trickster, Tsunade exclaimed as they parted ways. To her astonishment, Naruto did not intend to attack. Instead, he swiftly cut his own palm with the kunai, splattering his blood across her face. In an instant, her hemophobia flared, rendering her body weak and her reactions sluggish, causing her to sit on the ground. Recognizing that she no longer posed a threat, Naruto approached her. The Senju clan of yore was once so glorious, having clashed with the Uchiha clan for over a millennium. 1,000 years have passed, and countless families have risen and fallen, yet the glory of both clans endures. However, a millennium later, although the Uchiha clan remains a prominent family in Konoha, it finds itself in a precarious situation. Despite this, they still thrive. Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi are acknowledged geniuses, while the Senju clan. At this juncture, Naruto paused, lifting Tsunade's chin with his finger and shaking his head. You are the last remaining heir. And as a medical ninja, you still fear something so commonplace as blood. Alas, the Senju clan has ultimately perished at your hands. You insolent brat. The fate of the Senju clan was determined by my grandfather and great-grandfather, Tsunade retorted, unable to suppress her defiance. But beyond that, she was powerless. Is that so? Is it truly the will of the first and second Hokage, or merely your own? Their intent was to prevent the Senju clan from influencing the Hokage. Yet what has truly led to its extinction is you, Tsunade. Now, though you still command attention, what will happen when you grow older? Who will remember the Senju clan when you finally close your eyes? No one will recall. Even if they do, it will only be the first and second Hokage, noted for their minimal contributions. Perhaps in a century, descendants may discover in records that these two hailed from the Senju clan. Have you ever pondered how future generations will perceive you? I suspect they will write, Tsunade, the last of the Senju clan, granddaughter of the first Hokage, abandoned Konoha entirely due to the deaths of 2 individuals, wandering with her disciple, consumed by gambling, accruing vast debts, ultimately perishing in destitution. You speak nonsense. Nonsense. On what grounds do you accuse me of such? After the deaths of Hashirama and Tobirama, why did you not take a moment to reflect on your own state? Were they the only ones to suffer loss? The Third Great Ninja War brought tears to countless families in Konoha. How many souls never returned? Don't tell me you were oblivious to this. Brothers, parents, loved ones, all gone. Should we say they too could simply walk away? My parents perished while guarding the village. From that moment, I have been utterly alone. No kin, no friends, and living has become a daunting challenge. Should I then leave the village as well? After uttering these words, Naruto seemed utterly drained, collapsing onto the ground. After all, Tsunade was one of the legendary three, even with his enhanced abilities from the system and Jiraiya's training. He could not hope to match her. He had expended all his chakra, and had Tsunade not feared blood, he truly did not know if he would have survived this encounter. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a warm glow upon the ground and enveloping the two of them. Tsunade appeared to have been thoroughly persuaded, sitting quietly on the ground with a dazed expression. Even after her hemophobia had ceased, her body remained unresponsive. Tsunade, Naruto, are you both all right? Jiraiya finally arrived, rushing over to the two sprawled on the ground. Grandpa Jiraiya, I'm tired, please take me home. Since she was unwilling to return, he could let her enjoy herself outside. After all, she no longer seemed to care for the village. It mattered not whether she was there or not. Upon seeing Jiraiya approach, Naruto mustered a bit of strength to speak. Jiraiya observed the state of both individuals and could only shake his head in helplessness. Why has this become increasingly complicated? Chapter 29. Tsunade's welfare. Who says I do not wish to return? Tsunade's voice resonated through the forest, startling numerous birds into flight. Tsunade, Jiraiya exclaimed, taken aback as he saw her rise to her feet, quickly processing her statement. Did it imply that she was reconsidering her return? Enough. Konoha is my grandfather's legacy and my home. Since the village is in trouble, why should I not return? Humph, you little brat. Since today is for the sake of Konoha, I'll let it slide. But next time, if you dare speak so venomously again, I shall tear your mouth apart, Tsunade declared, striding towards the village. To think that I, an adult, was schooled by a mere 4-year-old. How utterly humiliating. Wait for me, Tsunade. It's wonderful that you're back. There is so much to attend to in the village, and Naruto's talent is truly remarkable. You will undoubtedly have a splendid disciple, Jiraiya exclaimed, hastily following her. Tsunade glanced at the unconscious figure in Jiraiya's arms and smirked slightly. I hope this kid is all right. When Naruto opened his eyes again, it was already afternoon. Glancing around the familiar room, it was clear that Jiraiya had brought him back, but he wondered how Tsunade was faring. Before losing consciousness, he thought he heard her say something, perhaps a reprimand? It matters not. I have said all I needed to say, and whether she stays or leaves is irrelevant. Feeling a pang of hunger, he pushed open the door to the living room in search of something to eat. Jiraiya, do you have any food? I'm starving. What are you doing here? Upon entering the living room, he intended to find something to eat, but was taken aback by the sight of a familiar figure sprawled on the sofa, surrounded by remnants of snacks. Her attire was exceedingly casual, a loose bathrobe that, due to her sleeping position, failed to conceal much, revealing more than he could ever wish to see. Ugh, you little brat, why are you shouting? You woke me up. Tsunade mumbled, rubbing her eyes and stretching. Unfortunately, her already loose bath towel could no longer maintain its modesty. Put on some clothes. Don't you have any sense of decency? She exclaimed, tossing a garment at him to cover up her exposed form before hastily retreating to her room. As both settled down next to the sofa, Naruto's face remained flushed, while Tsunade appeared unconcerned, dismissing him as merely a child. How did you end up here? After a prolonged silence, Naruto finally voiced his confusion, realizing this was indeed his home. The Senju clan's ancestral grounds have been neglected for too long. I can't stay there. You insisted I stay, so here I am, Tsunade explained. Why not stay at an inn? He queried. I dislike inns, and besides, it's free here. How convenient. With that, she reclined comfortably on the sofa, munching on snacks while her eyes remained glued to the television. Naruto felt a twinge of irritation. Was he inviting another ancestor into his life? You're quite presumptuous. I'm going to be your teacher, so what is wrong with staying at your place? She retorted, unimpressed. What about everyone else? He pressed. There are urgent matters in the village. Jiraiya was dispatched on a mission by the old man, and Shizune went to buy supplies and arrange for workers. The ancestral home needs cleaning and renovation before it can be lived in. Mission? What mission? Naruto exclaimed. The Cloud Village had some matters to address, and the Raikage has shown respect, so the old man had to comply. To prevent any mishaps, Jiraiya was sent to escort them. Fine, I'll take responsibility for that. By the way, how are you feeling? Have your chakra levels recovered? Tsunade suddenly asked, as if recalling something important. Not yet, why? Naruto replied, momentarily confused until he abruptly remembered and dashed out of the room. But how could he escape Tsunade's grasp? In a swift motion, she caught him and pulled him into her embrace. What do you think you're doing? He protested. Humph, you little brat. Daring to speak to me like that? Let me teach you a lesson. With a look of surprise on Naruto's face, Tsunade flipped him onto her lap. A sharp crack echoed as she playfully swatted his backside. You, he shouted, taken aback. Stop looking. You need to learn your lesson today. Seeing him defiant, Tsunade playfully struck him again. Surprisingly, it felt rather enjoyable. How infuriating. Naruto growled under his breath, breaking free from her hold. Trying to escape? Tsunade exclaimed, lunging after him. And soon they were in a playful tussle. Lady Tsunade, I'm back, Shizune announced as she entered with bags in hand, only to be greeted by the sight before her. What on earth is happening here? In the awkward silence that ensued, both Naruto and Tsunade stood up, straightening their disheveled clothing. Shizune's cheeks flushed as she glanced at Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, Naruto is just a child. You shouldn't. What are you thinking? I was merely teaching him a lesson. It's important to discipline children early, or it will only become harder later, Tsunade replied, interrupting Shizune. Before Shizune could respond, Tsunade playfully tapped her on the head, exclaiming, Do you really think I would have thoughts about a 4-year-old? Don't be ridiculous. I'm old enough to be his grandmother. That's good, Shizune replied, rubbing her slightly sore forehead, relieved. How's the preparation going? I found a construction team. They said they would start tomorrow. In a month, we should be able to move in, Shizune reported. Great, let us get cooking then. I'm quite hungry, Tsunade replied. Understood. As Shizune moved to the kitchen, Tsunade's gaze shifted back to Naruto. Come here and give me a shoulder rub. Why should I? He retorted defiantly. Because I'm going to be your teacher. Isn't it only right to show respect? Tsunade answered, her tone brimming with confidence. You. Just wait until night. I want to close my eyes. Naruto shot back, his frustration boiling over. He was already annoyed that she was occupying his home, and now she wanted him to pamper her. Don't worry, with the two of us here, who will suffer more? Even though you have the Uzumaki bloodline. You're only 4. How much chakra could you possibly have? Just wait and see how I'll handle you in the coming days. Chapter 30. Two troublemakers. After begrudgingly giving Tsunade a shoulder rub, Shizune announced, Dinner is ready. As she brought the last dish to the table, it became evident that Shizune had honed her culinary skills while being Tsunade's assistant for many years. The tender stewed meat was delicious, complemented by 2 delightful side dishes that were equally appetizing. Shizune, your cooking is excellent, Naruto praised, and Shizune beamed at the compliment. She certainly deserved it. Well then, eat up, she encouraged, clearly pleased that he enjoyed the meal. After all, Tsunade had remained due to her, or else she would have continued wandering alongside Tsunade. A path fraught with challenges. It was a struggle that brought tears to her eyes. Tsunade spent money like water, yet showed no concern for food and shelter. Eating on the road had become almost a norm. Whenever she had money, the first stop was invariably the gambling den, with food and lodging coming second. But how much could possibly be left after visiting such establishments? Her wallet was often empty, and had she not secretly stashed away some living expenses, they might have found themselves without even a meal. The day she graduated from the Ninja Academy and became Tsunade's disciple was one of her most exhilarating moments. After all, Tsunade was an idol to many women in Konoha. Her strength, status, and talent were truly remarkable. Originally, I believed I could follow this renowned female ninja to acquire profound medical knowledge and emerge as a formidable medical ninja. Alas, my innate talent proved insufficient. While her medical techniques are commendable, I have yet to grasp the other aspects she imparts, such as her extraordinary strength. This extraordinary strength is neither ninjutsu nor taijutsu. Rather, it is a technique of chakra control, demanding exceptionally high talent from practitioners. Tsunade has forged her reputation through this variability, pioneering the role of medical ninjas on the battlefield. After all, the vast majority of medical ninjas are relegated to logistical roles, rarely engaging in direct combat. This is a significant reason for Tsunade's fame. I digress. After the 3 of us finished our meal, evening descended. You little rascal, as my disciple, shouldn't you wash your master's feet? She teased, glancing at her somewhat dirty feet. After hastily returning, she had only performed a cursory wash. Upon arriving at Naruto's home, she had not purchased suitable slippers, and walking barefoot on the floor was bound to be unclean, since Shizune had already procured daily necessities. It was an opportune moment for a change. Moreover, the events of the morning required more than a mere shoulder massage. She intended for him to endure a bit more discomfort. No way, Naruto resolutely shook his head, increasingly exasperated with this woman. Not an option. After all, respecting one's teacher is a virtue, she retorted. I haven't even officially become your disciple yet. That will be soon enough. This is one of the reasons Jiraiya sent me back. There is much for you to learn. And I possess the knowledge of medical ninjutsu and insights from the Senju clan. Aren't you curious? As she spoke, Tsunade produced a storage scroll, waving it enticingly before Naruto. All right, I'll wash, he conceded. To be honest, despite not knowing the scroll's full contents, it piqued his interest significantly. The Senju clan had existed for so long. While their wealth might have dissipated, their true heritage remained invaluable, a legacy that transcended mere monetary worth. This was the essence that guaranteed a family's continuity and stability, a culmination of countless wisdom. As long as such a legacy persists, even if future generations fade into mediocrity, the family would not vanish entirely. A single promising descendant could restore the family's former glory. Thus, if he could obtain this storage scroll, washing her feet would be a trivial matter. With that, Naruto fetched a basin of warm water and placed it at Tsunade's feet. Well done, she said, satisfied with his obedience, and promptly dipped her feet into the water. The temperature is just right. I didn't expect you to be so considerate. Jiraiya mentioned that the Hyuga clan intends to arrange your engagement with their young lady, Hinata, tomorrow evening. Who would have thought you possessed such charm? Such occurrences have never happened with the Hyuga clan before. As she felt the tickling sensation underfoot, Tsunade mused that this way of life seemed quite pleasant. Jiraiya had entrusted her with Naruto's care during his recent escort mission. Having decided to remain and become his teacher, she felt compelled to fulfill her responsibilities effectively. In truth, when Jiraiya left, he had not entrusted Naruto's care to her, but rather to the more reliable Shizune, merely advising her to keep an eye on him. Little did he know of the imaginative capabilities of this woman. Ah, that feels nice. Since we are at it, a massage would be splendid. My legs are sore from all that walking. After washing her feet, Tsunade unceremoniously sprawled on the guest room bed. What's wrong? Don't you want the scroll anymore? Taking a deep breath, Naruto forced himself to remain calm. After all, he had already washed her feet. A massage now seemed inconsequential. He then placed his hands on her calves. Surprisingly, despite her legs appearing slightly plump, they felt firm beneath his touch, devoid of any excess fat. It seemed she had indeed walked considerable distances over the years. After all, with so many gambling debts to evade, she had little choice but to keep moving. Yet, strangely, despite all that traveling, her soles remained soft. Perhaps this was a result of her chakra control. Utilizing chakra while walking not only conserved energy, but also increased speed. Yes, just like that, apply pressure. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have rushed back to Konoha. You better put some effort into it. Tsunade's satisfied voice echoed as she relaxed under his ministrations. When he had previously massaged her shoulders, she had thought he would lack the skill. Yet this technique proved unexpectedly pleasant. Now, as he worked on her legs, the tension from her arduous journey swiftly melted away, alleviating her soreness. Don't just focus on my legs. My back and waist need attention too. Having enjoyed the massage, Tsunade seized this opportunity to issue further instructions. Don't push it too far. I just washed your feet and massaged your legs. You can't ask for more. After all, I am just a 4-year-old child. He protested, feeling somewhat bullied. What? Not interested anymore. You need to massage my back and waist first before I give you the scroll. Tsunade shook the scroll in her hand, feigning innocence. How infuriating. Fine, I'll massage you. Taking another deep breath, Naruto forced himself to maintain composure. He couldn't afford to lose his temper now. He had come this far and couldn't give up. But how much longer could he endure? Glancing at the sprawled woman, he smiled mischievously and stepped onto her back. Oh, you little brat. Do you intend to crush me? Stop immediately. Though she wasn't heavy, her back was stiff, and his sudden pressure sent a wave of discomfort coursing through her, nearly stealing her breath away. You little rascal. Today I'll teach you a lesson. Humph. Who told you to bully a child? You should be ashamed. Do you think you have a leg to stand on? I'm going to teach you what it means to respect your teacher. Huh. You think you can catch me? Ah, you insolent brat. You dare to retaliate? What's wrong? Can't handle it. Your backside is finished. Outside the guest room, Shizune, who was tidying up, heard the commotion within, and shook her head with a smile. Thinking how amusing these two were, their future together would surely be filled with laughter. Chapter 31. Engagement Kid. Are you even capable? I've taught you this many times. You still can't do it? You've only taught me once. Where do you get many from? I taught you in my dreams. Can you do it or not? Just wait a moment. It's almost there. Early in the morning, Tsunade's voice rang out in the living room, mixed with Naruto's. Though they had caused quite a ruckus the previous day, they found themselves together once more, and Shizune was perplexed by their sudden shift in dynamics. After all, they had been bickering fiercely yesterday, with bruises to show for it. Yet after just one night, they were back to normal. Now, it was time for Tsunade's lesson on the chakra scalpel, a technique commonly used by medical ninjas, which could also be considered an offensive ninjutsu. By concentrating chakra into her hand to form a blade, she could cut through the target's body without external wounds, delivering excruciating attacks to the nervous system. The test subject for this exercise was a large fish Shizune had purchased. As noon approached, after a dozen attempts, Naruto finally began to find some clarity, though the fish had endured considerable torment in the process. If the fish could speak, it would surely plead, "Big brother, could you grant me a swift end? Is there no such thing as fish rights?" That's right, take your time. The chakra scalpel can sever muscles and meridians during combat. During the surgical procedure, not only was it more efficient than a conventional scalpel, but it also possessed the capability to facilitate the transplantation of any organ. Mastering this skill would undoubtedly prove advantageous in the future. A flash of green light emanated from Tsunade's hands, and under the influence of the palm healing technique, the injuries within the fish began to mend. You will continue to use this fish this afternoon. At that time, I shall refrain from employing the palm healing technique. And you must judge the timing with precision. After rubbing her slightly hungry stomach, Tsunade cast a satisfied glance at the young man laboring diligently. How remarkable is this boy's talent? Even she felt a twinge of envy. Within just a single morning, he accomplished what had once taken her several days. Acknowledging this, Naruto returned the fish to the aquarium. The fish lamented, "What a lack of fish rights." That evening, as they prepared to visit the Hyuga household, Tsunade assured Naruto that she would accompany him, honoring a promise made to Jiraiya. Tsunade's status in Konoha far surpassed that of Jiraiya. Being the granddaughter of the first Hokage, her presence would undoubtedly elevate the Hyuga clan's regard for Naruto. With the identity of the Hokage's successor and having studied under the esteemed Konoha authorities, his status had significantly improved. Naruto nodded in agreement, relieved, for he had been troubled by the recent events concerning the Hyuga clan, which Jiraiya had previously managed while he merely engaged in conversation with Hinata. Now that Jiraiya was occupied with a mission, he found himself uncertain of how to proceed. "I'll take a look at your judgment. I wonder what that little Hyuga girl sees in you. You're merely a tad cute," Tsunade remarked, gesturing playfully. Naruto, unimpressed by her teasing, chose not to respond. Finding her remarks grating compared to the serene conversations he shared with his sister, Shizune. Observing his silence, Tsunade remained unfazed. She had ample time to impart lessons to him. Following another playful jab, her mood brightened, making even the rice in her bowl taste more delightful. The afternoon passed in the relentless pursuit of fishing, with the fish lamenting the harshness of life and yearning for a savior. That evening, at the Hyuga household, Hinata eagerly awaited at the entrance to welcome the arriving guests. Tsunade boldly pushed open the door, ushering Naruto inside. "Lady Tsunade, Naruto, the master and young lady have been waiting for you in the reception room," Hisashi announced, somewhat anxious. "Come on, hurry up, brat. I'm curious what fine spirits he has prepared for my reception." With that, Tsunade briskly led Naruto toward the reception room, her demeanor suggesting someone was eager to seize her possessions. "This appears to be for my benefit. Why are you in such a rush?" Naruto questioned. Upon their arrival, Hisashi swiftly rose to greet them, recognizing the weight of Tsunade's presence. "Lady Tsunade, Lord Naruto, is this your daughter? What a charming little girl." "Indeed. This is my eldest daughter," Hisashi confirmed. "Let the two children play together. They are both in agreement, and the rest is beyond their understanding." "Very well, Hinata. Please take Naruto to your room," he instructed. "Yes, father," Hinata replied, unable to contain her excitement as she had long awaited this moment. Hisashi's intentions behind arranging the engagement between Hinata and Naruto were evident. As soon as the children departed, Tsunade settled into a nearby chair and began sipping the pre-brewed tea. Being the granddaughter of the first Hokage, she was acutely aware of the deeper implications at play. This was clearly an attempt to secure a protector for her daughter, ensuring she would not become a captive bird in a cage. Moreover, Naruto's identity transcended that of a mere orphan, since the old man had publicly acknowledged him. He was now recognized as a member of the Hokage lineage. The fact that both Jiraiya and Tsunade were disciples of the third Hokage further solidified his standing. Hisashi's decision to present Hinata to Naruto was a strategic indication of his alignment. It appeared he understood the existing rifts between the Hyuga clan and Konoha's higher echelons. Failing to express their intentions promptly could lead to dire consequences, especially considering the current precarious situation of the Uchiha clan. However, as the head of a prominent family, Hisashi had his own motives, so there was no need to pry any further. Everyone was aware of the underlying dynamics, and even Jiraiya shared this mindset, which explains Tsunade's presence. The mutual affection between the two children made it difficult for the elders to intervene. Tsunade recognized Hinata's temperament and knew she could not yet fulfill the role of a competent heir, so it was wiser to shield her from the oppressive traditions of their family. Yet, could two 4-year-olds truly grasp the concept of affection? Such was the cunning nature of the old fox. Ultimately, without delay, they swiftly formalized the engagement between Naruto and Hinata. When the two children emerged from the room, they quickly commenced the feast. Although the specifics of Tsunade's conversation with Hisashi remained unknown, it was undeniable that the culinary skills of the Hyuga clan chefs were exceptional, making the meal a delightful experience, complemented by the soft touch of small hands. Chapter 32. A glimpse of affection for Sasuke. By the time the news of Naruto and Hinata's engagement reached Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk, it was already the following day. Ordinarily, such news would not travel so slowly, but the situation with the Cloud Village had contributed to the delay. To preempt any sudden hostilities from Reikage, the third Hokage had dispatched a significant portion of the Umbu, placing them at strategic locations across the Land of Fire to thwart any surprise attacks. Coupled with his recent busyness, the flow of information within the village had slowed considerably. In light of this, Danzo expressed considerable discontent. Watching the man burst into the room and prattle on incessantly, Hiruzen felt the weight of the world upon his shoulders. Brother, why not take a moment to rest? Hydrate. At least allow me to finish reviewing the scrolls first. I haven't slept well these past few days. Do you understand the impending transition into old age? Danzo, I find merit in this situation. Perhaps you should refrain from further discussion, Hiruzen interjected, shaking his head to interrupt Danzo's tirade. Having served as Hokage for many years, he was well acquainted with the customs of the Hyuga clan. While he wished to resolve the matter, it was not the right time to stir the pot. First and foremost, the village was still recovering from the Third Shinobi World War, and the repercussions of the Nine Tails attack loomed large. It was not an opportune moment for fresh conflicts. Secondly, the governance of the Hyuga clan was notably stringent. The main family harbored no dissent, and the branch family was equally compliant, leaving him without substantial grounds for intervention. Previous discussions among the higher-ups had recognized the Hyuga clan as a united front, making external attempts at interference virtually impossible. Only internal discord could potentially influence their stance. Yet opportunities remained elusive. Presently, binding the Hyuga clan to Naruto was not entirely unfavorable. At least the Jinchuriki belonged to the village. The support of Jiraiya and Tsunade, both of whom acknowledged the village, implied that they would also advocate for it. Moreover, Hiruzen was overwhelmed with responsibilities, facing an ever-growing list of tasks, exacerbated by the recent crisis with the Cloud Village. But Hiruzen, have you considered that if the Hyuga clan were to suddenly harbor dissent, they could easily exploit the power of the Jinchuriki and the backing of figures like Jiraiya? Such a scenario would spell disaster for the village, Danzo argued, exasperation evident in his voice. At such a critical juncture, you remain so composed, he continued, pounding the table in frustration. You are well aware of the significance of the Jinchuriki. The power of the Nine Tails is formidable and cannot be underestimated. I once again propose that we integrate Naruto into Root, placing him under my guidance. I can ensure he becomes a loyal, Hokage-level shinobi. Enough. I have already made my stance clear 4 years ago. I oppose this course of action. Hiruzen could no longer contain himself as Danzo's relentless scheming threatened to disrupt the delicate balance. In the past, when Minato successfully sealed the Nine Tails, the words he uttered in his dying moments filled him with profound guilt, as he promised to care for Naruto as he grew up. It was during this time that Danzo, who had remained in the shadows, made his appearance, suggesting that he train Naruto. Naturally, Hiruzen Sarutobi would not consent to such a request. Firstly, it was out of respect for the deceased Minato and Kushina. Witnessing the demise of his beloved disciple and daughter-in-law evoked a sense of sorrow akin to an elderly person bidding farewell to the young. Secondly, he was acutely aware of Danzo's methods, which were far from benevolent. They were nothing short of ruthless brainwashing. In truth, the thoroughness with which he cleansed the pig's intestines at the restaurant paled in comparison. If Naruto were to fall into Danzo's clutches, the result would not be a person, but a soulless war machine, obedient solely to commands. The threat posed to the village, and indeed to himself, would be immeasurable. Thus, without hesitation, Hiruzen resolutely declined Danzo's proposition. Danzo, upon receiving a second rejection, wore a scowl that darkened his bandaged visage. Humph, Hiruzen, you will come to regret this, he declared menacingly before the familiar sound of the door to the Hokage's office was violently struck again. Sighing, Hiruzen could only lament the attitude of his old friend. Over the years, how many doors had been replaced? By the riverbank, after solidifying his relationship with Hinata the previous day, Naruto's smile had not waned, sending chills down Sasuke's spine as they fought. What was wrong with him? Had he lost his mind at such a young age? Yet, it didn't make sense. If he were truly daft, how could his intellect remain sharp and his skills unimpeded during battle? But still, why was he smiling during their fight? It was unsettling to see. Only when their battle concluded and they lay panting on the ground did Sasuke understand the cause of Naruto's elation. Well, Naruto, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, learning to whisk away young ladies, he thought, watching as Hinata offered Naruto water. In that moment, he felt akin to a beast, his previously empty stomach suddenly full. Having not fought Naruto for several days, the exhilarating heat of battle had faded, only to be replaced by a sense of desolation. So, this was why he had been neglecting his brotherly bond. It was heartbreaking. Cut it out, you're just envious. What do I have to be envious of? What are you talking about? As Naruto turned to Hinata once more, she, aware of his thoughts, held up the water cup again, allowing him to drink without lifting a finger. So sweet, he murmured. Sasuke, seething with irritation, wished to hurl his own cup at Naruto. No wonder he was so cheerful today. It was all an act to showcase this moment. Earlier, he had been curious about the newcomer during their battle. Now, knowing the reason, he felt anger rise within him, wishing he had exerted more force in their earlier bout. Perhaps even biting Hinata to death. Hinata, after I rest for a bit, we'll start today's training, he said, disregarding Sasuke's sulking demeanor. This arrangement had been sanctioned by Hayashi Hyuga, allowing him to train alongside Hinata for better progress. Yes, Naruto-kun, you should rest. It doesn't matter if we train today, Hinata replied, taking out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Upon receiving her father's approval to seek out Naruto, she had hurriedly set off, accompanied by her guards, to the riverbank where he often trained. Just seeing Naruto brought her immense joy. But what if father finds out you didn't train today? It's fine. I'll just make up for it tonight, he reassured her. That won't do. We still have to go eat barbecue together tonight. All right. We're having barbecue tonight. Then let us train tomorrow. But tomorrow has its own training tasks. Hinata felt overwhelmed, struggling to manage her schedule. She had fixed plans for the morning to practice controlling her Byakugan and clan techniques, reserving the afternoon for gentle fist training. If she skipped training today, she would surely face her father's reprimand. All right, I'll rest for a bit, and then we can finish our training early so we can go eat barbecue together, Naruto declared. Okay, then please rest quickly, Naruto-kun. With that, Naruto laid his head on her lap to rest. Ah, Naruto-kun, this is quite a comfortable position, she remarked. Beside them, Sasuke gritted his teeth, muttering, what is this? Chapter 33. The Hyuga clan. Meanwhile, at the Hyuga clan, the atmosphere was tense. Hayashi Hyuga faced several obstinate elders, feeling the weight of his burdens. Leader, will you not explain your decision to us? Yes, if it were merely a branch family member, it would be one thing. But Hinata is a member of the main family and an heir. This is quite inappropriate. Enough. Unable to endure the incessant chatter of the clan elders any longer, Hayashi raised his voice to silence them. Hearing their leader's command, the elders fell silent, though discontent simmered in their eyes. Hayashi recognized that arranging Hinata's marriage was the correct decision. These individuals had become so consumed by their own power that they had lost sight of reason. Even as the clan leader, it was difficult to change their minds. The original regulations regarding the main and branch families were established to protect the secrets of the Byakugan. Yet they had since become distorted. Although the initial intentions remained, the main family members had grown increasingly unhinged, and the issues between the clan and the village were beginning to surface. To ensure the future prosperity of the family, he had to rectify this situation, but for now, stabilizing the current state was paramount. Fortunately, he had the foresight to allow Hinata to pursue Naruto. Otherwise, these elders would have undoubtedly coerced her into making a decision. Leader, your decision poses a grave risk to the Hyuga clan, as Hinata is the clan's heiress, the purest lineage of the Byakugan among the younger generation, one elder cautioned, with the others nodding in agreement. They all shared a singular message. Hinata must not be betrothed to Naruto unless she renounced her ties to the main family. The only solution, they believed, was to mark her as a caged bird. Is this what you all have decided? Hayashi demanded, anger surging within him as he observed the nodding heads of the elders. However, he quickly regained his composure, speaking coldly, very well. Go find Hinata and mark her as a caged bird. The elders exchanged glances, yet none dared to move. Knowing Hayashi's character, they understood that he would never consent to marking Hinata in such a manner. Go. Why aren't you going? Third elder, don't hold him back. Let him go. Once this is settled, I'll notify everyone in the Hyuga clan to purchase memorial tablets. This will be quite the task, and the village carpenters will surely be thrilled. With that, Hayashi stood to leave, clutching a list and several designs for tombstones. The elders were left in a state of bewilderment, unsure of how to react. They turned their attention to the eldest elder at the front. Feeling the weight of their gazes, the eldest elder appeared equally perplexed. Don't look at me. I have no idea what is going on, leader. What does this mean? The eldest elder called out, rushing to intercept Hayashi as he exited. This was not how things usually unfolded. Typically, he would lean toward their suggestions. Why was he behaving differently today? Was it truly the case that Hinata could not be moved, and that there were deeper reasons behind her engagement to Naruto? Once again taking a deep breath, Hinata Hizashi settled back into his seat, as the others gradually took their places, preparing to attentively listen to one another. The dedicated state of the clan members was commendable, having spent years preoccupied with various matters, leaving them little opportunity to truly observe the current state of Konoha. Observing the assembled group, Hizashi uttered a remark that seemed somewhat trivial, yet how could they fail to grasp its underlying significance? If there is something to discuss, please do so openly. We may have grown older and remained within the clan, seldom venturing out. Very well, I shall ask you all, is your current strength sufficient to contend with Konoha? Or rather, can our Hyuga clan assert dominance over the village? Upon hearing this, the members exchanged glances. Had their leader lost his mind? The thought of the Hyuga clan opposing Konoha seemed ludicrous. A single individual would likely perish, leaving behind only a few to tend to the graves of the fallen. Noticing their silence, Hizashi scoffed before continuing. Surely you are aware of the present plight of the Uchiha clan, having been forced from their ancestral lands and facing hostility at every turn. He paused, casting a cold glance at the group before speaking again. I suspect that once the Uchiha issue is resolved, we may find ourselves next in line. Are you not curious about the prospects? Curious? What a preposterous notion. The clan leader has truly lost his senses to even pose such a question. Who would look forward to such an eventuality? Leader, surely such a scenario is implausible? The elder appeared uncertain. Implausible? Have you allowed the current tranquility of the Hyuga clan to cloud your judgment? Do you not realize that we are already under scrutiny from Konoha? With Hizashi's revelation, the room fell into a stunned silence. When did this come to pass? I thought our relations with the village were rather amicable. Surely you are aware of the recent attack on the Jinchuriki within our clan? Do you genuinely believe that the ninjas from the Cloud Village are so foolish as to come to Konoha to abduct the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Look at this report and see for yourselves who their true target is. As he spoke, Hizashi handed a scroll to the assembled members. After perusing its contents, their expressions darkened. The scroll contained not only the interrogation records of the Cloud Ninja, but also Hizashi's investigations that had commenced long before, including inquiries into the higher echelons of the Hokage. After all, they were a prominent clan with a unique intelligence network. While the Hokage's intentions towards the Hyuga clan may not yet be overtly hostile, decisions had already been made to gradually isolate them, distancing their members from the core of Konoha's power. It was evident that once the Uchiha situation was resolved, Konoha might indeed turn its attention towards the Hyuga clan. Perhaps, by that time, the Hyuga clan would face annihilation as well. Have you finished reading? Hizashi inquired of the group. But if such a fate is to befall us, what then of Hinata's engagement? What could it possibly change? The elder questioned, struggling to comprehend what power Naruto could wield. Setting aside his identity, let us not forget Jiraiya. And Tsunade has returned and taken Naruto as her apprentice. This alone signifies our stance. Are you suggesting that it is the Hokage? Indeed, the third Hokage is aging. Who do you suppose will be the next Hokage? If you suggest Danzo, I must say he is unworthy. Chapter 34. The development of the Hyuga clan. Hisashi's words plunged the assembled clan members into deep contemplation. It had been far too long since they had ventured out to understand the dynamics of the village, leading to a stagnation in their thinking and an inability to recognize the current state of relations between the clan and the village. During times of war, the village relied on them, as a large clan represents a formidable strength, serving as the village's sword. Yet, in times of peace, that very sword becomes too sharp, ill-suited for the village's development, leaving them only with the options of concealment or destruction. The Uchiha clan had been a thorn in Konoha's side due to historical reasons, and if the Hyuga failed to properly conceal themselves and choose their positions wisely, they might share the same fate as the Uchiha. I shall not elaborate further. Suffice it to say, you must carefully consider whether you wish to uphold tradition or secure the survival of the Hyuga clan. A decision must be made. Hisashi's voice broke the silence that had enveloped the room. Yes, leader, we understand. Let us proceed with the engagement of Miss Hinata and Naruto as planned. Regarding clan matters, we shall work alongside you to find suitable solutions. I believe that under your leadership, the Hyuga clan will undoubtedly flourish. The elder rose and, accompanied by several others, departed from the room. Watching them leave, Hisashi let out a quiet sigh of relief. He had successfully navigated the conversation. Indeed, this leader, who had just displayed such authority, harbored a tinge of fear within. This was not weakness, but rather a concern that his words might be scrutinized. For while it was true that the Hyuga clan faced scrutiny from the village, they were far from facing annihilation. At most, they would encounter additional restrictions. Just as the Uchiha clan, despite their current tense relationship with the village, had not been met with direct aggression, but rather a gradual distancing through various measures. After all, individuals like Hayashi, Danzo, and others were not foolish. Any overt attack would merely deplete the village's existing strength, further diminishing Konoha's power. As long as the Uchiha found a way to bridge the gap with the village, they could avoid complete destruction. Meanwhile, as the members of the main family exited the room, one inquired of the elder, "Elder, does the Hyuga clan truly stand on the brink of extinction?" The elder did not respond directly but turned to the others, asking, "And what of you? Do you share this sentiment?" Though no verbal answer was given, the exchanged glances were laden with concern. Enough speculation. The Hyuga clan has not yet reached that point. In fact, for a considerable time to come, the fear of annihilation will not arise. Upon hearing the elder's reassurances, the group visibly relaxed, though confusion lingered. If there was no immediate threat, why had the elder agreed with the clan leader? "Elder, why did you say such things in front of the clan leader?" The implications were clear: to diminish the influence of the main family while bolstering the voice of the branch family. Yet if there was no crisis, why proceed with such a strategy? While nothing may happen in the immediate future, we must remain vigilant. The village's stance towards the Hyuga clan may only be temporarily benign. It does not imply that future restrictions will not occur and gradual erosion is inevitable. So, the clan will still be targeted? At this naive remark, the elder felt an overwhelming urge to chastise the speaker. It was expected that members of the main family would receive the finest education. So how could such a fool have emerged from their ranks? From this moment forth, you will cease your chatter. The tensions between the clan and the village will persist, not solely for the Hyuga clan, but for all prominent and lesser families alike. However, we Hyuga are currently the second most significant clan in the village after the Uchiha. The leader's message is abundantly clear. We must learn to align ourselves strategically. Naruto is no longer merely an orphan. He is now part of the Hokage's lineage. Hinata's engagement with him signifies our clan's position. Subsequently, what we need to alter is the relationship between the main family and the branch families. However, this transformation cannot be accomplished instantaneously, and at present, Konoha does not provide the assurance necessary for us to commit to such a change. Therefore, we can proceed gradually, starting with improving the treatment of those from the branch families. I've mentioned this numerous times before, yet you all seem to find excuses. This time, I implore that no one hinders this initiative. However, Elder, the branch families are fundamentally meant to serve as guardians of the main family, as stated in our ancestral teachings. Just as the elder had articulated this, a rather dim-witted member of the main family interjected. After all, if the treatment of the branch families improves, the benefits afforded to the main family will inevitably decline, thereby jeopardizing his own interests, a reality he is unwilling to confront. Before he could continue, the elder struck him down, rendering him unconscious. In truth, the issues plaguing our clan are not solely observable by Hinata Hyuga. As the eldest member of the Hyuga clan, he too is acutely aware of these matters. With the clan leader's direct admonition, we can seize this opportunity to rectify the myriad problems that have developed over the years. Although the Hyuga clan appears prosperous at first glance, the annual data on our development reveals a troubling trend, despite the management's efforts. The clan is gradually reaching a state of stagnation, largely due to the escalating conflict between the branch and main families. Though I am a member of the main family, I also comprehend the helplessness that our ancestors faced when establishing this rule. The Byakugan is a formidable power, yet it also harbors danger, drawing countless gazes. For instance, during the recent encounter with the Cloud Village, their target was the Byakugan. Thus, our forebears employed the metaphor of caged birds to safeguard the secret of the Byakugan. Yet, some members of the main family have forgotten this initial desperation, believing themselves to be inherently superior by virtue of their birth. Much like the foolish individual I just incapacitated, an insidious presence within our clan that should have been eradicated long ago. Very well, I do not wish for such fools to reappear before me. Ensure he is kept under close watch and refrain from causing further trouble. Elevate the treatment of the branch families without delay. I do not wish to entertain any dissenting opinions. With that, the elder flicked his sleeves and chose to depart. The others exchanged glances, understanding one another without words. They were not foolish and recognized the clan's issues. Although reluctant to relinquish their power, they knew that decisive action was necessary. Konoha's current stance is indicative of everything. Even with a new Hokage in the future, this issue cannot be evaded. If left unresolved, it will inevitably become a significant barrier to harmony between the clan and the village. Chapter 35. The third friend. Yes, Hinata, that is precisely it. Do not be afraid. Continue onward. All right, here I come, Naruto-kun. By the riverside, after sufficient rest, Naruto commenced his battle with Hinata, to the astonishment of the Hyuga clan's guards. The timid young lady who had always been meek within the family began to exhibit a newfound ferocity during her confrontation with Naruto, demonstrating significant breakthroughs in both reflexes and strength. By the conclusion of their duel, the guards were left speechless. It is no wonder the clan leader approved of the young lady training with Naruto. Her rate of improvement here far surpasses what she could achieve within the confines of the clan. Well done, Hinata. At this rate, it won't be long before even Sasuke cannot match you. Defeat me? I am a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this, Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. You can praise me all you like, but why drag me into this? When did I become a part of your equation? You are a genius? I don't quite feel that way. I can't be bothered to explain myself. I'm heading home, and when I master new jutsu, I will crush you beneath my heel. Crush me beneath your heel? Hinata, do you see the sun still setting in the west? It is still setting in the west. Why do you ask, Naruto-kun? That is strange. The sun rises in the east, yet someone seems to be lost in a daydream. Naruto, don't go too far. Sasuke felt the veins on his forehead throb. Naruto's words were infuriating. Are we not brothers anymore? Truly, brothers are like clothing, while women are akin to family. Ha ha ha, Hinata. Look, he's getting anxious. All right, I was just joking. But in all seriousness, ever since you awakened your eyes, it seems you have lowered your standards a bit. Seeing Sasuke's rising anger, Naruto smiled while pointing out his issues. Although he had not spent much time by the river in recent days, it was evident that Sasuke's training attitude had shifted somewhat. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke calmed down and contemplated his recent state. It seemed Naruto's assertion held merit. Ever since awakening his eyes, his mindset had indeed shifted slightly. Initially, the change was subtle, but if it continued unchecked, the consequences could be dire. The root of this transformation lay in the praise he received from his parents and brother, a moment that had brought him immense joy. However, such accolades had caused his mindset to become somewhat inflated. Had Naruto not pointed this out today, what might he have become in the future? Thank you, Naruto. Undoubtedly. This expression of gratitude was heartfelt. I must change, or else all my previous efforts will be rendered a mere joke. Indeed, recognizing one's mistakes and striving to amend them is commendable. If you persist in this manner, I may have to intervene as I did last time, though I assure you, I will not strike first this time. Haha. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke's face flushed with embarrassment. Not strike first? So what does that mean? Last time it was a face slap. What will it be this time? Ahem, I have something else to attend to. I must take my leave now. With that, he vanished, escaping from this awkward situation. Naruto-kun, what do you mean by not striking first? Hinata's face was filled with curiosity as she wondered what transpired between the two. What? Oh, it's nothing, just a friendly sparring session. Yes, indeed, just a friendly sparring session. Let us move on. It's already evening, and you must be hungry. We ought to go and enjoy some grilled meat. He hurriedly shifted the topic. Any further inquiries could lead to trouble. After all, he couldn't let any unfavorable impressions linger in the mind of his little fiancée. Oh right, I'm hungry. Let us go eat grilled meat. Upon hearing this, Hinata forgot all about the earlier conversation and cheerfully accompanied Naruto for dinner. Later, in a joyful atmosphere, the two finished their meal. And Naruto even packed a portion for Tsunade. He knew that if she discovered he dined out without inviting her, she would likely make some peculiar demands. Sure enough, upon returning home, when she inquired about his late arrival, her mood shifted dramatically. Thankfully, the packed grilled meat and the fine wine left by Jiraiya helped to soothe her. At this age, why does she still behave like a child? Seeing Tsunade calm down, Naruto sighed in relief, muttering softly. What did you say? Oh, nothing. Just what is it? How should I know? Why are you still so sharp of hearing at this age? If you don't reveal it, I'll let you experience the taste of my monstrous strength. Well, I just wanted to ask if you'd like a foot soak today. A foot soak? Sure. Let us add a massage to that. It's not like it's any trouble. What do you say? All right. What else is there to say? My mouth is too loose. Observing Naruto preparing foot-soaking water, Tsunade chuckled softly to herself. Such a little brat, thinking he could outsmart me. After attending to all her affairs, Naruto ventured into the ceiling space. Naruto, you're late again today, the languid Ninetales remarked upon noticing his arrival. Sighing, Naruto retrieved his storytelling stick and began his performance for the day. Today, I shall narrate a unique tale. He proceeded to recount the story of Bo-ya and Zi-chi, a narrative reflecting the profound bond of friendship he had contemplated over the past few days. However, upon finishing, he noticed something amiss in the demeanor of the Ninetales. A flicker of an unfamiliar emotion seemed to glimmer in its enormous eyes. Kurama, what are you pondering? Without hesitation, Naruto inquired directly. What do you believe friendship is? The Ninetales countered with a question rather than providing a straightforward answer. Friendship? Well, it is a connection between individuals who understand, empathize, and support one another under any circumstances. Just like the story I shared earlier, it embodies the pinnacle of friendship, soulmates. And if we were to become friends, what would that look like? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have made your third friend, rewarding you with one opportunity to spin the reward wheel. Startled by the system's announcement, Naruto froze. His third friend was none other than the Ninetales. Chapter 36. The friendship store. Staring at the great fox, Naruto pondered. Is it really that simple? Kurama, how about we try being friends? I believe it would be enjoyable. Humph. Who wants to be friends with you? I merely had a fleeting thought. The Ninetales scoffed, shaking its head dismissively. Regardless, one day, I shall devour you and escape from here. Cut the bravado, Naruto murmured, observing the Ninetales' demeanor. If you don't want to, why the blush? Are you trying to appear cute? The system isn't easily fooled. To his surprise, he encountered a being even more prideful than Sasuke. All right, I shall see just how long you can keep that haughty head of yours held high. Should I continue my tale? If you don't wish to listen, I can take my leave, Naruto teased, preparing to step away. Wait, you haven't finished today's story. The Ninetales, anxious to hear more of the delightful tales, could not bear to see Naruto depart. I thought you weren't interested. Who said I wasn't? Then why is your head held so high? I was merely stretching after having my head down for so long. The Ninetales' voice wavered slightly. In truth, after spending several days together, it felt itself slowly accepting this little creature. Moreover, the stories Naruto shared were truly captivating, drawing it in with an almost obsessive fascination. The promise of companionship, though uncertain, offered a glimmer of hope. Who would choose to remain trapped in a cage, content to be merely a large battery? Would you prefer the fragrant meadows, the mountains to climb, the vast oceans to conquer, and the vibrant world to explore, or would you rather stay in this confined ceiling space, gazing at the unchanging surroundings? Surely, any individual would have the discernment to choose the former. especially considering how comfortable their lives had been since the Sage of Six Paths created the tailed beasts. All right, lower your head and lie down, so you can earnestly listen to me. Otherwise, my voice will suffer from your lofty posture. After speaking, Naruto resumed his storytelling, immersing himself in a splendid adventure. The Nine Tails lay down quietly, fully engrossed in the narrative. Time quietly slipped away. System, check Kurama's panel. Upon exiting the ceiling space, Naruto summoned the system, eager to discover Kurama's current friendship value. As the familiar interface unfolded, a pale blue virtual panel appeared before him. Friend panel 3 Friend. Kurama friendship value. 1. Every increment of 10 grants 1 opportunity to draw from the prize wheel, maximum value 30. Only a mere 1? He recalled that when Sasuke became a friend, his friendship value was already at 5, and Hinata's was even higher. It appeared that raising Kurama's friendship value would be quite a challenge, requiring a gradual approach. Congratulations, host. You have successfully made 3 friends, unlocking the subsequent friendship system. You can earn friendship points daily through your existing friends. Please note that the friendship points are based on each friend's current friendship value. Friendship points can be used to unlock new friend slots and redeem items in the newly opened friendship store. Friendship points? And a friendship store? Didn't you say you had fully opened last time? To clarify, the system is indeed fully operational, but previously, the host had not met the required standards to experience all functionalities. The two aspects are not contradictory. All right. Your reasoning holds, Naruto conceded. Today's friendship points accrued. 4. Friend 1, Hinata, earned 2. Friend 2, Sasuke, earned 1. Friend 3, Kurama, earned 1. Fine, I won't argue with you. System. How many friendship points are needed to unlock the next friend slot? The 4th slot requires 1,000 friendship points. 1,000. Naruto was astounded by the figure. Based on the friendship point acquisition guidelines, Hinata's current friendship value was 18. Indicating a range of 10 to 20, thus granting 2 points. Sasuke and Kurama had not even surpassed 10, so they each only contributed 1 point. Even if he maximized the friendship values of the 3, he would only earn approximately 9 points daily. Accumulating 1,000 points would take over 100 days. Furthermore, they had not even reached their maximum values yet, currently generating only 4 points each day. At that rate, it would take 250 days. Why does this number feel like an insult? And this is just for the 4th friend. What about the 5th and 6th? Knowing the system's tendencies, they would likely require even more points. Sighing, he resolved to accumulate them gradually. After a brief calculation, Naruto felt a headache coming on. While a few hundred days could be manageable since he had already been here for over 1,000 days, the uncertainty of the future weighed heavily upon him. His identity had transformed significantly, and opportunities for friendship were increasing. He couldn't merely watch them pass by, as it was excruciating. System, open the friendship store. With no other recourse, Naruto sought to distract himself. However, upon opening the store, his previously suppressed emotions surged forth, causing his eyes to redden. Is this necessary to display? He exclaimed, overwhelmed by the offerings. The store's inventory was limited, but each item was quite remarkable. For instance, the lottery wheel, which required only 10 friendship points for each spin, was an exceptional asset. Most of Naruto's abilities derived from it, and the prospect of multiple spins could render him invincible in the ninja world. Of course, he merely entertained such thoughts, having been an unfortunate individual in his past life. His chances of winning were abysmally slim. He attributed his current luck to beginner's fortune. Players are well aware of the allure of such beginner benefits, designed to captivate one's interest in gaming. In his previous life, he had fallen for this tactic countless times. How could he not recognize it? His gaze drifted further back, igniting further excitement. Explosive tags, typically priced in the thousands, were available here at a mere point of friendship for 5. Item storage scrolls could be obtained for just 1 point each. Certainly, these are merely trivial matters. What truly excites Naruto lies ahead. The advanced ninjutsu available for purchase ranges in value from 1,000 to 10,000, and astonishingly, there exists the Sage Body, an attribute reminiscent of Hashirama Senju. Upon reviewing the description, it boasts an extraordinary affinity for yang release chakra, which brings forth vibrant vitality and exceptional talent. Its connection to natural energy enhances affinities for water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning significantly, while also improving cellular strength, activity, regeneration speed, chakra volume, and overall life force. One can only marvel at the prowess of the first Hokage. Merely this singular trait fills Naruto with envy. Upon checking the price, a staggering 100,000 friendship points, an unattainable treasure for him. Chapter 37. Hospital treatment. As Naruto exited his room, he startled Shizune, who had just finished preparing breakfast. "Oh, Naruto, are you unwell? Why are your eyes so red?" she exclaimed, placing her hand on his forehead and carefully using chakra to examine him. "Strange. It seems there's nothing wrong," she noted. "Sister Shizune, I'm fine. Perhaps I simply didn't sleep well last night. It will pass shortly," Naruto patiently explained. Observing her anxious demeanor, "It's all the system's fault, showing me this friendship shop that I can only gaze at but not utilize. It's too tantalizing. I must swiftly boost my friend's friendship points. Yet even if I max them out, I wonder how long it will take to gather enough." "All right, as long as you're fine. Do you need me to treat you?" she asked. No, I can manage on my own later." "Very well, come eat breakfast. Lady Tsunade said we should visit the Konoha hospital today, especially you, Naruto. You've become quite adept at sage techniques. Let's participate in some simple rescue treatments." "All right, Sister Shizune." As they approached the dining table, Tsunade, still eating, caught sight of Naruto's condition and nearly spat out her porridge. Cough, ha ha ha. "What happened to you? You little rascal? Have you been up to no good and are now facing the consequences?" She laughed heartily, leaving Naruto at a loss for words. Is this how a teacher behaves? Seeing her disciple in such a state, and still laughing. After a brief visit to the restroom for some freshening up, he circulated his chakra and utilized sage techniques to swiftly alleviate his red-eye condition. Upon returning to the dining table, Tsunade had calmed down somewhat and cleared her throat to speak. "Shizune must have already informed you. This morning we are going to Konoha Hospital to perform some basic treatments. Also, let us take the opportunity to review the insights I shared with you last time. Only in the appropriate environment can one truly absorb knowledge." "I understand." After the last massage session, Shizune had given him a scroll, and although he had mentally prepared himself, he was astonished to find that the medical ninjutsu and insights compiled by the Senju clan filled nearly half a room. Despite having studied diligently over the past 2 days, he felt overwhelmed by the sheer volume of material. Talent is not simply a matter of high potential. Even the most gifted individuals must learn step by step, albeit at a quicker pace than others. Before long, the trio arrived at Konoha Hospital. "Lady Tsunade is here." Where? Can Lady Tsunade give me an autograph?" The moment Tsunade entered the hospital, she sparked quite a commotion. For many women, whether ninja or civilian, Tsunade was an idol. How could they contain their excitement upon seeing such a revered figure in person? It was only when the director arrived that the crowd dispersed, leading the three to his office. After Tsunade explained their purpose, the director welcomed them warmly. The arrival of 3 medical ninjas was a boon. And despite Naruto being a novice, his talent was undeniable. He was already capable of performing simple treatments. Shizune, as Tsunade's apprentice, was also of considerable skill. Although Tsunade had not practiced medicine in a long time, her reputation in Konoha was unparalleled. Just her presence provided immense reassurance to many. Soon, Shizune and Naruto found themselves in the treatment room, where numerous patients awaited care. Tsunade, given her esteemed status, would not emerge easily. Her visit aimed not only to enhance their medical skills, but also to seek some gambling opportunities. After several days without betting, she felt restless. However, in Konoha, the casinos were well aware of her reputation. No one would play with her unless she brought money. Fortunately, this was her territory. A mere whisper of her presence would attract wealthy patrons eager for a health check, even if they were not unwell, just to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. "Naruto, you'll accompany me. In the hospital, to provide optimal treatment, we must have the nurses assist in locating patients." Shizune clearly possessed substantial experience from previous visits. "Understood. Sister Shizune." Before long, Naruto encountered his first patient, a young lady with long hair whose finger had been cut by a knife. She arrived with a makeshift bandage, but it was obvious that it was ineffective, as blood continued to seep through the white bandage, which was now largely stained red. "Why is there a child here? Nurse, what does this mean? Is this how your hospital treats the injured?" the girl's father exclaimed, pulling the nurse aside, his tone demanding an explanation. "Please remain calm, sir. Although Naruto is a beginner, he has already mastered sage techniques. Your daughter's hand will heal promptly," the nurse assured, understanding the father's anxiety. "He is just a beginner? What is your hospital thinking? I will file a complaint against you and this Naruto." The father's indignation suddenly faltered as he recalled the name, recognizing it as that of the 4th Hokage's child. Turning to observe Naruto more closely, he noted the golden hair and the whisker-like marks on his face. Indeed, it was he. While the father was momentarily stunned, Naruto had already unwrapped the bandage from the young lady's hand. Using his chakra to gently cleanse the wound before applying sage techniques to promote healing, leaving no scars behind. Thank you, Dr. Naruto. Your medical skills are truly impressive. As the pain dissipated, the girl wiped the sweat from her forehead, expressing her gratitude. It's nothing. I'm not yet a doctor. I'm here to learn about medicine, and you are my first patient. Thank you for your cooperation. Naruto felt elated to have his first patient. Indeed, practical experience provided deeper insights than theoretical knowledge. Observing Naruto's skill, the girl's father bent down to apologize. Such proficiency achieved in such a brief time surpassed that of many seasoned doctors. Chapter 38. Emergency treatment. In the following days, Naruto's life settled into a monotonous routine. He spent his mornings at the hospital, treating simple external injuries, afternoons training by the river with Sasuke and Hinata, and evenings retreating into his ceiling space to study and converse with Kurama. Until this morning, a sense of urgency filled the air. Quick, doctor, emergency situation. The nurse's voice echoed as two teams of ninjas, a total of 6, arrived, all bearing injuries, and 2 of them had succumbed to unconsciousness from excessive blood loss. Naruto, come quickly, Tsunade called, her voice laced with urgency as she assessed the patient's conditions. It was the peak of morning at the hospital, the previous day. The Hokage had summoned a group of doctors to the border of the Land of Fire, where a faction of rogue ninjas clashed with those remaining in Konoha. Although they had succeeded in exterminating the threat, it had come at a cost, resulting in casualties and a shortage of battlefield medics requiring assistance from the Konoha hospital. However, today, for reasons unknown, the influx of patients was unprecedented, and the doctors were overwhelmed, unable to spare anyone to treat this small team of ninjas. Although Tsunade was present, she was unable to handle the bloodshed. The nurses had no choice but to send them to the treatment room where Tsunade and Naruto were located. Sakura was overwhelmed. The 2 critically injured ninjas had already fallen into shock, and without immediate treatment, their chances of survival were dwindling. Reluctantly, she called upon Naruto, who was attending to a lightly injured patient, to assist with the others. Without hesitation, Naruto stepped forward. The healing technique was activated, and green energy surged from his palm. Yet the bleeding persisted. Sakura, I can't stop the bleeding. He turned to her, only to find her facing her own challenges. Her patient appeared to be in a more critical state, suffering not only from severe injuries, but also from poisoning, leaving her unable to respond to Naruto's plea. Zaku, hold on. Your daughter is waiting for you at home. She is only 3 years old. Can you bear to leave her alone? A teammate of the unconscious ninja grasped his hand tightly, tears streaming down his face. Why are you pushing me away? I'm all alone. You have a family. Get up, please. I'm begging you, brother. Hearing these words, Naruto bit his lip, feeling a deep empathy for the orphaned children in the ninja world. Losing one's support meant losing everything. How many orphans were created in the wake of a great battle, and what became of them? How many people truly cared? Though Konoha had a large orphanage, how many actually paid attention to the children within? Aside from a handful of truly compassionate souls, only one man, Danzo, seemed to keep an eye on them, secretly cultivating ninjas from the roots, and that girl appeared to be a fitting candidate, a descendant of ninjas, likely to become one herself. Through eyelashes dampened with sweat, he envisioned a small girl being taken away by the roots, enduring harsh training, only to be ruthlessly abandoned after sustaining injuries. No, I need more chakra. As he felt his chakra depleting rapidly, Naruto realized he might not last much longer. Kurama, give me chakra now. The Ninetales, sensing Naruto's urgency, responded with a surge of chakra, infusing him with an overwhelming amount. Though he felt a slight relief at the influx, it was insufficient. Relying solely on the healing technique would not suffice. Think. What should I do? Despite having learned much from Tsunade in recent days, he was still unfamiliar with the new techniques, inadequate to support this critical treatment. Write the system. I still have 1 lottery draw left and enough friendship points to draw again. System, initiate the lottery. Congratulations, host, you have received a small amount of chakra. Damn. White reward. The beginner benefits have truly run out. System, open the friendship shop, redeem a lottery draw opportunity, and proceed. Congratulations, host, you have mastered the Rasengan perfectly. An upgraded version of the Rasengan? No, it's still not enough. Damn it, This is the last chance. If I can't draw anything, I'll force Tsunade to come. System, redeem one more lottery draw opportunity and proceed. Congratulations, host, you have mastered the living regeneration technique perfectly. The beginner benefits Haven Tea expired yet. Naruto recalled that Tsunade had taught him this technique, and although it consumed a great deal of chakra, with Kurama's support, he felt confident this would stabilize the situation. Step aside, I need to change my treatment approach. With that, he unleashed a torrent of energy, pushing those nearby away. A massive technique formation appeared beneath the injured ninjas, and the healing power surged towards their wounds. Naruto, you can't handle that technique. Sakura, who had just managed to stabilize one of the injuries, sensed the unusual chakra flow and turned to Naruto, realizing it was the living regeneration technique, which was far too advanced for a child to sustain. Don't worry, Sakura, I can handle it. Naruto replied with conviction, the blue chakra coursing through him shifting to a pale red, deepening in hue. A tail formed from the gathered chakra emerged behind him, showcasing the power of the nine tails. Kurama, it's still not enough. Give me more. Indeed, it was an extremely chakra-consuming technique. Although he possessed the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, it had yet to fully awaken, and his chakra reserves were at most equivalent to an average chunin. Even with the support of the nine tails, the chakra provided was barely sufficient. Yet, as the treatment for the injured began to show signs of improvement, he could not relent. You can't handle much more of my chakra. If this continues, it will lead to problems. In the past, Naruto could have drawn as much chakra as he desired. He might have lost control if he used too much. But now, he had just begun to accept Kurama, finally finding a friend. He couldn't let anything go awry. It's fine, I can manage. If it comes to it, I'll think of another way. Hurry, time is of the essence. Kurama, trust me. All right. Hearing the urgency in Naruto's voice, Kurama nodded and once again gathered a surge of chakra, flooding it into Naruto's body. Ah, that's the stuff. Sakura, send someone to find Tsunade. As the energy flowed into him, Naruto felt as though his skin were on fire, and his consciousness began to blur. Yet, this was a hospital. It was essential that Tsunade arrive to prevent any unforeseen incidents, especially to control the potential chaos within him. As time passed, the injuries of the patients gradually stabilized, the bleeding ceased, and their wounds began to heal. At last, it seemed he could no longer hold on. His eyelids felt as though they were weighted with 1,000 pounds, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Naruto, in the final moments before losing consciousness, he heard 3 familiar voices calling his name. Chapter 39. A conversation with the Nine-Tails. Naruto, Naruto, wake up. In the ceiling space, Kurama softly called out to him. How did I end up here? After an unknown duration, Naruto awakened, bewildered by his surroundings. He had fainted in the ceiling space. What was happening? Phew, you're all right. Thankfully, I protected your heart with my chakra. That strange power also shielded your body. Jiraiya's timely intervention sealed my power, or you would have been in grave danger. As he watched Naruto awaken, Kurama let out a relieved sigh. In the realm of seals, Naruto found himself, or rather his consciousness. If his awareness had remained in a state of unconsciousness, it would have spelled doom for him. Fortunately, he awakened. Jiraiya, you're back. What is the situation outside, Kurama? Although he had been in a coma, the Nine-Tails could sense the changes, as the influence of the system on the ceiling space had diminished significantly during his slumber. It was only upon awakening that this influence began to intensify once more. Fortunately, the person you sought to save is no longer in peril. You must refrain from such reckless actions in the future. It is far too dangerous. I feared you might never awaken again. Is he truly unharmed? The situation was dire. Once I acquire more advanced medical ninjutsu, I won't find myself in such a predicament again. Hearing that the individual was safe, Naruto felt a profound sense of relief. He could not afford to risk his life again, especially when he had not yet saved his own. Thankfully, your sacrifices have borne fruit. Go ahead and continue your reckless behavior, but should you choose to do so again, I shall not assist you. It was far too frightening. You were on the brink of losing control. We owe your salvation to Jiraiya's timely arrival. Had he delayed, you would have transformed into a monster. I'll be more cautious next time. Go ahead and laugh. There will be tears eventually. Tsunade is currently treating your body. I trust you will recover swiftly. Then I shall linger here a while longer. Perhaps we could converse? Naruto plopped down onto the ground, leaning against the ceiling door, appearing quite relaxed. What would you like to discuss? Kurama lay down beside him, his massive claws resting beneath his head, inquiring with curiosity. Let us talk about where you might go once you are free. Do you have a place to stay? Who knows how long that will be? Regardless, I will eventually release you. It is prudent to have a plan, I assent it. Do you not long for the flowers and trees outside? Indeed, I yearn for them. How could I not? Then let's converse. Subsequently, Naruto and Kurama engaged in a delightful discussion about the future, sharing laughter as they reminisced about the time when the tailed beasts were together. So, the two tails, Yujito, was quite mischievous, always bothering the four tails, Son Goku, yet somehow managing to evade capture. Indeed, she never could catch him. On one occasion, the four tails, frustrated, provoked the seven tails, Chome, and nearly drove him to madness. Naruto chuckled heartily at this, envisioning a scene of a great gorilla teasing an equally colossal caterpillar. What did Chome do next? What could he do? He desperately spun threads but failed to ensnare Son Goku, instead trapping the three tails, Isabu, who had been quietly observing, in a web. It took considerable effort to free him. That is quite amusing. Yes, life back then was filled with such joy. I truly wish the old man were still here. As they spoke, Kurama's eyes reflected a fleeting sadness, his mood dampening. Fear not, Kurama. Given the opportunity, I shall undoubtedly rescue all the tailed beasts, and you shall once again experience the camaraderie of old. Observing Kurama's despondent demeanor, Naruto gently patted his massive paw, offering words of comfort. You? Perhaps it would be wise to enhance your strength before making such declarations. If you continue as you are, even if I were to witness that day, you may not. Looking at you now, Naruto, Kurama said with a smile, you are filled with doubt. One day, I will demonstrate my true power. Very well. I shall eagerly await that day. Let us make a pact. That day will surely come, and I will frequently visit to play with you. As he spoke, Naruto raised his fist in camaraderie. Agreed. I shall await your fulfillment of this promise. Kurama understood the significance of this gesture and raised his claw to meet Naruto's fist. Before them, a vision unfolded. On a vast meadow, the tailed beasts raced freely, accompanied by a great river and sandy shores. The one tail, Shikaku, engaged in a playful interaction with the three tails, Isabu, while the eight tails, Gyuki, engaged in casual conversation. Nearby, the five tails, Kokuo, savored delicacies brought by the four tails, Son Goku. From the mountains, while the seven tails, Chome, added a touch of challenge to the races with his cleverly dug tunnels. Perhaps that day will indeed arrive. Naruto, may I pose a question? The ninja you rescued, despite having no connection to you, why did you exert yourself so fiercely to save him? After an indeterminate time, Kurama, unable to contain his curiosity, broached the topic of the day's rescue. Naruto pondered for a moment before articulating his feelings from that moment. In truth, I had but one thought. I must save him. As for the reasons, I believe there are three. Do elaborate. This piqued Kurama's interest anew, and he listened attentively. The first is simple. I saw myself as a doctor, a healer dedicated to preserving life. I could not bear to let a life slip away so easily from my grasp. The second reason pertains to the ninja's daughter. I understand the loneliness of being an orphan. The absence of familial love profoundly impacts a person, and I could not bear the thought of a 3-year-old girl losing her father. The third reason lies with the ninja himself, according to his companions. He bore the brunt of a near-fatal injury to protect his teammates. I could not allow such a person to perish. These three reasons compelled me to resolve to save him. After Naruto finished speaking, an extended silence enveloped them. Human emotions are indeed intricate, Kurama finally remarked, perhaps believing he would never fully comprehend them. Well, the situation outside has concluded. You must return. Those outside are quite worried about you. Very well. I shall see you in the evening. Until then. Chapter 40. A return to the hospital as the light returned. Naruto found himself once more in the familiar confines of a hospital room. Even the bed is the same. Why does this feel identical to the environment from a few days ago? Little brat, you're awake. How do you feel? Tsunade, relieved to see him conscious, withdrew her chakra. Sensei, I am fine. That is good to hear. Should you engage in such reckless endeavors again, I shall not intervene. You truly frightened me. Tsunade then moved towards the door of the hospital room, announcing Naruto's awakening to those waiting outside. Naruto, how do you feel now? Is there any discomfort? Jiraiya entered first, looking at the weakened Naruto lying on the bed. Grandfather Jiraiya, I am fine. I just feel a bit drained. Drained? Is he truly all right, Tsunade? Jiraiya turned anxiously towards Tsunade. Seeing Naruto return in such a state after having left in good health was painful for him. He is merely suffering from the side effects of overexerting his chakra, bringing his body to the brink of collapse. A few days of rest should suffice. Tsunade ignored his concerns, instead stepping on his foot with considerable force, causing Jiraiya to wince in pain. Naruto, this is all my fault. If I hadn't urged you to help, you wouldn't have faced these troubles. The previously silent Shizune finally spoke, her face filled with remorse and guilt. Her eyes red from recent tears. It's all right, Shizune. You bear no blame. This was all my decision. How is that uncle doing? Naruto said, trying to console her, as he understood that borrowing Kurama's chakra was his choice alone and could not be blamed on anyone else. Everything is fine now. The ninja has recovered well, having been treated promptly, and is awake. With a few more days of rest, he should be able to leave the hospital. That is a relief. Although Naruto had already heard from Kurama about it in the ceiling space, he still sought confirmation. It wasn't due to distrust in the Nine Tails, but rather a fear of unforeseen circumstances arising. After all, he had lost consciousness during his rampage and was subsequently sealed by Jiraiya, who must have taken him away for treatment. Thus, he was unsure about what had transpired afterward, and he felt the need to inquire further to ease his mind. You still care for others. Fortunately, you sent someone to find me, and Jiraiya returned just in time. Otherwise, who knows how long you would have had to endure lying there. Tsunade lightly tapped his head as she spoke. She had to admit, Naruto had performed admirably this time, filling her with pride. Among medical ninjas, few possess the selflessness to risk their own lives for the sake of others, making such individuals exceptionally rare and valuable. Yet, this also frustrated Tsunade. Had it not been for her and Jiraiya, along with Naruto's swift recovery, the situation could have become dire. Had the Nine Tails erupted at that moment within the confines of Konoha Hospital, the consequences would have been catastrophic. Furthermore, he was her disciple. After finally finding a talented student, it would be unbearable for her to lose him before she could properly nurture his potential. Next time, I won't. Naruto chuckled at Tsunade's words, knowing she wasn't genuinely angry. It was true that he had acted recklessly this time. Just remember, your body is quite depleted. You need to rest well. You must be hungry now. It's time to eat something so you can recover more quickly. Tsunade turned to Jiraiya, instructing him to prepare some easily chewable hospital food for Naruto, advising him to keep it light and bland. All right, I'll do that right away, Jiraiya replied, ready to comply. But before you go, remember to wash your hands. And make sure to prepare extra, as Shizune and I haven't eaten lunch yet. After rubbing her feet, she found it slightly embarrassing. Shizune, please stay here to care for Naruto. Once Jiraiya brings the food over, have him call for me. I have someone coming to check on my health. After Jiraiya leapt out of the window as usual, Tsunade closed it and addressed Shizune. Understood, Lady Tsunade. Once the hospital room door was shut, Shizune returned to Naruto's bedside, her heart aching at his frail state. Naruto, are you thirsty? Would you like some water? Thank you, Sister Shizune, he replied gratefully. After drinking the water with her assistance and exchanging a few words, he soon drifted off to sleep. His body had endured significant strain, and ample rest was essential for his recovery. What a lovely little fellow, Shizune remarked, gently poking Naruto's sleeping face. I'm relieved he is okay. Otherwise, I could never forgive myself. Time passed swiftly, and evening approached. After finishing the lunch Jiraiya had brought, Naruto found himself unable to sleep any longer. Though Shizune's presence was comforting, the stillness of lying in a hospital bed grew tiresome. Is Grandpa Jiraiya there, Shizune? He asked, somewhat shyly. Lord Jiraiya was summoned by the Hokage earlier. He probably won't be back until tonight. Is there something you need to discuss with him? Shizune observed the faint blush on Naruto's cheeks, puzzled. It's not that. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell again? I can call Lady Tsunade or treat you myself, Shizune asked, her concern evident as she stood to seek Tsunade. No, there's no need to find Lady Tsunade. It's just that. I need to use the restroom, Naruto blurted out, wishing he could vanish from embarrassment. If only he were capable of moving. He wouldn't want to trouble anyone. However, his current weakness rendered him incapable of even taking a few steps without collapsing. Shizune paused for a moment before understanding, her face reddening slightly, but quickly shaking off her surprise. She reminded herself that she was an adult, and he was merely a 4-year-old child. There was no reason to feel shy. Then I'll carry you. But there are no buts. Let us go. Without giving him a chance to protest, Shizune lifted Naruto from the bed and carried him to the restroom. Upon returning to the hospital room, Naruto's face remained flushed. and he wished he could forget everything that had just happened. After all, he was a person with a past life. And though his current body was that of a child, he had once been a normal adult man. Gazing at Shizun's freshly washed hands, Naruto wished for someone to arrive and break the awkward tension. Perhaps fate heard his silent plea as a knock echoed through the door. Naruto-kun, are you in here? What a relief. Someone had come. Chapter 41. Who dares to offend her? Naruto-kun, I heard you were hospitalized again. How are you feeling now? Hinata entered the room, carrying a food container, followed by Sasuke, Hinata, and Neji. What is he doing here? Naruto thought, surprised to see Neji. I heard you got hospitalized because you saved someone. I never expected you to be capable of such selflessness, he remarked, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Of course, I'm fine. I didn't anticipate you would come to see me. Did you finish your training tasks today? Of course. It's unfortunate you're lying in bed, otherwise I would demonstrate the new genjutsu I learned, which would surely defeat you. I look forward to it, Naruto replied, not wishing to engage further, especially since he couldn't rise to confront Sasuke at the moment. Naruto-kun, let me introduce you. This is my cousin, Hyuga Neji. He heard you were in the hospital and brought a gift to see you, Hinata interjected, smiling at the bickering boys. Hello, Naruto. My father has told me about you. Thank you, Neji said, acknowledging him. His father had instructed him to befriend Naruto, and though he had initially felt disdain, he soon understood the reasoning behind his father's wishes. Naruto had indirectly saved his father and had become a catalyst for change within their clan. Lately, Neji and others had noticed a shift in their family dynamics, particularly regarding the treatment of ninjas and the confinement of several arrogant members of the main family. His father had been smiling more often, expressing faith that life for the branch family would improve. For Neji, his father was the most important person in his life, and he took his father's request to heart. Furthermore, he now regards Hinata as the younger sister he must protect. Upon learning that this sister is engaged to Naruto, his resolve to foster a good relationship with him has intensified. Hello, thank you for coming to see me. Observing his brother-in-law, Naruto feels a pang of pity for him. According to the original narrative, he was indeed the most gifted among the younger members of the Hyuga clan, yet due to his status as a branch family member, he was branded as a caged bird at the tender age of 3, with his father having departed from his life early on. As a branch family member, mastering certain family jutsu that the main family can learn effortlessly requires immense effort. Ultimately, in a bid to assist him, he was slain by the Ten Tails. Alas, the Hyuga clan's treatment of its branch family is truly disheartening. Soon, the four of them engaged in conversation for quite some time. Kurenai and Hinata quietly withdrew, leaving the space for them. The four conversed joyously, with even Neji, who had just joined, bursting into hearty laughter at Naruto's jokes. In addition to chatting, Naruto regaled them with tales from Journey to the West, which captivated their full attention. Even Kurenai and Hinata were drawn in from outside the door. Finally, after several days of recuperation, Tsunade released Naruto, just in time for the afternoon. Naruto, hurry. You've been lying down for days. Let's see if you've regressed. Sasuke, armed with shurikens, issued a challenge to Naruto, and Neji joined in, leading to an exhilarating melee where none could bear to relent. Sister Hinata, is it safe for them to fight like this? Haha, it's fine, they all do this. Aren't you also practicing these combat techniques? You should join us later. What do you say, Yoshino? Do you have confidence? I do. I will be as formidable as you all. Hinata, watching the battle, was accompanied by a long-haired young girl, the daughter of the ninja Naruto had rescued. On the very day her father was able to stand, he purchased gifts and brought his daughter, Yoshino, to express his gratitude to Naruto in person. It was then that Yoshino joined their small team. After all, among them, Hinata was the only girl, and it was a delightful opportunity to find her a companion. Yoshino's father, Ski, was elated after his wife left him with this daughter. He found it somewhat challenging to care for her. While he endeavored to meet her material needs, fulfilling her emotional requirements proved more difficult. If she could indeed become part of this little group, it would greatly aid her growth. Moreover, these individuals are all prodigies, destined for remarkable achievements, thus granting his daughter valuable connections for the future. Should any issues arise later, he could rest slightly easier. Yoshino, how are you faring with the combat techniques that Naruto-kun has taught you? Hinata inquired with a warm smile, observing the spirited young girl. I've learned them, but I still need practice. Although I haven't yet refined my chakra, my father has been urging me to train physically, and the combat techniques Naruto and Aizen taught me are quite practical. If you're still not proficient, how about we spar together? It will help us identify our mistakes in a practical setting. Great. Thank you, Sister Hinata. Once I master these, I will seek out Naruto and Aizen to learn new techniques. The two young girls then engaged in their own combat, albeit with less intensity than the boys, yet their back-and-forth exchanges steadily contributed to their improvement. In the Hokage's office, the discussion continued. So it is, old man. I believe Naruto has established a connection with the Nine Tails, and their relationship does not seem so dire. This is indeed favorable for Konoha. Jiraiya was reporting to Hiruzen Sarutobi about recent events at the hospital, a matter they had deliberated for several days. Indeed, aside from what was said concerning the ceiling, I also observed this during Naruto's treatment. The Nine Tails does not appear to wish him harm. Rather, it seems Naruto is pleading with it to save others. Tsunade added her perspective. While your assertions hold some truth, who can say this isn't a ploy by the Nine Tails? I believe we must take precautions, Tsunade. Danzo interjected, eager to voice his concerns. However, Tsunade was unyielding, fiercely protective of her student. Anyone who dares to harbor ill intentions toward him will find themselves on the receiving end of my wrath, she declared, hurling her teacup across the room. Calm down, Danzo. It appears that the Nine Tails poses no immediate threat. Tsunade's concern for her student is only natural. Mito's flame, the ever-diplomatic voice, stepped in to quell the brewing tension. Indeed, the Nine Tails seems quite docile at present, yet vigilance is paramount. While we need not fear, we must remain cautious. Fortunately, with Jiraiya and Tsunade by Naruto's side, this threat is manageable. Konohamaru, hesitant to speak, thought to himself that Danzo was truly ungrateful. With Tsunade present, even if she decided to strike the Hokage, it would be entirely understandable. Who would dare provoke her? It was best to avoid inciting her wrath. Chapter 42. A ray of hope after much debate. The Hokage made a decisive resolution. Very well, let us proceed as such regarding Naruto. Jiraiya and Tsunade will oversee him. The Nine Tails' affection for Naruto is promising news. You both must keep a watchful eye. After a brief discussion about the village's development, the meeting was succinctly adjourned. Danzo stormed out, his anger palpable, as the office door endured yet another violent slam. When did Naruto, Sasuke, and the others become friends? As they exited the Hokage building, Tsunade released a sigh of relief and turned to Jiraiya. The Uchiha clan posed a significant issue for the village. The higher-ups would eventually take action against them. Although Hiruzen Sarutobi currently showed no discontent regarding Naruto and Sasuke's relationship, it was bound to lead to complications. Those two little rascals likely knew each other long before. Their recent camaraderie has simply blossomed, Jiraiya speculated. What? Do you fear trouble? He continued after a moment's reflection. While the old man currently harbors no concerns, Danzo's perspective differs. The root has begun to mobilize, though it remains unclear what methods they will employ. Tsunade sighed, recognizing the unusual nature of both their identities within the village. She pondered how Naruto had managed such a feat. One is the village's Jinchuriki, while the other belongs to the Uchiha clan. It is utterly remarkable that two individuals seemingly destined to be adversaries have forged a friendship. Might this be a new strategy from the old man? It is possible. There were always Umbu trailing Naruto, so logically, the old man should have been aware. Yet, he did not intervene. Jiraiya found the situation perplexing, yet he saw no other explanation. We must devise a task for Danzo. If he remains idle, he will continue to encroach upon Naruto's life, and it is quite vexing. Be cautious. Such matters must remain undisclosed. With someone as petty as Danzo, guard against his potential underhanded tactics, Jiraiya murmured, glancing around before speaking softly. Understood. You need not worry about my actions. With that, Tsunade departed. As she still had responsibilities at the hospital, the past few days had yielded considerable earnings, and she felt rather extravagant at the gambling tables. Jiraiya returned as well. Having spent the last few days attending to Naruto at the hospital and attending meetings at the Hokage's office, he had not even had the chance to gather materials. He hoped the readers would spare him from their criticisms. Fear not. Even if they do, it will merely be for recycling. However, just as they departed, a shadow emerged from the corner, glancing in the direction they had taken before quietly slipping away. Life continued on in its tranquil manner. That evening, as Naruto returned home, Jiraiya had already prepared dinner. Naruto has returned. Come and dine with us. In just a month, it will be your 5th birthday. Have you decided how you wish to celebrate? As the last bowl of rice was placed on the table, Jiraiya casually wiped his hands and inquired. Has it really been almost 5 years? Upon hearing the question, Naruto fell into contemplation, reflecting on his almost 5-year existence in this world. The first 4 years were undeniably bleak, but this period has been the happiest of his life. Haven't you thought of anything yet? Perhaps I should arrange a feast. And you can invite all your friends? Observing Naruto's silence, Jiraiya assumed he had yet to finalize his plans and offered his suggestion. Yes, that sounds good. I'll invite all my friends. Breaking his contemplation, Naruto agreed to Jiraiya's proposal. Excellent. You can even bring 100 if you wish. After finishing their meal in jovial spirits, Naruto returned to his room. For that night, he was to narrate tales to Kurama. He was nearing the conclusion of the journey to the west, pondering what narrative he should tackle next. The Uchiha clan. Is what you say true? Upon hearing Itachi Uchiha's words, Fugaku Uchiha was so exhilarated he nearly leaped from his seat. An opportunity for the clan had arrived. If utilized wisely, the Uchiha clan might not only evade persecution, but also eliminate the looming threat of annihilation. Indeed, when Tsunade and Jiraiya departed from the Hokage building, they made such statements. And they were correct. If the third Hokage had truly abandoned us, he would not permit Naruto and Sasuke to befriend one another. Correct. The individual lurking in the corner was indeed Itachi Uchiha, who relayed this information to Fugaku upon returning home from work. Well done, Itachi. It appears that we have not yet reached an irreparable state. At least there remains hope with the third Hokage. I will send someone to observe how Tsunade is troubling Danzo. When the time is right, we must offer our assistance. The more tumultuous the waters, the greater our chances for the Uchiha clan. As the foremost clan of Konoha, even amidst current adversity, the Uchiha possess their own intelligence network. Some matters Danzo cannot conceal. Regardless of his intentions, if Tsunade strikes first, I will not hesitate to push him further. Causing trouble for Danzo is something the Uchiha would gladly undertake. However, merely focusing on external matters is insufficient. The key lies within. Listening to Itachi, Fugaku understood the implication. Currently, the clan is divided into 3 factions. One faction, comprising some clan members and elders, advocates for a coup d'etat to decisively alter the relationship between the village and the clan. Another faction, consisting of a few elders and some clan members, promotes a more conciliatory approach to ease tensions with the village, represented by the likes of Shisui Uchiha. Yet, this faction is the least favored, as many view their stance as overly humble. The third faction is neutral, neither as aggressive as the hardliners nor as meek as the conciliators, thus comprising the majority, yet they fail to resolve any issues. Fugaku belongs to this neutral faction. During clan meetings, as the leader, he often finds himself listening to the heated debates between the other 2 factions, wishing he could simply don earplugs. For mere bickering resolves nothing. However, he understands that if the Uchiha truly have a chance to coexist peacefully with Konoha, neither of the other factions should exist. The conciliators may change, but altering the hardliners is no simple task. Yes, I will strive for change. However, it may require more time and a suitable opportunity, which is not easily found. After a moment of reflection, Fugaku spoke again. Make an effort to connect with Naruto and foster a relationship with him. Also seek out Shisui. I suspect a conversation with him is in order. Maintain your closeness, but do not let anyone discover it. Understood. Chapter 43. News of the Uzumaki clan. Tsunade-sensei. You mentioned my mother belonged to the Uzumaki clan. Are there no other members of the Uzumaki clan? This morning, Naruto was still studying in the hospital. Ever since his last incident, Tsunade had requested a treatment room and moved in with him to oversee his progress and provide better instruction. However, today, the patient turnout was sparse, leaving both feeling somewhat bored. Thus, they began to converse. Naturally, Tsunade dominated the dialogue while Naruto listened. As their conversation progressed, they touched upon Naruto's mother and subsequently the Uzumaki clan. Many years ago, the Uzumaki clan was decimated by external forces, leaving only a handful scattered across various villages, living under the shadows of others. It has been so long that locating them now seems nearly impossible. At this point, Tsunade abruptly paused. Recalling something she had seen while evading creditors, it appeared there were still members of the Uzumaki clan in that location. I remember there might be a place where members of the Uzumaki clan reside, but I cannot be certain if they are still there. Where's that? Hearing this, Naruto's interest was piqued. Instead of answering directly, Tsunade retrieved a map of the ninja world and pointed to a specific location. I recall it was here. Due to certain circumstances, I passed through and seemed to glimpse a woman with red hair. However, when I looked back, she had vanished. Naruto approached to examine the indicated spot and realized it was in the land of grass. Indeed, that must be it. He remembered that Karen had previously been in that village. If the timing was right, perhaps her mother was still there. Sensei, can we go look for them? I truly wish to find my kin. You wish to go? I doubt that is permissible. The old man would never allow you to leave the village. Moreover, I even questioned whether I had seen correctly. What if it's not true? It would be a wasted trip. Tsunade shook her head in response to Naruto's eagerness. While she too desired to locate the Uzumaki clan members, Naruto's departure from the village was utterly out of the question. As the village's Jinchuriki, it was imperative to ensure his safety. But Naruto attempted to argue, but Tsunade interrupted him. There are no buts. Remaining in the village is the only way to guarantee your safety. You are still far too young, although your strength rivals that of a chunin. If word got out that you left the village, those with ulterior motives would see your immaturity as an opportune moment for abduction. Very well. Hearing the refusal, Naruto felt helpless. Indeed, he had yet to reach 5 years of age. To outsiders, he appeared far too young. While he might not fear those who would kidnap him, the ensuing complications would be far too troublesome. Do not fret. When you possess the strength of a jonin, or in a few years when you mature further, you should be able to venture out. Remember, you are not even a ninja yet. Tsunade gently ruffled his hair. That is true. While Naruto has made progress, he is still not yet 5 and has never attended ninja school, thus lacking the status of a ninja. Sighing, Naruto lamented, when can I participate in the ninja exam? It said that the chunin exams are quite simple. With my current abilities, I could easily succeed. He cast a defiant glance at Tsunade, his eyes brimming with determination. You must first attend ninja school, and then I will assist you in applying for the exam ahead of schedule. She continued to offer words of comfort. Very well. Observing Naruto's unwilling expression, Tsunade chuckled once more. Her little sister's child was quite entertaining. There was never a dull moment in his presence. It is not necessary for you to travel to the grass village. Jiraiya can go in your stead. After all, he has been rather idle these days. Moreover, your birthday is still a month away, and it would only take a few days for him to make the round trip. Indeed, with Jiraiya present, he can assist as well. Very well, I shall seek out Grandpa Jiraiya at noon. What? To the grass village? At noon, Tsunade, Shizune, and Naruto returned home to find Jiraiya preparing a meal. Due to Shizune's work at the hospital, she often lacks the time to shop and prepare lunch. So sometimes they come here to share a meal. Jiraiya's culinary skills are quite commendable. However, Jiraiya was taken aback. He had just wished for a few days of respite, only to be called back into action. Yes, Naruto wishes to locate a member of the Uzumaki clan. I recall having discovered some leads in the grass village, but he cannot leave the village at present, and I too have pressing matters. Thus, I must rely on you. Yet, Jiraiya pondered his own obligations. After all, Tsunade's information may not be entirely reliable. If he were to return empty-handed, it would only dishearten Naruto. There are no ifs about it. You are to go, and refrain from lurking around the women's bath. How many times have you been caught this month? Stay in the village any longer, and you risk eternal disgrace. Tsunade would not entertain any refusals. Coincidentally, I need you to handle a couple of tasks for me as well. I have 2 scrolls that I will tell you whom to deliver them to shortly. If you dare to refuse, I will let you experience the taste of my fist. Fine, I'll go, I suppose. Realizing that further dissent could spell peril for himself, Jiraiya reluctantly acquiesced. Grandpa Jiraiya, I entrust this to you. Upon your return, I shall procure the finest sake in Konoha to honor you. Naruto declared with a smile at Jiraiya's agreement. Oh, you certainly know how to wear out this old body. Just await my good news. Jiraiya replied with a wry smile while ruffling Naruto's hair. After the meal, Jiraiya set off, accompanied by a shadow clone of Naruto. This clone, created with a substantial amount of chakra, could persist for several days, as Naruto was genuinely eager to witness the unfolding events. After nearly 5 years in Konoha, he had yet to explore the outside world. By the riverside in the afternoon, the atmosphere felt distinct, as the original group of 5 had now grown by 1. Naruto, this is my brother. He has come today to assist with my training. Indeed, the newcomer was Itachi Uchiha, demonstrating remarkable efficiency by arriving just a day after his brother Fugaku had requested he engage with Naruto. Greetings, Sasuke's brother. The 4 exchanged pleasantries. Hello everyone. Thank you for training with Sasuke. I brought some snacks. Sasuke, let us share with everyone. With that, Itachi handed a box of treats to Sasuke. All right, you train well here. I have matters to attend to. After speaking, Itachi departed. Chapter 44. Gaining talent. Itachi's appearance was but a brief interlude. The group casually discussed the delightful dumplings while resuming their training. It must be said that Itachi truly relished sweet treats. These dumplings were delectable, soft, chewy, and sweet. Yet, Naruto's perception diverged, primarily due to Itachi's gaze. He initially believed Itachi had merely come to deliver Sasuke. However, the moment their eyes met, he sensed an inquisitive curiosity directed towards him. Did Itachi take an interest in him? Perhaps it was due to Sasuke? Though puzzled, he dismissed the thought as Sasuke's attack approached. Damn, you little brat. Unable to best me, you dare to launch a sneak attack? I'll make it so your mother wouldn't recognize you. Thus began the brutal training session. As the sounds of combat echoed, Sasuke lay on the ground, exhausted, while Neji also collapsed, needing to catch his breath. Come on, Naruto, you're really going all out. Can't you ease up a bit? Sasuke exclaimed, gazing at the one tending to his wounds. Who understands, my friends? What began as a friendly spar has turned into a relentless bout. Serves you right. What made you think you could sneak attack me? Look at Neji. When I fought him, I didn't go all out. After finishing the healing, Naruto delivered a playful kick to Sasuke's rear, signaling the end of their clash. Observing the two resting, Naruto felt he still had energy, prompting him to seek out the girls. Hinata, come on, let us train together. Ryoko, watch closely, alright? Yes, I understand. Naruto and Aizen, Ryoko nodded earnestly, now regarding him as her teacher and accepting his words without dissent. Naruto-kun, don't you need a break? Hinata inquired with concern, glancing at the two panting nearby. No need. Despite the chaos of three people sparring, I employed a little technique, primarily guiding the fight between them while I swooped in to finish. During the earlier scrimmage, Naruto had stepped back, allowing Neji and Sasuke to contend, and when Neji weakened, he easily triumphed. Alright, let us begin. Hinata activated her Byakugan, and through the training of recent days, she felt as if she had unlocked her potential, making rapid progress. Encouraged by Naruto, her previous timidity in battle had diminished significantly. I believe soon I shall completely overcome my weakness and become a formidable ninja. Excellent. Hinata, your strikes are growing increasingly powerful. Well done. Yes, be careful, Naruto-kun. Congratulations, host. Friend Hinata's friendship value has surpassed 20, granting a chance for a lottery draw. Upon returning home after training, Naruto suddenly received a notification from the system. It seemed the efforts of recent days were finally yielding rewards. System, initiate the lottery draw. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the talent of memory, significantly enhancing your recall ability, allowing for perfect retention of previously learned information. Would you like to use it? Surprised that the reward was not a ninjutsu, Naruto was intrigued. This system held more than just items from the ninja world. It also encompassed other capabilities. Spotting the purple hue of the reward on the wheel only heightened his curiosity. Use it. Without a doubt, this was the first time the system had presented such a talent, and he felt compelled to experience it. The host has agreed to use the talent. Transmission of the ability is underway. As the system's voice concluded, Naruto felt a sudden pain in his head. Damn, system, why didn't you mention that accepting the talent would cause a headache? The bestowal of talents may alter the host's physical capabilities, and some side effects may occur. Why didn't you say so earlier, deceptive system? Feeling the pain intensify, Naruto cursed the system in his mind for not providing adequate warning. How could he have prepared for this? After enduring what felt like an eternity, the excruciating pain gradually subsided. Soaking wet and gasping for air, Naruto knelt on the ground, relieved to be alive. That was agonizing. System, next time you have side effects, give me an early warning. Thankfully, this was at home. Had it occurred in the midst of a battle, I shudder to think of the consequences. With a heavy exhale, Naruto sensed that his mind felt sharper than before. Fleeting memories of the past have resurfaced, vividly replaying in my mind like a slideshow. Even recollections from my infancy in a previous life have emerged. Perplexing as I seem to have been oblivious at that time. Opening a scroll beside me, I merely glanced at it, yet astonishingly retained most of its contents, not as fleeting or ephemeral memory, but as if indelibly inscribed within my mind. I now truly grasped the comparison of the human brain to a computer, so readily accessible. Although the side effects are undeniably painful, the results are remarkable. System, I have a query. With all this information stored, will I eventually run out of memory? After all, My previous computer became insufficient in storage over time, which was quite a distressing ordeal. Ahem, of course, that was merely regarding academic files. Yes, academic files, encompassing culture, architecture, automobiles, and so on. Rest assured, host. The talents provided by this system will remain operational. It seems the system has sensed my concerns and has assured me. That is reassuring. I simply hope my mind does not malfunction amidst this newfound knowledge. With a sense of calm restored, Naruto resumed utilizing his talent. One cannot help but marvel at the quality assured by the system. This purple talent proves exceedingly useful. I wonder, should a red talent emerge in the future? Would I transform into a superhuman? Glancing at my accumulated friendship points, I sighed. Perhaps it is best to refrain from temptation. Having previously expended 20, I have painstakingly amassed over 30 more in the subsequent days. It would be unwise to squander them, especially when rewards might be mere white-tiered items. The allure of the lottery is indeed addictive. I must avoid the fate of Tsunade, who squandered the Senju clan's legacy and incurred substantial debts. I must learn from history. I, Naruto, shall vow to oppose gambling and vice. Chapter 45. Encounter with the Iwagakure spy on a road within the Land of Fire. Jiraiya and Naruto's shadow clone were traversing. Wow, Grandpa Jiraiya, this place is beautiful, Naruto exclaimed, captivated by a nearby river valley. Despite the harsh realities of the ninja world, this scenery was undeniably delightful. The purpose of summoning his clone was not only to seek out Karui, but also to behold the world beyond the village. Being in one place for nearly 5 years had grown tiresome. Indeed, the scenery is quite lovely. I didn't expect you to have such an appreciation for it. In the future, I shall take you to even more breathtaking locales, Jiraiya remarked with a smile. Traveling with a little companion made the journey far more enjoyable, alleviating the monotony and allowing for a richer experience of the surroundings. It is no wonder Tsunade brought Shizun with her when she left Konoha. Absolutely. I long to see more. As Naruto daydreamed, Jiraiya's demeanor abruptly shifted, his gaze fixated on a distant thicket. What's wrong, Grandpa Jiraiya? Sensing the change, Naruto curiously followed his gaze and noticed a flock of birds suddenly take flight. Clearly, something was amiss. Before he could speak, Jiraiya swiftly lifted him and dashed towards the commotion. This was within the territory of the Land of Fire, guarded by Konoha. Any conflict here likely involved Konoha ninjas. Jiraiya felt a surge of anxiety. Encountering a team on a hunting mission would be manageable, but anything beyond that could spell trouble. Soon, they reached the scene, and Jiraiya's fears were confirmed. A chaotic skirmish unfolded before them, with one faction being Konoha's and the other Iwagakure's ninjas. Without hesitation, Jiraiya could not tolerate such audacity on Konoha's grounds. He set Naruto down and charged into the fray. A Rasengan was unleashed, crashing into the ground below, sending shockwaves that halted both sides. It's Lord Jiraiya. How fortunate he has arrived. The Konoha ninjas rejoiced upon recognizing him, knowing he was one of their village's formidable forces capable of swiftly dealing with the adversaries. What transpired here? Jiraiya inquired of the Konoha ninja. Lord Jiraiya, capture them. They are spies from Iwagakure and their accomplices. Our team stumbled upon them unintentionally. The ninja replied rapidly, directing his comrades to intercept the fleeing Iwagakure ninjas. Spies. Then it is even less permissible for you to escape. Observing the panicked Iwagakure ninjas, Jiraiya sprang into action, incapacitating the enemies in his path. Everyone scatter. The enemy leader, upon seeing Jiraiya, commanded his subordinates to break free, but they were firmly obstructed by Konoha ninjas. It seemed their only option was to disperse, hoping to save at least one. Letting you escape would be a disgrace, Jiraiya declared, swiftly biting his finger and forming hand seals. As smoke billowed, several enormous toads appeared. Quick, capture the fleeing Iwagakure ninjas. With a swift movement, the toads sprang into action, their long tongues darting out to ensnare several would-be escapees. One notably large toad, fierce and powerful, leapt high into the air, targeting a fleeing enemy with ferocity. What on earth? Exclaimed the Iwagakure ninja, overwhelmed by the sight above. Soon, the battlefield fell silent. No Iwagakure ninja had managed to escape. All were apprehended. 12 in total, with 2 in particularly dire condition, already unconscious and frothing at the mouth. What are the casualties? Jiraiya inquired, turning to the captain of the Konoha ninja squad. Fortunately, we are left with 7, 2 lightly injured, and one brother is in a precarious state after being surrounded by the enemy. the captain explained, gesturing towards a comrade slumped against a tree, unconscious. Lacking a medical ninja, they were resorting to basic bandaging to staunch the bleeding. Naruto, come here. Jiraiya called towards the nearby woods. Just as the captain pondered, a small figure emerged. I'm here, Grandpa Jiraiya. Naruto rushed to the side of the gravely injured, activating his healing technique as vibrant green energy enveloped the wounded. How did he get here? The captain gasped, recognizing the boy as the village's Jinchuriki. Being a captain, he understood the significance of the Jinchuriki to the village. And with the borders of the land of fire and the land of grass so near, he was astonished at Jiraiya's decision to bring the young Jinchuriki along. However, upon sensing the chakra, he sighed in relief, realizing it was merely a shadow clone. Thank goodness it's not the real him. Any misstep with the Nine Tails would be catastrophic. All is well now. Soon, just as the captain was lost in thought, the injured team member's condition stabilized. With a few more days of rest, he would be ready to resume his vigorous duties. Tingya, how do you feel? The captain inquired, stepping forward to address the awakened comrade. I'm fine, Captain. I feel much better, thanks to Naruto. No need for thanks. Just make sure to rest well, Naruto advised, offering a few more words of encouragement before moving on to tend to the other two injured members. After providing them with some minor treatment, he returned to Jiraiya's side. These two also required a period of recuperation. It wasn't that he didn't wish to heal them completely. He was merely a shadow clone with limited chakra reserves. Although his original self had granted him a substantial amount of chakra before his departure, the duration of this mission remained uncertain, and he needed to conserve his energy. As for the injuries sustained by the rock ninjas nearby, he had no inclination to treat them. A mere application of medicine by others would suffice. As long as they remained alive, numerous spies from rival villages lurked among them, hidden deep, but the consequences for those caught were typically dire. A fact tacitly accepted by the higher-ups. All right, take these individuals back to the village and ensure their safety, Jiraiya instructed, sealing the remaining combat-capable rock ninjas before handing them over to the Konoha team. He had no desire to compete for these rewards, as it was evident from their attire that most of them were common ninjas, even the captain hailing from a modest background. These individuals relied on such rewards to support their families, and given their ages, it was likely that they had wives, children, and elderly relatives waiting for sustenance. The aftermath of the Great War and the Night of the Nine Tails had left the village in dire straits. Otherwise, they would not have fought so desperately. 7 faced 12. And they possessed only one Nin, while the enemy had 2. Thank you, Lord Jiraiya. Once we have returned these individuals and submitted our mission report, we will express our gratitude to both of you, the captain stated, well aware of Jiraiya's intentions but determined not to let his team monopolize the rewards. Had it not been for the intervention of their foes, their small squad might have met with disaster. No worries, just be cautious on your way back, Jiraiya replied before continuing on toward the grass village with Naruto. Captain, how did Lord Jiraiya end up here? One of the team members inquired after watching the two depart. I don't know. Never mind that. This area isn't safe. After chasing these individuals for so long, we finally managed to capture them, only to discover there were reinforcements. We almost fell into a trap. Next time, we must act swiftly and not allow them an opportunity to react. Understand? The captain's frustration was palpable as he recounted the mission. Initially, they had only 6 members. Facing 7 should have posed no issue. Yet, they were blindsided by the presence of 6 reinforcements in the jungle. They needed to strike preemptively in future encounters. The team then led the captured rock ninjas toward the village. Grandpa Jiraiya, are there many spies in the village now? Naruto asked during their journey. Indeed. There are quite a few. Konoha is not what it once was. Sigh, after the Third Great Ninja War, everyone is eager to take a bite out of Konoha. Jiraiya lamented. This sentiment was tinged with resignation. If only the first Hokage had still been leading, who would have dared to encroach upon them? Konoha had been established amidst chaos and became the strongest entity, thanks to Hashirama Senju and his mastery of wood release, combined with his unique physique that even the formidable Uchiha Madara had to avoid. In contrast to the first Hokage, the second Hokage's demeanor was arguably more astute and intelligent, excelling in both strength and intellect. However, his overly rational and composed nature lacked the warmth of human emotion, leading to mixed opinions among some ninjas. Nevertheless, Konoha's strength remained unrivaled. In his youth, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, witnessed Konoha's decline following the Second Great Ninja War. Yet, through his efforts, he managed to foster a sense of resurgence. However, the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War shattered the village's nascent recovery, dragging Konoha from its pedestal. Although Minato displayed formidable prowess during this conflict, instilling fear in the other villages, the prevailing sense of despair was deeply troubling. After Minato ascended to the role of fourth Hokage, although his experience was limited, he gradually adapted with Hiruzen's guidance. Yet, just as everyone hoped for Konoha's revival, the emergence of the self-styled Uchiha Madara changed everything. Following the Night of the Nine Tails, with Minato perishing and the village's Jinchuriki reduced to the infant Naruto, alongside substantial destruction and loss of life, Konoha's vitality was severely compromised. Subsequently, the third Hokage resumed leadership, yet Konoha's strength had waned considerably. Danzo sought to seize power, while Sakura and Sasuke no longer exhibited their previous fervor, becoming increasingly cautious. The third Hokage, now aging, began to struggle with the burdens of leadership, and his mindset had shifted as well. If only Minato were still here, at least the youth possessed vigor, resilience, and courage in the face of adversaries. The third Hokage, despite his immense strength, was growing old and resorted to political maneuvering. Although his intentions remained for the village's welfare, could his motivations remain untainted amid the influences of the other three? The atmosphere grew somber, and the two fell silent, silently advancing toward their destination. After 2 more days of travel, they finally arrived at the Grass Village. The Third Great Ninja War's battleground was situated in the Grass Village, which had become a battleground for the 3 great nations. The devastation wrought by the war left the Grass Village in a state of disrepair, riddled with scars from conflict. The mingling of various factions, along with the presence of refugees and rogue ninjas, created a chaotic scene, punctuated by the sounds of fighting and cries of despair, a truly tragic sight. We have arrived. Sigh. The Grass Village was not always like this. While it was never wealthy, it was certainly in a better state than now, Jiraiya remarked, observing the disheartening landscape. Let us enter and see if we can locate the individual Tsunade mentioned, possibly a member of the Uzumaki clan. With that, the two stealthily infiltrated the village, despite Jiraiya's strength rendering him nearly unassailable. It was prudent to exercise caution in unfamiliar territories, especially those not under Konoha's jurisdiction, lest they be used as an excuse by rival ninja villages. After an extensive period of observation, they found no signs of red-haired individuals. It appeared that Tsunade had indeed erred. This village lacked any members of the Uzumaki clan. Shaking his head in disappointment, Jiraiya turned to Naruto. Strange, could they truly not be here? Am I overlooking something? Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Naruto decided to abandon their passive approach of merely observing the pedestrians. Grandpa Jiraiya, perhaps we should change our tactics. The Uzumaki clan's bloodline possesses healing properties. We might be able to track some injured ninjas. They could lead us to our target. Upon hearing Naruto's suggestion, Jiraiya clapped his hands together. Yes, that is a brilliant idea. The Grass Village is likely in dire need of medical ninjas. This may indeed be our best chance. Quickly, they located an injured ninja, who had just slain a companion but was wounded in the process. Clutching his injury, he staggered down the street. Let us follow him, Jiraiya whispered, leading Naruto stealthily after the wounded grass ninja. Before long, they arrived at a dilapidated house along the street. As the door creaked open, a girl's voice echoed from within. Here, let us establish that Xianglin is 2 years older than Naruto. Please, don't hurt my mother anymore. She is unwell today. Get lost, brat. If it weren't for the regulations above, I would bite you, you know. Shortly after, a cacophony of clattering dishes echoed through the air. Just as the grass ninja contemplated advancing, a sudden clinking of chains resounded from behind him. Before he could turn to discern the source, his neck and limbs were instantaneously ensnared. What is this? Before he could articulate his confusion, his consciousness began to blur, and he succumbed to darkness. The adamantine ceiling chains? You are of the Uzumaki clan. Lying in bed, Xianglin's mother gazed at the familiar sealing technique with an indescribable excitement in her voice. Hello, Auntie. I am Naruto Uzumaki, from the village hidden in the leaves. After discarding the unconscious grass ninja aside, Naruto first helped Xianglin to her feet, then approached to heal her injuries with his healing jutsu while introducing himself. Thank you so much. I am Uzumaki Chisui, and this is my daughter. Xianglin, taking a deep breath to suppress her overwhelming emotions, Chisui began to introduce herself and her daughter. Greetings, Aunt Chisui. This is my relative in Konoha, Jiraiya. He is my father's mentor. Naruto displayed utmost politeness as he introduced Jiraiya, who had just entered the room. Good day, Lord Jiraiya. With her Chunin-level strength, Uzumaki Chisui could easily sense the aura of authority emanating from him, prompting her to adopt a tone of respect, not out of fear, but from admiration for the powerful. No need for formality. I accompanied Naruto to seek out members of the Uzumaki clan, and I never expected to find them here, Jiraiya remarked, affectionately ruffling Naruto's hair. Having overheard Naruto's introduction, he was in high spirits. Aunt Chisui, you and Xianglin should return to Konoha with us. If you remain here, your health will undoubtedly deteriorate. While treating her, he had noticed her condition was critically compromised. Should she neglect her recovery, she might never awaken again in a few years. After all, how could a member of the Uzumaki clan, renowned for their vitality, fall ill so easily? Is that truly possible? Hearing his words, a glimmer of hope ignited in Chizui's eyes. Leaving this place would be a blessing. Though she could disregard her own well-being, she could not forsake her daughters, as it was a final legacy to her husband. Yes, I came out specifically to find my kin. You should accompany me back, he continued. Once we arrive, I will seek out Tsunade and arrange for you both to reside in the Senju clan's ancestral home, where she can teach Xianglin medical ninjutsu. Even if Danzo comes looking for trouble, you need not fear. All right, I will go with you. Though uncertain of what awaited her in Konoha, she was determined to grasp any glimmer of hope. She had endured enough of the hell that was life in the Hidden Grass Village. However, we must create a bit of chaos in the Hidden Grass Village first. They must pay for how they have treated you, Aunt Chisui. After Naruto spoke, he whispered a few words into Jiraiya's ear, who immediately donned an expression of understanding. Good lad, playing it this way, though a bit ruthless, it's not a bad plan. After all, this place is rife with rogue ninjas and outlaws, engaged in daily bloodshed over territory disputes. Every one of them has blood on their hands. While Naruto's idea was somewhat cruel, it would alleviate the pressure from the true governing forces in the area. Nodding, the two began to discuss their plan. Naruto, Lord Jiraiya, I can help too. Although Uzumaki Chisui had primarily been a mere vessel for blood, she was not entirely oblivious to the village's circumstances. Thank you, Aunt Chisui. Naruto replied gratefully. With her assistance, their plan could proceed more smoothly, as they were unfamiliar with the Hidden Grass Village. Soon after, Naruto and Jiraiya set out. Exchanging nods, they slipped into the shadows, each heading in opposite directions. The scent of grilled meat wafted from a slightly dilapidated house, emanating through a partially ajar door. Come on. If you spend the day with us, not only will you eat well today, but tomorrow too. A scar-faced ninja addressed a young woman in the corner, brandishing a piece of grilled meat. 5 or 6 other men erupted into laughter nearby. No, no, no. The woman shook her head fervently, though she was famished. She clutched her clothing tightly. Another woman, who had been captured the previous day, had consented to their demands. Yet these brutes were anything but human, leading to her demise and the disposal of her body. You refuse to drink? We just dislike the sound of women screaming, but we can make it happen. Come here. The man yanked her towards the fire, forcefully shoving the meat into her mouth, compelling her to chew. Cough, I don't want to. What you want is irrelevant. Eat more. We want to hear you scream. After saying this, he seized another piece of meat, regardless of its heat, and shoved it in again. Cough, vomit. You wretched woman, dare to waste food? Then don't eat it all. Seeing her spit it out, he kicked her over and, grabbing her collar, tore it violently. No. As her outer garment ripped, the woman screamed desperately, striving to maintain her dignity. Ha ha ha. Scream all you want. Soon enough, you'll be comfortable. Before he could finish his taunt, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his throat, a shuriken embedded within, and blood erupted forth. Who are you? The other lower-ranked ninjas, witnessing their superior's sudden demise, were instantly gripped by tension. How could their brother, a Chunin, be dispatched so effortlessly? From his concealed position, Naruto exhaled a sigh of relief. He sensed that the man he had just eliminated was the strongest among them. Seizing the opportunity while the man was preoccupied with the woman below, he had attempted a sneak attack, astonishingly succeeding. It was merely good fortune. The man had become complacent, having lived here too long, dulled by vice, neglecting the most basic vigilance. I never imagined you scoundrels would be this feeble, lacking even half the awareness of Sasuke. Naruto leaped into view, delivering a kick that sent the corpse flying. The men by the fire stood frozen, astonished that the assailant was merely a child. Withdraw your gaze. It seems this degenerate existence has truly rendered you oblivious to the world outside. Ignoring their shock, Naruto unleashed the adamantine sealing chains, golden chains ensnaring them in an instant. You wretched brat. No, spare me. The captured men became live targets, and a flurry of shuriken flew, leaving only one survivor. Now tell me, where have you hidden the money? Naruto inquired, gently tapping the trembling vagabond's cheek with his kunai. Unbeknownst to the man, beneath Naruto's cold exterior lay a heart burdened with discomfort. Although it is not the first murder, I still find it difficult to bear. If you do not speak up, I might just stab you and run off to vomit. Chapter 48. Have you folded yourself back in again? Do not kill me. Do not kill me. I will talk. It's under that cabinet. Feeling the cold, metallic sensation against his face, the wandering ninja froze in terror, desperately pleading for mercy. You are wise to speak. Upon learning the exact location, Naruto swiftly delivered a chop, rendering the man unconscious. To his surprise, there were only 6 of them, quite a meager sum indeed. After pushing aside the cabinet, he retrieved a wooden box filled with money, which contained a mere 60,000 ryo. It seemed the economy of the grass village was truly in disarray. Casting a glance at the dazed girl on the ground, Naruto draped a piece of drying clothing over her. Can you walk? Seeing the garment covering her, Xiaoling was still somewhat in disbelief. After all, the person who had just attempted to do harm was now gone, and blood had splattered onto her face. It was a miracle she could even process what had happened. I think my foot is injured. After a long moment, Naruto finally heard her reply. He looked down to see that indeed, her right ankle was swollen. She must have hurt it during the earlier scuffle. Let me help you. He then used the healing technique to gently assess her ankle. What is happening? Did I hurt you? Just as he placed his hand over her injury, she suddenly cried out, prompting his curiosity. No, it's fine. If it's all right, I'll be gentler. With that, Naruto continued his ministrations. All right, try to get up now. Here, take this. Hurry and leave this place, then hide. The grass village is about to descend into chaos. After completing her treatment, he handed her half of the money he had acquired. No, I don't want it. Can you take me with you? To his astonishment, she outright refused. Take you with me? That might not be appropriate. You should hurry home. Your family must be waiting for you. Upon hearing this, Xiaoling curled up and began to cry. I have no home left. Though her voice was soft, it struck a chord deep within Naruto. He felt that if he were to leave her like this, she might lose her will to live entirely. How did this situation become so complicated? Saving someone might not be as simple as he had imagined. Was he folding himself back in again? All right then. Wait here for a moment. I have some unfinished business. Can I come back for you later? He sighed. It seemed he had taken on another responsibility. Well, he could consider it finding a caretaker for his home. He could not expect Jiraiya to handle all the cooking and cleaning alone. After all, he was a formidable ninja. It would be a laughingstock if he were to indulge in such mundane tasks too often. Indeed, slowly lifting her head, Xiaoling's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, brighter than when she had first met Naruto. Yes, take this for now. Protect yourself. I will return shortly. He handed her a kunai, a parting gift from the Cloud Village, both practical and exquisite. I will definitely wait for your return, she assured him, nodding as she accepted the weapon. With that, Naruto departed, continuing on to his next objective. The grass village spanned a vast area. The demise of these few wandering ninjas would scarcely ripple the surface. He had indeed eradicated some evils today. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was also engaged in his own cleanup efforts. Moving deeper into the village where he encountered stronger ninjas than those on the outskirts, naturally leading to greater chaos. This place had indeed turned into a hell. Upon witnessing the lifeless form in his grasp, Jiraiya glanced into the depths of the house, where several young female corpses lay, their remains telling the tale of the horrors they had endured. The very ninjas meant to protect the village had turned against it, bringing immense peril. After gathering the money they had hoarded, Jiraiya slinked towards another building, which was also among his targets. However, upon opening the door, he found no signs of life within. Only the lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground. Clearly, others had already been here. This area was in utter disarray. He wondered if the regions managed by the village's higher-ups would fare any better. Silently closing the door behind him, he moved on. The grass village was not as dire as it appeared. It merely lacked advanced combat power and a buffer against war, which rendered certain areas less than satisfactory. Some families still managed to establish a foothold. This region was rife with wandering ninjas and rogue ninjas, a result of various clans interfering with one another. Soon, the two of them divided their tasks and eliminated several gathering points for the wandering ninjas. They soon arrived at the last location, the one marked as the most challenging by Uzumaki Chisui in this area. Inside this house was a particularly elite J-nin, guarded by at least a dozen lower-ranked ninjas, all rogue ninjas from various villages with superior strength and combat experience. Had Jiraiya been there, he could have resolved the situation in a matter of moments. But this last location was crucial to the area. Only by neutralizing it could the grass village truly be stirred into action, revealing the grim reality of rogue ninjas slaughtering their own kind for wealth. All right, this will be a good opportunity to test my newly acquired ninjutsu. Thanks to your caution, I can execute this better. Upon inspection, he found these ninjas were not as repulsive as the previous group he had encountered. Instead, they were meticulous and cold-blooded. The house bore no signs of ordinary civilians. A cluster of chakra signatures converged in one spot, indicating they were engaged in some discussion. Prepare yourselves. The Tsuchiya clan has sent a small team to purchase grain from the Land of Fire, reportedly buying enough for an entire year. However, their clan leader was injured by a Rain Village ninja during an outing, and they lost several J-nin in the process. This is our opportunity. They are sending out few people this time. If we can pull this off, we can secure funds and establish a partnership with the Simu clan, allowing us to take control of the Tsuchiya clan's territory. Excellent, big brother. After being here for so long, we finally have a chance to stabilize ourselves. The resources in this area have long been depleted, and even the rats have moved out. The brothers cannot stand it any longer. Indeed, this is a perfect plan. But we must ensure that no one escapes. Do not worry, big brother, this is not our first time. Right, it is a good approach. We cannot allow any of you to flee. Just as the rogue ninjas were lost in their thoughts, a child's innocent voice suddenly rang out from outside, followed by an immense surge of chakra. As they turned to look outside, a massive blue orb of light appeared before them. It's over. Chapter 49. Return to Konoha Run. The leader shouted as he saw the impending attack, quickly attempting to leap to the side. With a resounding crash, the room where the rogue ninjas had been standing was instantly reduced to ruins. A substantial gaping hole formed in the wooden structure. The power had indeed exceeded previous encounters, but the cost was steep. With this single strike, he had nearly exhausted the chakra stored within his shadow clone. Why hadn't he asked the Ninetales for more chakra? Oh well, having more would have been overwhelming. Cough, you little brat. Just as Naruto was assessing his chakra reserves, the leader, who had been blasted away, slowly crawled out from the rubble. There's still a survivor? I didn't expect you to be so ruthless, using your own comrades as shields. Observing the tattered clothing that did not belong to him and the ragged cloth in his hands, Naruto quickly deduced why the man had survived. Humph. If it weren't for the need to establish a foothold, who would need them? The leader glared fiercely at the person before him, never expecting that his daydreams of the future would be abruptly shattered by a mere child. Since he had not perished, he decided to retaliate. With that, Naruto swiftly drew a kunai and hurled it towards his opponent. Unfortunately, it missed its mark, evading the adversary's agile maneuver. You're finished. Prepare to die. With a furious shout, the leader rushed toward Naruto, his palm gesturing as torrents of water materialized, ensnaring his foe tightly. Humph, let's see how you escape my water prison. Will you suffocate within? Just as the leader reveled in his triumph, he suddenly noticed that the figure within the water prison had vanished, leaving him utterly bewildered. In an instant, a rush of wind alerted him from behind, and he swiftly dodged aside, narrowly avoiding a barrage of shuriken. Damn you, brat. He forcefully yanked the shuriken lodged in his back, his vision tinging red with rage. Time and again, he faced defeat. This child was exceedingly enigmatic, possessing not only formidable ninjutsu, but also an unimaginable skill for evasion. Could it be that he was some ancient being, having cultivated a jutsu to regain youth? But was such a jutsu even possible? As Naruto recognized that his chakra was nearly depleted, he realized he could no longer sustain his jutsu, and this clone had only a few moments left before it dissipated. The reason he had managed to escape the leader's water prison was due to the kunai he had thrown earlier, which bore his flying thunder god seal. Sensing an opportunity, the leader's excitement surged once more. Yet, just as he relished the moment, he felt a disturbance at his back and soon lost consciousness. Naruto, are you alright? Upon dispatching the final target, Jiraiya hurried toward Naruto's position. By the time the commotion erupted, he had already reached a short distance away. Grandpa Jiraiya, you're here. Have you exhausted your chakra? No matter. I'll handle the rest. I'll find those two and get them out of here. The money we collected should suffice for their livelihood. You mean to take one more person? Jiraiya appeared somewhat perplexed. What charm does this grass village hold? There are 3 members of the Uzumaki clan. No, it's someone I rescued, Naruto explained, detailing the location of Xiaoling. After Jiraiya memorized the information, he vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving behind a package. You must be Xiaoling, correct? Just as Xiaoling awaited silently with the kunai Naruto had left her, a voice suddenly echoed above her. Who are you? Why do you have my benefactor's package? Did you kill him? Upon seeing the greasy man appear, Xiaoling grew tense. But upon recognizing the familiar backpack, her tone shifted to one of fury. It felt as though someone who was on the verge of embracing light was suddenly plunged back into darkness, her expression dimming. Grasping the kunai, she aimed it toward her own neck. No, that was merely a clone. When the chakra is exhausted, the clone disappears, but you can still see him. Jiraiya quickly intervened, explaining the situation. If I can't clarify this, all of Naruto's goodwill will be in vain. Ultimately, Jiraiya presented a photograph of himself with Naruto, which finally persuaded Xiaoling to abandon her suicidal thoughts. Is what you say true? Will I really see Naruto again? She asked quietly as Jiraiya swiftly moved her. You've asked that thrice now. I would never deceive you. Besides, you've already seen the photo, haven't you? Come with me to Konoha. Perhaps that boy is waiting for us at the village entrance, Jiraiya replied, somewhat exasperated. This kid just flirts with girls while I clean up the mess. What a world this is, bullying the elderly. After retrieving the mother and child, Jiraiya took advantage of the chaos caused by the discovery of the corpses of rogue ninjas and fled. Once distanced from Grass Village, he summoned Gamabunta and leaped swiftly toward Konoha. Time was of the essence. The 3 women had already asked him 10 times, and his head was spinning. Meanwhile, at Konoha Hospital, Naruto, who had been studying under Tsunade, suddenly halted, his expression shifting as he retched violently. Naruto, what's wrong? Naruto, my clothes. Tsunade, initially puzzled, was caught off guard as Naruto's pallor worsened, causing him to vomit all over her. Sorry. I'm so sorry, Tsunade-sensei. Don't speak. If you say a word, you'll vomit again. Shizune, I'll take this kid home to change. You cover for me here. After instructing Shizune, Tsunade tucked Naruto under her arm and leaped through the window. Back at the Senju ancestral home, Tsunade could no longer tolerate the stench and dashed into the bathroom to shower. Tsunade-sensei, I'm still here. Let me out. As Naruto felt the refreshing water wash over him, he gradually regained his composure. With the dispelling of the clone, he accessed its memories and, upon recalling his time in Grass Village, he couldn't contain himself. Was it really that wild? People just vanished, and not just one, but dozens. My clones matured too quickly. However, as he regained his bearings, Tsunade's subsequent actions compelled him to cry out. Cut it out, you little brat. What are you shy about? I bet there are countless people coveting my figure out there. You should feel honored to bathe with me. Tsunade playfully poked his forehead, clearly dissatisfied. That's not it, Tsunade-sensei. What truly troubled him was the matter of the clones. Although this world operated under such rules, he would never hold back when faced with adversity. Yet, the clones were a gradual process of adaptation. After resolving the first situation, he had indeed vomited but found it easier thereafter. However, his original self absorbed all the memories of the clones in an instant, feeling as if he had completed all those tasks in a heartbeat, and the pressure was unprecedented. Don't worry, it's normal to feel this way at first. Especially at your age, Tsunade reassured him, her heart softening as she understood the burden he bore. Tsunade-sensei, am I truly suited to be a ninja? When I dealt with that cloud ninja, it was fueled purely by raw passion and a hint of the Ninetales rage. But now, everything feels so calm. The Ninetales perspective of me has shifted, and the earlier fury is long gone. Who says you're not suited? I believe you possess the greatest talent among ninjas. I have always believed in you. Tsunade disregarded everything else and pulled the other person into her embrace, offering comfort. This was her younger sister's son. She could not allow him to wallow in despair. Feeling the overwhelming warmth, Naruto gradually calmed down and began to feel a sense of fatigue, eventually drifting off into a slumber. Gazing at the sleeping Naruto in her arms, Tsunade let out a sigh of relief. Rest now. A good sleep will do you wonders. Perhaps it was due to the hot bath she had taken earlier, but she also began to feel drowsy. Thus, she carried Naruto to her room and succumbed to sleep. You little rascal, halt right there. If I don't give you a proper spanking today, then I, Tsunade, will write my name backwards, she exclaimed. I told you it was an accident. Why are you so worked up? An accident? I'll give you an accident. Hold on, can we be reasonable? You were the one who held me while sleeping. How dare you say that? I merely wanted to comfort you, and now you're getting all high and mighty. Upon returning home, Shizun witnessed this pair of troublemakers bickering once more. Lady Tsunade, please calm down. It would be unwise to harm the child. Shizun, don't stop me. Today, I must teach this little brat a lesson. But if you two keep this up, the house will need renovations again, and allow you two to fight again. The house has just been renovated, and it was a costly endeavor. Where would we live if you continue this ruckus? Tsunade took a deep breath to suppress her rising anger and turned back to her room. Naruto, what did you do to provoke Lady Tsunade? Shizun asked, relieved to see the storm passing. Well, how should I put this? We were both wearing flimsy bathrobes, and I, in a dream, imagined a giant bread and couldn't help but take a few bites. Ugh, how awkward to explain. Forget it, if you don't want to share. Let us just cook together, and then you can apologize to Lady Tsunade. She will forgive you. Ruffling Naruto's hair, Shizun reassured him. All right, he sighed. There was no escaping the situation he had caused. Soon, the two prepared a lavish meal, and under Shizun's encouraging gaze, Naruto approached Tsunade's room. Teacher, He had only knocked twice when the door swung open, and he was pulled inside. Teacher, I'm here to apologize. Apologize? I don't need that. The familiar sound of slaps echoed once more. When the door opened again, Tsunade appeared, looking refreshed as she approached the dining table to enjoy the feast. Her earlier anger seemingly forgotten, replaced by a bright smile. In contrast, Naruto covered his backside with both hands, too embarrassed and furious to sit down, his face flushed. That woman hits harder every time. I can't help but wonder if she's using extra strength. What was even more frustrating was that she seemed dissatisfied with the bathrobe. Observing the stark contrast between the two, Shizun merely smiled in silence. Such occurrences happened every few days at least, sometimes even twice a day. It was merely a way to play with the child, despite the significant age difference. Shizun, tidy up the spare room. Someone will be moving in soon, Tsunade said, lounging on the couch after finishing lunch. Sure, how about the room on the east side? It's a bit larger. Sounds good. We can also buy some essentials, nothing too extravagant. We can do that when they arrive. All right, I'll go prepare. After Shizun left to tidy up the room, Tsunade felt a surge of delight after disciplining Naruto. It was far more effective than any medicine. Having dealt with Naruto, Tsunade was eager to attend to more serious matters, as she knew that boy would soon be causing trouble again. Arranging for Karui and her daughter was a prudent decision. Moreover, the Uzumaki clan's proficiency in chakra control gave them a substantial advantage over ordinary ninjas, especially in medical ninjutsu, allowing for greater efficacy and duration. This piqued Tsunade's interest in Karui more and more. Although Uzumaki Chisue's health was severely compromised, Tsunade was confident she could restore it. The medical and living conditions in Konoha far surpassed those in the grass village, and with a nutritious diet, it wouldn't be long before Chisue gained 20 pounds. Furthermore, an important incentive was the wealth they had amassed during their time in the grass village, which would cover at least half of their accommodation and tuition fees. This was akin to acquiring a fortune without effort. How could she resist such temptation? Finding a promising disciple, gaining a substantial sum, and having Naruto seek her out was indeed a delightful prospect. Chapter 51. A heartwarming moment. Konoha Village, a tranquil haven nestled within the vast ninja world, stood at the entrance like an intricately painted ink wash, quietly narrating the tales of time and legacy. On the road leading to the village, Jiraiya and his companions were making their way, while the transportation, Bunta, had long since returned to Miyaboku Mountain. Will we truly see Naruto? Xiaoling, still gripping her kunai, repeated her question for what felt like the 100th time. Sister Xiaoling, you've asked that 10 times already. I'm growing weary of it, Karui chimed in. Indeed. Xiaoling, we must place our trust in Lord Jiraiya, Chisue added. This young girl was quite charming and kind-hearted, though a bit too stubborn. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just overly anxious, Xiaoling replied bashfully. It's all right, Sister Xiaoling. Lord Jiraiya mentioned we are almost there, and soon we shall see Naruto. Yes, very soon. Hearing the conversation behind him, Jiraiya felt overwhelmed. Were the younger generation so talkative? They had only known each other for a day, yet their chatter was incessant. Couldn't they consider the feelings of an elder? Upon spotting the village sign of Konoha, Jiraiya felt a wave of relief wash over him. Finally, Weavy arrived. In the shortest time possible, he led the trio to Naruto. When Xiaoling laid eyes on the person she had longed to see, she could no longer contain herself and rushed forward. Wonderful Naruto, you're really alive. Her joy was palpable, but it was somewhat distressing for Naruto, as it was still morning and they were in the hospital. Suddenly being embraced by a girl attracted the attention of onlookers. Hey, stop staring. He is bleeding. Quickly, get a doctor. No, I think I can hold on a bit longer. Hold on. Look at you. Your face is pale. Mom, hurry up. My head is pounding more. Good son, just hang in there. I haven't seen such a thrilling scene in ages. Ultimately, had it not been for Naruto pulling everyone away, the hospital in Konoha would have seen a spike in its mortality rate. Fortunately, they arrived early. Had they waited longer, it could have turned dire. Arrangements for hospitalization were made, and Naruto was advised to rest for 6 months. After examining Uzumaki Chisue's condition, Tsunade provided her response. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. And thank you, Naruto. Karui expressed her gratitude as she looked at her mother, now settled in. It's nothing. You've paid. This is only right. You're Karui, correct? Naruto has mentioned you. From now on, you'll learn medical ninjutsu from me and help care for your mother in the hospital. Okay, here are some materials and medical insights. Take your time reviewing them. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, Naruto, or Shizune. Understood. As noon swiftly approached, Shizune had pre-ordered a sumptuous barbecue feast, which they enjoyed in Tsunade's office. This is delicious, Xiaoling exclaimed, relishing the meal. Life in the grass village had deprived her of meat, with the last substantial meal being during her capture by a group of wandering ninjas. She was reluctant to revisit that dark period. Had it not been for Naruto's timely intervention, she would have lost not just her innocence, but her very life. Slow down and drink some water, Shizune admonished as Xiaoling choked on her food. Naruto promptly offered her a cup of water. Though his own experiences in Konoha had been far from ideal, at least the third Hokage had been able to meet his basic needs, unlike Xiaoling, who had no suitable place in her village to live comfortably. I must have been rather rude. I apologize, Xiaoling finally realized, having swallowed her food. After all, the mother and daughter duo of Kankuro and Kin were part of the group thanks to their investments, even if that money had been liberated by Naruto and Jiraiya. No, I've just been feeling a bit off my appetite these past few days, but seeing you eat makes me feel ravenous. Come on, let us ignore the earlier round. This time, let us see who can eat more and faster, Naruto declared, serving himself and Xiaoling generous portions of barbecue, ready to dig in. Really? Xiaoling replied, feeling a surge of appetite. All right, count me in. Shizune was the first to respond, followed by Tsunade, Jiraiya, and even Kankuro, who appeared eager for the challenge. Perfect. Since I can't eat too quickly right now, I'll be the judge. On my count, 3, 2 with that. The atmosphere in the room exploded into a frenzy of competitive eating. Naruto, you're too slow. Just give up already. Kankuro mocked, while Shizune retorted, Humph. You might be a little tipsy, but I assure you, I'm not going to lose to you, Tsunade-sensei. Laughter erupted as Xiaoling, amused by the scene, joined the fray. Soon, they all sat back, their bellies round and full, sharing hearty laughter and conversation, thoroughly satisfied with their meal. This feast was truly exceptional, even years later. After countless barbecues, Xiaoling would reminisce that none surpassed this one. In the afternoon, Shizune took Xiaoling and Kankuro to shop for various necessities and clothing. Upon Naruto's return from the river, he found Xiaoling in the kitchen, learning to cook alongside Jiraiya. Naruto-kun, you're back. Come taste the soup I learned to make from Jiraiya-sensei. She eagerly presented her creation. Wow, Xiaoling's talent is remarkable. I barely had to say much. And she picked it all up. Jiraiya beamed with pride, having never encountered such an ingenious girl. Is that so? Then I must taste it. If it's not good, I might have to dock your pay. Naruto joked, taking a sip. Xiaoling, more than willing to take on the role of a caretaker, found solace in being close to Naruto, especially after her life in the grass village had left her vulnerable and without guidance in the way of ninjas. At 12, she still had not mastered chakra control. Being a caretaker allowed her to see Naruto daily, which felt like a perfect fit for her. Wow, this is absolutely delicious. After savoring the first sip, Naruto's eyes sparkled, and he quickly finished the bowl. Is there more? Of course, but you can't just drink soup. Come try the other dishes Xiaoling made. Even the steamed rice tastes better than usual. Over the afternoon, Xiaoling learned 3 dishes from Jiraiya, although it wasn't many. Each one astonished him. Was this truly the skill of a novice? Her talent seemed extraordinary. This is incredible, Xiaoling. Once you learn a few more dishes, I'll open a restaurant, and you can be the head chef. It's bound to be a hit. I'll even give you shares. Being a caretaker is too limiting for you, Naruto said seriously, patting his belly. This was indeed a lucrative prospect. He couldn't solely rely on Jiraiya and the system. Although Konoha had an abundance of missions and rewards, he was still too young to undertake them and earn money. The lifestyle of a ninja was expensive, and he needed more avenues for income. Be a chef? No. I believe I'm more suited to being a caretaker, Xiaoling insisted, shaking her head. Don't lack confidence. Your talent speaks for itself. You'll be just fine, Naruto encouraged, believing she might be doubting her abilities. That is not it. If I leave, who will do the chores around here? I actually enjoy doing housework. Naruto was taken aback by her quick immersion into this role. You really enjoy being a caretaker? Not just enjoy, being close to you, Naruto-kun, makes it all worthwhile. Plus, I've already bought clothes for the job. Xiaoling's voice trailed off, becoming so quiet that Naruto could barely hear her. I said I've already bought clothes. Clothes? For housework. Uniforms? Naruto recalled outfits meant for cleaning tasks. Naruto-kun. Just wait a moment. I'll go put them on for you. Xiaoling dashed to her room. This girl is truly something else. It seems my workload will lighten considerably. Jiraiya chuckled, watching her run off. Naruto, are you thinking of making money? Jiraiya inquired, now that they were alone in the living room. Yes, Jiraiya-sensei. I believe that as a ninja, the consumption of ninja tools will be significant, along with many other expenses. So, I want to save up a bit, Naruto replied earnestly. Indeed, ninja expenses can be substantial. But remember, you are under Tsunade's tutelage. You must not learn everything she knows, Jiraiya warned. Initially fearing Naruto might pick up unorthodox skills. However, upon realizing Naruto's intentions were purely for ninja tools, he felt somewhat reassured, though not entirely. Don't worry, Jiraiya-sensei. I'm only learning medical ninjutsu from Tsunade. I haven't ventured into anything else, Naruto reassured him, which finally eased Jiraiya's concerns. Just as they continued their conversation about recent lessons, the door to Xiaoling's room swung open. Naruto-kun, this is the new outfit I bought. Both men turned simultaneously, and were taken aback. Naruto froze in place while Jiraiya, overwhelmed, sputtered blood and collapsed, fainting on the spot. Xiaoling had emerged in a remarkably audacious maid outfit. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Xiaoling, taken aback by their reactions, rushed to Naruto's side, bending down to inquire. Xiaoling, I'm fine, just please stand up. Who suggested you buy that outfit? Naruto quickly turned away, attempting to regain his composure amidst the unexpected sight. I was utterly taken aback by the girl's stunning figure. The allure was undeniably captivating, especially when she bent over, revealing a tantalizing glimpse. The garment she wore seemed perfectly suited for household chores, prompting me to purchase it. After sharing her thoughts, Xiaoling demonstrated by twirling in front of me. Alas, the allure intensified. Coughing nervously, I thought the idea was splendid. Yet the outfit appeared somewhat ill-fitting. My conscience nagged at me as I coughed again, feeling a wave of guilt wash over me. Ill-fitting? Why? Xiaoling inquired, somewhat perplexed. Despite the outfit's daring design, she believed it to be just right and comfortable enough for cleaning without causing discomfort. Well, that's because... I hesitated, feeling embarrassed to voice my thoughts. Yet, the confusion in her eyes compelled me to reveal the truth, fearing she might continue to wear it at home. Taking a deep breath, I leaned closer and whispered the reason. Upon hearing my explanation, Xiaoling's face flushed crimson, and she dashed back to her room. Once inside, she threw herself onto her bed, burying her head deep within her covers. This outfit was not intended for chores, but rather for allure. No wonder I and Jiraiya had reacted so strangely earlier. Oh no, this is mortifying. The following day, the three of us remained tight-lipped about the incident, allowing it to fade into the past. Subsequently, I asked Jiraiya to help me find a shop to rent for opening a restaurant. Indeed, I eventually managed to persuade Xiaoling, but she was reluctant to abandon her role as a caretaker, so we agreed to serve dinner only when the restaurant opened. In the days that followed, Xiaoling's enthusiasm for cooking flourished. At Konoha Hospital that morning, it was Xiaohua's first day learning medical ninjutsu under Tsunade's guidance. Observing the little one's earnest demeanor, both Tsunade and her first disciple, Shizune, were filled with praise. Although Xiaohua's foundational knowledge was minimal, her innate talent was evident.
If she maintained this eagerness to learn, her future achievements would surely be remarkable. To everyone's surprise, she had already condensed chakra during her time with her mother.
Sui had hoped her daughter would become a ninja quickly and gain the ability to leave the grass village. However, Xiaohua's talent allowed her to condense chakra rapidly, enabling her to learn from Tsunade much sooner. Naruto-kun, I heard from Shizune that you learned the healing technique in no time. That's impressive, Xiaohua exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at me. Although the healing technique is the most basic medical ninjutsu, it is a legitimate skill that is not easily mastered. Thus, a ninja like me, who could both fight and heal, had become an idol in Xiaohua's eyes. Oh, it was just luck and having seen some practice tips beforehand, which helped me learn quickly. I heard from the teacher that you have great talent. These techniques will be no challenge for you. Keep it up, I replied. Well, I rely on talent, while you have other advantages, she said, nodding with determination. Chapter 53. Confronting Danzo. Witnessing Xiaohua's determination, I offered my support, answering her queries diligently. However, just as the atmosphere of learning was at its peak, Shizen hurried over to us. Xiaohua, Naruto, hurry to the patient room. People from Root are here to take away Uzumaki Sui. Upon hearing this, I grabbed Xiaohua and dashed toward the patient room. I hadn't even sought trouble with Danzo, yet he was already causing chaos for me. News about Xiaohua and her mother spread alarmingly fast. Tsunade-sama, this is all under Danzo-sama's orders. We are merely following orders, one of the masked Root members stated. I don't care what that old man means. Tell him that if anyone from Root dares to lay a finger on Sui or Xiaohua, I will personally dismantle your organization. Tsunade's voice rang with defiance as we approached the door. Upon entering, I immediately saw two masked Root members. I rushed to Sui's side, finding her unconscious, evidently drugged by them. Tsunade's timely arrival had thwarted their initial effort. However, Tsunade-sama, these individuals do not currently belong to Konoha. We are merely concerned about potential incidents, one of them protested. It was clear that Root had come prepared, exploiting the fact that they had the authority to interrogate outsiders. Ridiculous. Tell Danzo that Xiaohua is now my pupil, and both of them are Konoha citizens now. Just because that old man usually goes unchecked does not mean I, Tsunade, will hesitate to teach him a lesson. Tsunade refused to back down. With that, she seized each child and tossed them out the window. What a joke. One is my student, and the other is her mother, and they even paid. If you take them away, how will I maintain my reputation? Tsunade-sensei, that was so cool. I couldn't help but give her a thumbs up for her boldness. Humph. If you dare come back again, I will personally deal with you, she declared, clearly pleased by my praise. Thank you, Tsunade-sensei. Xiaohua expressed her gratitude, relieved by Tsunade's protection. Although she had only been there for a day, she had already heard enough about Root and Danzo from me to feel fearful when they arrived. However, Tsunade's intervention provided her with immense reassurance. Don't mention it. You are my disciple, and your mother is my patient. I will never allow anything to happen to you, Tsunade reassured her, gently stroking Xiaohua's short red hair. She then called Shizen to take Xiaohua back to her studies. What do you think about today's events? Tsunade asked as we walked down the corridor. Me? I just sat back and watched. Standing is tiring, I replied. Before I could finish, she yanked my ear. You little rascal, I'm asking for your opinion on the situation, not how you viewed the spectacle. Noticing her rising frustration, I quickly shifted to a serious expression. This is indeed a concern. Although you managed to throw those intruders out, they will undoubtedly return, and they are in the shadows while we are in the light. Additionally, with Aunt Sui needing rest, we cannot guarantee they won't strike again. Good analysis. Continue. Tsunade nodded in approval. We need to find something for Danzo to occupy his time, like with Orochimaru, I suggested. Even though Orochimaru is currently a twisted individual willing to go to any lengths for his goals, he had once been supported by Danzo during his time in Root, and Danzo was undoubtedly aware of his actions. You are suggesting that Tsunade is remarkably astute. Although she was not previously in Konoha, she is still aware of certain matters. And with the information she has gathered recently, she has come to comprehend the meaning behind Naruto's words. Indeed, if we attribute these events, along with others, to him, such a blend of truth and falsehood would be more convincing to others. Yes, you are correct. When the time comes, he will have no choice but to acknowledge it. The line between truth and deception is indeed blurred, and that is precisely how my disciple should be. In a moment of delight, Tsunade couldn't help but pat the other person's back to express her exuberance. Ahem, stop. If you continue that way, your disciple will be no more. Goodness, she truly does not consider him a child. That amount of force could even make Jiraiya foam at the mouth. Oh, my apologies. I got a bit too excited just now. She had previously intended to create some trouble for Danzo, but after searching for so long, she found that it was never complete. Danzo is exceedingly cautious. To put it plainly, he always prepares an escape route for himself. Attempting to overthrow him in one fell swoop may not allow for any straightforward methods. Ahem, there is still the issue of how to discreetly disseminate this information. After all, if these matters were to be revealed, the impact on Konoha would be significant, considering that even if Danzo is malevolent, he remains the Hokage's advisor. Naruto's words acted like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing Tsunade's excitement. Indeed, if these matters escalate, it is Konoha that will ultimately suffer. Alas, this is a conundrum. Using such methods to topple Danzo could easily harm Konoha. Yet, if we do not take action, there seem to be no other alternatives. Observing the defeated expression on her face, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle and then suggested, "Actually, there is another way." "What way? Speak quickly." Upon hearing that there was a solution, Tsunade instantly perked up, vigorously shaking him. "Stop, I'm about to be sick. This woman, why does she seem so fierce?" "Oh, my apologies, I got a bit too carried away." Seeing that Naruto was already feeling unwell, Tsunade also sensed that she had been a bit too forceful. "Cough. Let us not be so impetuous." After a moment of calming down, she resumed the previous topic. "In fact, we could reach out to the Uchiha clan, leveraging their strength to disseminate the information. This could also foster a better relationship with them, thereby enhancing Konoha's power. After all, the greatest threat to the Uchiha clan at present is Danzo. This is a prime opportunity for revenge, and I believe Fugaku Uchiha would be quite interested." "The Uchiha clan? Is that feasible?" Hearing the suggestion, Tsunade appeared somewhat hesitant, as the hardliners within their clan posed an unstable element. If not handled properly, the repercussions could be considerable. "I see no issue. Rather than waiting for Danzo to strike, why not take a significant gamble?" Chapter 54. Contacting Fugaku Uchiha in the end. Tsunade was swayed by Naruto's words. Perhaps it was indeed worth a try. "Very well. Tonight, I will seek out Fugaku Uchiha. You shall accompany me." "Sure. I can do that." After all, this proposal originated from him, so it was imperative that he attend. Furthermore, Naruto had also accepted Sasuke as a friend and a subordinate. He certainly did not wish for any discord between this new ally and himself. With the addition of the Uchiha clan as allies, he would no longer have to fear anyone within Konoha. Subsequently, Naruto continued his studies with Shizune and Karen, while Tsunade quietly left the hospital. "Root, you mean Tsunade has obstructed you?" This is becoming increasingly unruly. Upon witnessing the disarray of his subordinates as they returned and relayed the situation, Danzo's anger ignited. "Indeed." And Lady Tsunade further stated that if you were to lay a hand on those two, she would personally come to confront you. "What?" Bang. Upon hearing these words, Danzo slammed his palm onto the desk, utterly furious. "Get out, all of you. Useless fools." After dismissing the two, Danzo took a deep breath and hurriedly departed from Root. Bang. "Hiruzen Sarutobi, can you not keep your disciple in check? She is becoming increasingly uncontrollable." Bursting into the Hokage's office, he cast a fiery gaze upon the relaxed figure seated behind the desk, his irritation mounting. Hiruzen, who had only just finished dealing with the paperwork sent by Narashikaku, appeared bewildered. "What is the matter? Have you lost your mind?" "Danzo, this is the Hokage's office, not a place for your outbursts. If there is no urgent matter, I suggest you leave." "Urgent? How could there not be an urgent matter? Does Konoha harbor a spy not count as urgent?" Danzo snorted derisively before speaking. "A spy? From where?" Hearing this, Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback. If there truly were a spy, why had his subordinates not reported it? Moreover, should they not capture the spy first, interrogate them, and then decide how to proceed? There are none. The two members of the Uzumaki clan that Naruto and Jiraiya brought back were formerly from the Grass Village, and one was even a medical ninja from there. As a result, when I requested, Tsunade unceremoniously dismissed my subordinates. Just look at how disgraceful that is. We should immediately dispatch someone to capture them and begin interrogation. As they are from the Grass Village, they must possess information we desire and cannot be overlooked. After listening to his grandiose rhetoric, Hiruzen felt an overwhelming urge to bury his face in his hands. Was his old friend truly losing his wits due to age? How could he not have known that individuals from Konoha, especially those connected to Naruto, would not go unnoticed? "Danzo, calm yourself. There may be a misunderstanding here." Unable to bear it any longer, Hiruzen hastily interjected, producing a scroll and handing it to Danzo. "What is this?" Danzo inquired, perplexed by the item in his hands. "The investigation report on Karen and Chio Uzumaki. Their identities have been verified and found to be harmless." Hiruzen had already been informed about their arrival by Tsunade. When Jiraiya left the village, he discreetly took 2 Umbu members with him, tasked with investigating any secret alliances between the Grass and Cloud villages while also looking into the Uzumaki clan members. Thus, he had long been aware of the identity information concerning the mother and daughter and was confident that they posed no threat. "Danzo, their identities are confirmed, so you need not fixate on them any longer. Oh, and regarding Naruto's new caretaker, Xiaoling, the Umbu have also verified her, and she poses no issues." Upon seeing the evidence presented, Danzo's expression darkened considerably. As the Hokage's advisor, he should not have been so concerned about the two. However, their bloodline was immensely valuable. They could serve as excellent material for his experiments, and if he could glean even a fraction of their abilities, it might lead to a considerable enhancement of his own power. Previously, he had painstakingly completed an experiment, only to have Hiruzen unceremoniously take it from him, halting the experiment at that moment, which had caused him considerable anguish. "Danzo, I am aware of your ulterior motives, but I have already put a stop to those experiments. Do not harbor any hopes of resuming them." Hiruzen's voice turned cold as he reprimanded Danzo, who felt his ambitions laid bare and his friend's refusal to support him igniting a blaze of fury within him. "Hiruzen, you will come to regret this." With that, the door suffered yet another violent impact. "Door, is anyone going to speak for me? I've been hit twice, and both times were brutal. Your home demands a more balanced treatment." That evening, at the residence of the Uchiha clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha looked at the large and small figures sitting before him and personally prepared tea for them. Considering that it was late at night and no one else was around, he could not let his guests brew it themselves. Moreover, the status of these 2 individuals in the village is substantial. One is the granddaughter of the first Hokage, a member of the legendary Sannin, and a distinguished authority among medical ninjas. The other is the Jinchuriki of Konoha, the son of the 4th Hokage and a disciple of Jiraiya, as well as the previous one's student. Initially, upon receiving the news from Tsunade that they would meet that evening, he felt a bit bewildered, but a single statement from her transformed his confusion into sheer elation. The suggestion to assign some tasks to Danzo was simply brilliant. Previously, he had asked Itachi to keep a close watch on Tsunade to see if an opportunity could arise to undermine Danzo, and now that opportunity had been handed to him on a silver platter. "Lady Tsunade, what is it that you require from the Uchiha clan?" he inquired. However, this matter could not be approached recklessly. Careful planning was essential to avoid leaving any incriminating evidence. After all, the relationship between Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi remained intricate, and any misstep could lead to dire consequences. "Rest assured, clan leader Fugaku, we do not require the Uchiha clan to confront this matter directly. Rather, we seek to utilize your strengths to venture into Konoha." As she spoke, Tsunade handed a scroll to Uchiha Fugaku. Upon examining its contents, Fugaku's brow furrowed deeply. The scroll contained intelligence solely concerning Danzo, the implications of which nearly overwhelmed Fugaku. He recognized that should this information be leaked, Danzo would certainly be incapacitated. Yet Konoha would face significant repercussions. Was this truly Tsunade's intention? Was the Hokage testing the Uchiha clan? "Clan leader Fugaku, you need not worry about anything else. Our sincerity in this matter is genuine. For instance, this scroll includes a reason why the Uchiha despises Danzo, a fact that most, apart from a few root members, are unaware of." Naruto, observing Fugaku's expression, understood his concerns and presented him with another scroll. Although bewildered, Fugaku's aura suddenly surged into a tempest upon unrolling it. Had Tsunade not been there to shield him, Naruto felt he might have been suffocated by the intensity of the atmosphere. "Danzo, how dare he?" The scroll contained only a few brief sentences, yet the message was unmistakably clear. Danzo had been secretly conducting experiments using the corpses of Uchiha clan members, and he had begun transplanting Sharingan into himself. Chapter 55. Uchiha Obito emerges indeed. This was also what Tsunade had uncovered. However, the experiment was not yet complete, and he could only temporarily implant a single eye in his arm. "Lady Tsunade, is this information credible?" By this point, Fugaku had already begun to believe, as there was no reason for her to deceive him. This matter was likely unknown even to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Why would Tsunade and Naruto fabricate such a story? Would they seek to instigate a war between the Uchiha clan and the village outright? Clan leader Fugaku, my findings extend far beyond this. Due to the unique nature of the Sharingan, Danzo has set his sights on my grandfather, the cells of Hashirama Senju. If he were to succeed, what do you think would befall the Uchiha clan, given his disposition? Listening to Tsunade's words, Uchiha Fugaku remained silent. Yet the tension in his furrowed brow revealed that if such a scenario were to unfold, Danzo's character would undoubtedly lead to even greater targeting of the Uchiha clan. However, this situation was interconnected. Any disturbance within the village could prompt the hardliners within the clan to act decisively. Although he yearned to resolve the factional disputes within the clan, the hardliners had garnered nearly 40% of the support, making resolution an arduous task. Clan leader Fugaku, the fate of the Uchiha clan rests in your hands. I understand you are reluctant to resort to violence against the village, yet the influence of the hardliners continues to grow, approaching a point of no return. While Konoha may not be what it once was, considering the current division within the Uchiha, what do you believe are the chances of victory should a coup arise? I possess a potential solution that may thoroughly address the hardliner issue and rectify the village's misconceptions about the Uchiha stemming from the Ninetales incident. Do you not wish for Sasuke to have a complete and joyous childhood? Aunt Mikoto has been exceptionally kind to me, and I too desire to spare her from a future fraught with suffering. What solution do you propose? Undoubtedly, this seemingly earnest yet fantastical proposition from Naruto captivated Uchiha Fugaku. This may require the assistance of your son, Uchiha Itachi. Am I correct? Step forward. Your presence is needed. No need for eavesdropping. As Tsunade spoke, she cast her gaze toward the doorway, where Uchiha Itachi emerged, his expression unfaltering. From the moment they had arrived, Tsunade sensed an unseen presence. After all, how could a mere 11-year-old boy conceal himself from her keen observation? Itachi, what brings you here? Uchiha Fugaku expressed surprise at the sight of his son. Having previously focused solely on Tsunade and Naruto, oblivious to his surroundings, Itachi's presence here was undoubtedly due to someone reaching out to him, wasn't it? Naruto smiled slightly. You see, he was informed. Upon hearing this, Itachi's usually calm demeanor faltered momentarily. How could he possibly know? Yet, since the truth had been revealed, there was no reason to conceal it further. Itachi then explained to the three the circumstances that led him to this meeting. While patrolling the village under the orders of the Umbu, he had unexpectedly encountered a masked man. Initially believing him to be a spy from another village, he soon learned the man's name, Uchiha Madara. Time rewinds to the afternoon. Gazing at the man before him claiming to be Uchiha Madara, who possessed the Manjiki Sharingan, Itachi found it hard to believe. After all, everyone ages and eventually passes. Even the most powerful shinobi are not exempt. The pursuit of greater strength often shortens a ninja's lifespan compared to ordinary individuals. Uchiha Madara, regardless of his prowess, was nearing a century in age. Could one truly envision a centenarian still capable of agile movement? During their brief skirmish, the man displayed exceptional reflexes and physical prowess, and his skin bore no signs of aging. Thus, only two scenarios remained. Either Itachi had fallen victim to a genjutsu, or the individual before him was an imposter. The likelihood of the former was slim. Only the latter could satisfactorily explain the situation. Now, only one possibility remained. The man was Uchiha. Moreover, he possessed formidable strength, with the capabilities of his Manjiki Sharingan allowing him to evade physical attacks. What? Do you doubt me? No matter. You shall inevitably believe in due time. Uchiha Obito, observing Itachi's expression, recognized that he remained unconvinced but was unperturbed, for he was well aware of the Uchiha clan's predicament. They had reached a critical juncture, and barring unforeseen events, a confrontation with Konoha loomed just a year away. Would Itachi truly witness his brother ensnared in turmoil? Furthermore, Danzo had begun to set his sights on Itachi as well. Even if unforeseen circumstances arose within the year, the Uchiha clan's fate would remain unchanged. What are your intentions? Itachi disregarded the man's words, drawing a kunai as he pointed it at him. Though the Manjiki Sharingan was exceedingly rare, an unknown wielder posed a significant threat. Moreover, this individual seemed eerily familiar. Me? Oh, I'm merely curious to see what the genius of the Uchiha clan is truly like. To be candid, I have high hopes for you. You stepped onto the battlefield at 4, graduated from the Ninja Academy at 7, awakened your eyes at 8, and became a nin by 10. Now, at 11, you've joined the Umbu. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. What do you truly seek? The familiarity of the other party with my situation was unsettling, though it hardly constituted a secret. Nevertheless, the sensation of being scrutinized by a stranger was truly uncomfortable. With that thought, I drew out a kunai, readying myself for the continuation of the battle. Observing the tension in my opponent, Obito merely laughed heartily before vanishing from sight. "I shall return, and perhaps I may extend my assistance to you," he proclaimed, his last words lingering in the air, abruptly halting the memories at that juncture. Thus, the situation unfolded. As Itachi concluded his final statement, a profound silence enveloped the room. "Father, I do possess a faint recollection of that enigmatic masked individual. He seems to be the one who murdered my comrades years ago." This realization elucidated why Itachi felt a sense of familiarity, and it was precisely due to that incident that he awakened his ocular powers. Was that mysterious figure adorned with a single-eyed mask of a birch hue, embellished with black stripes? At that moment, Naruto interjected. "How do you know?" His inquiry astonished Itachi. Could he possibly recognize that individual? "Indeed, I have some knowledge. Yet I require further proof of whether he possesses exceptionally unique abilities that render him impervious to tangible attacks." "Precisely," Itachi affirmed in response. "Then it is settled. Clan leader Fugaku, the solution has presented itself. That masked man is the architect of the Nine Tails incident, and my father left me clues during the sealing of the beast." Naruto, acutely aware that he could not claim prior knowledge of this matter, cleverly shifted the blame onto his deceased adoptive father. Upon hearing this, Fugaku's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Chapter 56. The tidings of Shursui if it were merely a plan. It could effectively redirect some of the targeting faced by the Uchiha clan. Yet, the current circumstances of the Uchiha had reached a critical juncture, teetering on the brink of chaos. Just as Fugaku felt a surge of optimism, Itachi's words extinguished his hopes once more. "Indeed, we have no certainty as to when this masked individual will reappear, but the urgency among the hardliners within the Uchiha clan is escalating. Just yesterday, the elder approached me directly. Although he did not state it outright, the implications were unmistakably clear. It seems as though, in less than a year, the Uchiha clan will descend into utter turmoil, just as Madara suggested. No, the Uchiha clan has thrived over generations. I cannot allow it to perish in my time." Fugaku's determination was palpable. He could not bear witness to the demise of his lineage. Despite the diminished power of Konoha, it remained a formidable force. Sarutobi Hiruzen, though aged, was akin to a living encyclopedia of ninjutsu and possessed considerable strength. Otherwise, he would not have remained Hokage for so long. Moreover, there were families loyal to the higher echelons of Konoha, such as the Sarutobi clan, aligned with Hiruzen, and the Shimura clan, associated with Danzo. Both families wielded significant power, particularly the Sarutobi clan, renowned for their mastery of fire techniques and the transmission of secret family jutsu, compelling enough to astonish even Madara when he learned of their inclusion in Konoha. Furthermore, Sarutobi Hiruzen's father, Sarutobi Sasuke, was a figure whom even Fugaku revered. Beneath them were the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, all of whom possessed formidable capabilities. Additionally, Naruto's father-in-law's Hyuga clan and various smaller clans and civilian ninjas stood united with Konoha. What could the Uchiha clan possibly bring to bear against such opposition? Over the years, their strength had waned significantly, with many capable individuals lost to missions. The Uchiha clan was now under scrutiny from Konoha's higher-ups, their power diminishing with each passing day. Though it was frustrating, there was little they could do. Engaging in combat would only lead to exhaustion. Violence cannot resolve all issues. What difference would it make if they left Konoha? The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan was a coveted asset. Should they depart, they might face even greater targeting. Just as the Uzumaki clan, once powerful enough to rival a nation, had dwindled to mere remnants. The Uchiha clan could only endure through the village's support. Rest assured, Lady Tsunade, I will endeavor to mitigate the issues within the clan. The scroll you entrusted to me will be disseminated throughout the Land of Fire in a remarkably short time. Bringing down Danzo will benefit not only your clan, but ours as well. Very well, I await good news from you, clan leader Fugaku. After discussing future alliances, Itachi led Naruto to another room. Naruto, I require your assistance. Once the door was secured, Itachi spoke directly. Assistance? What do you require? Am I to single-handedly resolve the issues between the Uchiha and the village? Is that too lofty an expectation? Well, not entirely you, primarily. I wish to enlist the help of Jiraiya. Naruto, you must have heard of Shisui Uchiha, correct? Upon hearing this, Naruto nodded. He was acquainted with the name of the swift Shisui. As you know, the higher-ups in Konoha have been increasingly targeting the Uchiha clan due to the hardliners' actions, leading to a growing discontent among our kin. Consequently, the number of supporters for the hardliners is also on the rise. As I mentioned earlier, the situation within the Uchiha clan has reached a critical point. Yesterday, Shisui confided in me that he intends to reveal the secret of his Manjiki Sharingan to the Hokage and then take action against the hardliners to resolve the discord between the Uchiha clan and the village. Are you concerned that Shisui's formidable abilities might attract the ire of the higher-ups in Konoha? Hence, you wish to have Jiraiya safeguard him to prevent any unforeseen complications? Naruto quickly deduced Itachi's intentions. After all, he lacked the capacity to confront Shisui himself. The clan was already under the watchful eye of the Umbu. Sending someone would undoubtedly draw the attention of Konoha's upper echelons. Precisely, the clan is fraught with tension due to the hardliners and other factors, coupled with dissatisfaction towards Shisui, resulting in a dearth of allies among those close to him. This is merely a hypothesis. Do you firmly believe that Shisui will not betray the Uchiha clan? In response to Naruto's inquiry, Itachi paused momentarily before shaking his head. I do not believe so. Although Shisui is close to the village, he still harbors loyalty to our clan. I have faith in him. Moreover, Shisui's approach is indeed a commendable idea. His ability can alter an individual's perception, though it requires considerable energy and preparation time. Are you not apprehensive that I might also view this ability with hostility? After all, one could argue that it is a means of altering a person's perception or, conversely, a form of enslavement. No leader would find such a notion reassuring. I cannot say for certain. Perhaps I am afraid, yet I choose to trust you, for you are Sasuke's friend. Additionally, I have faith in Shisui. Trust in Shisui? What is it that you trust? His benevolence? Itachi remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. However, you must agree to fulfill one of my conditions afterward. Agreed. Itachi responded without hesitation. He had received a mission that required his absence for a period, and this task only amplified his unease. With Naruto present, he felt that perhaps he could rely solely on him. In truth, Naruto was also somewhat troubled. Why did everyone turn to him for assistance? However, he had no choice. He could not chastise someone who had not even completed their compulsory education. Before long, Tsunade and Fugaku concluded their discussions, and Naruto and Tsunade discreetly departed from the premises. Have you spoken to Naruto? Yes. Fugaku and Itachi conversed in the reception room. Did he agree? Indeed, he did. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku nodded. Indeed, all of this was part of a plan devised by the father and son duo. Shisui had not only discussed matters with Itachi, but had also confided in him. If Shisui were to succeed, it could potentially yield favorable outcomes. Yet his extraordinary abilities were bound to attract the attention of Konoha's higher-ups. However, losing Shisui as a combat asset would likely result in significant losses for the Uchiha clan. Yet, he found himself at a loss for a strategy to quell the hardliners within the family. After much contemplation, he deemed it more prudent to be forthright with Tsunade and others. Fortunately, the two had come to seek him out that evening. Given Sarutobi Hiruzen's advanced age, the next Hokage would likely be Tsunade, who had recently returned to the village. The more she knew about the clan's secrets, the better they could maneuver their position. Moreover, Shisui's abilities were taxing, and using them even once could incapacitate him for years. They could always assign him to tasks outside the village in the future. Chapter 57. The Promise with Shisui. But father, what if Jiraiya-sama is unable to save Shisui in the end? Itachi lamented, deeply concerned for his dear friend. That shouldn't happen. As long as we disseminate this information, Danzo may not be ousted, but will certainly face severe repercussions. It will then hinge on the Hokage's decision regarding Shisui's fate. At this point, Uchiha Fugaku paused, his expression growing complex. If the Hokage were also unwilling to intervene, they would have no choice but to abandon Shisui for the sake of the Uchiha clan. Hearing his father's words, Itachi felt a heavy weight in his heart. Yet, what could be changed? Meanwhile, Naruto had relayed his conversation with Itachi to Tsunade, who appeared visibly concerned after hearing the details. Isn't it a formidable ability? What do you think? Sensei, employing child labor like this is exhausting, Naruto remarked, feeling drained by her words. Enough chatter. Today's visit to Fugaku hinges on your intellect. Now think. Tsunade had become rather reliant on Naruto, appreciating his keen mind. She resolved that in the future, she would consult him for advice on various matters, as he was both free and resourceful. Earlier, while at the Uchiha compound, her palms had grown clammy from anxiety. Observing her intent to take action, Naruto swiftly intervened, unable to bear the exhaustion she would impose upon him. This isn't necessarily a bad situation. Given Danzo's personality, he will surely covet Shirsue's eyes. We can leverage this to counteract him, but we still need to summon Shirsue. Counter Danzo? Tsunade appeared taken aback, unsure of how to approach this. Indeed, if Danzo intends to act against Shirsue, we could utilize Shirsue's abilities to alter Danzo's perspective, but careful planning is essential. With this realization, Tsunade comprehended the strategy at hand, acknowledging its potential to both temporarily restrain Shirsue's power and alter the current dynamics. Yes, but we still need you to contact Shirsue. When you meet him, see if you can persuade him. Leave that to me, Tsunade replied confidently, and the two retired for the night. One couldn't help but admire Tsunade's remarkable efficiency. On the third night, Shirsue, who had been on a mission, arrived at the Senju clan's ancestral home. Despite his rather ordinary appearance, he exuded a sense of integrity. Clad in a black combat suit accented with green J-nin armor, the Uchiha clan emblem embroidered on his shoulders. Lady Tsunade, may I inquire why you summoned me? He asked respectfully upon seeing Tsunade and Naruto. It's nothing of great consequence. We simply wish to discuss the current challenges facing the Uchiha clan and potential solutions. Would you be interested in hearing them? Tsunade spoke casually, yet Shirsue's eyes brightened with intrigue, swiftly followed by confusion. Why would Lady Tsunade wish to assist the Uchiha clan? Shirsue, do you wish to save the Uchiha clan? Naruto interjected, as this proposal had originated from him. Rest assured, we are currently in an alliance with the Uchiha clan leader and have learned of your Manjiki Sharingan through Itachi. At this revelation, Shirsue came to trust them. As the knowledge of his Manjiki Sharingan was known only to the clan leader and Itachi, the Hokage had yet to be informed. What is the method to save the Uchiha clan? Shirsue inquired directly, eager to understand their plan, for the sake of both the clan and the village. He had grappled with these issues for a long time, ultimately considering the use of his abilities to sway the hardliners within his clan and alter the prevailing circumstances. Though he would undoubtedly face criticism from his kin, it seemed a worthy approach. Let us set that aside for now. I want to ask you, Shirsue, how does it feel to be scorned by your clan? Upon hearing this, Shirsue simply shook his head, choosing to remain silent. The appeal of the moderates had always been lacking, and he had grown accustomed to the constant reproach from his clan. I understand your desire to mend the relationship between the clan and the village, yet you've consistently employed the wrong methods. As a proud clan with a history spanning millennia, it is unacceptable to seek reconciliation in such a humble manner, distancing yourself from your family. No, I never intended to distance myself from the clan. I only. Upon hearing her words, Shirsue refuted, asserting that his actions were always for the sake of the clan, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Recognizing that he had indeed harmed the clan's interests. If we could stabilize the Uchiha clan and ease our relations with the village, what could you offer me? Observing Shirsue's silence, Naruto understood the turmoil within him, caught between the expectations of his clan and the village, bearing the burden alone. What if you were to become my shadow? Without an identity, without a name, only a code name. If you agree, I will devise a way to resolve the Uchiha clan's troubles and foster harmony between the Uchiha and Konoha. Very well, Shirsue readily agreed. As even the clan leader and Itachi placed their trust in him, he had no reason not to believe. Furthermore, the recent changes in the Hige clan seemed to be linked to this young man. Should they indeed manage to transform the relationship between the clan and the village, he would be willing to sacrifice anything, even his life. Yet, he still harbored concerns, for the Hige clan's issues were merely internal, whereas the Uchiha clan faced pressures from both within and without. But can you truly achieve this? Of course. Believe me, within 3 days, Danzo will encounter significant troubles. At that point, come find me, and I will guide you on the next steps. Oh, and remember not to disclose the existence of your Manjiki Sharingan to the Hokage. Understood? Hearing Naruto's words, Shirsue nodded in agreement. 3 days were a manageable wait, allowing him to assess Tsunade and Naruto's capabilities. All right, then we shall meet in 3 days. Rest assured, you will not be disappointed. Chapter 58, Polarization. Naruto-kun, what are you pondering? Hinata inquired, having just finished a battle alongside Karui. Noticing Naruto's distracted demeanor, she asked curiously, "Huh? Oh, it's nothing. I didn't sleep well last night and feel a bit drowsy." He stifled a yawn and waved his hand dismissively. After his conversation with Shursui the previous night, time had slipped away, and he had been forcibly held back by Tsunade, who claimed she wanted to have a proper discussion, only to end up complaining about her fatigue and sore shoulders from her time in the hospital. Indeed, the oppression of child labor is a pressing issue. After conversing late into the night with others, one must still engage in the massage industry. In these economically trying times, how many jobs does one have to juggle? Subsequently, a chaotic scene unfolded, one that even silence could not contain. Exhausted yet comfortable, they found themselves falling asleep together. I truly wonder what sustenance Tsunade consumed to grow so formidable. During the night, I nearly suffocated from her presence, plagued by nightmares. Now, Naruto-kun is simply trying to catch a brief respite. Observing him struggle to keep his eyes open, Hinata gently laid his head upon her lap. "Thank you, Hinata," he murmured, drifting off. Despite having just finished training, Hinata emanated a subtle fragrance reminiscent of milk, and with that aroma, Naruto swiftly succumbed to slumber. Why do I feel so heavy-hearted? Niji pondered, a sensation akin to overindulgence washing over him. Sasuke, having just concluded his battle, remarked to Niji, "That guy is living the good life." Well, Naruto is tired. "Taking a break is hardly detrimental," Niji replied, glancing over at the scene without any sense of wrongdoing. Their familial ties were well known, and the blessings from their clan members were abundant, rendering their actions unobjectionable. "Look at you, utterly unfazed," Sasuke retorted, exasperated. After all, they were already related. What was the point of voicing this? "Hinata, is Naruto and I okay? Is he ill?" "What? Naruto is sick? Let me see," Ryuko inquired, curiously approaching the peacefully slumbering Naruto. At that moment, Kyuko appeared with a lunchbox, and upon hearing of Naruto's illness, hurried over to check on him. "Shu, keep it down. Naruto-kun is tired. Let him rest without disturbance," Hinata quickly interjected, concerned that the noise would wake him. "Oh, I'm so sorry," Kyuko whispered, covering her mouth in apology. "Naruto and I is asleep. So we shall remain silent," Ryuko added, placing a small hand over her lips to signal her intent to be quiet. "Haha, Ryuko is wonderful." Hinata chuckled softly at her adorable demeanor. "Captain, these children are truly delightful." An Umbu ninja couldn't help but smile, and their captain, a man nearing 40, nodded in agreement. Although the weather was gradually turning colder, today was pleasantly mild, with the sun casting a warm glow. The river flowed quietly by, devoid of chilling winds, as a few youths sat peacefully, creating a picturesque scene. The riverside landscape was captivating, even in the early winter, compelling one to pause and revel in the serenity. In stark contrast, the Hokage's office had descended into a frigid atmosphere. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was as dark as ink, while Mito and Taketsu appeared restless. The cause of their agitation stemmed from a report submitted by the Umbu that afternoon. Its contents were alarming, detailing the misdeeds of Danzo, including the cruel training of battlefield orphans and unethical human experimentation, as well as espionage tactics. Certainly, such actions occurred in other hidden villages as well. Yet none had dared to bring them to light, given the multitude of secrets involved and the hatred they would incite. If it were merely these transgressions, Konoha's current strength could likely suppress them. However, the subsequent revelations were far more distressing. The first indicated a plot to assassinate Hiruzen, while the second detailed plans to murder the Fire Lord and conspire with Hanzo of the Salamander regarding the Akatsuki, ultimately leading to Yahiko's demise. Only the higher echelons of Konoha were privy to the first plot. Hiruzen had previously suppressed it out of concern for an old friend. Yet, the Umbu's transmission of this intelligence had already circulated among the 5 great nations, rendering any attempt to suppress it futile. The second plot was even more audacious. How could Danzo be so brazen? The Fire Lord was a vital supporter of the village and a significant source of funding. Even Sunagakure, on the brink of collapse, had refrained from targeting their leader. How could Danzo dare to conspire against the Fire Lord? Did he truly wish to jeopardize the village's well-being? Having just endured the Third Shinobi World War and the Night of the Nine Tails, the village relied heavily on the Fire Lord's financial support. The third revelation, involving a conspiracy with Hanzo regarding the Akatsuki that culminated in Yahiko's death, raised further questions. Why meddle in the affairs of other villages? What good could come of it? Especially when one was caught red-handed. The Second Shinobi World War arose from such entanglements, particularly with Amigakure. Now that Amigakure was under the Akatsuki's control, the dissemination of this information threatened to ignite the Fourth Shinobi World War. Hiruzen felt overwhelmed. How could they proceed? The authority of the Hokage was in jeopardy. The village's economic support was at risk, and they had provoked Amigakure after just concluding the Third Shinobi World War. Could they not catch a break? What resources did the village possess for conflict? They had already dispatched ungraduated children to battle. What now? His tenure as Hokage felt untenable, and he would surely face public outrage. The summons to him had been ongoing for nearly an hour, yet he had yet to arrive. Earlier, he had traversed to the office as if teleporting, and now, what was the delay? Had he become a tortoise or suffered some ailment? Meanwhile, Mito and Taketsu quietly lamented their predicament. They had stood there for nearly an hour, and the strain on these aging bodies was palpable. Did Danzo not realize? Especially with a furious elder nearby, whose temper could ignite at the slightest provocation, they dared not even breathe too loudly for fear of inciting his wrath. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, the door swung open, and Danzo swaggered in. Hiruzen, what's the matter? I still have training to attend to. If you intend to hand over Kyuka and her daughter to me, that would be best. I'll hand you a big-headed ghost. Chapter 59. The dismissal of Danzo. Danzo was in high spirits today. Progress had finally been made regarding the Sharingan experiments. He was on the verge of mastering the life-saving forbidden technique, Izanagi. All that remained was to activate a few Sharingan with 3 Tomo, and he would complete the process. Moreover, he had spread rumors about Kyuka and her daughter, as it had proven effective against Naruto. This was why Hiruzen had struggled to suppress it. By framing them as spies from Kusagakure, the people of Konoha would ostracize them, allowing him to swoop in and retrieve them for his experiments. While Danzo was lost in his fantasies, an Umbu operative approached him. Could the rumors have taken effect so swiftly? Was Hiruzen asking him to resolve this? In the end, it would still be his responsibility. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he recalled Hiruzen's demeanor towards him a few days prior. These matters still rested with him. Daring to treat him in such a manner, he would let Hiruzen stew for a moment, reminding him that Danzo also had his pride. Thus, he lingered a bit longer at the root headquarters before making his way to the familiar Hokage office. However, just as he was reveling in his plans to retrieve Kyuka and her daughter, a single phrase from Hiruzen left him utterly stunned. What did you just say? Big-headed ghost? Oh dear, he was being insulted. Hiruzen, what do you mean by that? I merely arrived a tad late due to pressing matters. And you resort to insults? Where is your composure after all these years? Hearing Hiruzen's words, Danzo's irritation flared, and he retorted vehemently. Upon hearing these words, the two standing individuals were momentarily taken aback. Brother, how is it that you seem to have a justification for your tardiness? Do you even comprehend the purpose for which you were summoned? Rijan felt a sense of helplessness stemming from his friend's demeanor. And decorum? Is there any semblance of propriety left in you? He turned to Danzo, inquiring, without beating around the bush. I wish to ask you directly, did you previously conspire to assassinate the daimyo? Suppressing his fury, Rijan endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. Does this require a scheme? Danzo retorted, seemingly caught off guard by the question. His response left both the seated and standing individuals astonished. You genuinely harbored such thoughts, Rijan exclaimed. This is no jest, Danzo. After all, we are speaking of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Haruno Kabuto interjected, her gaze imploring him to remain silent. What trouble has the daimyo caused now? Isn't our protection sufficient? I ought to give him a piece of my mind, to teach him a lesson. Without our support in Konoha, would he have such a stable environment? As he spoke, Danzo pivoted as if he intended to confront the daimyo, but was halted by Mitarashi. And enough? Danzo, how long will you continue this? Do not forget that I am the Hokage. Do you possess even a modicum of respect for the Hokage's authority? Rijan, observing Danzo, felt an urge to deliver a swift reprimand. Do not be vexed, Rijan. Danzo is likely motivated by his concern for Konoha. Let us hear him out. Kabuto hastily interjected, though she herself had doubts about her words. Danzo, return to your seat. The daimyo is a symbol of the nation. He is not to be trifled with at your whim. Seeing his colleague's ire, Danzo complied and returned to his position. Yet his demeanor remained unfazed, leaving Rijan genuinely perplexed. Danzo, I ask you once more, did you manipulate Hanzo the salamander? Upon hearing this, Danzo's composure faltered. Few were privy to that incident. How did Rijan come to know? Bang! Rijan slammed his hand on the table in frustration at Danzo's silence. Why the silence? Are you reluctant to acknowledge the truth? Acknowledge what? Rijan, do not leap to conclusions. How could I possibly know of actions I did not commit? Danzo feigned ignorance, causing Rijan's irritation to escalate. Is this the time for such antics? The village is in disarray, and you remain oblivious to the situation outside? Were you not swift with intelligence before? How can you now be so uninformed? Danzo was taken aback by Rijan's anger. Did he truly know everything? Enough of this. I will not engage in further discussions. Effective immediately, you are to return home. Do not concern yourself with Root for the time being. Consider it a long leave of absence. Absolutely not. On what grounds do you make such a decision? Danzo protested vehemently before Rijan could finish. What do you mean, leave? This is nothing less than a demotion. Danzo, what do you intend to accomplish? Remember, I am the Hokage, and I possess the authority to make this decision. Rijan's frustration peaked in response to Danzo's defiance. Am I to be rendered a mere figurehead? I refuse to accept this. Even if you are Hokage, there is no justification for such actions without evidence. This is an oppression of the village's contributors. Danzo remained unyielding, his years of dedication to Konoha fueling his resistance. Evidence. Do you require more? Look closely at this, Rijan declared, tossing a scroll onto the table. Is this not the proof you sought? Open your eyes and behold your own misdeeds. What further defense do you have? With a heavy heart, Danzo picked up the scroll from the ground. But upon glancing at its contents, his expression shifted to disbelief. Impossible. This is all fabricated. I am being framed. He attempted to defend himself, but the witnesses were unconvinced. Though some information might be false, there existed undeniable truths, and these matters were rapidly disseminating across the ninja villages. Enough, Danzo. An investigation will be conducted. For now, return home and await the results, Mitarashi advised. Though her words had little effect, urgency persisted. Only when I, Danzo, am the subject of slander do I find myself in this predicament. It has never happened before. Yet, explanations were futile. Danzo found himself ensnared, unable to extricate himself from this quagmire. Danzo, we have received word from the Rain Village. Hanzo the Salamander claims you coerced him, resulting in the weakening of their village's strength. They will seek retribution. Your return home is a measure of protection. As for Root, it will cease operations temporarily, but it will resume in due time, Kabuto stated, presenting a newly arrived scroll that documented the Rain Village's allegations. Currently, the Rain Village was still concealing the news of Hanzo's demise, yet they had no intention of hiding the details regarding Danzo. The demise of Yahiko weighed heavily on Nagato and Konan, and they had not anticipated that, following Hanzo's resolution, Danzo would become a pressing issue. Very well, Danzo. I shall address the current matters. Immediately return home and do not leave for any reason, Rijan commanded, directing the Umbu to escort Danzo away. Chapter 60. Rijan's fury in the 2 days following Danzo's return home. A storm of controversy erupted throughout Konoha. The entire village became aware of Danzo's actions, and one must commend Uchiha Fugaka's efficiency in handling the situation. Sarutobi Rijan, ensconced in the Hokage's office, was engulfed in despair as he confronted the backlash from other ninja villages and the internal turmoil within his own. The Root organization, once a clandestine entity, had become widely known, even to many within Konoha itself. Now, the daimyo of the Land of Fire had dispatched emissaries, warning that should Danzo not face severe consequences and Root be disbanded, he would withhold further financial support to Konoha. Rijan felt a surge of indignation, contemplating the severe repercussions of Danzo's actions. Rijan, here are the records from the Umbu's investigation into Root. I believe you must examine them. Kabuto presented a scroll to him. Upon reviewing the Umbu's findings, Rijan was incensed. What is Danzo attempting? Has he lost his senses? The shocking revelations within the report ignited a firestorm of fury within him. He had thought he understood Danzo, yet this revelation of hidden agendas was a profound betrayal. What else remains? Rijan queried, observing Kabuto's hesitant demeanor. Rijan, we must head to Root. There are indeed additional matters to address, she responded. Upon entering Root's domain, Rijan was overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the collected materials. What is this? Is this truly the essence of Konoha's Root? He gestured at the contents, feeling a rage he had never before experienced. Luckily, the details circulating outside were not as comprehensive, for should they be revealed, the village would be plunged into chaos, leaving no room for recovery. The fallout would be catastrophic. Risen, please do not be angry. After all, these matters are for the sake of Konoha, said Tsunade, attempting to speak on behalf of a colleague with whom they had worked for so long. However, to be honest, she herself did not believe these words, let alone Risen. Enough, Tsunade. You need not continue with your flattery. This is no longer merely a matter of Konoha. Do you understand what will happen if word of this gets out? I tell you, Konoha is now teetering on the brink of disaster. Even the slightest disturbance could lead to irreparable consequences. Do you comprehend that? Having listened to her for so long, Risen was already fatigued. After rebuffing Tsunade, he left the root headquarters in a fit of anger and promptly ordered the Umbu to take action. A thorough cleansing of the entire root organization ensued, leading to its complete dissolution. Orphans were sent to the Konoha orphanage, and all research materials were securely sealed. As for the remaining members of Root, Risen did not spare them either. Aside from a few necessary individuals, the rest were replaced. Subsequently, he dispatched individuals to the daimyo's residence to extend a formal apology. After all, the daimyo had become exceedingly irate, reportedly having scrutinized all the Konoha ninjas within his domain in light of the threat posed by Danzo, returning some of Root's covert members. If he did not manage to stabilize the situation, the repercussions would be severe. While Risen was overwhelmed with these pressing matters, the Senju clan's ancestral home was bustling with activity. Naruto, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Shursui were all present. The Umbu were exceedingly busy, tasked with managing the mess left by Root, while also fending off spies sent from other villages, which significantly reduced their surveillance of the Uchiha clan, allowing the Uchiha to breathe a sigh of relief, if only temporarily. Fugaku, I must say, I am astonished by the efficiency of the Uchiha clan. In such a short span, news has already spread far and wide, Tsunade remarked, her admiration evident as she turned to Fugaku. It's nothing, merely an expenditure of resources. Fugaku replied with a smile. After acquiring the information, he made multiple copies based on their importance and sent the most valuable to bounty houses in various countries, while others of lesser value were disseminated through specialized channels in different nations, finally reaching Konoha. Thus, Risen found himself unable to contain the situation. He had certainly not anticipated that Danzo had been secretly orchestrating so many events, nor could he have foreseen that Yahiko's fate was intertwined with his. Jiraiya, sipping his drink, exhibited palpable disappointment. The three young ones from Amage Cure had been saved by him, previously, in pursuit of the prophecy child for his mission in Mayaboku. He had chosen to leave after confirming their ability to defend themselves. Yet he never anticipated that things would culminate in such tragedy. Yahiko, in pursuit of his ideals, had ultimately paid the ultimate price. If only he had stayed longer to impart more wisdom to the trio. Perhaps Yahiko would have understood the harshness of life better and would not have been so fixated or naive. Sensing Jiraiya's distress, Naruto approached him to offer consolation. Up to this point, Jiraiya had taken 6 disciples, yet now only 2 remained. With the confirmed loss of Yahiko, one could only imagine the turmoil within Jiraiya's heart, especially considering his own father's team had already perished. Don't worry, Naruto. I just need a moment alone. You all carry on. If anything arises, just inform me, Jiraiya said, shaking his head before departing. A heavy silence enveloped the room until Uchiha Fugaku broke it. The pressing issue now is the hardliners within the Uchiha clan. Given the recent upheaval in Konoha, the elders among the hardliners are becoming increasingly restless. No matter how much I control the situation, it cannot hold for long. Tsunade nodded in agreement, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The objective in dealing with Danzo was to provide the Uchiha clan with a chance to breathe. The current task was to stabilize the situation thoroughly. It is manageable, Tsunade contemplated before continuing. We can leverage the masked man that Itachi mentioned. After all, he is affiliated with Akatsuki, and Danzo was involved in Yahiko's demise. Upon hearing this, Itachi looked up in confusion, but Fugaku quickly grasped the implications, realizing it could indeed be an excellent strategy. The Umbu and Konoha were currently unable to monitor the Uchiha clan completely, making it easier for hardliners to act within the village. Akatsuki would undoubtedly seek revenge against Danzo, and if they were to come to Konoha to eliminate him, it would coincide perfectly with the Uchiha clan's movements. The others quickly understood Fugaku's intent. Was this a plan to use an enemy against another? Meanwhile, in other hidden villages, leaders were discussing the turmoil in Konoha. The The Reikage of Kumogakure was particularly animated, perceiving an opportunity to exploit Konoha's predicament following their recent setback. Reikage-sama. It is said that the daimyo of the Land of Fire is already furious, publicly questioning Sarutobi Risen and Danzo. What should we do now? Mabui inquired, entering the Reikage's office with a stack of documents. Issue a statement to support the daimyo of the Land of Fire. We should widen the rift between them. I want to see how Risen will respond. But won't this escalate tensions with Konoha? Mabui expressed concern, aware that their primary goal was to create trouble for Iwagakure in revenge for the previous Reikage. The two villages were almost prepared. Provoking Konoha was somewhat unwise. Ha ha ha, Mabui. You need not worry. Once we make our move, do you think the other ninja villages will remain calm? The only one who will be under pressure will be Risen, and he cannot possibly wage war against several villages at once. We must take advantage of this situation to unsettle Sarutobi Risen. After all, he has essentially presented us with this opportunity. Simultaneously, Iwagakure was enacting similar strategies. Although Sunagakure had not fully revealed its stance, hints of discontent had begun to surface. The Land of Water, where Kirigakure resided, remained distant from these events, but was nonetheless vocal in its condemnation of Konoha. The following day, upon receiving reports, Sarutobi Risen was utterly infuriated. What a shameless act of kicking someone while they are down. This is professional-level malice. Lord Hokage, although we have placed Danzo under house arrest, the daimyo seems unconvinced and has cut off funding, Nara Shikaku said, presenting a scroll with a grim expression. The village's financial reserves were dwindling, and numerous ninjas awaited their remuneration for completed missions, along with various construction projects requiring funds. Taking the scroll from Nara, Risen had little interest in its contents. Currently, Konoha was facing a severe financial crisis. Every day began with the grim realization of their empty coffers. We must address the most urgent matters first. I will think of a solution regarding the daimyo, Risen stated, his voice laced with frustration. In truth, the daimyo provides a considerable sum each year, as the village's development is directly linked to the income from the daimyo's estate. But now we are in dire straits. I know the reasons. Bring Tsunade here, he ordered. Understood, Lord Hokage. Soon, Umbu agents arrived to summon Tsunade, who had been resting at home. Old man, what do you want from me? Speak quickly, for I have yet to catch up on my beauty sleep. My sleep quality has been deteriorating lately, and I finally have a night free from the hospital, only to be summoned by you. Looking at your weary countenance fills me with a profound sense of exhaustion. As your teacher, I am nearly at my wit's end. And you are there indulging in slumber? Do you not understand the importance of respecting your elders? I haven't had a full night's sleep in days. That's Tsunade. The village's finances are rather strained. Wait. Old man, you aren't eyeing my meager funds, are you? Let me tell you, I have none. My money is being managed by Naruto and Shizune, and I haven't even visited the casino in ages. Since they handle my finances, I receive only a pittance for daily expenses, hardly enough to purchase a few boxes of takeout. Before I could finish, Tsunade interrupted, exclaiming that those two have been excessively stringent in their oversight. It was merely a brief indulgence that left her with a substantial gambling debt. And to add insult to injury, she ended up signing 2 contracts with Naruto, a repayment agreement and a management contract. The repayment contract is straightforward. I must repay Naruto's money, but under conditions that state for every 10 units I earn, I must return 1, while the remaining 9 are to be saved by Shizune as a sort of security deposit. The second contract is even more severe, stipulating that as an adult borrowing from a child, I am incapable of managing my own finances. Thus, a savings management mechanism has been established. Only after earning a certain amount may I access a third or a fifth of my earnings. The rest will be saved for future use. If I spend more than allowed, I must borrow from my own funds, requiring another repayment contract, with penalties even on my savings principal. It is utterly unconscionable that my own money is subjected to such management. Consequently, I find myself spending cautiously, fearful of exceeding limits and facing deductions. If I fail to comply, they will orchestrate a spectacular fireworks display at the gambling venue, landing me on the casino's blacklist. It feels as if I have borrowed money only to sell myself into servitude. This meager allowance was something I had to request for ages before Naruto finally acquiesced. It is maddening that I cannot even raise my voice in protest, for even Jiraiya has sided with them, this traitor dispatching a frog to monitor me. Seeing Tsunade lamenting her financial plight, Sarutobi Hiruzen rolled his eyes. Is this girl truly that naive? Does she think I covet her paltry sum? What could I possibly acquire with that? I do not need your money, so I shall take my leave and return home to rest. I am utterly exhausted. Realizing that I had no interest in her finances, Tsunade felt relieved and headed for the door. Wait, I did not summon you for this matter. Return. Hiruzen nearly exploded as she attempted to leave without hearing him out. Old man, what do you wish to discuss? Speak quickly. I wish to return home and sleep. At her words, Hiruzen felt a vain throb on his forehead. Sleep, sleep, sleep. That is all you think about. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his frustration and replied slowly, You are to visit the daimyo's residence tomorrow and discuss matters with him. The village has stripped Danzo of his authority and placed him under house arrest, while also extending an apology for previous events. Let us see if we can negotiate further funding for the village. No. Chapter 62. The impatient Tsunade. Very well. Prepare accordingly. Why the refusal? Hiruzen was taken aback, expecting Tsunade to agree readily, given the village's interests. But her immediate rejection left him momentarily speechless. No means no. While I have some relations with the daimyo, I will not use them in this manner. It is you who is the Hokage. Tsunade had long harbored grievances against Danzo, but Hiruzen seemed oblivious. Although he had assisted with the issues surrounding Kinomoto and her daughter, what of the past? Had she not investigated, he would remain unaware of Danzo's many transgressions, some of which were sanctioned by Hiruzen himself. Had Hiruzen not indulged him, Danzo would not have left such a mess behind. They had already conspired to create chaos in Konoha, hoping to provide the Akatsuki with an opportunity to resurface, allowing the Uchiha clan to resolve their internal issues once and for all. What would happen when the daimyo's funds arrive and Konoha stabilizes? Would Hiruzen revert to sentimentality? This was not the first time. Danzo had once attempted to assassinate Hiruzen, and he had chosen to forgive him. Who could guarantee that a similar lapse in judgment would not occur again? Moreover, it was imperative to shake up the complacency of Konoha's leadership. The prolonged peace had rendered them too comfortable. Tsunade, this is not the time for childish tantrums. This is for Konoha, for the citizens residing here, for the orphans, for the civilian shinobi. Stop, stop, stop. Tsunade swiftly interrupted Hiruzen's impassioned speech. How long had she endured such rhetoric? If you are not weary, my ears certainly are. Old man, do not speak so nobly. How much of the daimyo's funding will actually be allocated to the orphanage or civilian shinobi? Do not treat me as a fool. I am no longer that naive child. Tsunade's agitation rendered Hiruzen speechless. He was acutely aware of the village's financial matters. How could he be ignorant of these issues? Perhaps age had dulled his senses, allowing him to turn a blind eye when possible. I cannot afford to lose face over this. With that, Tsunade turned on her heel and left without a backward glance, encountering Sakura and Ino at the door. She huffed indignantly and exited. Sakura was taken aback by Tsunade's fury. What had transpired in their discussion? Hiruzen, what is going on? Once inside, Sakura could not contain her curiosity as she observed Hiruzen rubbing his temples. Is this about the daimyo? Ino, quick on the uptake, deduce the cause. Yes. What? Does she refuse? Why does she refuse? Sakura's excitement was palpable upon hearing Hiruzen's confirmation. Is she truly unwilling to go? After everything that has occurred, she is the only one who can speak with the daimyo on our behalf. This is for Konoha. It seems unlikely, Hiruzen lamented. Tsunade has already left, indicating that this matter is more complicated than it appears. What should we do? Many are awaiting this funding. Hiruzen, you must devise a plan. Hiruzen felt the weight of their expectations pressing down upon him. A plan? A plan? What plan can I devise at this moment? Fine. If Tsunade is unwilling to go, we must send someone else. We must prioritize the village's situation. Both of you are part of the Hokage's inner circle and are aware of the current state of affairs. Funding is crucial, but the voices of the villagers are equally important. If we cannot maintain their trust, Konoha will effectively disband. Now, everyone return, allowing me to contemplate how to persuade Tsunade. After speaking, Hisashi promptly ushered the two out. Konohamaru wished to say something more, but was halted by Mito's intervention. Mito, why won't you let me continue? Konohamaru, feeling increasingly anxious, turned to the one who had drawn him out. Your words would be in vain. Hisashi is presently overwhelmed by village affairs and on the brink of collapse. Speaking further would only serve to incite his anger even more. Mito was aware of Hisashi's situation, as well as Konohamaru's, but what could be done? He had previously cautioned against excessive greed and advised greater attention to the family's development. The Sarutobi and Nara clans had expanded their enterprises significantly over the years. Even his own family had seen some growth, Yet Kinoamaru's family remained stagnant, with scant industry. Now, financial issues had arisen, leading to considerable repercussions. So what should we do now? There is little we can do but wait. The daimyo will inevitably be vexed due to Danzo's actions, but he is not foolish enough to neglect Konoha entirely. It may only extend the waiting period. Perhaps things will improve with time. Mito shook his head. Konohamaru fell silent, pondering how long this situation might endure. What if it dragged on for half a year? How would the ninjas of his clan manage? What if Tsunade is unwilling? Can we not subtly encourage her? What are you contemplating? I advise you against this. Tsunade has always had a volatile temperament, and even Hisashi and Danzo dare not provoke her. Mito swiftly interjected. Recognizing the gravity of the village's current state and Tsunade's present demeanor, which had grown dismissive of Hisashi. Approaching her now could lead to dire consequences. Yet, what choice did they have? If the daimyo did not expedite funding, how many ninjas would be adversely affected? Moreover, the village required development. Even if Tsunade displayed a childlike stubbornness, she could not entirely disregard the village's needs. Enough. Do not speak further. I shall devise a plan. Mito attempted to voice his thoughts, but was interrupted. The urgency of the situation demanded decisive action. Hesitance was no longer an option. With that, Konohamaru turned and departed, leaving Mito unable to intervene. Why has this become so complicated? He sighed in resignation as he exited. Chapter 63. A Conversation with Tsunade Shizune. Could you possibly allocate a bit more pocket money? It is hardly sufficient, Tsunade lamented, casting a pitiful glance at the individual before her. Clutching the meager allowance of the day. Lady Tsunade, that is not feasible. Do not forget our prior agreement. You must first repay Naruto, and thereafter fulfill the obligations of the next contract, Shizune replied with a smile, patting her plump wallet and overflowing piggy bank. Since aligning with Tsunade, she had not experienced such a delightful abundance of small change in quite some time. As his teacher, how could he treat me this way? It is utterly unjust. Tsunade, incensed, plopped down onto the ground, reflecting on how this paltry amount barely sufficed for her daily expenses, leaving her wondering when she might visit the casino again. Lady Tsunade, this tantrum is pointless. If you do not rise, I shall inform Naruto. What he might do is entirely unpredictable, Shizune remarked with a smile, swiftly securing her wallet and money box. There was no use in throwing a fit. Her refusal was resolute. Left with no choice, Tsunade begrudgingly stood, her expression sour as she prepared for work. Summon that insufferable brat? Perhaps not. If he were to come, news of my borrowing money from a child to settle gambling debts would spread like wildfire. Though I have done so before, this is Konoha. I must maintain some semblance of dignity. If that were to leak out, the ridicule would be boundless. While I may act recklessly outside, I must preserve my reputation within the village. However, upon arriving at the hospital, Tsunade noticed a shift in the demeanor of those around her. Many who typically greeted her warmly now seemed distant, their gazes tinged with indifference. Teacher, you have arrived, Naruto called from his office, engrossed in a book. Seeing his casual demeanor only fueled Tsunade's ire. The previous incident, where she had drunkenly signed those 2 contracts, now left her with funds yet unable to indulge in her vices. It was infuriating. What is bothering you? Naruto inquired nonchalantly, observing her displeasure. How can you ask? Were it not for you compelling me to sign those contracts, would I be in this predicament? Oh, is that your only response? Tsunade's frustration mounted, and she felt compelled to strike him. While borrowing money from a child was hardly commendable, punishing a brat seemed justifiable. Yet, as she raised her hand, Naruto's calm demeanor struck her as strange. Aren't you curious about the village's sudden change in attitude towards you? He lifted a nearby cup to his lips, casually stating, Today, Shuko's cooking was quite delicious, though perhaps a tad salty due to her inexperience. I should buy her a gift later to lift her spirits. What is going on? Tsunade's arm lowered, her curiosity piqued. Look at this, it was delivered by Shursui. Naruto handed her a scroll, and upon reading its contents, Tsunade's rage erupted. That insufferable Konohamaru. That wretched old hag. How dare she speak of me in such a manner? The document was straightforward. Konohamaru had sent word throughout the village, informing them of the daimyo's failure to allocate funds this year, leading to delays in village matters and postponement of ninja mission rewards. While this was a commonplace announcement, he had added that the Hokage dispatched Tsunade to the daimyo's estate, urging for expedited funding, which Tsunade had outright declined, asserting it was not her concern. At a time when Konoha faced financial straits, Was it not apparent that this portrayed her as indifferent to the village's plight, solely focused on her own interests? If they want funds, they should pursue them themselves. How dare they target me? She fumed, preparing to confront Konohamaru. Wait, even if you go, if they deny your claims, you will be powerless. This information was relayed by Shursui. The Uchiha clan has yet to resolve their issues. Naruto urgently interjected. Our relations with the Uchiha must remain discreet. Otherwise, we could face significant trouble. Then what shall we do? She is practically hurling insults at me. Tsunade exclaimed in frustration. Is it not simple? Based on the intelligence gathered by you, the Uchiha, and the Hyuga clans, the situation surrounding Konohamaru's family is hardly substantial. Why not leak this information? Furthermore, regarding the machinations of Danzo, due to the upper echelons of Konoha's secrecy, many in the village remain unaware. This could serve to enlighten them about the true reasons behind Konoha's financial struggles. Listening to Naruto's words, Tsunade nodded, then shook her head. Would such actions not have dire repercussions? Once this information is released, it could send shockwaves through Konoha's leadership, particularly given the startling revelations uncovered by the Umbu. Tsunade's concerns were not without merit. Previous events had already compelled Danzo's dismissal and subsequent house arrest, significantly tarnishing Hiruzen's reputation. Should these matters resurface, and others become aware of the multitude of actions Danzo had undertaken right under Hiruzen's nose, it could very well lead to the Hokage's forced resignation. Although the old man had indeed aged, who else would dare step into the role of Hokage? Jiraiya? It would be a miracle if he even stayed put. Yet, Naruto's gaze remained fixed upon her, as if he had made an unwavering determination. You cheeky brat, do not jest like that. I wish to enjoy life a few more years, Tsunade thought, comprehending Naruto's intent. She waved her hands dismissively, unwilling to confine herself to such a position, preferring the freedom she currently relished. Tsunade-sensei, do you truly not wish for it at all? Naruto's words were laced with a hint of temptation, but Tsunade resolutely shook her head in refusal. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Will you really allow the hard work of your grandfather and great-uncle to go to waste? Do not forget the current state of Konoha's leadership. If things continue this way, how long do you think Konoha can endure? Upon hearing Naruto's words, Tsunade fell silent. Konoha had been on a downward trajectory for some time, compounded by Danzo's actions, the insidious influence of those parasites, and the lack of funding from the feudal lords. It was unlikely that it could hold on much longer. Have you been contemplating this for a while? In that moment, Tsunade realized that her thoughts had been solely focused on how to reprimand Danzo, rather than considering the broader implications of his path. Ha ha ha, guess, came Naruto's playful response. Chapter 64. Chatty Tintin. Naruto's words lingered in Tsunade's mind for quite some time. Konoha was the very village her grandfather had founded, and she did not wish to see it decline. However, a life of confinement was not one she desired. Think it over carefully. However, I advise you to make a decision swiftly. Konoha's situation is quite dire. Although the major ninja villages may not act against Konoha for the moment, the internal issues are sufficient to drain it dry. After saying this, Naruto left her with space to ponder, stepping back himself. He had begun advocating for Tsunade to become Hokage long ago. After all, while Hiruzen had dedicated himself to Konoha, age had brought with it a plethora of concerns. For Konoha to progress, it needed someone younger. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan required a leader who did not harbor animosity towards them. Otherwise, any efforts he made would be in vain. Let us go. I might as well wander elsewhere. There's likely nothing entertaining at the hospital today. With that, Naruto departed, meandering through the streets. As he walked, he stumbled upon a training ground he rarely visited, often finding himself alone there. He thought it preferable to seek out Sasuke by the river, where he could at least engage in conversation. Sigh, I've acquired so many shurikens from the system lately. Today is perfect for some practice. He retrieved his ninja tool pouch, which was bursting at the seams. Indeed, the thrill of the lottery is addicting. On those lonely nights, facing the cold night sky and chilling winds, how could one resist the allure of a draw? He chuckled to himself, realizing he had digressed. It was merely a flicker of hope that something good might emerge, especially after his bond with Hinata had recently surpassed 20. The increase in friendship points was truly a boon. He had since amassed a plethora of shurikens and some monetary rewards, but little else. Clearly, the period of beginner's protection had come to an end. Now, it was purely a matter of luck. Don't ask. My luck is akin to that of a cursed soul, marked by an unbroken string of white-tier rewards. As he continued to unleash shurikens, it was as if he were venting his frustrations. This is ridiculous. After so many draws, all I get are white tier rewards. It's infuriating. During the throwing, he felt somewhat unsatisfied, so he incorporated some body techniques reminiscent of his past life. To his surprise, the moves he had previously stored in memory but never practiced came flooding back. What a remarkable recollection. Just as the target endured a barrage of strikes, a figure suddenly appeared in the training ground, eyes fixated on him. The unique blend of body techniques and shuriken skills was unexpected, though his movements appeared somewhat clumsy. His proficiency with the shuriken was undeniable, striking with precision and power. How did you hone your shuriken skills? Soon, as the figure came to a halt, 10-10 stepped forward, her eyes gleaming with admiration. Hello, I'm 10-10. What is your name? Your shuriken technique is incredible. How long have you been practicing? Can you teach me? I've been trying to master the shuriken, but I can't seem to throw accurately. Do you have any tips? Have you been here before? I've never seen you around. Taken aback by the sudden flurry of questions, Naruto found himself at a loss as to where to begin. Hello, I'm Naruto. As for the shurikens, I haven't been practicing for long. If you want to learn, I can teach you. After a moment's pause, he finally processed her barrage of questions. It had been a long time since he encountered someone so enthusiastic, and he found himself slightly out of sorts. After all, none of his usual companions were quite as talkative. Sasuke was too proud to engage in conversation. Neji preferred to practice in silence, only speaking a few words after a match. Hinata, due to her timid nature, would often turn crimson and flustered if he spoke too much to her. And Karui was typically quiet, focused on training or reading, embodying a serene demeanor. The youngest, Rin, merely sought to keep pace with her older siblings, eagerly immersing herself in training, and would quietly sit beside either Naruto or Hinata when fatigued. Kurama, on the other hand, was quite chatty, though nowadays his most frequent request was, Naruto, come on, tell me more today. How amusing it was that the once fearless fox had become a loyal listener, eagerly demanding more stories. Faced with such a loquacious individual, Naruto felt somewhat overwhelmed. Oh, so you're Naruto. Your shuriken skills are truly remarkable. Where do you practice? What else can you do? Feeling as though a mountain of inquiries had descended upon him, Naruto hastily interrupted. How about we focus on practicing shurikens first? During training, we must maintain silence and concentration. Follow my lead. All right. Thank you, Naruto. I will certainly do my best. 10-10's excitement was palpable. Although her family was the largest weapon supplier in Konoha, there were no ninja among them aside from her aspirations to become one. Her parents were ordinary folk, which made every moment of learning ninjutsu all the more thrilling for her. Now that she had just celebrated her 5th birthday, she had yet to meet the enrollment requirements for the Ninja Academy, leaving her with no other venues for learning ninjutsu. While her family had hired a ninja instructor, they were merely a low-ranking shinobi, only able to teach her the basics, and even then, they struggled with shuriken techniques. Before long, the morning had slipped away. Thank you. Naruto, how about I treat you to lunch? I feel that my shuriken skills have improved significantly after learning from you this morning. It's been absolutely wonderful. My previous instructors were woefully inadequate, only covering the basics. You truly excel in teaching. Would you consider becoming my ninjutsu instructor? I'll pay you. With training concluded, 10-10 launched into her customary chatter once more. You need not worry. If you wish to learn, simply accompany me to the riverbank in the afternoon. My friends and I gather there every day, and I believe you would gain much from the experience. Having endured for so long, why not let those boys give it a try as well? Especially that proud boy Sasuke. Since his recent power surge, he has returned to his haughty ways. I wonder how he would react when faced with this girl. Shall we train together? Splendid. I shall join you. We are bound to learn a great deal. The excitement of having a place to train is incomparable to solitary practice. Very well, I will take you there this afternoon. Chapter 65, Tsunade's Resolution. Naruto-kun, you have arrived. Upon seeing him, Hinata rushed forward, but her tone shifted noticeably when she spotted 10-10 behind him. This girl, 10-10, expressed a desire to learn alongside me when I was practicing shuriken throwing this morning, and so I brought her along. Observing Hinata's slight jealousy, Naruto quickly offered an explanation. Fortunately, his words came swiftly. Recently, Hinata seemed to be on a rapid ascent, her gentle fist technique advancing dramatically. Just a few days prior, Neji could hold the upper hand, but now, even when exerting all his strength, he barely managed to achieve a stalemate. This prompted Neji to train even harder. And soon Sasuke, noticing his rival's progress, silently began to push himself as well. The same went for Kurenai and Yamanaka, who also started to strive for improvement. I digress. Wow, Hinata, you are incredible. Your palm strikes have become remarkably swift. It's nothing. I've merely grown accustomed to the training. Yamanaka, when did you master your chakra control? Your substitution technique is impressively proficient. I just refined it recently, thanks to the guidance of my older siblings. Niji, could you teach me that transformation technique? You seem to have mastered it so well. Sure, it's actually quite simple. Sasuke, good. Tintin has integrated into the group quickly. Perhaps her presence has lightened the atmosphere, as she is one of the few who speaks so freely. This afternoon has flown by, and Tintin has made substantial progress, promising to return tomorrow with gifts for everyone, much to her friend's anticipation. Upon returning home, I expected to rest, only to find Tsunade in the living room, while Jiraiya was nowhere to be seen. Master, what brings you here? Where is grandfather Jiraiya? I came to discuss something with you. Jiraiya has stepped out. Hearing her words, Naruto took a seat before her and began sipping tea from the table. You little rascal, that is my teacup. Observing his actions, Tsunade clenched her fist and said, I trained all afternoon and am parched. There's another cup here. Could you pour me some? You already pilfered my meal once. That was just once. Once. It was clearly 3 times. And let us not forget the time you overindulged and wore my bathrobe, or when you vomited in my room instead of the restroom. Stop. Enough. You drink. I shan't say more. Tsunade quickly interrupted, fearing that the conversation might lead to further embarrassment. She had initially come to discuss the Hokage matter, yet it felt like a scene of reproach instead. Regarding the Hokage issue, is it a matter of agreement or disagreement? After setting down his cup, Naruto inquired. Though this matter is significant, I have reflected, and perhaps you are correct. Konoha is the village established by my grandfather, Hashirama Senju, and safeguarded by his life. I do not wish to see it decline. Tsunade nodded earnestly, expressing her thoughts. When Hashirama established Konoha, he sacrificed his life for it, just as my grandfather did while serving as Hokage. As their granddaughter, I feel a profound sense of responsibility. Moreover, I cannot abide the actions of Konoha's higher-ups. Recently, I merely wished to investigate Danzo, but as I delved deeper, I uncovered alarming truths concerning other high-ranking officials. It only fueled my anger. What a nest of parasites. Your perspective is commendable. At present, you are the sole suitable candidate to become the next Hokage. The rest are unfit. Aside from the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade is indeed the most viable candidate. As for Jiraiya, he remains too carefree. So, shall I proceed to confront Tsunade? Is there any other method required? Please. I am merely a child of nearly 5 years. Must you inquire about everything? Can you not act independently? Upon hearing his words, Naruto shook his head in refusal, exasperated. You are only 5? There are times I genuinely suspect you are an ancient being trapped in this childish form. Tsunade poked his forehead playfully. Indeed. The one before you is the legendary king of ramen, who has lived for a millennium. Surprised? I have traversed 1,000 years and now inhabit this young body. Since you have recognized my true identity, from this moment forth, you shall worship me. I assure you that every time you eat ramen, your noodles will never clump together. Hearing his proclamation, Tsunade could not contain her laughter, clutching her stomach. You, the king of ramen? If you truly lived for a millennium, you wouldn't be so childish. You are simply hilarious. All right, enough jesting. Where is Xiaoling? She mentioned waiting for your return to prepare dinner. You have been back for a while now, so she must be ready. As she spoke, Tsunade patted her stomach. If you are here, what about Shizen? Besides, the Senju estate is not incapable of cooking. What do you think coming here every day entails? Shizen, no worries. I told her to come here after her shift at the hospital. If I calculate the time, she should be arriving shortly. Moreover, it's your fault for making me sign those 2 contracts. Now, I wish to visit the casino, and I have no idea how long it will take to save up. Coming here for meals is merely a way to save money. Tsunade appeared nonchalant. Seeing her demeanor, Naruto simply shook his head, realizing he had no choice but to seek Xiaoling. Xiaoling, please prepare 2 extra servings for dinner tonight. Lady Tsunade and Sister Shizune will be dining with us. Of course, young Master Naruto, I will prepare additional dishes right away. Xiaoling obediently complied with Naruto's request. Before long, Jiraiya returned, followed closely by Shizune. Naruto, I have reserved a table for your birthday dinner the day after tomorrow. Simply show up and don't forget to inform your friends. Upon returning, Jiraiya stated the purpose of his outing. All right, Grandfather Jiraiya. I will ensure all my friends are invited. Chapter 66. A gift for the Ninetales little brat. Happy birthday. In the ceiling space, the Ninetales looked at the small figure before him and smiled. Great Fox, my birthday is the day after tomorrow. Isn't this blessing a tad premature? As Naruto was about to begin his tale of the Great U and the flood control, he chuckled at the remark. What does it matter? I can bestow blessings whenever I choose. What is the matter? Are you unwilling, little one? The Ninetales responded with a hint of pride. Ha ha ha, how could I possibly refuse? Receiving birthday blessings from you, the Ninetales, is an honor beyond imagination in the entire ninja realm. Naruto spoke the truth. Do not mention the Ninetales. After all these years of the tailed beast's existence, has anyone ever heard a birthday blessing for them? This is truly a groundbreaking moment. I suppose you are somewhat perceptive. It can be said that Kurama found this remark quite beneficial. Say, Great Fox, have you ever celebrated a birthday? Naruto's question plunged the Ninetales into silence. It seemed that the concept of a birthday had never crossed its mind since its inception, only becoming aware of it in the human realm. Yet, who would celebrate a birthday for a tailed beast? For many, tailed beasts are a calamity, resulting in a general aversion towards them. A small fraction of individuals intrigued by tailed beasts are primarily motivated by greed, coveting the overwhelming power they possess, which, once controlled, could rival that of a Hokage. Consequently, no one would think to celebrate a tailed beast's birthday. Naruto's mention today suddenly reminded Kurama of the scenes associated with human birthdays, gatherings of family and friends. The only moment it truly felt familial was when the Sage of Six Paths created them. Observing Kurama's prolonged silence, Naruto approached and said, Great Fox, you could actually celebrate a birthday with me now. I have a gift prepared for you. Would you like to know what it is? This statement piqued Kurama's interest significantly. You have prepared a gift for me? Yes, guess what it is. After contemplating several possibilities, none of which seemed correct, Kurama felt a surge of anxiety, nearly clawing its tail in frustration. Noticing Kurama's flustered demeanor, Naruto finally revealed a doll. Indeed, it was a doll crafted in Kurama's likeness, exquisitely made. This was a white reward he received from a lottery a couple of days ago, which he thought was merely cute and thus stored it in the system space without taking it out. Today, it seemed fitting to present it to Kurama. What do you think? Doesn't it resemble you? The doll is quite plump and utterly adorable. Holding the doll, Naruto casually manipulated it, saying, Not at all. It lacks my grand and imposing presence. Are you certain you are not mocking me by presenting this doll? Upon first seeing the doll, Kurama clearly exhibited a hint of joy, which it quickly suppressed. How could I possibly look so cute? In the eyes of the world, the Ninetales has always instilled fear and trepidation. If this doll were displayed publicly, the other 8-tailed beasts would surely laugh themselves to death. No way. I cannot accept it. Absolutely not. However, Naruto keenly observed Kurama's fleeting emotional change and soon devised a plan to tease it. Oh, it appears you do not like it. What a pity. Very well, I shall prepare another gift for you next time and take this doll back. With that, Naruto turned to leave. Upon seeing him depart, Kurama felt a pang of reluctance. Wait, that doll is genuinely quite lovely. If you let me, I will take it. Just as Kurama grew anxious, Naruto's footsteps unexpectedly halted. Just when Kurama thought Naruto had reconsidered, his next statement nearly choked it. I think this doll is rather charming. Should I make a few more and sell them in the village? If they sell well, I might even expand production to other villages. Sell them to other villages? That would be even more humiliating. The other tailed beasts would truly laugh me to scorn. Yet having just declared disinterest, would it not reflect poorly if it now demanded the doll back? Ha ha ha, I'm just teasing you. Your expressions have changed so dramatically in such a short time. It's truly amusing. Just as Kurama was contemplating how to reclaim the doll, Naruto's laughter interrupted it. After a prolonged moment of realization, Kurama discovered it had been played. Soon, an expression of anger appeared on its face. All right, do not be angry. Here, take it. You were the one who first said you didn't like it. So do not blame me, understand? After receiving the doll, Kurama did not harbor any resentment, as its initial reactions had indeed provided Naruto with the motive to jest. In truth, it was quite fond of the doll. Though small in size, it was exquisitely crafted, evoking a sense of affection. It seems you do like it after all. How about I bring you gifts every year? Upon hearing this, Kurama tucked the doll away. Thank you for the gift. I have nothing else to offer you, but you may freely borrow my power in return. Consider it a trial gift from me. Very well, I shall not hold back. Naruto smiled as he spoke. A doll exchange for the right to use your power. What a profitable trade. Certainly, and I will cleanse the feral emotions from the power, allowing you to wield it normally. To be honest, little one, I am quite curious about the achievements you will attain in the future. Will they astonish everyone?" Kurama's words were filled with heartfelt blessings. "Indeed. And I have promised to return your freedom. If the opportunity arises, I shall also liberate the other tailed beasts. And I will find a place for you all to reside together. What do you think?" Naruto displayed his signature smile, his tone sincere. "All right, I believe in you." The two then shared a laugh, and after an indeterminate time, they ceased due to the stiffness in their faces. "Ahem. I propose we refrain from such prolonged laughter next time. You are right, my face is numb." "Indeed. By the way, Naruto, have you forgotten something?" "Forgotten something? What is it?" "Today's story, of course. I have been waiting for quite a while." Oh, how could I forget?" Suddenly recalling, Naruto slapped his forehead in realization. Regretting the oversight, the sound of a gavel echoed, and the tale commenced. Chapter 67. Hiruzen Sarutobi decides to step down. Katsu had initially thought that Tsunade only had a superficial understanding, but to her surprise, Tsunade had delved much deeper, seemingly unearthing secrets that could expose her. Early in the morning, rumors about the Konoha parasites spread throughout the village, becoming increasingly sensationalized. Furthermore, the matter concerning Danzo was far from trivial. Despite his recent dismissal, his influence remained exceptionally potent. When Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived at the office that morning and received news from the Umbu, he stood in shock. What is going on? A couple of days prior, he had visited the daimyo's estate to discuss matters thoughtfully, but the outcome was far from favorable. The daimyo expressed disappointment with Konoha's current situation and showed his dissatisfaction with Hiruzen. If Konoha did not present a better solution, even if this funding was approved, there was no guarantee of timely repayment for the next allocation. Essentially, he was saying, "The money is with me. If you want it, show me your sincerity. If I am not satisfied, this funding will be postponed, and future allocations will also be delayed." This maneuver was particularly ruthless. "Hiruzen, do you not value the long-standing friendship? Now, your friend threatens to cut off the village's financial assistance. What will you do as Hokage?" While he fretted over this matter, upon returning to the village, he was met with another blow. To be honest, after so many years as Hokage, he had never felt this way. Being Hokage is incredibly challenging. What should one do when they wish to escape? "I am waiting online." After a prolonged period of tranquility, Hiruzen Sarutobi summoned Tsunade and Mito Gate to discuss an urgent matter. "Hiruzen, you must take action against Tsunade. Her recent actions have been utterly outrageous, humiliating the higher-ups of Konoha." Tsunade's reckless behavior had raised suspicions of an infiltrator within the Hokage building, as the current turmoil could not possibly arise without someone manipulating events from the shadows. Upon seeing Hiruzen, Tsunade could not restrain her words. Initially, she hoped to provoke Tsunade into hastening her visit to the daimyo's residence to negotiate funding. However, the situation swiftly deviated from her expectations, particularly with Tsunade uncovering so much information. It was evident that she was not working alone. Someone within the Hokage building was covertly undermining the image of Konoha's leadership, taking advantage of the situation to launch counterattacks. Despite Tsunade's fervent declarations, Hiruzen chose to disregard her words. The reports from the Umbu, though embellished, contained kernels of truth. These were the realities faced by the Konoha elite. Were they now too cowardly to acknowledge their actions? Noticing Hiruzen's silence, Tsunade attempted to continue, but was interrupted by Mito Gate. Sensing the gravity of the moment, Hiruzen's voice cut through the tension in the Hokage office. "I have grown weary, and my age has caught up with me. Therefore, I have decided to recommend Tsunade as the 5th Hokage." A heavy silence ensued, followed by an eruption of protests, most notably from Tsunade, who vehemently opposed the idea. Having recently crossed paths with Tsunade, she feared that if Tsunade were to become Hokage, her own position would be jeopardized. Nevertheless, Hiruzen remained resolute in his decision, showing no signs of retreat. Departing the office, Tsunade resembled a wilted flower, stripped of her former vigor. "Mito, you are resourceful. What should I do now?" she lamented. Hiruzen's abdication and endorsement of Tsunade meant that she would not spare the elderly leaders, given their previous conflicts. Mito sighed and shook his head, acknowledging the futility of the situation. Hiruzen had made his choice, and Tsunade's ascension was now inevitable. Soon, an announcement was disseminated from the Hokage building, succinctly stating that due to health concerns, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would step down, with Tsunade named as his successor. Following the announcement, Tsunade and Mito submitted their resignation letters, citing their advanced age as the reason for their departure. The ongoing issue of corruption within the village was glossed over, with the division of responsibility remaining ambiguous. Tsunade had anticipated this outcome. After all, who would wish to resign while burdened with the weight of public scorn? Yet, facilitating the old man's retirement was a significant victory, achieved with the aid of various external pressures. As for the troubling matters, they could be addressed once she assumed office, especially since those involved were also part of Konoha. The announcement from the Hokage office stirred considerable commotion within the village. Despite the recent spate of negative news surrounding the Konoha leadership, many still supported Hiruzen, acknowledging his substantial contributions to the village's development. Although he was not the strongest Hokage, he held the record for the longest tenure. Having arrived in Konoha as a child, he learned under the first and second Hokages. If anyone embodied the will of fire in Konoha, it was undoubtedly Hiruzen Sarutobi. Upon returning home from the hospital, Naruto found Jiraiya and Tsunade enjoying drinks at the table. "Naruto, you're back," Jiraiya exclaimed, setting down his cup. "What brings you here, Jiraiya-sensei, Tsunade-sensei? Are you drinking again?" Naruto shook his head, fully aware of the reason, yet reluctant to voice it. It was a celebration of Tsunade's imminent ascension to Hokage, a moment to rejoice. "You're not being entirely candid, are you? You've grown up, Naruto. Come sit. The other reason we're drinking is to celebrate the fact that your teacher can finally take a well-deserved rest," Tsunade said, pulling Naruto closer. "Naruto, could you share your feelings about the third Hokage?" Tsunade inquired, catching Naruto off guard. Since arriving in this world, he had viewed everyone through a lens colored by his past life, making it impossible to perceive them as a blank slate. Instead, he approached situations with purpose and strategy. Thus, Tsunade's question left him momentarily speechless, struggling to grasp her intent. "Are you struggling to understand?" As Jiraiya said, "You are astute, thoughtful, and wise beyond your years, yet not quite like a typical child. Naruto, your intelligence, at times, may cause you to miss out on much." Even before you asked me to confront Danzo, Jiraiya had a hunch about what would unfold. "You are indeed a clever little rascal," Tsunade remarked, prompting a smile from Naruto. "Would you like to know why we say your teacher can finally rest? This is something you seem to lack. Sometimes, it feels as though you are devoid of emotions. Perhaps this loneliness has accompanied you since childhood." "Today, Jiraiya and I would like to share stories about the third Hokage," Tsunade proposed. Chapter 68. Reflections on Hiruzen Sarutobi. Many may have harbored animosity towards the third Hokage, a sentiment that Hiruzen brought upon himself. Tsunade's opening words encapsulated Hiruzen's predicament. "He has always been overly sentimental. I had hoped age would temper his disposition, but alas, he remains unchanged. Wouldn't you agree, Jiraiya?" Jiraiya chuckled heartily, reminiscing about their discussions, pondering whether the old man would change with time, only to find him steadfastly the same. "Indeed, but we must acknowledge that he is a genius. Unlike you when you first started, you were only capable of haphazardly throwing shuriken," Jiraiya teased, recalling how Tsunade had never managed to retrieve the bells from their teacher, often left starving while he and Orochimaru feasted. Tsunade laughed heartily at the memory, her laughter ringing through the room. After a moment, she continued. "Life back then was truly wonderful. Konoha experienced a rare period of peace, devoid of war, with Hiruzen focused on developing the village. It was an era of remarkable growth." Naruto nodded in agreement. There was truth in her words. During Hiruzen's youth, while the village may not have been the strongest, it was certainly commendable. Particularly during the Second Shinobi World War, Konoha's performance was noteworthy, establishing the legendary status of the three ninjas and showcasing formidable shinobi like Kakashi's father, Minato, known as the White Fang of Konoha. In those days, Konoha stood as the foremost among the 5 great shinobi villages. Indeed, life back then was truly delightful. Jiraiya echoed this sentiment, for it was a time he had personally experienced. How could it ever be forgotten? It was likely from that moment onward, upon my return from the Rain Village, that I began to notice the changes in Konoha. Yes, the transformation had already commenced. Even my teacher began to alter gradually. At this point, the two paused, pondering the reasons behind these shifts. Naruto spoke up, his voice laden with curiosity. "Was it the war? Though we emerged victorious, we still suffered significant losses and underwent profound changes," Jiraiya elucidated. Following the Second Shinobi World War, the old man sought to reform the village's structure. striving to transform the formerly competing clans into a more harmonious community. He envisioned Konoha flourishing in diversity, yet his eagerness may have led to premature actions. He longed to witness the rise of common ninjas and the development of the younger generation, but such aspirations were never simple to realize. Tsunade shook her head in disapproval. The old man's emotions were also a vulnerability. He placed undue trust in Danzo, allowing him to grow increasingly audacious, culminating in the tragic events that ensued. Furthermore, his compassion towards Orochimaru permitted the latter's escape. There is one matter that still eludes my understanding: the incident involving Konoha's White Fang. The old man erred in his leniency. Had he not been so indulgent, we would not have lost such a formidable ninja. Indeed, the old man was likely torn, yet he prioritized the mission above all else. A perspective that seemed uncharacteristic of him. Jiraiya sighed. As one ages, concerns multiply, and one's position inevitably diminishes the spirit of battle. He became stricter with others, viewing failure to complete a mission for the sake of a comrade's life as a disgraceful act. Perhaps, at times, this principle holds great significance, while at other times, it bears less weight. The mission at hand had minimal impact on the village. The old man simply overthought the implications. He wished to prevent such situations from recurring, hoping every ninja would excel in their assignments. Yet this approach lacked a certain warmth. Regarding the corruption within Konoha's higher echelons, he became increasingly greedy. Jiraiya, when did you start to perceive the old man as more enigmatic? Tsunade inquired. Perhaps it was after the Second Shinobi World War or following Danzo's assassination attempt on him. The old man grew more cautious and fearful, and Konoha lost its former vigor, she replied. Indeed, if even the Hokage has changed, how could Konoha remain unaffected? After this, the group fell into a contemplative silence. Presently, Konoha faces a significant issue. The youth's strength is alarmingly scarce, particularly among those connected to the Hokage lineage. Naruto, however, remained unperturbed, recognizing that the challenge faced by the third Hokage was rather straightforward: the generational gap within Konoha itself. This predicament cannot solely be attributed to him. After all, his students are now approaching an advanced age within the village. Some even have children nearing 5 years old. Yet, how many disciples has he truly left for the village? Up to now, Jiraiya has taught 6 students, with only 2 surviving, Nagato and Konan, neither of whom currently reside in Konoha. Tsunade has only 1 student, Shizune, who has spent much of her time away from the village, wandering alongside her. As for Orochimaru, prior to his defection, he had merely 2 students, Tsunade's brother, Nawaki, who perished after triggering an enemy's explosive tag, and Anko, whose skills remained modest and whose training duration felt shorter. Thus, when considering the disciples taught by the legendary 3 of Konoha, only 1 remains active within the village, Anko. This is a reflection on the Hokage lineage, which leaves the younger generation with only 1 relatively unremarkable representative. What can be done about this? Hearing this, both individuals appeared somewhat embarrassed, particularly Tsunade, who compared herself to Jiraiya, who at least had trained the 4th Hokage. As for her, she had trained 1 student, only to have her run away. Alas, Jiraiya shook his head. Is it solely the fault of Hiruzen Sarutobi that Konoha has come to be as it is? Perhaps he bears a greater share of the blame, but not all of it. Naruto observed the 2 in silence, also shaking his head. Fortunately, I acted swiftly. You 2 can still enjoy a drink while discussing the 3rd Hokage. Imagine if several more years had passed. If that were the case, the errors made by Sarutobi would have multiplied. Just consider the Uchiha clan's massacre. How much strength did Konoha lose that night? Chapter 69. The anticipated birthday. The evaluation of Hiruzen Sarutobi concluded swiftly, as the 2 at the table succumbed to inebriation. Goodness, you 2 are something else. The hot dishes haven't even arrived, and you've already checked out. Shizune arrived, observing the 2 slumped beside the table, and couldn't help but voice her thoughts. After returning from work with a purchase of grilled meat, she found them already asleep. With no other option, she and Naruto lifted the 2 back to their respective rooms. When Xiaoling placed the prepared dishes on the table, only the 3 of them remained to savor the meal at a leisurely pace. Naruto, your birthday is tomorrow. Have you prepared for it? Shizune inquired during dinner, recalling what he had shared with her earlier that day. Yes, the place Jiraiya set up is already in preparation. Others have also confirmed their attendance, though the number is not overwhelming. Naruto replied with a nod. I hear this is your first birthday celebration. Allow me to extend my early wishes for a happy birthday. Shizun exclaimed, raising her teacup. I will certainly prepare a grand gift for you. That sounds wonderful. I eagerly anticipate Shizun's gift, Naruto replied, beaming with joy. After all, he was no longer just a 5-year-old child. His previous life had been far from pleasant, devoid of such opportunities. Now, with this chance before him, he felt a sense of excitement, despite having few friends. And I, too, have a gift. Xiaoling chimed in from beside them. Yes, I am equally excited for Xiaoling's present. Naruto responded with enthusiasm. Laughter filled the room. Time passed swiftly. And after finishing their meal and tidying the table, the trio watched some television and chatted before heading to bed. Xiaoling and Naruto returned to their respective rooms, while Shizun went to Tsunade's chamber. As Naruto lay in bed, he reflected on the earlier conversation between Jiraiya and Tsunade. Was his assessment of Hiruzen Sarutobi ultimately favorable or unfavorable? After some contemplation, he concluded that the man had, in fact, treated him well. Whenever he exhibited signs of distress, Sarutobi would appear in the evenings to offer comfort. He provided his living expenses punctually. Even after Jiraiya returned to Konoha, he still arranged for ANBU to deliver funds weekly. Some might argue that these were merely his parents' legacy, and Naruto considered that possibility. However, who would entrust a child with such substantial wealth? Moreover, when his surrogate father ascended to the position of Hokage, it felt as though he became a spendthrift, worrying over every detail concerning the village, using his own funds whenever resources fell short. This behavior aligned with his compassionate nature. Additionally, during the Night of the Nine Tails, the family's assets suffered significantly. For the site of the Nine Tails' emergence was indeed within his home, leading to the destruction of numerous structures. However, this does not imply that Sarutobi Hiruzen is necessarily virtuous. After all, his identity as a demon fox has persisted for over 2 years. For a child, 2 years can inflict profound harm, and Hiruzen must be aware of this. Yet he refrained from entirely halting the behavior. As for the reasons behind his inaction, Naruto surmised there are 2 primary factors. Firstly, Danzo, who has been subtly instigating events from behind the scenes, makes it nearly impossible to suppress the situation. Secondly, there are the circumstances in Konoha. The village is in dire straits, having just emerged from the Third Shinobi World War, compounded by the chaos of the Nine Tails attack, resulting in a significantly diminished quality of life for the villagers. Consequently, Naruto has become an outlet for their frustrations. Whenever they think of him, they are momentarily distracted from their own troubles. Perhaps out of guilt, he tends to appear during Naruto's moments of sorrow, possibly to prevent himself from becoming an adversary to the village. In truth, Naruto felt somewhat indifferent about it all. After all, being a Jinchuriki typically invites disdain and fear in any village. Take Killer B from Kumogakure, for instance. Despite being the brother of the 4th Raikage, he was isolated by his village and subsequently placed under house arrest by his elder brother. This situation could be considered fortunate compared to the host of the Two Tails, who, without connections or support, lived in near confinement within the village, leading a far more arduous existence. Although Naruto too was met with fear and aversion from the villagers, at least he enjoyed a degree of freedom. After pondering for a while, Naruto realized that his feelings towards Sarutobi Hiruzen remained ambiguous, oscillating between good and bad, leaving him with an unsatisfactory evaluation. Further contemplation would yield no change. Even in the original narrative, Hiruzen ultimately perished, albeit for the sake of the village. Yet this was the price of his kindness at the time. He decided it was pointless to dwell on such matters. Tomorrow was his birthday, and he had never attended a birthday party before. He simply hoped not to embarrass himself. With that thought, Naruto drifted off to sleep. Time flew by swiftly, and the sun rose as usual the next day. After washing up and heading to breakfast, he found Tsunade, her hair in disarray, already seated at the dining table, enjoying a meal prepared by S.H. Rin. In the meantime, Shizun, although having reminded her, realized that Tsunade was wholly unconcerned and could only wait until breakfast was over before prompting her to freshen up. "Good morning, Naruto," said Shizun, putting down her bowl as he approached the table. However, Tsunade remained oblivious, preoccupied with her battle against the porridge, resulting in a rather messy situation. "Tsunade-sama, could you please focus? Let us finish our meal before you go back to sleep." Seeing the state of affairs, Shizun's frustration was palpable. Although Naruto was not a stranger, such behavior was hardly appropriate. Reluctantly, she decided to help her change clothes and tidy up. "Ah, Naruto, good morning. How did I fall asleep last night? Why does my head feel so heavy?" A short while later, Jiraiya joined them at the table, rubbing his tousled hair. Jiraiya's on. You drank quite a bit with Tsunade last night before you passed out, Naruto replied, while sipping his porridge. Oh, that explains the headache. It seems I had quite a bit to drink. Ren, could you please prepare a bowl of hangover soup? I have to go out later this morning. Jiraiya chuckled and called out to Ren, who was busy in the kitchen. Jiraiya-sama, it's already prepared, including Tsunade-sama's portion, Ren said, bringing over a steaming bowl of soup. Thank you, Ren. By the way, Naruto, don't forget to wear the new clothes I bought for you tonight. You mustn't be late. Understood, Jiraiya's on. Naruto was eagerly anticipating the evening's birthday celebration. Chapter 70. The birthday party. The evening arrived swiftly. And when Naruto entered the dining hall, Jiraiya was already busy instructing the waitstaff, while Ren was inflating balloons nearby. Naruto, you're here. Everything is almost ready. When will your friends arrive? Upon seeing him, Jiraiya placed a top hat on his head. They'll be here soon, Jiraiya's on. Is there anything I can do to help? No, everything is prepared. Just focus on welcoming your friends when they arrive. After that, Jiraiya encouraged Naruto to sit and enjoy some snacks while Ren finished inflating the last balloons and joined him for a chat. Who knew that celebrating a birthday could be so complicated? Jiraiya-sama has been busy since noon, preparing for the evening, Ren remarked, observing Jiraiya still checking items. It's not that troublesome, but this is Naruto's first birthday party, and it must be done well. Plus, it's our first attempt, so we lack experience. Next time will be easier. When it's your turn to celebrate, we'll have learned from this experience. Will I be invited then? Ren asked, her surprise evident. Having never celebrated a birthday in her life, she was delighted at the prospect. Of course, you are part of this family, so you must come. For now, let us focus on Naruto. When the time comes, he will have to serve you. Jiraiya laughed. All right, I'll make sure to do that. I'll distribute each piece of cake evenly, and if there's extra, I'll sneak a piece for myself. Naruto chimed in. Indeed. Perhaps the cookies served will bear 2 bite marks. And why 2, you ask? Don't question it. Just know that Naruto is at the age where he is beginning to lose teeth. Haha, as the birthday star. Should I remind others to check if their cookies have any bites taken out? No need. I'll prepare double portions and see how much this kid can eat. As they waited, the trio engaged in light-hearted conversation. Before long, the first guest arrived. Naruto, happy birthday. This cake was specially baked by my mother. You must try it. It's delicious. To their surprise, it was Tintin, who rushed in carrying 2 gift boxes. Great. I'm looking forward to tasting Annie's cooking. As soon as Tintin set down the gift boxes, Hinata and Niji entered. Naruto-kun, happy birthday. Happy birthday. The 2 siblings, one exuberant and the other reserved, presented a stark contrast. Come in. You all arrived so early. Of course, Naruto-kun's birthday party requires an early arrival. Yes. Hinata urged us all the way here. Brother. Haha. Come, take a seat. Tintin is already here. Let us wait for the others. After settling down, Hinata and Niji began chatting with Tintin and Ren. Naturally, the conversation was dominated by the 3 girls while Niji struggled to join in. Caught up in his battle with the snacks, facing questions that were hardly suitable for a young boy, Ryuko had come accompanied by her father. As the gift box was rather large and would have been difficult for her to carry alone. Naruto and Ayakin, happy birthday. Upon arrival, Ryuko refused her father's assistance and ran over, clutching the oversized gift box. Thank you for the wishes. Please, take a seat. Naruto quickly took the gift box and invited her to join. Naruto, I'll leave her in your care. I have some matters to attend to and will return before the end. All right, Uncle Yahara. Shortly after Ryuko's arrival, Sasuke and Karen appeared, having met outside and decided to come together. With similarly elegant gift boxes and the same well-wishing, Naruto welcomed them to sit down. Tsunade and Shizune were the last to arrive. There is no need to inquire further. It is simply a matter of women, not girls, requiring a longer preparation time. Once everyone had gathered, Jiraiya presented a magnificent cake, ready to celebrate Naruto's birthday. As the candles were lit, the melody of the birthday song began to fill the air. Naruto closed his eyes in silence, making a wish. With the extinguishing of the candle flames, the celebration reached its zenith, with children cheering joyfully and adults equally elated. Jiraiya then instructed the servers to bring forth the pre-ordered dishes, marking the commencement of the birthday feast. This is delicious. Shine, you must try it. Indeed, it is far superior to the previous dish. That last dish was lacking. The chef overdid the spices and added too much starch. And it was cooked just a tad too long. If only it had been a few minutes less. Wow, Sister Ling. You are impressive to have identified the issues with just one bite. Naruto suggested I learn more about cooking, so I've been studying a bit lately. Really? I must visit your restaurant with my mother when you open it. I want to go too, with my father. Niji, Sasuke. How about we compete to see who can finish a fish the fastest? Humph, bring it on. I refuse to believe I can't outdo you in ninjutsu and won't fall behind in appetite. All right, on my mark, 3, 2, 1, go. Hey, you're cheating. I don't believe it. You three, slow down. Watch out for the fish bones. Cough, cough. Ouch, a bone. Observing the joyful children, Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged smiles and clinked their glasses, reveling in the happiness surrounding them. Shizune, too, had not witnessed such a scene in quite some time, joining in the merriment as she officiated the competition among Naruto, Sasuke, and Niji, thoroughly enjoying herself. Amidst this cheerful atmosphere, the gathering came to a close. Just as Cheyenne, Rina, and Hinata were departing, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly appeared, accompanied by Uchiha Itachi. Father, brother, what brings you here? Sasuke asked, puzzled by their unexpected arrival. No worries. We merely came to seek out Jiraiya and Tsunade. You should return with your guard. Your mother awaits you at home. All right, I'll head back then. With that, Sasuke took his leave. Uchiha Madara made his entrance once more. Once only a few remained in the room, Uchiha Fugaku's statement instantly captured everyone's attention. Chapter 71. Gaining a new talent once again. This afternoon, the individual claiming to be Uchiha Madara reappeared in the village and inquired whether I would cooperate. The terms of cooperation were simple. He would assist me in dealing with the hardliners within the Uchiha clan, ensuring my parents and brother Sasuke could live peacefully in the village. In return, I would help him locate Danzo and work together to eliminate him. I suspect he is aware of the third Hokage's impending retirement and, while not familiar with Tsunade, likely perceives the hardliners as a significant issue for the Uchiha clan. Hence the proposal for collaboration. Itachi succinctly summarized the situation. Indeed, the most pressing challenge facing the Uchiha clan today is the hardliners. Since he is willing to take action, I believe this presents an opportunity, a chance to prove ourselves for the clan, as Uchiha Fugaku concurred. Very well, let us devise a thorough plan. Perhaps we can enlist Sarutobi Hiruzen. Having him personally validate our efforts would lend greater credence. What do you all think? Tsunade mused. After all, during the events of the Nine Tails attack, both she and Jiraiya were absent from the village, making Hiruzen's involvement all the more persuasive. I think that's a good idea. Yes, I agree. Absolutely. Soon, the four set off to find Sarutobi Hiruzen, the details of their conversation remaining a mystery to all. Naruto had no intention of following them. Recognizing that, given his current strength, it was best left to them. He would merely contribute his thoughts in the preliminary stages. The birthday celebration had been splendid, and the Nine Tails was curious about the events of the day. Perhaps it was better to return home and rest. Great Fox, what do you think of today's happenings? Quite intriguing, I assent it. After returning home, Naruto quickly freshened up and soon drifted into slumber, only to find himself in the sealed space. Indeed, it was quite an eventful birthday celebration. Yes, it is a significant day in human life. Naruto nodded in agreement. By the way, I brought you some cake. Would you like to try it? With that, Naruto produced a large piece of cake from the space system, a reward from the friendship shop. He was surprised to discover such an item in the shop. Perhaps the system had anticipated this and included it, as it seemed somewhat odd to find cake among weapons and ninjutsu. Moreover, it was not inexpensive. This piece cost 5 friendship points, precisely the amount he had earned the previous day. Is this cake? Sweet, soft, fragrant, and utterly delicious. To be honest, although the cake was quite large for the Nine Tails size, it was merely a snack. Yet, it savored every bite cautiously, as this was its first taste of cake, the first human treat bestowed upon it by a friend. No worries. Once you venture out, I shall treat you to a plethora of delectable foods that will leave you longing for more. All right, then I shall not hold back. I await those words. When Naruto awakened again, he intended to check the system. Following yesterday's birthday celebration, Sasuke's affinity had increased, seemingly granting him a chance for a draw. However, the arrival of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi interrupted his thoughts of drawing. After conversing with the Nine Tails, a notification sound resonated, coinciding perfectly. Friend Panel 2 Friend. Sasuke Affinity. 12. Each increment of 10 grants an opportunity for a draw. Maximum value 30. Friend Panel 3 Friend. Kai by friendship value. 10. Each increment of 10 grants an opportunity for a draw, maximum value 30. Excellent. 2 more chances for a draw. This is a perfect opportunity to test my earlier hypothesis. He had engaged in numerous draws using friendship points recently. Yet the results had been rather dismal, with the best outcome being a blue reward that granted him mastery of the transformation technique. Today, he wished to see if the increased friendship values from each friend would yield a higher probability of winning. System, initiate a draw. As Naruto's voice fell, the wheel he both adored and loathed materialized before him. Perhaps there truly was an enhancement, as the pointer steadily landed in the purple zone. Congratulations, host. You have achieved perfect mastery of the summoning technique, Rashomon. Upon hearing this reward, Naruto felt quite pleased. This was a highly defensive ninjutsu, and its level had reached a considerable height. Though it may not match the absurdity of Orochimaru's triple Rashomon or Hashirama Senju's quintuple Rashomon, it was more than sufficient for his current needs. System, initiate another draw. Pressing on, he sought to see what other rewards awaited him. This time, the result was slightly less favorable. After numerous spins, the pointer finally settled in the blue zone. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new talent, enhanced comprehension, increasing your understanding of hand-sealing ninjutsu by 30%. A new talent? It seems quite beneficial, although it pertains solely to hand-sealing ninjutsu. It is precisely what Naruto requires at this moment. His current talent for hand-sealing should be able to surpass that of an average ninja, perhaps. It seems that having celebrated his 5th birthday yesterday implies he can sign in once more. Attempting to access the system for attendance, the host is congratulated on a successful check-in, earning the talent of rapid reaction, a sum of 500,000 coins, an upgrade to the system space, and 2 top-tier healing elixirs, with an increase in rewards for the next check-in. The introduction of rapid reaction states that it can temporarily enhance the host's reflexes during combat, with a boost ranging from 50 to 80, lasting for 3 minutes. If this talent is frequently activated, the duration will extend. Remarkable. Another round of wealth has arrived. Gazing at the system's rewards, Naruto couldn't contain his joy, having never expected the possibility of check-ins. Acquiring 2 talents at once. Although individually they may not surpass a previous acquisition, the sheer quantity is commendable, and both are amplification-type talents, which is quite favorable. Perhaps due to the recent tranquility and joy in his life, coupled with the excitement of receiving rewards, he felt an odd sense of forgetting something important. It wasn't until he acquired the talents that he realized he hadn't inquired whether these new abilities would cause him pain. As anticipated, the familiar sensation emerged once more. A sharp pain surging through his mind, jolting him into alertness. Ah, my head. Why does it hurt again? Thankfully, having endured this once before, Naruto, before losing consciousness, dismissed it as trivial. Soon after, he drifted into a dreamlike state. Chapter 72, Snowman Festival. Naruto. I heard the village is holding a snowman festival. Should we go together? Over the past few days of snowfall, the group had relocated their training to Hinata's home, where she felt particularly at ease. During a break in their training, she chatted with Naruto about village affairs. In truth, Naruto was already aware of this. Jiraiya had informed him upon his return, albeit without going into detail, mentioning matters concerning Uchiha Madara, which indicated that Sarutobi Hiruzen had indeed consented. All right, let's go together and see who builds the best snowman. I want to join as well. We haven't had a competition in snowman building yet. I absolutely won't lose. At the mention of a competition, Sasuke perked up instantly, disregarding everything else. Winning was all that mattered, even if just once. Niji's eyes also sparkled with excitement, clearly caught up in the enthusiasm. This year's Snowman Festival seems to be held a bit earlier than last year. If I remember correctly, it was a month later. Tintin expressed her curiosity but also found it odd, puzzled as to why the village arranged it this way, especially given the unusual amount of snow. Hinata glanced outside at the snowfall and remarked, perhaps so. Let us plan to go together then. Should we form teams? Building a snowman alone isn't as fun. Let us split into groups and see which team can build the biggest snowman. I want to team up with Naruto. After saying this, Kankuro clung to Naruto's arm, unwilling to let go. I also want to be on Naruto's team, said the chubby little girl, Ryu. I want to be with Naruto too. How about we all team up with him and let Sasuke and Niji pair up? Tintin suggested after some thought. Wait, hold on. That's unfair. There are 5 of you and only 2 of us. It's better if we have a boys versus girls competition. Sasuke protested. claiming that 2 against 5 was too much of a disadvantage. Fine, Naruto has to be with us. If necessary, I'll find 2 more boys for you. Tintin waved her hand dismissively. Find 2 more? Who? Are they strong? They're decent. You'll see when I call them that day. Then it's settled. We will team up with Naruto and compete against your trio. Humph, for strong boys against your 4 girls and 1 boy. We will definitely win, right, Niji? Upon hearing that there were 4 capable boys, Sasuke ceased his complaints about unfairness. After all, among those present, Niji was the oldest, while Ryu was the youngest on their team. Though it was 4 against 5, their strengths were comparable. That is fine. But one condition, no shadow clone technique during the competition. Niji proposed thoughtfully. Exactly. No shadow clone technique. Let us compete fairly, Sasuke agreed, nodding in acknowledgement. None among them could rival Naruto's shadow clone technique. He recalled a past competition where they had attempted to ambush Niji, only to have him summon a dozen clones effortlessly, seemingly without exerting full force. If Naruto unleashed his full power with the shadow clone technique during the competition, how could they possibly compete? Would they risk their lives? Whether or not you use it doesn't matter. You will still lose, right, ladies? Yes, you will definitely lose. Kankuro chimed in. All right, let us see who loses has to call the winner, big brother. What do you think? Sasuke hadn't forgotten his previous humiliation of being Naruto's underling for 3 days after losing. He was determined to redeem himself. Deal. It's settled then. Hinata, observing how it had all come together, could only agree, feeling a twinge of regret as she had initially wanted to spend time with Naruto alone. Yet, these friends often played together. She couldn't abandon them. Well, according to Hinata's perspective, there will be plenty of opportunities for her to be with Naruto in the future. Sighing, Hinata remained silent. After training concluded, they all returned home. Upon arriving, Naruto found Xiaoling preparing dinner. Naruto's back. The meal is almost ready. Go wash your hands first, and dinner will be served shortly. Great. It smells delicious. Xiaoling's cooking is getting better and better. What about Jiraiya? Ha. You're quite the flatterer. Lord Jiraiya stopped by this afternoon, but went out again, stating he wouldn't be home for dinner. Oh, all right. I'll wash my hands then. It seemed Jiraiya was quite busy lately due to matters concerning Uchiha Obito, and Tsunade hadn't been to the hospital today. Naruto wondered what preparations the village had made to welcome him. Naruto, in a few days, the village will hold the Snowman Festival. I went out to buy groceries, and nearly everyone is talking about it. It feels quite lively. During dinner, Xiaoling brought up the Snowman Festival, her excitement palpable. Yes, the people of Konoha place great importance on these occasions. I've made plans with Hinata and the others to compete in snowman building. Xiaoling. Would you like to join us? Naruto said while savoring the tender beef. Sure, that sounds fun. I'll come cheer for you all. And I'll make some hot drinks as well to keep everyone warm. That would be wonderful. Just make sure to prepare plenty. Why prepare more? Are there going to be a lot of people attending? Have you made new friends? Not yet, but Tintin mentioned wanting to make a couple of new friends. And your cooking is so good that I'm worried it won't be enough. Ha. Okay, I'll prepare double portions for everyone, ensuring there will be enough for all. Dinner concluded swiftly, with Jiraiya still absent, and Naruto remained unaware of the village's arrangements for the Snowman Festival. After a simple wash-up, Naruto entered the ceiling space. Great Fox, behold what I have brought you today. With the system space upgraded, it could now store some items from reality, proving far more useful than storage scrolls. It was cost-effective and convenient for retrieval, but since he couldn't venture outside, the space's primary purpose was to provide the Ninetales with some food to satisfy its cravings. It was perplexing how tailed beasts required no sustenance within their Jinchuriki. Even if one could eat, it would be impossible to simply open a hole in the belly of the Jinchuriki to pass food inside. This has resulted in Kurama not having eaten for decades, long since forgetting the taste of food. Whatever Naruto brings seems delectable to him. Fortunately, he inquired of Kurama, who confirmed that he does not need to use the restroom. Otherwise, if a beastly urge were to arise within this sealed space, it would certainly create a predicament. Chapter 73. Preparation time flew by, and the Snowman Festival arrived. Clad in thick garments and a scarf, Naruto set out to find Hinata to go together. At the Hyuga residence, with the assistance of Hinata's summer attire, she donned a purple coat, white earmuffs, and snowy gloves before embarking on her journey. Naruto, you've arrived. Shall we set off? Upon seeing Hinata, with her short hair framing her round face, Naruto found her exceedingly adorable. Why aren't you wearing a scarf? It's a bit chilly today. You wouldn't want to catch a cold. He generously offered half of his scarf to her. Thankfully, the scarf prepared by Xiao Ling was long. Otherwise, it would have been quite uncomfortable for both of them. Hee hee, I overslept a bit today. I was planning to get ready early for your arrival but forgot, Hinata admitted shyly, fidgeting with her fingers. There's no need to rush. I wouldn't walk alone anyway. Just remember to bring it next time, alright? Naruto gently tapped her on the head. I understand, Hinata murmured, a smile tugging at her lips that she could not suppress. Whether I remember next time is irrelevant. This scarf is truly warm. Naruto, Hinata, wait for me. As they turned a corner, they heard Tintin's voice calling from behind. A girl in a vibrant red coat rushed towards them, panting, followed by two others. I finally caught up with you. It's all Kiba's fault. When I went to find him, he had just finished breakfast, so slow. She playfully chastised the boy trailing behind her, who bore a mark on his face. Hey, Tintin, I already apologized. Why are you still hitting me? So violent. Be careful you don't get married. Kiba shielded his head, grinning despite the impact of her playful strike. The force of that hit was quite excessive. He exclaimed, Humph, it's your fault. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to run so fast. Tintin retorted, clearly displeased. Alright. We've only just left. It's not too late. Introduce me to your friends, will you? Hinata smiled and prompted. Sure. Let me introduce you. This taciturn cold-faced boy is Shino Aburame, and this one, who is perpetually late, unattractive, and full of bad habits, is Kiba Inuzuka, Tintin introduced with a teasing tone. Kiba, that's a bit too much, don't you think? Shino, do you agree that she has gone overboard? Kiba interrupted, visibly irritated by such a depiction. Overboard? Shino, do you think I was incorrect? Tintin turned to Shino, who had remained silent until now. There is a slight inaccuracy in your description. Shino adjusted his glasses and stated matter-of-factly. Right. See, Shino agrees you were wrong. Come on. Shino, tell her what she missed. Kiba perked up, eager for support. Tintin, you ought to add 2 more points. Lazy and excessively talkative, Shino noted, maintaining his calm demeanor. Exactly, Shino. How could we overlook those two? Naruto, Hinata, allow me to reintroduce this perpetually late, unattractive, lazy, talkative individual, Kiba Inuzuka. The extensive list of descriptors left Kiba gasping for air. What kind of friend introduces another like that? How could you humiliate us in front of others? And you, Shino, who knows me better, didn't he come to my defense, but added to it? How cruel. Enough of the bickering. Shino, Kiba, greetings. I am Naruto, and this is Hinata. We are all friends of Tintin. She has already informed you of our purpose today, right? We are about to compete. Naruto quickly shifted the conversation, noticing Kiba's growing frustration. Let us not start a fight before we even get there, he added. Yes, I've already mentioned it. Let us see how we perform. Humph, Tintin, this time I will make you call me Big Brother, Kiba declared, his confidence unwavering. You've lost to me countless times. Do you think I fear you? We'll see how you lose, Tintin retorted with a smirk. Subsequently, the 5 of them set off to find their other companions. Niji had left early to meet Sasuke, and their relationship had been steadily improving. They sought out a location first. Otherwise, the snowy areas would be claimed by others. Ino and Sakura had also paired up and soon encountered the group on their way to find Sasuke and Niji. As the cheerful group headed toward the Snowman Festival venue, Jiraiya and Tsunade observed from a vantage point in the village, watching the joyous figures recede into the distance. What a bunch of happy little ones, Tsunade remarked, sipping from a flask of sake. Indeed, Jiraiya nodded in agreement. You haven't told him anything, have you? No. I've hardly been in his sight these past few days. That's good. It's too dangerous this time. We cannot let him worry. Although they could not yet confirm if the masked man mentioned by Itachi was truly Uchiha Obito, the tension was palpable. After all, he was a figure from the same era as Hashirama Senju. Even with traps prepared, it remained uncertain if they could capture him. I have instructed Kakashi and Yamato to covertly protect them. They are the hope of Konoha, and nothing should go awry, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated as he materialized behind them. His tone steady. I see, old man. I didn't expect you to actually approve of this plan, especially in collaboration with the Uchiha clan, Tsunade remarked, glancing at the newcomer. For the village, even my life is a trivial sacrifice, Hiruzen smiled faintly. In the days leading up to his retirement as Hokage, he had reflected deeply. He recalled his youthful vigor, but following the 4th Hokage's demise, he had begun to feel a tinge of cowardice. Now, with the reappearance of the orchestrator of the Nine-Tails attack, he saw an opportunity for vengeance. A final chance to ignite his fervor for the village during his time as Hokage. What did it matter if he allied with the Uchiha? Moreover, the Uchiha clan now seemed intent on peaceful coexistence, devoid of Danzo's instigation. Hiruzen believed that under Tsunade's leadership, Konoha would flourish further. As for today's battle, he would pour forth his last vestiges of passion for the village. Chapter 74. The Return of Uchiha Obito Naruto. Hinata, hurry. The Snowman Festival is truly lively this year. Look at all these people. Upon arriving at the designated venue prepared by the village, they observed throngs of individuals busily preparing, with more arriving from the village, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Indeed, I recall someone built an enormous snowman last year, Hinata remarked, standing alongside Naruto, her former shyness seemingly dissipated. Not just that. There were even snowmen representing the Hokage throughout history, which was quite spectacular. Kiba added, visibly excited. Let us hurry then. I've heard the village will award prizes for the most beautiful and largest snowman this time. There are substantial rewards. Tintin exclaimed animatedly. Let us hasten. For I wonder where Sasuke and Neji might be, and whether they have secured a favorable position. The excitement of the crowd has also stirred Karui. Look over there. Sasuke and the others are waiting for us. Let us hurry, Liangnai pointed in a direction. Indeed, following her gesture, Sasuke and Neji stood upon a flat patch of land, awaiting the gathering of their companions. Once the group convened, they eagerly dove into the spirited task of building snowmen, their enthusiasm palpable. In stark contrast to this lively scene, Sarutobi Hisashi and his companions found themselves in a rather oppressive atmosphere atop a building in the village. What is the current state of the village? Have the villagers all departed? Hisashi inquired of an Umbu member who had just entered, his tone devoid of any emotion. Most have already made their way to the Snowman Festival. A few households remain, but they are likely to leave within half an hour, the Umbu reported. Hisashi nodded and instructed them to continue their reconnaissance. Has there been any word from Uchiha Itachi? Tsunade asked Uchiha Fugaku, who stood nearby. Not yet, Fugaku replied, shaking his head. The ninjas designated for this operation are all assembled and have acted with utmost discretion. Jiraiya suddenly entered the room, weariness evident in his eyes. They are exercising extreme caution, uncertain if Uchiha Madara has set any surveillance measures in place within the village. Consequently, the expenditure of chakra has increased significantly. Very well. Let us see if we can avenge the village this time. Naruto, what are you gazing at? Hinata asked, noticing Naruto's distracted demeanor as he built a snowman. Oh, it's nothing. I just feel that their snowmen are quite large. We need to expedite our efforts, he replied, shaking his head while indicating the sizable snowmen nearby. Indeed, as long as we surpass Sasuke's team, we shall be fine. Look at their snowmen. They even laid a proper foundation, swaying precariously with the wind, Tintin remarked, nodding in agreement. As they continued to build their snowmen, Naruto's attention remained divided. In truth, he was not solely focused on the snowmen. The festival was bustling with villagers. Yet most participants were commoners, with few formidable ninjas present. Furthermore, security had been well organized, with numerous ninjas positioned at the perimeter to maintain order. The village was clearly taking covert measures to prepare against Uchiha Madara. Fortuitously, the true Madara was not present. At this stage, Obito lacked the strength to threaten the village, and as long as the right moment was identified, he could still be confronted. Outside the village, Uchiha Obito, having just finalized the barrier, sneezed unexpectedly. How peculiar. Am I catching a cold? Could it be due to Nagato and the others? Pondering this, he decided to set aside such thoughts and seek out Uchiha Itachi, as their appointed time was approaching. Originally, he had planned to eliminate as many members of the Uchiha clan as possible to acquire an abundance of Sharingan. But he had not anticipated that Danzo's actions would enrage Nagato, compelling him to prioritize Danzo's elimination and begin with the hardliners. Well, it will suffice regardless. Look at them. They seem genuinely joyous. It feels quite pleasant, doesn't it? Yamato observed, glancing at Kakashi. Indeed, Kakashi began to agree, but suddenly felt a warmth in his left eye, accompanied by a slight fluctuation of chakra. Are you unwell? Yamato inquired, concerned by Kakashi's sudden change. I'm fine. Perhaps it is just the cold weather. I'll need to wear more layers when I return, Kakashi replied, offering a vague excuse. Ha. I never would have thought that you, a Nin, would still fear the cold. But you must admit, the village does feel a bit chillier this year, Yamato remarked. Indeed, it does feel colder, Kakashi replied, lapsing into silence. Although his gaze remained on Naruto, his thoughts seemed to drift far away. Meanwhile, in a nearby forest, a hardened elder clutched his injured shoulder, lamenting, "Uchiha Itachi, I never expected you to be such a traitor. Your actions plunged the village into darkness and deny the Uchiha clan the opportunity to seize Konoha." The elder was filled with anguish as he recalled Itachi's recent attempt to ally with the hardliners, seeking to leverage a powerful force against the higher-ups of Konoha to free the Uchiha clan from previous manipulation. However, he was blindsided by the revelation that the very individuals he sought to ally with turned their blades against them. Witnessing the deaths of numerous key figures within the hardliners, his heart ached with unbearable sorrow. Before he could finish speaking, a kunai pierced his throat, silencing him forever. "Such needless chatter. Why not simply accept your fate?" Obito remarked, wiping the blood from his kunai with a tone of indifference. Despite the fierce resistance he had encountered, he remained unharmed, thanks to his Kamui space. "Itachi, I have dealt with these individuals. Shall we proceed to locate Danzo?" "The location has already been identified," Obito said, directing his gaze toward Itachi after dispelling the barrier that had ensnared the hardliners. "Yes, all has been settled. It is time to complete the remaining tasks," Itachi nodded. Just then, several shuriken flew towards them. Sensing the danger, Obito swiftly evaded. "What are you doing?" he shouted, but before he could voice his confusion, he sensed another imminent threat, his body becoming intangible. At that moment, a pillar of fire engulfed the area where he had just stood. Chapter 75. Hisashi's dominance. His Sharingan could shield him from physical attacks. Itachi retreated swiftly, all the while noting the capabilities of Obito's Manjiki Sharingan. "Sarutobi Hisashi? I remember you. You are the disciple of Senju Tobarama. I never imagined that so many years have passed, and yet you have aged." As Obito recognized the newcomer, his mind raced with thoughts of retreat. What a predicament! Outmaneuvered by a mere child, exposing myself to Konoha's elite forces. Though he possessed the Manjiki Sharingan, it served only for evasion and defense, lacking offensive capacity. Should any additional foes appear, he could very well meet his end here. "If you truly are Uchiha Madara, I would believe my grandfather is still alive," Tsunade commanded, directing the Umbu to set up barriers to prevent his escape. Upon seeing her, Obito wished he could slap himself. He had dreaded this moment, and now another formidable opponent had arrived. The ensuing scene felt overwhelmingly daunting. With Tsunade's arrival came Jiraiya, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shursui, Hyuga Hayashi, and an array of Umbu ninjas. Goodness, is this truly necessary? Must you deploy all of Konoha's elite against me alone? Even with the power of Kamui at his disposal, it was impossible to absorb so many adversaries. Even if he were unafraid of their attacks, he could only defend for a maximum of 5 minutes. The ninjas before him took turns striking, and he estimated that he would soon be overwhelmed. "Do not approach him. Attack from a distance with ninjutsu." In order to prevent any unforeseen mishaps, Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered that close combat be avoided. Although this limited the offensive capabilities of some of the taijutsu specialists, it was particularly vexing for Uchiha Obito. "Damn it, they say you're cautious. But this is excessive caution," he thought. Initially, he had hoped to draw 2 people into the Kamui space to intimidate the others, but that notion was swiftly extinguished by the order, leaving him feeling frustrated. Shadow clone technique. Perhaps driven by the desire to prove himself as the Hokage, or perhaps influenced by the departure of the 4th Hokage and the village's tragic fate following the Ninetales attack, Sarutobi Hiruzen took decisive action. 3 shadow clones appeared at Uchiha Obito's flanks, encircling him from all directions. Fire release, Fire Dragon Bullet. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Lightning release, Thunderclap. For simultaneous attacks, sought to leave no corner untouched. Boom, boom. A cacophony of explosions ensued, obscuring the scene in a cloud of dust and light. Yet, Hiruzen swiftly unleashed a wind release technique, both continuing the assault and dispersing the dust. Such tricks are ineffectual against me. As the dust cleared, Uchiha Obito stood unharmed before them. However, before he could utter a word, a massive fire dragon technique engulfed him in flames. As the fire subsided, the earth dragon attack followed suit, soon joined by the water dragon and lightning techniques, even incorporating 2 combination jutsus that posed no issue whatsoever. With the continuation of the onslaught, Uchiha Obito's brow furrowed with unceasing tension. "I know you're a master of ninjutsu, but surely you can't keep this up? You must be exhausted." The relentless barrage from both his main body and the clones showed no signs of abating. If you're not tired, I'm about to burst. Observing the scene, Uchiha Fugaku swallowed hard. Who can withstand this? Thank goodness I didn't succumb to the allure of the hardliners and lead our clan into a coup. If I had, it would have taken only Sarutobi Hiruzen to decimate half of us. Eventually, Uchiha Obito could no longer hold back. Seizing an opportunity at the end of an attack, he activated his Sharingan Jinjutsu, disrupting one of the clones poised to unleash a ninjutsu. Drawing a kunai, he lunged toward the nearest Hyuga, Hinata Hizashi. Faced with the imminent strike, Hizashi had no choice but to engage. However, as they clashed, an unexpected pull tugged at him, as if attempting to draw him elsewhere. At that moment, Uchiha Obito sensed a familiar chakra. A flash of blue lightning appeared before him, interrupting his Kamui. Upon realizing the attack had been thwarted, Uchiha Obito turned to see Kakashi standing before him. Kakashi, what are you doing here? Has something happened to Naruto? Tsunade's anxiety grew upon seeing Kakashi. Wasn't he supposed to be protecting Naruto? No, Yamato is keeping watch, Kakashi replied. Though his gaze remained fixed on the masked figure before him, he couldn't shake the feeling that he recognized this person as if they were a long-lost friend. Who are you? But before he could voice his inquiry, an icy kunai lunged at him. With no choice but to suppress his questions, Kakashi engaged in combat. What is going on? Why does it seem like Kakashi knows this person? Hizashi, who had been closest to them, asked Sarutobi Hiruzen after escaping danger. Yet Hiruzen remained silent. Lost in memories of a young Uchiha he had once encountered. Could it really be him? He wondered if his assumptions were correct. Recalling that he had been the one to form the team that included those 3 young ninjas, their teacher being the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. You're not dead. As the battle raged on, Kakashi's sense of familiarity intensified. Indeed, although the opponent had learned many new techniques, the essence of their fighting style remained unchanged, reminiscent of someone who had long ceased to exist. Then came a sudden strike, forcing them apart. I died that day, but I never expected that the friend I once relied upon would turn against me. Uchiha Obito's words detonated like a bombshell, revealing his identity completely, leading Sarutobi Hiruzen to recollect the child from his past. Uchiha Fugaku also recognized the boy, a pupil of Minato Namikaze. It really is you. How did you survive? Why didn't you return to Konoha? Kakashi couldn't suppress his curiosity, yet it was evident that Obito had no desire to answer. Realizing he had spoken out of anger, Uchiha Obito's only thought became escape. He needed to flee quickly. He had come on a mission, but it was clear that it could not be completed. At least he had gathered some Sharingan, which was not a total loss. However, the exposure of his identity posed a significant problem. After all his planning, he had lost control, unable to forget Rin's death. He had once willingly faced death, entrusting Kakashi to protect Rin, yet the image of Raikiri piercing her heart haunted him relentlessly. He longed to eliminate Kakashi so that he could join Rin in the afterlife. But what could he do? It was after that incident that he had ultimately decided to align himself with Uchiha Madara, seeking to create a world where Rin existed through the infinite Tsukuyomi, erasing all regrets. In this situation, he could not hold his ground. He had to escape quickly or he would jeopardize the entire plan. Nowhere to run. Sensing Obito's intent to flee, Sarutobi Hiruzen leaped forward to intercept Kakashi, and the mixed ninjutsu attacks resumed. Damn it, don't think I'm without options. Would release. To the astonishment of onlookers, several large trees spiraled upward from the point of Uchiha Obito, swiftly charging toward the villagers of Konoha. Quick, everyone attack. Tsunade was the first to react. Using her brute strength to shatter a tree limb headed her way. Others followed suit, unleashing their ninjutsu as an array of blue, red, and brown techniques filled the air, colliding with the wood release. Just as calm returned, a row of trees materialized, shielding Uchiha Obito. Wood release, thorny vines. The command echoed, and a multitude of vine-like trees surged forth to assault the crowd. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Hiruzen, closest to the attack, responded swiftly, launching several fireballs that struck the wood release, thwarting the assault. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. A howling dragon surged toward Uchiha Obito, but it was thwarted by his wood release. Damn it, while my current body bears no rejection, if this continues, it will inevitably collapse. I must find a way to escape. Wood release, Multiple wood clones technique. As the imprint concluded, a multitude of wooden shadow clones suddenly materialized around Obito. launching an assault against the nearby leaf ninjas. His intention was to flee, but that could not be permitted. Upon witnessing this predicament, Jiraiya swiftly advanced. As his long-prepared sage mode finally found its purpose, enveloping the majority of the wooden clones in flames mixed with toad oil. Obito. Kakashi's left eye reacted once more. He recognized that Obito had activated Kimui again and immediately propelled himself into the space with him. Kakashi, I didn't expect you to follow me. What? Do you long to accompany Rin? Upon seeing Kakashi catch up, Obito initially appeared taken aback, yet quickly transitioned into maniacal laughter. Obito, things are not as you perceive. I bear some responsibility for Rin's death, but that was ultimately her decision. Kakashi had not mentioned Rin for quite some time, nor had he spoken of Obito. Yet today those two names tumbled repeatedly from his lips. He could not recall how long it had taken him to emerge from that moment. Enough, Kakashi. You need not speak. Am I unaware of these matters? Each of you carries a part of the blame for Rin's demise, and the world itself bears its own reasons. Seemingly, the recent exertion had taken a toll, or perhaps Rin's death had struck him deeply. Obito paused, inhaling deeply. What a wretched world we inhabit. Kakashi, you remain unchanged. For the sake of completing your mission, you disregard the deaths of your comrades. Are you inherently this cold-blooded? Fixating intensely on Kakashi's eyes, Obito posed the question he yearned to ask most. No, Kakashi sought to explain further but was interrupted by Obito's assault, his previously drawn scroll sent flying. With no recourse, he had to confront Obito, hoping to clarify everything later. Kakashi, weren't you quite formidable? You were the most talented ninja in our team back then. Yet why do you strike so slowly now? As kunai continued to be thrust forth, Obito's words multiplied. As if he could envision the scene of their trio battling together once again. Could they ever have anticipated what would transpire afterward? Life then had been relatively stable. Training under Minato-sensei, completing minor missions, even if he often faltered, those moments were undeniably the happiest of Obito's life. Bickering with Kakashi, chatting with Rin, and training alongside Minato, while occasionally witnessing Guy challenge Kakashi. Yet, such times could never return. Rin was gone, Kakashi had changed, and he himself had transformed into this inhuman specter. Even Minato-sensei had perished due to his actions. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the kunai slipped from Obito's grasp. Kakashi, this time I concede. But next time, I shall not lose. Await my return. I will surely create a world where Rin exists. Being a former friend, Obito grasped Kakashi's kunai, sustaining an injury as he struck Kakashi away, yet refrained from further attack. Obito, before he could finish, Kakashi was expelled from the space, leaving Obito alone. Time passed, and when Kakashi opened his eyes again, he beheld Tsunade administering treatment to him. The force of Obito's previous strike had broken his ribs, but Tsunade's healing was a blessing. Tsunade, thank you, I am fine now. Hokage-sama, I apologize for not detaining him. Kakashi's demeanor reflected profound despondency. He had endured numerous battles, suffered countless losses, and now felt nearly silenced by the weight of his experiences. Chapter 77. The battle concludes observing Kakashi's state. Hiruzen Sarutobi said nothing, merely patted his shoulder, urging him to rest. Umbu, secure the scene and transport the injured for treatment. Tsunade directed the others to begin clearing the area. Sarutobi also felt fatigued. He had exerted much effort today, managing to bring some closure to the events of the Ninetales incident. Although Obito had escaped, at least the identity of the perpetrator was known, and from now on, it would not concern him. He would soon step down, leaving these matters for Tsunade to handle. After glancing around one last time, Sarutobi retreated to rest. Uchiha Fugaku observed everything quietly, feeling a sense of relief. The conclusion of this incident indicated the Uchiha clan's suspicions had been alleviated. Although Obito had once belonged to the Uchiha, he had long been recorded as deceased in the village and was a disciple of the fourth Hokage, thus severing ties with the clan. Now, only one concern remained, Uchiha Shisui. Just moments ago, Shisui had quietly departed to confront Danzo. This had been communicated to him before leaving. Despite Danzo's current confinement, the elimination of his threat and ensuring he forgets his experiments with the Sharingan relied solely on Shisui. After all, the Sharingan belonged to the clan and should not be easily disseminated. Danzo had temporarily discovered a method to utilize the Sharingan without Uchiha blood through extensive experimentation. This method must not leak. It needed to be eradicated swiftly, or the Uchiha's circumstances would become dire. While pondering this, Uchiha Shursui suddenly appeared among the crowd and nodded at him, blood still fresh at the corner of his eye, his demeanor visibly weary. It seemed the task had been accomplished. After returning the nod, Fugaku joined his clan in the cleanup efforts on the battlefield. Knowing they must make a good impression before the new Hokage, despite the connection with Naruto, it remained merely a friendship among the younger generation. They needed to present themselves well. Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Hayashi exchanged glances and chuckled, shaking their heads. It appeared the village was gradually returning to stability. With the Uchiha clan still present, there should be no major issues ahead. The third Hokage was soon to retire, and Tsunade was poised to take his place. With the bond between Hinata and Naruto and the Uchiha clan's involvement, the Hinata family posed a diminished threat to the village. For Tsunade to achieve a balance of power within the village, it was essential to preserve the Hinata clan. The previous influence of the Cloud Village had finally subsided. As long as the relationship between the main and branch families was handled well, and the clan members leaned towards the village, all would be well. At the Snowman Festival venue, the Umbu members stationed there instinctively exhaled in relief upon hearing the battle had concluded. They served as the village's last line of defense for its citizens. If conflict had erupted here, it would have indicated a significant failure of the village's combat capabilities. Fortunately, nothing had occurred on their end. Naruto, what are you looking at? We need to hurry, or they'll catch up to us. Noticing Naruto's distraction, Tintin expressed her frustration. The other team had progressed swiftly, while Naruto seemed preoccupied, not showcasing his true prowess. This was disheartening for her. Haha, I know. I'm merely allowing them a chance to see what they're capable of. And haven't you noticed? There is something quite exhilarating about giving them hope while remaining just out of reach, Naruto replied with a smile, quickening his pace and effortlessly widening the gap between them and the opposing team. Every day feels a bit too hasty. Let us take our time. Hinata remarked with a smile upon seeing Tintin, whose lips were now capable of holding a kettle. Humph, go ahead and protect him. Indeed, our little husband is quite charming. Isn't he? Even if it means sacrificing the bond of friendship, one must safeguard their fiancé. Tintin teased Naruto. Naruto, you must treat Hinata well in the future, otherwise, you will be betraying her sincere affection. Hearing Hinata's voice, Tintin couldn't help but jest further. Tintin. Hinata's face flushed crimson, entering a state of embarrassment, her entire visage radiating warmth. Oh, look at Hinata, our little bride, blushing. Naruto, your bride is shy. All right. Tintin, I've already accelerated. Please refrain from teasing Hinata. Naruto replied, shaking his head, concerned for his blushing bride whose shyness seemed unending. Ha. Now it's the little husband protecting his little wife. Tintin laughed and quickly leaped aside to join Cheyenne and the others in their efforts. Hinata, how are you feeling? Do you need to take a break? Naruto inquired, noting how flushed she appeared, as if even the snow around her might melt. If Tintin continued her playful banter, there might soon be an amusing scene of Hinata buried in the snow. He wasn't intentionally distracted. He had merely noticed a few less members of the Umbu around, and the atmosphere had become a tad more lively. Although everyone had been quite spirited earlier, it felt somewhat forced. However, that tense sensation had dissipated moments ago. It seemed the battle over in the village had concluded. I'm fine, really. Tintin just has a way with words, Hinata insisted, shaking her head. It's good that you're fine. The time is drawing near. We need to pick up the pace. With the match already underway, both teams had established a time frame. And now that more than half of it had elapsed, Tintin's complaints were understandable. Noticing snow atop Hinata's head, Naruto gently brushed it away. Thank you, Naruto. Let's give it our all together. I'll go assist Ryu now. Feeling the warmth of his hand, Hinata nearly gasped, hastily rushing to help Ryu with the snowballs. Hinata, why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell? Ryu asked, puzzled upon seeing Hinata come to her aid, having been preoccupied with the snowball fight. Cough, it's nothing. I just had a bit too much of the warm drink Sister Ling made earlier. I feel a tad warm now. You should drink some too. Hinata fanned herself, pretending to be warm. All right, I'll go have some more. Sister Ling's warm drink is delightful, Ryu exclaimed, bouncing over to where Sister Ling was chatting with Cheyenne. As the sound of Cheyenne's voice signaled the conclusion of the match, everyone came to a halt. The final outcome was almost unquestionable, initially, due to Team Sasuke's blunders. Their progress lagged significantly behind. Despite their efforts later on, with Naruto's distraction, the gap widened further. Naruto's team dominated in both height and width in the snowman making contest. Why the sudden silence? We won. Tintin exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the results. Indeed, we have triumphed, Cheyenne echoed, equally elated. Are you going to uphold your end of the agreement? This was established at the onset of the competition, and you cannot back out now, Tintin stated, directing her gaze at Sasuke and his team. With no other choice, Sasuke and his companions resigned themselves to fulfilling their prior commitment. Humph, call me whatever you like, Sasuke retorted. Wait, I'm a girl. You should call me sister instead, Tintin interjected, eager to savor her first victory over Sasuke without rushing. Very well, Sister Tintin it is, Sasuke grumbled through clenched teeth. Haha, good brother. Sister has some candy. Would you like some? It's very sweet, Tintin teased, producing a lollipop and waving it in front of him. Don't push it. Remember, we still need to train together, and I've been holding back all this time. Sasuke snapped, feeling exasperated by Tintin's antics. Next time, he resolved, he wouldn't let her off so easily. She would need to taste the bitterness of defeat. Isn't that enough, Tintin? Cheyenne chimed in, concerned. Oomph, having finally won. There's no way I'm stopping now. We'll deal with tomorrow's matters when it comes. For today, let us enjoy ourselves, Tintin declared nonchalantly. Seeing her carefree attitude, Cheyenne felt helpless. Today had been thoroughly enjoyable for Tintin, regardless of tomorrow's concerns. All right, let her be happy. Let's not disturb her, she thought, offering Sasuke a sympathetic glance before retreating to chat with Hinata. All right, everyone, today is primarily about celebrating. It's most important that we all enjoy ourselves, Naruto interjected diplomatically. Tintin, we should know when to stop. We still need to wait for others to face their consequences. Once the penalties are over, we can participate in other activities. There is still much to experience, and the day is still young. With that, Naruto stepped in to ease the tension, as Cheyenne and Ling also joined in to lighten the atmosphere. Hearing others speak, Tintin realized she may have gone a bit overboard. After apologizing to Sasuke, she rejoined Hinata and Cheyenne's discussion group. Soon after, the others began to face their penalties, and Naruto's group's standing elevated significantly. Come on. There's a snowball fighting area over there. Let us hurry over. We can eat afterward, and there's a performance in the afternoon, Cheyenne said, leading everyone to another part of the venue. She felt like a teacher guiding a group of elementary students, needing to manage each child's emotions while preventing conflicts. It was indeed exhausting. The ensuing moments were filled with joy, as the village had gone to great lengths to ensure a natural atmosphere, preventing Uchiha Obito from discovering any discrepancies. With a plethora of performances and delectable foods, it was a fitting conclusion to the recent rumors and a soothing balm for the wounds inflicted by war. I never imagined that looking after children could be so troublesome. In hindsight, Lady Tsunade's choice was quite astute. If I truly had one like this at home, it would drive me mad, Cheyenne lamented, resting her forehead on her hands, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness and frustration. Even a snowball fight can't be conducted smoothly. It's simply too challenging. Ha ha ha, Cheyenne, don't take it so seriously. It seems quite delightful, doesn't it? Look how happy they are. We just need to rest and not worry too much about them, Ling remarked, sipping her hot tea. The scene was indeed one of contentment. After all, Ling had previously lived in the impoverished districts of the grass village, constantly on edge and struggling to fill her stomach. Now, in Konoha, those worries had dissipated. Her days were filled with tidying up her room, cooking, and occasionally going out for leisurely strolls, participating in the village festivities, witnessing performance after performance, savoring delicious food, and hearing the cheers of others. What more could she desire? Indeed, Sister Cheyenne, you have no idea. When we trained by the river, the commotion was even greater. Once, Sasuke exerted himself too much, igniting several large trees with a fireball. On another occasion, a massive wild boar suddenly appeared, and we fought it for quite a while. Kankuro, meanwhile, nibbled on snacks nonchalantly and remarked, "Indeed, children should be a bit rowdy. It's rather beneficial." Xiaoling added, "Yes. After all, they're just kids." Hearing their conversation and witnessing their relaxed demeanor, Shizun found their sentiments quite reasonable. Indeed, they're merely children. Why should I worry so much? They often have their squabbles, but usually reconcile quickly. There's no need to burden myself with unnecessary stress. Sipping tea, enjoying snacks, and watching performances, how delightful. Shizune. Inazuka Kiba and Sasuke are fighting again, and they've even damaged the nearby snowman. Hurry. Just as Shizun took a sip of her hot tea, she nearly choked upon hearing Kankuro's words. How is it that barely a moment has passed since I sat down, and these two are at it again? Can't they take a break? Coughing, she asked, "What happened?" They were fine just a moment ago. They just met and wanted to test each other's strength. It's just a playful challenge to see who is stronger, Kankuro explained in a childish tone. Naruto and Hinata, and Niji and I have gone to watch the performance, so they're not concerned. After hearing this, Shizun rubbed her face, realizing there was no choice but to dash to the battlefield to prevent any further mishaps. Kankuro, come sit with us. Let them play by themselves. Xiaoling beckoned Kankuro to join them. What is the point of joining their chaos? It's far better to sit here, sip hot tea, enjoy snacks, and watch the show. Sasuke and the others were quite rowdy. Shizun had already been busy 3 or 4 times since they finished making the snowman, and the thought of it gave her a headache. Oh, it's so much better being a girl, graceful and not prone to shouting about battles. Relishing the peaceful moment, Xiaoling poured herself another cup of hot tea. This is what life is all about. Come on, Niji, let us have a duel. I've recently learned a new taijutsu. Before he could even take a sip of his tea, Naruto spewed it all out. That voice is all too familiar. All right, I take back what I just said. Chapter 79. A gift from the Uchiha clan. Time flew by, and soon it was evening. The final excitement of the Snowman Festival was about to unfold. Tsunade-sensei, Jiraiya-jiji. Over here. Naruto waved from a dining table, calling out to Tsunade and Jiraiya as they arrived at the venue. Finally here. I've been so busy today. Shizun, pass me the sake. As soon as she sat down, Tsunade requested a drink, clearly exhausted. Sensei, is everything settled? Why did it take so long? Didn't you finish in the morning? Naruto asked, puzzled. You are quite observant. How did you notice? Tsunade whispered after sipping her drink. It's simple. Just look at the surrounding umbu, Naruto pointed out, indicating the replaced guards. Indeed, the morning's tasks were completed, but there were still matters to attend to. The old man's affairs aren't over yet, and we need to deal with the rogue shinobi and clean up the village. Clean up the village? Hearing this, Naruto felt puzzled. What happened in the village? The initial secrecy was to prevent any spies from the Akatsuki infiltrating the village and to guard against other villages taking advantage of the chaos. Once the battles began, the commotion attracted some spies from within the village, which I deemed a good opportunity to clear them out. After explaining, Tsunade took another sip of her drink, finally appearing relaxed. This is much better. Naruto, how did your snowman turn out? Did you receive any rewards? Jiraiya inquired while munching on food. He too was worn out, having participated in the morning's battle and captured spies all day without even having a meal. Now, with a piece of meat and a cup of sake, he felt revitalized. Well, we didn't win any grand prizes. Our snowman wasn't quite up to par. We only received a few ramen vouchers, which I'll use at the hand-pulled noodle shop. It's been ages since I had ramen, Naruto said, pulling out a few cards adorned with the hand-pulled noodle logo. This year's Snowman Festival feels quite different. The villagers seemed overly restrained recently, and now it's the perfect time for them to unwind. The snowmen were truly varied, many resembling abstract art. It's just for relaxation, winning isn't everything. Jiraiya chuckled. Indeed, everyone seems quite happy today, Naruto nodded. Of course, this joy was not shared by Shizun. She had spent the day looking after children and was utterly exhausted, her eyes nearly vacant. As the final performance concluded, the Snowman Festival came to an end, and the villagers dispersed. Rising from the dining table, Naruto stretched and headed home. Just as he arrived, a figure suddenly appeared in his room. Shizun, what brings you here? Noticing the visitor, Naruto patted his chest, startled. Couldn't you just use the front door? You nearly gave me a heart attack. I was sent by the clan head to deliver a gift, Shizun replied, producing a storage scroll and retrieving a box from within. The clan head said that the Uchiha clan's escape from peril was largely thanks to your assistance. Tsunade and Jiraiya's gifts will be delivered tomorrow. And this one is for you. Opening the box, Shizun revealed its contents. Not much, just 2 items. One was a silver note, approximately 5 million ryo, while the other caused Naruto's eyelids to flutter. This is a chakra metal weapon. How incredibly precious. Chakra metal, a strategic resource, held value far beyond that of ordinary metals. For instance, the Wind Country relies on chakra metal as a vital source of national wealth. Sometimes, he envied the 4th Kazekage, Raza, for mastering magnet release, which is akin to a treasure detector. It's how Sunagakure could barely develop its village and shinobi after losing the Wind Country's daimyo's support. In Konoha, the value of chakra metal is immense. Although Konoha has some mineral deposits, they have yet to discover significant quantities of chakra metal. The Uchiha clan even gifted him a chakra metal katana, which is worth quite a lot. There is no need for thanks. The clan head said, "This is your due," Shizun remarked, as if the katana she handed over was merely a common sword. Examining the weapon closely, Naruto, though unskilled in swordsmanship, could discern its quality. The blade, entirely black and emitting a subtle cold gleam, measured about 80 centimeters in length, with a long, sharp edge and a slender, lightweight body that felt as though it could withstand anything. What a magnificent sword! The more he looked, the more he was enamored with it. He resolved to practice with the sword starting tomorrow, determined not to let such a fine weapon go to waste. This is the latest creation from the Nico clan. The clan leader paid a significant price to acquire it. Shizun nodded in acknowledgement of Naruto's admiration. "Naruto, thank you for your assistance to the Uchiha clan." "Oh, it was nothing. I merely offered a few words." Naruto hurriedly waved his hands in denial. "No, I must express my gratitude. Previously, I harbored doubts regarding your involvement with Danzo. However, it has become evident that I was mistaken. If there is ever an opportunity where I can be of assistance, I shall certainly lend my hand. Aside from the gift bestowed upon me by the clan leader, this offering is a token from me to you, and I sincerely hope you will accept it." After speaking, Shursui produced another storage scroll and laid it down. 2 gifts. Naruto, holding the scroll, was genuinely taken aback by this unexpected generosity. "You need not be so formal. I am also a friend of Sasuke, and my intentions are primarily to ensure that he leads a tranquil life." After exchanging a few more words, Shursui took his leave. Upon opening the scroll he left behind, Naruto's avaricious nature seemed to awaken once more. This is simply too delightful. Another 1 million ryo added to his coffers, and Naruto could now be considered a small fortune holder. Chapter 80. Tsunade becomes Hokage. A new day dawned, one that promised to be extraordinary. With the transition of duties from the 3rd Hokage complete and preparations finalized, the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, officially ascended to her position. The moment she donned the newly crafted Hokage attire marked the beginning of a new era for Konoha. Despite the lingering chill of winter, the villagers were filled with excitement, especially Fugaku Uchiha. Tsunade had conversed with him just the previous night. Although some restrictions remained, he accepted them all, as they were a vast improvement over the past. Previously, the Uchiha clan teetered on the precipice of ruin, each step taken fraught with peril. Now, however, Tsunade had unequivocally expressed her trust in the Uchiha, granting them greater freedom and authority than ever before. Most significantly, the deceased hardliners of the Uchiha clan were officially recognized by Konoha as heroes who safeguarded the village. The announcement from the Hokage building detailed the origins of the Nine Tails incident, clarifying that the Uchiha clan bore no responsibility and attributing the cause to external forces. This revelation significantly altered the villagers' misconceptions about the Uchiha clan. Fugaku's spirits soared as his only task now was to manage clan affairs without requiring his kin to bow and scrape or tread the path of despair. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade was accompanied by 2 followers, Shizun and Naruto. It seemed a visit to the daimyo's residence was imperative. The village's current state was dire, with some ninjas' mission rewards long overdue, some even delayed for over a month. Tsunade's brow furrowed as she perused the financial reports. "Shizun, please locate Nara Shikaku and inform him to arrange a delegation to the daimyo's residence. We shall depart in 2 days." "Understood, Lady Tsunade," Shizun affirmed before promptly exiting. Relying solely on subsidies would not suffice. Konoha must develop independently, as depending on the daimyo's assistance was untenable. "Naruto, your mind is sharp. Can you devise a solution?" Tsunade said, rubbing her temples, her tone laced with exasperation. She had anticipated troubles upon assuming the role of Hokage. Yet the enormity of the mess left by the 3rd Hokage was overwhelming, and clearly, she could not manage it alone. Thus, she needed a helper. Even if that helper was only 5 years old. Ahem, though still quite young, I am his teacher. Surely it is only natural for him to assist me. Casting a glance at her, Naruto indicated his reluctance to engage. With so many others in the village, why come to me? Oh, it seems lunchtime approaches. I must return home. Sister Rin is waiting for me to have lunch, and I have training at Hinata's in the afternoon. I'll take my leave, Tsunade-sensei. Good luck. With that, Naruto attempted to vacate the burdensome environment. Hey, you stop right there. If you dare leave, I shall spend the night at your home. Upon hearing her words, Naruto halted abruptly, begrudgingly returning to Tsunade's side. What kind of threat is that? This is utterly outrageous. While he would welcome other friends staying over, having Tsunade in his home was entirely unacceptable. He vividly recalled her previous visits, which were nothing short of chaotic, clothes strewn about, snacks discarded haphazardly, and worse, her drunken escapades leading her to the wrong rooms. If you must invade someone else's home, let it be Jiraiya's. Why must it always be mine? The last time, I tripped over my own threshold. You slept on the ground instead of the bed. He could hardly muster the courage to return home after such experiences. Yet, Tsunade was blissfully indifferent to his plight and only utilized it as leverage against him. Teacher, your employment of child labor is quite unethical. In a final act of defiance, he protested, but she remained unfazed. What is unethical about it? Do not forget you are 5 years old. Look at Itachi. He was on the battlefield at 4. You should strive to learn from his independence. Learn from Itachi? What nonsense are you spouting? Had I not intervened, the future would see Itachi as the perpetrator of an unspeakable massacre merely 2 years hence. His methods are truly astonishing, indicative of someone lacking a complete education. The very thought is chilling. Perhaps we should consider a decree from Tsunade to prevent early graduation, recalling those who graduated prematurely to continue their studies. He pondered aloud, but hesitated, as many had progressed normally. Kakashi was a prime example, eventually becoming the 6th Hokage. Though his tenure saw little turmoil, it was still a commendable achievement. Learning from Itachi can wait. Regarding your desire to enhance the village's income, I have a modest proposal. Would you care to listen? As he raised his hand to speak, Tsunade quickly interjected, Hold on, let me jot this down. She hurriedly sought paper and a pen, preparing to record his thoughts. Isn't this a bit excessive? Naruto was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly the Tsunade he knew? When did she become so studious and inclined to take notes? Was he dreaming? This is a habit I inherited from my grandfather. Now that I am Hokage, I wish to emulate him, Tsunade stated as she grasped her notebook. Ah, I see. Well then, I shall share my thoughts. You may record. Subsequently, Naruto began to articulate his ideas. Initially, Tsunade managed to take notes, but within 3 seconds, her true colors emerged. After years of neglecting such tasks, her most frequent writings had been IOUs, and when faced with anything else, her forgetfulness became apparent. Left with no choice, Naruto took it upon himself to write. Goodness, I thought this was merely a matter of verbal and mental exertion. Now I must engage in physical labor as well. This is an affront to children. Chapter 81. Thoughts on Village Development at Long Last. Naruto meticulously organized his thoughts and presented them to Tsunade. To his surprise, she found his ideas rather commendable. The notion of livestock farming was indeed well suited for Konoha, given the ample vacant land available that should not go to waste. If successful, this could become a substantial source of income for the village. After reviewing the initial proposal and subsequent plans, Tsunade couldn't help but nod in agreement. The land of fire excels in agriculture, producing far more crops than can be consumed each year, resulting in significant export revenue. However, there remains a surplus of unsold grain, which could be utilized as winter feed for livestock. Other seasons pose no concern, as there is an abundance of pasture, and the plains are exceptionally conducive to grazing. Should the village implement centralized management, the potential income could be quite impressive. This strategy could decrease reliance on imports while satisfying the villagers, ultimately lowering the prices of meat and enhancing the overall happiness of the community. Yet, this approach appears rather slow. The village is currently in dire need of funds, and livestock farming requires considerable time to yield results, at least 2 to 3 years before it becomes profitable, Tsunade sighed. Indeed, this endeavor is for the village's future. But my second idea could expedite the accumulation of funds. Oh, let me see, Tsunade exclaimed with excitement, hastily flipping through her notes to locate the second proposal. A commercial street? Upon seeing the bold title, Tsunade expressed her confusion. Constructing a commercial street surely entails significant expenditure. How could it serve as a method for quick financial accumulation? This array of shops is not merely conventional. It aims to create the most luxurious commercial district to attract investments into the village. As he spoke, Naruto produced a map of Konoha, which clearly marked the locations of various shops and residential areas. What does this mean? Tsunade inquired, puzzled by the map. It's straightforward. A close examination reveals that the current layout of shops in the village is rather illogical, with many residential and commercial zones intermingled, Naruto explained, pointing out specific areas of concern. Moreover, some shop locations are quite inconvenient, necessitating long walks for villagers to acquire desired goods. Thus, you propose establishing a dedicated commercial street in the village center? This would not only highlight Konoha's unique character, but also enhance accessibility for merchants and residents alike. Tsunade quickly grasped Naruto's intentions. In truth, this is an excellent strategy, offering convenience to villagers while simultaneously elevating Konoha's profile. Could this also stimulate the development of Konoha's tourism industry? Tsunade mused, recalling her long-standing admiration for the operational model of the Cloud Village. However, the geographical features of the Land of Lightning are exceptionally advantageous, making the absence of a tourism sector unreasonable. In contrast, Konoha seems rather ordinary. If Naruto's vision were to materialize, it might pave the way for future considerations in tourism, potentially flooding Konoha with wealth. The mere thought of financial prosperity beckoning her stirred Tsunade's excitement. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. Commercialization is not easily attained, and Konoha's tourism culture is complex. But isn't this a bit slow? Constructing buildings alone requires substantial time, and building a reputation will take even longer, she voiced her concerns. Naruto, however, remained unfazed by such apprehensions. These matters can be deliberated upon later. What I wish to discuss now is the concept of investment. Investment? Tsunade queried, intrigued. Indeed. Do you believe Konoha's finances can support the construction of a commercial street at present? Naruto pointedly addressed the issue. True, maintaining the ninja population strains our finances. So what is the purpose of this proposal? Tsunade slumped over her desk, exuding a sense of defeat. As I mentioned earlier, it pertains to investment, not from Konoha's treasury, but from local families or merchants. He reminded her, recall the generous gift from the Uchiha clan? That was a substantial sum, and you were overjoyed at the time. Tsunade felt a twinge of embarrassment under his gaze, as much of that money had quickly found its way to the gambling tables, failing to adhere to the contract. Despite Naruto and Shizun's repeated admonitions, she had little choice but to acknowledge her missteps. Well, you did impose additional penalties last time and agreed not to revisit the matter. Besides, I've already admitted my fault and handed over the remaining funds to Shizun, she retorted, attempting to assert an elder's authority, yet her hesitation was palpable. Let this serve as a reminder so you don't forget, Naruto remarked with a smirk. Once you broadcast the intent to develop a commercial street, it will undoubtedly capture many people's attention. When you, as Hokage, disseminate this information, these shops can be pre-sold, allowing for tailored designs as per requests. Will funds then be an issue? As Naruto concluded, Tsunade's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, the value of this commercial street is immense. Those interested will certainly be keen to participate. As long as I manage the costs effectively, profit will be assured. Moreover, establishing a commercial street will generate even greater value for the village. Naruto, how do you conceive such brilliant ideas? This will undoubtedly help Konoha overcome its difficulties. Tsunade's spirits soared. Speaking of investment, you might consider adding a point about individuals willing to invest in the village, offering free monetary contributions. Free monetary contributions? Are you certain? Tsunade questioned, bemused. Who would willingly give away their money? Why not? This investment isn't obligatory. However, do you doubt that those prominent families would be eager to contribute? With the new Hokage in place, they will wish to align themselves. Furthermore, establishing a monument in the village square to honor those who voluntarily invest will not only benefit Konoha, but also please those families. Oh, I see. You aim to strengthen the bond between the prominent families and the ordinary villagers, particularly the Uchiha clan, who would undoubtedly be enthusiastic. This is an exceptional idea. Tsunade, now invigorated by the prospect, envisioned a wealthier future for the village and the implementation of her plans. Financial prosperity, here I come. Chapter 82. Perspectives of each family on investment. Tsunade acted swiftly. Just as Kakashi finalized the number of individuals traveling to the Cloud Village, she received Konoha's development plan for the next 5 years. Goodness, do they truly regard me as a machine? She mused. Yet, with no choice but to comply with the directives from above, she glanced over the plan and found it quite promising, particularly the livestock section, which appeared to align perfectly with her own family's capabilities. The Nara clan has consistently supplied medicinal herbs to the village, including deer antlers, as they breed deer themselves. Tsunade also hoped to appoint members from her clan to oversee management. At this moment, Kakashi was contemplating whether to arrange the members of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans accordingly. The Akimichi clan's barbecue is renowned throughout the village, and their restaurant is perpetually bustling, boasting a dedicated supply of meat. Initially, they could assist the breeding farms in sourcing young animals, and later engage in meat sales. As for the Nara clan, such an exceptional radar should not be wasted. They would be tasked with monitoring the breeding facilities, given that it is a key project for the village, and they must prevent any animals from escaping. The thought of his friends scurrying about to catch pigs and calves was undoubtedly amusing. Before long, the Hokage building issued a new announcement regarding investments in the Konoha commercial district and support for the village. Once released, it caused quite a stir within the village, especially among the prominent clans, who were hastily convening discussions. The Uchiha clan had been deliberating for quite some time about the extent of their investment in the village, yet they still had not reached a consensus. Uchiha Fugaku observed the bickering elders, feeling as if his head might explode. The Uchiha clan desired to partake in both investment opportunities, but they needed to strike a delicate balance. Previously, they had suffered a significant loss of powerful members due to their handling of the hardliners, and they had even sent condolences to the families of the fallen heroes. The current situation within the clan was far from ideal. Despite still holding the title of the largest clan in Konoha, their strength had considerably diminished. Furthermore, although the Uchiha had cleared their name regarding the Kyubi incident, tensions between the clan and Konoha persisted during Uchiha Madara's time. Thus, the conclusion of their discussions was that the current Uchiha clan had not entirely resolved its perilous situation. They needed to swiftly mend relations with Konoha. The investment plan presented itself as an excellent opportunity, yet the specifics of the amount to be invested remained unresolved. Investing too little would fail to affect any change and could lead to accusations of the Uchiha clan being stingy, with their hearts not truly in the village. Conversely, investing too much would impose considerable financial strain on a clan still recovering from recent losses. Moreover, suddenly disbursing such a large sum of money would invite scrutiny. For the nature of human intentions is ever unpredictable. The clan had to learn to adopt a more modest demeanor during this period, avoiding excessive prominence while also not allowing themselves to be underestimated. This was indeed a source of great vexation. Similarly, the Sarutobi and Shimura clans were embroiled in similar discussions. The Sarutobi clan was in a better position, as Hiruzen Sarutobi had safely stepped down, leaving behind a plethora of unresolved matters. However, Tsunade, considering Hiruzen's reputation and their previously low-profile existence, would not pursue them relentlessly. Regarding the village's investments, the elders of the Sarutobi clan and Hiruzen decided to allocate a smaller sum for the commercial district, signaling that the clan had no intention of contesting power or exploiting the village. For voluntary investments in the village, they resolved to contribute more to address the unresolved matters left by the higher-ups in Konoha, thereby alleviating Tsunade's animosity towards the clan. Otherwise, the repercussions could be dire. The Shimura clan had even more reservations, particularly given the issues surrounding Danzo. Although Danzo had brought some benefits to the clan, the detrimental effects were numerous. Most significantly, he had even conducted experiments on the clan's members. Consequently, the clan's evaluation of Danzo was mixed, with a greater number leaning towards negative sentiments. Compared to the other three prominent clans, they found themselves in a rather unfortunate situation, still having to clean up after the mess created by others, which was infuriating. Yet, they had no choice, as their own clan had also played a part in those unresolved matters. The Shimura clan leader lamented his past concerns over trivial finances. Now it seemed they would have to relinquish everything and possibly incur additional costs. After all, that individual remained under house arrest. And although there were whispers of plans for his release, he would likely remain distant from the centers of power. Alas, what could be done? After all, he was still a member of their clan, and despite the urge to expel him, his surname bound them together. The Hyuga clan's main and branch family elders gathered for the first time to discuss these matters together. Hyuga Hizashi observed the two families, still somewhat uncomfortable in each other's presence, and shook his head, realizing there was no alternative. All right, everyone. Today we shall discuss the investment in the commercial district and who we should send. Upon hearing the clan leader's words, the atmosphere turned somber. Typically, important discussions were reserved for the main family, with the branch family rarely voicing their opinions, merely executing orders. This meeting, however, had been made clear by Hizashi and the elder of the main family that both families must deliberate together, leaving everyone at a loss for words, creating an awkward silence. Fortunately, Hizashi had anticipated this and indicated that a leader was necessary. Upon catching his glance, Niji nodded and began to speak. This investment in the commercial district is crucial for our clan, as such a model has not existed in the village before. However, its prospects are undoubtedly promising. Therefore, I propose that we treat this investment with utmost seriousness. As for the management of the stores, it should involve both families. However, given the smaller number of the main family, I suggest that they send individuals focused on elite management talent to serve as a bridge among the various shops. The branch family should continue with previous strategies, managing the periphery while also sending individuals to engage in internal management alongside the main family. This statement not only affirmed the status of the main family, but also reflected the branch family's desire to partake in internal management. Although somewhat audacious, it aligned well with the current circumstances. Some members of the main family were reluctant to relinquish their authority, yet they nodded in agreement. After all, several individuals were still under house arrest, and obstructing the process might lead to their own confinement alongside them. Moreover, the main family was not naive. With the village now scrutinizing the Hyuga clan, failing to manage relationships with the branch family and Konoha could lead to dire consequences. As Niji opened the floor for discussion, others began to engage as well, and the atmosphere became lively. The branch family, seizing a rare opportunity to advocate for their interests, expressed some trepidation towards the main family, but were unwilling to concede, negotiating for the best possible outcome without crossing any lines. In contrast, the main family appeared more composed, likely focusing on fulfilling their clan's current objectives by elevating the branch family status, resulting in minimal contention over the matter. Furthermore, the main family's status remained unassailable. Even if they forfeited all benefits from this investment, it would not impact them significantly. Thus, despite the animated discussions, the meeting concluded swiftly. This gathering marked an unprecedented chapter in the clan's history, with all participating members of the branch family feeling elated. Should the commercial district come to fruition, the entire branch family would ascend to a new echelon of standing. Thus, the plan for investing in the commercial district is decided. The branch family will receive 60% of the profits as compensation. After Hyuga Hizashi consolidated all opinions, the elder of the main family nodded in agreement, clearly in favor of the arrangement. As for the voluntary investment in the village, everyone unanimously agreed that the more, the better. Lacking the concerns of the Uchiha clan or the pressures faced by the Shimura and Sarutobi clans, they had a clear understanding of the village's situation. Tsunade has just assumed her position, and Konoha finds itself in dire financial straits. It would be prudent to prepare a little extra for the other party, as this would foster a closer relationship. However, one must not appear too eager, lest it seem like sycophancy, which could pose a risk. Thankfully, such matters can be entrusted to Hinata Hizashi. Within a day of the announcement, responses poured in from all corners, which delighted Tsunade immensely. Shizun, look. This is an astonishing sum of money. I am rich again, with plenty of little coins. Upon seeing the total on the scroll, Tsunade's eyes sparkled like silver. It had been ages since she had seen such wealth. Tsunade-sama, please remain calm. This funding is intended for the construction of Konoha. Do not entertain any other notions. Observing her reaction, Shizun felt a tinge of embarrassment. Was she being overly avaricious? Ahem, I know. I'm just a bit excited since I haven't seen such wealth in a long time. Rest assured, I understand that this money is for the village's development and must not be used for personal gain. After composing herself, Tsunade regained her poise. Fortunately, aside from Shizun, there was no one else in the Hokage office. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. Yes, I know, Tsunade-sama. Your heart is solely for Konoha, and you would never misappropriate these funds. Noting Tsunade's sudden seriousness, Shizun, while accustomed to her antics, felt it necessary to remind her. After living together for so many years, she was well aware of Tsunade's habits. Although she had been more disciplined under Naruto's supervision recently, there remained a degree of unease. Indeed, as Hokage, my sole focus is Konoha. This influx of funds will significantly alleviate the village's current predicament, Tsunade affirmed with a nod. All right, Shizun. Please find the best construction team in Konoha. Let us proceed as per our previous plans, keeping costs in check, draw up the blueprints promptly, and commence construction immediately. With the financial issue resolved, we must also realize the plans for the commercial district. Understood, Tsunade-sama. I will do so at once. With that, Shizun departed the office. Once more, Tsunade gazed at the figures on the report, her greedy smile resurfacing. The exhilaration was palpable, now. If she could ascertain the number of people traveling to the daimyo's residence and secure additional funding for Konoha, the other plans could swiftly unfold. Sensei, what are you smiling about? Naruto, feeling a tad awkward, hesitated to voice his curiosity. He had initially come to consult Tsunade regarding some recent issues in medical ninjutsu. But upon entering, he was met with such a radiant smile that it was difficult to process. What is wrong with smiling? I smile because I am happy. Look at this. This will alleviate many issues for the village. Once I visit the daimyo again and bring back more funds, we can launch all those plans you mentioned. Tsunade handed him the report, her smile barely concealed. Really? Let me see. Naruto eagerly accepted the report and scrutinized it closely. Although he wasn't particularly knowledgeable about finances, he had been diligently studying to address Tsunade's concerns. This is excellent. The village's finances will indeed see significant relief. However, we shouldn't implement all the plans at once, as some require consideration of long-term benefits. If we execute everything simultaneously, it would mean investing all the funds at once, which could lead to financial turmoil for Konoha. Naruto concluded after reviewing the data. Are you suggesting that these funds are still insufficient? Tsunade queried, puzzled by his assessment. Indeed, given that the third Hokage has only just stepped down and the lingering effects of the recent war, many remain in a state of hesitation. The investments you've received are primarily from larger clans, while smaller families and commoners are reluctant to engage, Naruto explained. Oh, that is unfortunate. I had hoped these funds would suffice to tackle the current crises in Konoha and facilitate the village's development, but it appears they are still inadequate. I cannot simply approach those clans and ask for money. If I did that, my dignity as Hokage would be utterly diminished. It seems our previously established development plans require a significant investment. If we were to implement everything, it would simply not suffice. The village's families currently cannot contribute more. But there is still a solution. A solution? What is it? Please, tell me. Tsunade's interest peaked instantly. It's quite simple. In our development plan, the funding for the commercial district is already secured. Beyond that, the funds needed for the breeding farm are the most substantial. If we can resolve this, these funds should be adequate to support the village and the construction plans. Naruto produced a paper detailing the approximate costs for various projects, with the breeding farm's expenses significantly higher. What is your proposed solution? Very simply, when you visit the daimyo, you should discuss the matter and express the village's financial struggles. Given your relationship, the daimyo would surely want Konoha to support its own industries, allowing him to feel more secure. The safety of Konoha is also tied to his own safety, and with a large breeding farm, the meat trade would flourish, increasing his profits. Tsunade nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in his suggestion. Crying poor was a tactic she was well versed in. She had done so many times while outside. It seemed she would need to visit the daimyo's residence sooner rather than later. Chapter 84. Establishing the Secretary's Office in the Hokage Building. After finalizing and revising the number of travelers, Tsunade instructed Shizune to send out a notification. Stretching languidly, she reclined in her chair. This chair was remarkably comfortable. Naruto had shown considerable thoughtfulness. Were she to sit in the elder's chair, she would certainly have been disinclined. After lingering in her chair for a moment, Tsunade returned to her work. Fearing a recurrence of the chaos experienced during the third Hokage's tenure, she had expressly forbidden Mito and Kurenai from attending and had yet to appoint an advisor to the Hokage, leaving her without any assistance. However, Konoha was a large village, and there were numerous matters to attend to daily. Gazing at the mountain of documents on her desk, she felt an overwhelming urge to set them ablaze. Yet, that would be an imprudent course of action. A conflagration would lead to grave consequences. Sensei, today's lunch was prepared solely by Xiaoling and is still warm. Whereas Shizune, let us invite her to join us for a meal, Naruto announced, entering the room with 2 lunchboxes in hand. Wonderful. It's finally time to eat. I feel as though I might perish from hunger. Upon seeing the lunchboxes, Tsunade's eyes gleamed with anticipation. She eagerly accepted them and began to devour the contents voraciously. Slow down. The food is still hot. If you eat too quickly, you might choke. Noticing Tsunade's ravenous enthusiasm, Naruto hurriedly poured her a cup of water and placed it on the table. Tsunade could hardly respond, too engrossed in her meal to articulate her gratitude. In no time, the lunchbox was completely emptied. At last, I've revived. I never expected mental labor to be so exhausting. After taking a sip of water, Tsunade reclined comfortably in her chair, relishing the moment. It's not that mental labor is particularly draining. It's mainly that you arrived too early, and I barely had time to eat breakfast. I never anticipated that the previously lackadaisical Tsunade would become so diligent after assuming the position of Hokage. The role of Hokage truly has the power to transform an individual. It is no wonder that so many aspire to attain it. Observing Tsunade on the verge of exhaustion, Naruto chuckled. What transformation? The moment you open your eyes, there are mountains of paperwork awaiting you. If it were you, you'd be in a panic too. You should have arrived earlier. Otherwise, you'll be burning the midnight oil again. Tsunade, with your sharp intellect, why not come over and lend me a hand? That way, I could finish my work sooner and not have to arrive so early. Tsunade, displaying a dejected expression, lamented in a weak voice, evoking genuine sympathy. No way. I refuse to come. Otherwise, you'd undoubtedly assign all your tasks to me. Naruto firmly rejected her proposition. What a joke. I'm only 5 years old. How can I thrive under such duress? Oh, my wretched fate. My disciple shows no loyalty to his teacher. If one day I were to exhaust myself as Hokage, would anyone remember me? My life is truly a struggle, Tsunade lamented. Choosing to play the victim, as she desperately hoped this young man would devise a solution, lest she truly succumb to fatigue. Stop right there, sensei. At your age? Pouting is futile. I won't fall for it, Naruto retorted, perhaps accustomed to her antics, turning away with an expression of disbelief. How old are you to still resort to such childish behavior? Have you no shame? Do you genuinely wish to see your teacher perish under this burden? Look at me. Naruto, I haven't had a decent night's sleep in days. The toll of sleep deprivation on a woman is substantial, especially coupled with this immense workload. I simply cannot endure it any longer. Clearly, Tsunade's resilience had been honed over time. She was confident that although Naruto was not swayed by her theatrics, persistence would eventually compel him to conceive a viable strategy. At last, her method bore fruit. Naruto, thoroughly exasperated, exclaimed, "All right, stop. I'll help you, okay?" Overwhelmed by her incessant nagging, he urgently called for a ceasefire. Great. You finally agreed. Here, take this stack of documents and review them thoroughly, Tsunade exclaimed. Her spirits instantly lifted as she hurriedly shoved a mountain of paperwork toward him. Wait, I'm not here to assist you with this mountain of files. Please don't burden me with it. Just looking at it gives me a headache, Naruto protested, gazing at the towering pile that nearly matched his height. That is far too much for my small frame to bear. Moreover, if I waste time processing these files, it will disrupt the habits I've painstakingly developed. You've already agreed. You can't back out now? Tsunade misinterpreted his reluctance as a withdrawal, preparing to revert to her pouty demeanor, but Naruto swiftly interrupted her. When I said I would help, I meant offering you a suggestion to lighten your workload, not sifting through these documents. What suggestion? Speak quickly. Tsunade's excitement was palpable. Anything that could alleviate her burden was welcome. The solution is quite simple. Enlist others to share the load. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. Tsunade shook her head in disapproval. Why revert to that? I established this system precisely to prevent a recurrence of the issues faced during the third Hokage's tenure. I cannot compromise that. Understanding her reasoning, Naruto swiftly clarified, not in the manner you presume. I do not wish for you to create those positions. Then what is your proposed method? Tsunade inquired, her curiosity piqued. I believe you could establish a secretarial office and appoint a few individuals. I've observed that many tasks do not require your direct involvement, such as minor village affairs. You could delegate these to others, provided they compile a summary report for your review. Certain matters could also be pre-processed, with the final outcomes presented to you. This could potentially reduce your workload by at least 60%. Is that truly possible? Establishing a secretarial office could lead to such a significant reduction in work? Tsunade's eyes sparkled at the prospect of such an improvement. Indeed, and that is merely the most pessimistic estimate. You should consider appointing Nara Shikaku as the head of the office. He is well acquainted with this type of work and would excel in this role. Additionally, Uchiha Mikoto and Hyuga Hayashi could be included. This would not only convey goodwill from their clans, but also foster connections between them, benefiting their relations. And let us not forget about Shizune. She could be part of the team as well. Naruto listed nearly 10 names in one breath, leaving Tsunade momentarily stunned. Are these individuals truly suitable? Might there be too much diversity? Tsunade pondered, contemplating the mix of clan members, civilians, and even non-ninjas. Not at all. This arrangement would not only connect pivotal clans, but also provide insights into civilian life, greatly aiding in your administrative duties. This structure encompasses all levels, ensuring mutual oversight that would facilitate efficient operations. Very well, I shall notify Shikaku to implement this promptly. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Tsunade grasped the essence of Naruto's suggestion and nodded in agreement. Chapter 85. Concerns and support for the establishment of the secretarial office after bidding farewell to Shizune. Shikaku rubbed his temples. Why does it feel like my workload has increased? A secretarial office sounds exhausting. Will I still be able to return home early enough to prepare dinner? If I fail to attend to my spouse properly, will I be condemned to the couch again? No, with this cold weather, my back would not withstand another night on the sofa. Yet he could not disregard Tsunade's words. With Mito and Koharu already incapacitated, he could not let the flames of responsibility consume him. As a loyal faction of the Hokage, he must not falter. Could the Uchiha and Hyuga clans truly collaborate effectively? Tsunade's decision to include civilians seemed rather unconventional. Taking a moment to reflect, Shikaku's sharp intellect quickly discerned the underlying significance. The third Hokage had previously sought to alleviate his burdens by enlisting 3 friends and members of the ANBU. Yet this had led to subsequent complications. Rigid thinking often fostered nepotism and delayed responses. Although he recognized these issues, his lower rank and the interference of others had prevented him from reporting them. However, Tsunade's proposal appeared to address these challenges effectively. Though still in its infancy, it was a significant improvement over previous systems. By incorporating personnel from various levels, it would circumvent rigid thinking. Moreover, these individuals would represent their respective interests, facilitating mutual supervision and mitigating potential issues. The efficiency of handling tasks would also improve markedly. Quickly, Shikaku documented this proposal, refining it with more suitable parameters before presenting it to Tsunade for her signature. Once she approved, he would arrange for the ANBU to summon the necessary personnel. Is this truly Tsunade Dano's intention? Uchiha Fugaku, who was currently engaged in familial matters, abruptly received a report indicating that ANBU agents had delivered a document to his wife, requesting his review. Upon entering Uchiha Mikoto's chamber and laying eyes on the document regarding the establishment of the Hokage's secretary office, he took a considerable moment to process the information. According to the details within the document, the primary function of the secretary office was to assist the Hokage in managing the village's daily affairs, suggesting that the Uchiha clan could now partake in the central governance of the village. Although there were certain restrictions and oversight from other factions, the overall implication was positive, which was the source of his excitement. Do you think I should go? Uchiha Mikoto pondered, feeling somewhat uncertain, as she had not been involved in clan management for quite some time. She questioned her capability to match the responsibility, considering that any mismanagement could significantly impact the clan's reputation. Do not fret, I am fully aware of your abilities. Were it not for the need to tend to the family, you would not have stepped back from clan affairs. Moreover, should any issues arise, I am here to support you. I have faith in you. Focus on your duties at home. Besides, do our 2 children still require our constant care? Itachi has officially joined the Umbu and excels in every mission, while Sasuke has shown remarkable improvement, training diligently with his friends. You should pursue your own endeavors now. Encouraged by her husband's words, Uchiha Mikoto exuded newfound confidence. After tidying up briefly, she hastened towards the Hokage building, convinced she must seize this opportunity not only for herself, but for the Uchiha clan as well. In the Hyuga household, Hyuga Hizashi glanced at the documents on the table, feeling somewhat troubled. As a branch family member, his exposure to such matters was limited. Although the clan had recently been working to elevate the status of the branch family, the regulations had been entrenched for centuries and could not be swiftly altered. The prospect of becoming the Hokage's secretary felt inherently unsettling. Just then, Hyuga Hayashi entered with the elder. Hizashi, after discussions with the clan elders, we have decided that you, no need to say more, clan head. I understand my position. I will seek out Kazuhisa and request the withdrawal of this document, opting instead for a member of the main family. Hizashi interjected, though reluctantly, as he felt bound to prioritize the clan's interests. Upon hearing his response, Hayashi and the elder exchanged resigned glances, realizing that the clan's reforms needed to be more robust. Hizashi, you misunderstand. The clan does not intend that. We have just decided to relax some restrictions on learning certain clan techniques, allowing branch family members to participate as well. As for the matter of the Hokage's secretary, we have agreed to it from the outset. Hizashi found himself momentarily speechless. Is this true? Has the clan truly eased restrictions for branch family members to such an extent? This would be the first instance of a branch member engaging in matters outside of clan affairs, especially one concerning the central powers of Konoha. Of course, it is permissible. Are branch family members not part of the Hyuga clan? Your mindset is quite perilous, Hizashi, the elder remarked, shaking his head. Now, concerning the Hokage's secretary position. Since the higher-ups wish for you to participate, you must put forth your best effort and not bring shame upon the clan, understood? Further relaxations of the restrictions on branch families are forthcoming. Aside from essential obligations, there will be no more impediments from the clan. Hayashi's words bolstered Hizashi's spirits. Yet a hint of unease lingered. But clan head, won't this contradict the rules established by our ancestors? Might this not impact the branch family's duty to uphold the main family's regulations? Despite the clan's current leniency, there remained underlying apprehensions. Hearing Hizashi's concerns, the elder chuckled lightly. Hizashi, you are overthinking this. It is curious. You were once a fervent supporter of elevating the branch family status, yet now you exhibit more caution than I, an elder. Regulations are man-made. They were devised in response to the clan's precarious survival, established to protect the secrets of the Byakugan, necessitating self-sacrifice from our kin. Although Konoha may not yet be overwhelmingly powerful, it is evident even to the discerning that the village's condition is improving steadily, and its strength is on the rise. Perhaps, in a few decades under the village's protection, the Hyuga clan will no longer differentiate between main and branch families. We shall all be one. Chapter 86. Tsunade's journey to the feudal lord's estate. The proceedings unfolded swiftly. Shortly after Kazuhisa disseminated the documents, all individuals listed had gathered in the newly organized secretary office. Tsunade presided over the meeting, her satisfaction evident as she surveyed the attendees. Thank you all for your support of the village's endeavors. I hope that through our collective efforts, the village will prosper further. However, before we commence, I must clarify that the establishment of the secretary office aims for efficiency and rationality, not for personal gain. Should I discover any misconduct, I will impose severe penalties. The assembled individuals expressed their agreement and understanding, having deliberated thoroughly before attending. Their respective elders or relatives had cautioned them, ensuring that no impropriety would arise. Moreover, the diverse factions represented within the room would serve as a form of oversight. Lady Tsunade, we are fully aware of your concerns. I assure you that such matters will not transpire here. Indeed, Lady Tsunade, the Secretary Office's creation is intended for the village's betterment. If any among us engages in such behavior, we shall not require your intervention. We will not tolerate such defamation ourselves. With assurances from her peers, Tsunade nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, let me outline the specific responsibilities of the Secretary Office. Naruto, I heard that Lady Tsunade is preparing to depart for the feudal lord's estate. How long will she be gone? At the Uchiha clan's training room. During a break in their training session, Hinata posed this question. Yes, I heard from the teacher that they are setting off tomorrow, but the exact return date remains uncertain. Naruto replied, having just participated in a lottery at the friendship shop. Well, I still couldn't resist the temptation of the lottery. But this time I approached it with more strategy, opting for consecutive draws. After a few trials, I found that the chances of winning with 10 consecutive draws were slightly higher. Now, I accumulate 6 friendship points daily, allowing me to draw 3 times over 5 days, which could lead to a 10 consecutive draw in a fortnight. However, I wonder when I will finally accumulate enough points for a 4th friend. Alas, my poor hand. Why can it not be restrained? Nonetheless, the items I have drawn have been quite impressive. I recently obtained a talent that enhances my physical abilities by 50%. But this time, I chose not to accept it directly. The pain associated with that process is truly formidable. I cannot frighten those around me. It seems that since Lady Tsunade assumed the role of Hokage, she has been exceedingly busy. Previously, I could see her in the hospital. Yet now it is uncertain when we might cross paths. Karen noted, having frequently sought Tsunade's guidance on medical ninjutsu since her studies began. She had recently found herself turning to Shizune or Naruto instead, rarely encountering Tsunade. Indeed, Lady Tsunade has been quite occupied lately, especially as she has just taken office and has numerous matters to attend to. Once she returns, things will settle down. The Secretary Office has only just been established and is still in the testing phase. In due time, things will improve, Naruto affirmed. When it comes to the Secretariat, my uncle has mentioned how busy they are nowadays. I observe that he leaves home early each day and returns only after nightfall. Hinata rested her chin on her hand, while Niji nodded in agreement, as they are indeed family. Indeed, my mother has been quite occupied lately, often spending her days at the Hokage building, Sasuke added. It's understandable, given that they've just been established. They are still adjusting to the workload, which makes it appear overwhelming for the time being. Patience is key. As they become more adept, things will surely improve. Moreover, the recent period has seen Konoha solidifying numerous development plans and assisting struggling businesses with evaluations, which adds to their busyness. All of this is for the benefit of the village, and your family must be quite proud of her, Naruto remarked, playfully tapping Hinata's nose. Indeed, my mother returns home with a smile these days, and it is evident that she truly enjoys her work. Once, my father urged her to take a break and not work so tirelessly, but she insisted that it is all for the family and the village. She is simply getting accustomed to her responsibilities, and once things settle, the results will become evident. Yes, my father has mentioned that he has received support and recognition from the family regarding this endeavor, as he does not wish to disappoint their expectations. I feel immense pride in him, Neji expressed, his smile unwavering. He understands the strictness of the Hyuga clan system, and it is indeed a significant opportunity for his father, who has never held such a vital position outside the family before. The current branch of the Hyuga clan is aligning itself with Hayashi, and Niji's father has inadvertently become the spokesperson for the branch. He is now invited to participate in many meetings that were once exclusive to the main family. Yes, even my sister Shino mentioned that she has been quite busy, but finds great joy and fulfillment in her work. She even said that when I grow up, she would recommend me to the secretariat. Kankuro chimed in. I had no idea the secretariat held such significance. Ryoko commented after swallowing a bite of cake fed to her by someone else. Indeed, all of this is for the village. Their efforts will soon be recognized. And as Konoha grows stronger, the secretariat will likely recruit more personnel, Naruto said, pleased to witness such enthusiasm and remarkable efficiency in their endeavors. I hope Lady Tsunade's journey is safe. There are many in the village eagerly awaiting her return, Hinata interjected, returning to the earlier topic with heartfelt wishes. Rest assured, there will be no issues. My brother is accompanying her as a guard, so everything will be fine, Sasuke remarked, his admiration for Itachi evident in his voice. Yes, I heard that Lord Kakashi is also accompanying her. And let us not forget Lady Tsunade's formidable strength. There's no way anything could go wrong on this trip. Neji added. As anticipated, Tsunade's journey proceeded smoothly, with no incidents before arriving at the feudal lord's residence. My lady, Tsunade has arrived, a messenger reported to the feudal lord, who was watching a performance and promptly rose to greet her. He had previously harbored resentment towards Konoha's subsidies, but acknowledged the village's importance. Without Konoha, his current stable lifestyle would not be possible. Every day, he awakens to a life of counting wealth and enjoyment, one he would never jeopardize. Compared to other nations, his life is exceedingly comfortable. Just look at the feudal lord of the Wind Country, whose resources are scarce and embroiled in conflict with Sunagakure. After reducing subsidies, Sunagakure was forced to adopt a more elite approach, resulting in fewer available protectors. Although they have suffered greatly, their attempts to assert their significance have yielded little success. While the Wind Country remains calm, he feels a lingering sense of insecurity. As the feudal lord of the Fire Country, Konoha's presence serves as a stabilizing force, and he will not allow any threats to emerge, not at all. Chapter 87. The appearance of Orochimaru Tsunade has arrived. Please, take a seat. You are now the Hokage of Konoha, truly embodying the spirit of your grandfather, Senju Hashirama, the feudal lord exclaimed, ushering her into the grand hall after dismissing the dancers. His joy was palpable upon seeing her. Although Konoha has lost some of its former grandeur, reports from his subordinates indicate that since Tsunade's ascension, significant improvements have been made in a remarkably short time. Even the once proud Uchiha clan has undergone a transformation. Furthermore, he had heard of a new department called the Secretariat established within the Hokage building, which has greatly enhanced efficiency and mitigated previous issues. Numerous development plans are also in the works, much to his delight. The feudal lord was well aware of Tsunade's intentions for this visit. The subsidies had been prepared well in advance. When Tsunade broached the subject, he instructed his subordinates to retrieve a sealed scroll. Even when faced with Tsunade's claims of financial hardship, the feudal lord remained unfazed. After listening to her concerns, he promptly assured her that arrangements would be made. After all, if the meat supply were to increase, it would benefit him as well, leading to substantial tax revenues. The minimal investment made now would quickly be recouped, while also greatly enhancing Konoha's development and improving his own protection. Of course, he stipulated one condition. The meat produced by Konoha could only be sold within the Fire Country, and any sales to other nations would require his approval. Tsunade had no objections, as the vast market within the Fire Country was more than sufficient for Konoha's needs. The feudal lord's intent to access other markets was reasonable, and they could not be entrusted to handle it alone. While the feudal lord had great faith in Konoha, he still needed to maintain a favorable position. After all, the feudal lord is akin to a sovereign ruler and the foremost merchant of his domain. Even as conditions improve for the village, reliance on his subsidies cannot be overlooked. The village's growth depends on his continued trust and prioritization of Konoha. The negotiations proceeded swiftly, and once all matters were settled, the feudal lord summoned his personal chef to prepare a meal, inviting everyone to join. Having heard of the famed Shunshin no Jutsu, witnessing it firsthand was indeed remarkable, a true hero in his youth. While they awaited the meal, Tsunade called upon Uchiha Shursui, expressing her desire for him to safeguard the feudal lord's security. This had been agreed upon beforehand. Shursui's Mangeki Sharingan had always been a closely guarded secret, primarily for the sake of the Uchiha clan, necessitating his departure from the village. Moreover, he harbored no intention of harming the feudal lord. The feudal lord had numerous responsibilities and encounters daily, and even the slightest change could attract attention from others, not to mention the many capable individuals surrounding him, making any action against him utterly impossible. However, these details were unknown to the feudal lord. Upon seeing Shursui, he was greatly satisfied. His discernment was commendable. Even without prior knowledge of Shursui, he could perceive his exceptional qualities upon mere introduction. Your praise is unwarranted. I am merely an ordinary ninja from Konoha. Shursui humbly replied to the feudal lord's compliments. No, you are far too modest, the feudal lord expressed, his satisfaction deepening. With such formidable strength and humility, what more could he desire from a personal guard? With Shursui, he now had a total of 13 personal guards. After thoroughly resolving the matters between the daimyo and Konoha, Tsunade hurried back to the village. Although she had only been away for a few days, she had recently assumed the position of Hokage and was faced with a multitude of responsibilities awaiting her attention. She couldn't help but wonder how much work Jiraiya had left for her. After finally enjoying a few days of respite, she was likely to return to a mountain of paperwork. Tsunade, it seems someone is following us, Jiraiya said lazily as he sauntered over to her, his voice barely audible to the two of them. Yes, I've already sensed it. It's nothing to worry about. I am curious to see who dares to make a move against me, Tsunade replied, her voice equally low, but the clenched fist she bore revealed her thoughts. At that moment, the two abruptly halted and jumped aside just in time. Boom. Two large craters formed where they had just stood, clearly the result of traps set with explosive tags, intended to test their reactions. Tsunade, Jiraiya, it's been quite a while, a figure exclaimed as they materialized beside them. Two snake-like shadows lunging forth to attack. It truly has been a long time, Orochimaru, Jiraiya declared, unleashing a Rasengan that shattered the incoming assault. As he landed, a flicker of regret crossed his eyes. He had not anticipated encountering an old friend in such an unexpected place. Tsunade also countered the attack with her immense strength, turning her gaze towards her former teammate. I can't believe you would show up here. What a surprise. I thought you would remain in hiding forever. How could I? While I do enjoy solitude, I couldn't resist the urge to see an old friend after such a long time, Orochimaru replied with a chuckle. Indeed, it has been a while. The last time I sought you out was over a year ago, and you have hidden so well that I failed to find you, Jiraiya remarked with a smile. The three stood conversing from different angles, and aside from the earlier traps and attacks, it felt as if three long-lost friends were simply catching up. The other members of Konoha present appeared puzzled. Are you going to fight or not? Why are you just chatting? At that moment, Orochimaru sprang into action once again, spitting forth the Kusanagi sword from his mouth. The three resumed their battle, showcasing a dazzling array of ninjutsu and taijutsu. It was truly the moment for their powers to shine. Orochimaru, you are far too overconfident. You cannot possibly defeat both Tsunade and me, Jiraiya asserted, launching a fireball followed by a wind blade. How can you know without trying? Orochimaru replied with a smirk, his movements fluid and relentless. Very well, let us see how you escape this time. Unlike our mentor, we do not possess his mercy, Tsunade declared, delivering a powerful punch that cracked the ground beneath her. It was clear that they would need to unleash their true abilities. Orochimaru swiftly bit his finger and initiated a summoning contract while dodging their attacks. Tsunade and Jiraiya did not lag behind, quickly forming their own contracts. Before the onlookers, three enormous figures materialized. The legendary Sannin of Konoha had re-emerged. Jiraiya summoned the toad Gamabunta, Tsunade summoned the slug Katsuyu, and Orochimaru summoned the serpent Manda. Upon seeing each other, the summoned beasts expressed their astonishment, particularly Gamabunta and Manda, who were aware of the tensions between Orochimaru and the village. They confronted each other with palpable hostility, eager to demonstrate their might. Jiraiya, you have finally tracked down this rogue ninja, Gamabunta remarked, taking a puff from his pipe. Yes, I need your assistance this time. We must bring him back to Konoha, Jiraiya sighed. Orochimaru, I have received your offerings, Manda hissed, his fangs glistening ominously. Lady Tsunade, how may I assist you? Katsuyu's gentle voice stood in stark contrast to the other two summons. Katsuyu, be prepared to heal us at a moment's notice. We cannot predict Orochimaru's intentions. Better to be safe than sorry. Understood, Lady Tsunade, Katsuyu responded. Just as Tsunade and Katsuyu concluded their exchange, Orochimaru lunged forward, swinging the Kusanagi sword once more, while Manda lashed out with its massive tail towards Gamabunta. Humph, do you dare to approach? I'll flatten you, Tsunade declared, refusing to remain idle. She executed a sidekick that deflected the sword's trajectory, following up with a punch. Gamabunta quickly leaped to evade the incoming assault, twirling his long blade before thrusting it directly at Manda's body. The three warriors and their summons became entangled in combat, temporarily unable to inflict harm upon one another. However, it was evident that Tsunade and Jiraiya were consistently pressing Orochimaru, who relied on his speed to evade the attacks from Gamabunta and Katsuyu's acidic secretions. This feels odd. Why do I sense that Orochimaru isn't truly fighting back? Even Manda seems somewhat different, Itachi Uchiha observed from the sidelines, his confusion growing. He was not alone. Kakashi and the others shared similar sentiments, particularly for Akatsuki, who had spent time as Orochimaru's disciple and was aware of some of his techniques. It was clear that this was not his full power. What was he ultimately concealing? It could be the nature of their relationship. After all, they have fought and lived together for decades, fostering a strong bond and understanding of each other's abilities. They might be testing one another now, Kai speculated. That doesn't seem right. I believe it is Orochimaru's doing. He has not unleashed his full strength. Tsunade at the start shattered a massive boulder with a single punch. How could she not be fighting at full capacity? Kakashi countered, shaking his head. I agree with Kakashi, given Orochimaru's character. He wouldn't easily reveal himself to us. Furthermore, he has been suppressed for so long without employing any additional techniques. Something is clearly amiss. He must have a reason for appearing here, and I suspect there are hidden allies or traps nearby. Everyone, keep a vigilant eye, Akatsuki urged. And the group nodded in agreement, searching their surroundings, yet unfortunately, they found nothing. Why is this happening? This isn't like you at all. Is it possible you truly stumbled upon this place by accident and were discovered? Or are you evading something? Akatsuki pondered, her confusion deepening as they uncovered no clues. At that moment, Tsunade's attack propelled Orochimaru backward, and Jiraiya quickly advanced, employing a sealing technique to restrain him. Observing this, Manda struck Katsuyu with its tail before vanishing from sight. That was remarkably swift, Jiraiya remarked. Strangely, it feels like Manda wasn't using its full strength either. It merely focused on evasion, not even employing its venom. After the battle concluded, Gamabunta took another puff from his pipe. Katsuyu concurred, aware of Manda's cunning from their previous encounters. This time, however, the confrontation felt entirely different. Perhaps the true reason lies with him. What is your intention, Orochimaru? Why are you here? Tsunade demanded, gripping his collar tightly. From the very onset of the confrontation, she felt a peculiar sense of unease. Having spent so much time together, accomplished numerous tasks, and engaged in countless battles, how could they possibly be unaware of each other's techniques? Yet, this time, only the Kazajiri sword was employed, and the other ninjutsu were scarcely utilized. It felt almost as though they allowed themselves to be captured deliberately. Moreover, the location was rather strange. They were not too far from Konoha village, and if a battle were to erupt here, the Umbu would undoubtedly respond immediately. With her and Jiraiya present, their adversaries would have no hope of escape. Shaking her head, Tsunade resolved to set aside her concerns for the moment. After all, they were in their grasp. She could inquire later. Watching closely, she thought, how could they possibly flee? Without further ado, Tsunade swiftly incapacitated the opponent and signaled to the others to proceed towards the village. Before long, they returned to Konoha, where Orochimaru was promptly taken to the Umbu. Teacher, Jiraiya-sensei, you're back. Did anything happen on the way? Naruto inquired. His curiosity piqued upon seeing Tsunade and Jiraiya. Why did they appear so dusty, with torn clothing? Had they encountered a sandstorm? There was indeed a minor incident, but it has been resolved, Tsunade affirmed with a nod. What about the situation at the daimyo's residence? It has been settled. The daimyo was true to your words. After only a brief discussion, the funding was dispatched. Before I could even express my financial constraints, he had already decided to address the funds for the breeding farm as well. Tsunade felt a sense of satisfaction with the outcome of her visit to the daimyo. The funding issues for the village had been resolved, significantly alleviating the financial strain and paving the way for the breeding farm. Now, the village's development plan could officially commence. All right, then let us notify the construction team to begin. The commercial street and the breeding farm will commence simultaneously. Now, teacher, the pressure is on you. You must supervise diligently. This is a village project, and we cannot afford any mishaps. After hearing her words, Naruto nodded in agreement. That's no problem. I've been keeping an eye on the Hyuga and Akimichi clans. Their members can ensure the quality of construction and the rationality of the site planning. Upon hearing Tsunade's response, Naruto considered the arrangement to be quite sound. The Byakugan could indeed provide insight into the construction quality, while the Akimichi clan excelled in commerce and could offer excellent suggestions for the planning of the commercial street. It was a perfect utilization of resources. Chapter 89. Orochimaru's Intentions. Orochimaru, what is your true purpose in appearing this time? Jiraiya asked, gazing at the quietly seated Orochimaru. You've been here for 3 hours. My backside is numb. How are you managing to remain so composed? With Orochimaru remaining silent, Jiraiya felt his frustration boiling over. He was the interrogator, yet he had gleaned nothing. Furthermore, why was Orochimaru so composed? He was the one who had been captured. Yet he seemed as though he were merely enjoying a leisurely respite, saying not a word and sitting there like a statue. Orochimaru, I advise you to speak candidly. The old man is no longer Hokage. Tsunade is in charge now. You know her temperament. If you continue to remain silent, do you think she will be satisfied merely by giving you a beating? Despite this admonition, Orochimaru remained mute, resembling a statue. Seeing him in such a state, Jiraiya realized he was at an impasse. Nothing could penetrate his defenses. After all, he was an old friend, and employing harsh interrogation methods would not be appropriate. Moreover, he knew that such techniques likely would not affect Orochimaru. He was well aware of his old friend's cunning and had no doubt prepared for such an encounter. It was indeed a dilemma to contend with someone like him. Forget it, Kakashi, keep an eye on him. I'll go find Tsunade, Jiraiya instructed before departing. Hokage office. So, he still refuses to speak? Tsunade surmised upon Jiraiya's arrival, quickly grasping his intent. He is unwilling to divulge anything. It seems he must have encountered some trouble. With the old man and Danzo's retirement, he has likely returned to Konoha. Initially, Jiraiya and Tsunade had speculated about Orochimaru's motives. Yet they struggled to comprehend what he was evading. After all, he possessed the strength of a Kage. Who would dare provoke him? Regardless, he had no further thoughts on the matter for now. It was best to keep him under surveillance and to check on him frequently, as he could not believe he would remain silent indefinitely. At that moment, Tsunade was nearly overwhelmed by work, and her focus on Orochimaru waned considerably. Although her secretary had indeed alleviated much of her workload, the days spent away from Konoha had accumulated a significant backlog, and if she did not complete it promptly, new tasks would soon arise. Very well, I shall stay in the Umbu for the time being. If he intends to escape, it is uncertain whether they can truly keep him confined there. After Jiraiya concluded his remarks, he returned to gather his belongings. Alas, it seems I must endure this arduous period. I had originally planned to return to Konoha to accumulate material swiftly, and now I find myself trapped in the Umbu instead. At the Sarutobi clan's residence. Did you say Orochimaru has returned? Sarutobi Hizashi exclaimed in astonishment upon receiving the report from his clansmen. He was all too familiar with the circumstances surrounding his disciple. How could he possibly return after having escaped Konoha? To be precise, he was apprehended by Hokage-sama and Jiraiya-sama, and is currently in the Umbu interrogation room. As for what transpires within, we are unaware. Since the 5th Hokage took office, she has purged the root and cleaned house within the Umbu. Our clan's presence there has diminished considerably, with most of our members stationed outside, Hisashi nodded in response. The cleansing carried out by Tsunade not only targeted the Sarutobi clan, but also extended to the Shimura, Mito, and Uchiha clans, all of whom had been expelled. A clear indication of her distrust. Yet, what recourse did they have? Many members of these four clans had been drawing salaries without rendering service. Were it not for Hisashi's efforts to diversify the clan's business ventures, the Sarutobi clan might not have been able to withstand the current strain. For instance, the situation of the clan of Tsunade's former comrade, Koharu, was particularly dire. Many clan members had been dismissed, and their family was now struggling financially. Were it not for the assistance from the other clans, they would have been on the brink of starvation. Fortunately, Tsunade had not taken direct action against their clan, but merely imposed some restrictions. As long as their ninjas completed their missions diligently, their livelihoods would remain manageable. Their clan had even granted them the operating rights to a few shops, providing some income. It had been a long time since they had faced such hardship. Very well. I understand. You may leave now. After the clansmen departed, Hisashi fell into contemplation. It had been over a year since he had any news of Orochimaru. Why had he suddenly reappeared and been captured by Tsunade and Jiraiya? He knew his disciple well. Logically, while Orochimaru might not be able to best the duo, escaping should not have been beyond his capabilities. Yet the outcome was clear. He had been apprehended by the Umbu. Had he stirred up trouble during his year away? What could possibly instill such fear in him? Naruto soon learned of the situation, feeling a sense of confusion. Could it be related to the Akatsuki organization? That seemed unlikely. After all, Orochimaru had initially joined them, only to depart due to ideological differences. It had only been a year since he had defected from the village. Had he truly escaped from the Akatsuki? Unable to unravel the mystery, Naruto contemplated visiting Orochimaru, though he wondered if such an action might be too conspicuous. A 5-year-old boy, if he were to exhibit intelligence, would raise little suspicion among others. After all, it is remarkable that a mere 4-year-old like Itachi could enter the battlefield and survive. However, should he possess knowledge of matters unknown even to others, it would indeed appear rather peculiar. Although the Akatsuki organization is known to some, their current strength remains shrouded in mystery, and few are aware that the village hidden in the rain has fallen under their control, with even Hanzo being slain by them. Never mind, let us keep this under wraps for now. Perhaps there will be an opportunity to seek him out later. It would be wiser to contemplate how to enhance security to prevent any escape. If Orochimaru were to learn of these developments, he would likely abandon any thoughts of returning to Konoha. It is perplexing. Initially, my investigation into the Akatsuki revealed no substantial issues, and their dispatched operatives were manageable. Yet recently, their movements have grown increasingly clandestine, and they seem to harbor animosity towards me. Could this be a consequence of Danz's actions? This is a dilemma that has preoccupied Orochimaru's thoughts. The troubling aspect is that while I was close to Danz during my time in Konoha, it was merely a matter of mutual exploitation. I was entirely oblivious to his plans against the Akatsuki. To be entangled in this mess is utterly infuriating. Much of the external laboratory has been destroyed, yet I managed to escape swiftly, retaining the core experimental data. Otherwise, years of hard work would have been lost in an instant. In light of the relentless pursuit, Orochimaru has no choice but to seek refuge in a safe location. Konoha now presents an opportune choice. With the third Hokage having stepped down and lacking power, and Danz confined, Tsunade and Jiraiya may have their reservations about me. Yet having endured so much together, they are unlikely to resort to lethal measures against me. For the time being, I shall conceal myself here. Surely the Akatsuki would not venture to Konoha for my sake. After all, according to my intelligence network, although Danz has been attacked, he remains unharmed. Therefore, I should be relatively safe here. I can only wonder what Tsunade may devise to counter me. Her temperament is well known to the people of Konoha, and I am quite familiar with it myself. Perhaps a few exchanges of blows would be tolerable. After all, she is a physician and would not wish to see me perish here. I shall address that matter later. Chapter 90. Sakura and Ino. The weather is delightful today. Shall we embark on a picnic together? The suggestion from Tintin instantly captured everyone's attention. As winter gives way to spring, the group finds themselves once again by the riverbank. Yet the monotony of their routine has begun to grate on their nerves. Thus, Kankuro proposed engaging in some activity to relax. Each member promptly offered their suggestions. Niji considered visiting the Ninja Academy, having recently enrolled, yet he has already covered much of the curriculum in advance and thus attends infrequently. Today, being a day off, He hoped to invite his friends for a tour. However, their interest waned, as they would inevitably visit the academy in due course. Sasuke suggested fishing, still haunted by his previous defeat to Naruto, yearning for a rematch. Yet this idea was also dismissed since they were already by the river and often fished there. Ino proposed visiting a newly opened dessert shop, renowned for its delectable treats. However, her father had already warned Naruto and the others that Ino had been indulging in sweets excessively, having even damaged a tooth, so this proposal was also turned down. Ultimately, only Tintin's suggestion was embraced. A picnic amidst the blossoming spring was indeed fitting, an opportunity for relaxation and merriment. Thus, preparations began, with a picturesque grassy area by the village chosen as their destination. Naruto, do try this. Hinata and Naruto paired up to prepare the food. Passing by a shop, Hinata bought some cookies to share with Naruto. Quite delightful. I can taste the strawberry. After sampling a piece, Naruto was thoroughly impressed by the flavor. Not only that, try this one. Wow, it's blueberry flavored. These cookies are intriguing. Indeed, they sell multi-flavored cookies here, with a variety of tastes beyond just fruit. Other flavors? Yes. I've sampled barbecue, sausage, and even spicy flavors. The shopkeeper has quite a unique perspective. Hinata picked up another cookie. This one has an orange flavor. Perfect. Let us buy some unusual flavors and then play games. Sounds good, right? Just as they were purchasing cookies, a sudden voice echoed through the street. What are you doing? Are you bullying Sakura again? I warn you, if you continue, I won't hold back. The loud voice immediately drew their attention. Turning to investigate, they discovered the same trio of boys from before harassing others. Naruto, it's them again. Let us hurry. Unable to tolerate the sight of the bullies once more, Hinata grasped Naruto's hand and dashed towards them. Hey, we haven't paid yet. Naruto, hearing this, quickly tossed down some money and ran out without waiting for change. Stop. You again. Ino, who had initially anticipated facing off against 3 opponents, felt a surge of excitement upon hearing those words. Although she often received guidance from her parents, confronting 3 individuals simultaneously still posed a risk of injury. Thus, the presence of support made her elated. Who are you? That hurts. Without further ado, Naruto launched into action. I'm currently accompanying my lovely wife on a shopping trip. Why are you 3 troublemakers back again? This time, you won't escape unscathed. With a flurry of swift punches, 3 swollen lumps appeared on the boys' heads, accompanied by 3 tear-streaked faces and synchronized wails. Why are you here again? The leader of the bullies, recognizing Naruto, was visibly furious. Why is it that every time we try to have some fun, we encounter this blonde-haired brat? Am I cursed to always cross paths with him? Yes, it's me again. You have bullied others before, and now you dare to do so again. Just watch as I teach you a lesson. With that, Naruto raised his fist and charged forward. Once more, 3 hot-headed lumps appeared, along with 2 additional red ears. How infuriating. If you have the guts, don't run. I'll go fetch my brother to deal with you. After taking another punch, the trio quickly fled, seemingly intent on finding their parents. Truly the behavior of rascals. Are you all right? Seeing the bullies retreat, Hinata hurriedly approached Sakura and Ino to check on them, relieved to find them unharmed. Thank you so much. I'm Ino Yamanaka, and this is my friend Sakura Haruno. We owe you one, but we should leave quickly. That bully's brother is a genin and is very protective of him. If he comes after us, we won't stand a chance. Ino expressed her gratitude, followed by her concern, not believing that an ordinary child could possess the strength of a genin. Ha. There's no need to flee. We can simply wait for him right here, Hinata replied with a smile. Her current abilities would allow her to contend with her clan's genin, and she might even slightly challenge a nin. As for Naruto, he was undoubtedly formidable, his strength surpassing that of an average nin. Indeed, we need not flee. I am curious to see who this person's brother truly is, Naruto declared, clenching his fist. Are you truly unbothered? His brother nearly became a nin, and his strength far exceeds that of a typical genin. Yes, I witnessed his brother in combat just last time, Sakura added, wiping away her tears. After all, they had just received assistance from these 2 and certainly hoped for their safety. Fear not, for you must place your trust in Naruto-kun. Come, indulge in our freshly acquired cookies. This packet bears the delightful flavor of fruit, and I assure you, it is utterly delicious. With these words, Hinata extended the cookies in her hand for others to sample. Did you purchase these from that newly opened dessert shop? Everything they sell is simply delightful. Upon hearing the mention of food, Ino's attention instantly shifted, and she eagerly pulled Sakura along to partake. These are exquisite. They taste just like my favorite cherry tomatoes. Sakura, what flavor are you enjoying? Cherry flavor. Indeed, it is quite delectable. Just as everyone was savoring the cookies, the trio of mischievous children returned, accompanied by a figure of moderate height, evidently the older brother in charge. You are the ones who bullied my younger brother. I've heard this is the second time now. You little rascals, I let it slide last time, but now you dare to provoke me again? Who are your parents? Upon seeing the group of children, the newcomer felt a pang of confusion. How could 3 boys have been bested by one? Regardless, since his brother had come with a bag to find him, he resolved to teach these troublemakers a lesson. Just as he prepared to strike, the 3 rascals began to cheer him on, when suddenly, a masked figure appeared among them, uttering not a word, swiftly incapacitating the approaching ninja, and bowing slightly to Naruto before carrying the unconscious individual away. The atmosphere became palpably awkward. Brother, who are you? Why are you taking my brother? The 3 rascals hurried after the masked figure, their voices tinged with urgency. What on earth is happening? Ino was equally perplexed. That appears to be a member of the Umbu. Hinata finally spoke after a moment's pause. Naruto, too, was taken aback, recalling that the Umbu had previously shown little interest in such matters. Why the sudden concern for him? Could this be Tsunade's intention? He dismissed the thought, relieved that the situation had resolved itself. Chapter 91. Nostalgia for the past. Inone, do try this. It is utterly delightful. Ryoko offered her snacks. Thank you. Here's a flower for you. It's from our shop's latest stock, and it smells wonderful. In return, Ino gifted her a fresh bloom. As a girl, Ryoko had a weak resistance to flowers and was instantly enchanted upon seeing it. Originally planning to finish their shopping early and head for a picnic, the earlier incident had drawn Ino and Sakura into their company, each bringing their prepared items. Once everyone gathered, Naruto and Hinata introduced the newcomers. The group expressed their delight at the addition of new faces, as a picnic is always more joyous with a greater assembly. On the grass, Sasuke, pass me that steak. We still need to secure the tent. Karen, Sakura, let us hurry and set out all the food everyone has brought. We shall dine soon. Come on. This is quite heavy. Who brought all these drinks? Tintin did. Let me see how much she brought. Tintin, did you really bring your father's alcohol? Ah, did I? I must have grabbed it in haste. Be careful with it, or my dad will scold me. The lively scene was filled with chatter and laughter, embodying a sense of tranquility. Orochimaru, what do you think? Has the village changed much? Jiraiya, accompanied by Umbu members, roamed the village with Orochimaru, eager to show him the present-day Konoha. They happened upon the scene at the dessert shop, prompting Jiraiya to follow and observe what the youngsters were up to that day. This coincided with Orochimaru's own desire, after a year away, despite still having connections within the village. He hadn't taken the time to truly behold the place he once called home. Moreover, one of the children bore a striking resemblance to his former disciple. That careless boy, perhaps for his own sake, he thought that when the world felt safe again, he should depart, knowing he would likely face his past once more. He understood Jiraiya's hopes for him not to abandon the village again, yet for the sake of his ideals, such a course was inevitable. He had grown weary of the relentless wars. Things are all right, much improved compared to before. After stating this, Orochimaru returned under the watchful gaze of the Umbu, appearing remarkably calm, as if this outing had no bearing on him. Observing Orochimaru's demeanor, Jiraiya shook his head, sensing the latter's continued detachment. He resolved not to allow his friend to continue down this path of defection, for the sake of both the village and Orochimaru himself. Among the original trio, the elder had always held a special regard for Orochimaru, and it was due to this affection that he had once shown leniency. If Orochimaru could alter his perspective on Konoha and reintegrate into the village, his strength and abilities would undoubtedly become a significant asset. However, his ambitions loomed too large. If left unchecked, he could easily become another Danzo. Tsunade had once told him, a person who delves deeper into the horrors of war faces 3 potential outcomes. One may become a madman of war, longing for greater battles and yearning for bloodshed, with an uncertain fate that could lead to a fearsome existence. Another might evolve into a guardian of peace, embracing the struggle for the sake of protecting their sacred ground, even at the cost of their own life. The last possibility is that of an evader of war, having witnessed its brutality, weary of the toll of death, and longing for a bygone era while shunning the future. It was evident that Orochimaru belonged to the latter category. His orphan status rendered him sensitive, and his formative years were steeped in brutality. Having faced the harsh realities of war in his childhood, the title of one of the legendary three was earned amid conflict, with his disciples lost to war's cruelty, and friends like Kato Dan departing for similar reasons. Tsunade's words echoed. He did not wish for his comrades to suffer harm, yet reality had consistently betrayed his desires. This led the inherently self-centered Orochimaru to further distrust the strength of companionship, respecting neither the lives of others nor his own, spiraling into a dark and terrifying cycle. He blindly trusted in jutsu and power, disregarding the essence of life itself, fixated on the pursuit of immortality as a means to reshape the world. But was such a feat truly attainable? The answer was a resounding no. Alas, Orochimaru, I understand your disdain for the fragility of life, which drives your obsession with the pursuit of immortality. I know your hatred towards the old man stems from not attaining the title of Hokage. Yet have you ever truly confronted your own flaws? Do you not grasp Danzo's intentions? Were you to become Hokage, what would the village resemble now? How would Danzo treat it? I know you still bear the weight of Kato Dan's death, but that was not your burden to carry, Jiraiya exclaimed, nearly shouting. Yet to Orochimaru, his words felt utterly detached from his reality. The convictions he held so dearly would not easily shift. Life was indeed fragile, and with the slightest misstep, it could vanish. He remained steadfast in his belief that his experiments would yield no errors. Jiraiya, your words remain as irksome as ever. It appears Tsunade has expressed quite a bit as well, yet the reality remains unchanged. Can you truly dictate the life and death of individuals? On the battlefield we shared, we witnessed the demise of countless souls, and the lives of many adversaries have slipped through our fingers. It is you who are truly Navii, clinging stubbornly to that absurd notion, despite the multitude who have already perished. Orochimaru has articulated what lies within his heart. Although he feels a certain warmth for the villagers and children he encountered today, it is the memories of times gone by and the people of that era that weigh heavily on him. He perceives himself as a relic of the past, one who is unwilling to forget what once was. Those faces, those scenes, continue to haunt him with each closure of his eyes, tormenting him at every moment. Jiraiya and Tsunade may be correct in their assertions, but for him, such notions are utterly unacceptable. They do not align with his current pursuits, but rather reflect their own ideologies. Am I mistaken? No, I am merely more nostalgic. Chapter 92, The Everyday Life Naruto. How do you feel about starting school in a few days? Seasons change, and another year has passed. Naruto has reached the age of 6, meeting the entrance requirements for the Ninja Academy. This past year has been relatively uneventful in the village, with the only significant occurrence being Orochimaru's request for a laboratory, which Tsunade and Jiraiya deliberated over for quite some time before granting consent. However, there was a stipulation. He must refrain from conducting experiments that endanger the lives of others. With every step under scrutiny, they repurposed his previous laboratory, which still had its equipment intact, and after clearing out the remnants of the rude organization, the experimental apparatus prepared by Danzo was handed over to him. It is far better for him to remain quietly occupied. Grandpa Jiraiya, I have no issues at all. This phrase has echoed in Naruto's ears more than 5 times over the past few days, and he was surprised to hear it again upon returning home. Just how much do they fear that he might not perform well? Is it merely because his chakra control is slightly lacking? Moreover, the Ninja Academy does not even assess this skill. He has already mastered the transformation technique to a commendable level. Graduating now would likely pose no challenge. Jiraiya remarked, You little rascal, is that what I meant? I simply meant that you should tone it down a bit and refrain from showcasing your prowess excessively, which could undermine the confidence of others. The village places significant importance on this new generation of children. They are the future of Konoha. Just think of how many were disheartened by Kakashi's example. While a few may have been spurred to improve, they are but a minority. Ultimately, it seems futile to voice these concerns. He has always been exceptionally bright, and one would hope he understands. Perhaps it is best to let him continue visiting Orochimaru. During the last experiment, Orochimaru had inadvertently created a serpent that escaped, and it took considerable effort to recapture it, nearly resulting in Tsunade's wrath. Sister Xiaoling, how is your restaurant faring? While enjoying breakfast, Naruto inquired about Xiaoling's situation. Previously, he had promised to assist her in opening a restaurant, and he kept his word by investing in a storefront on the commercial street. After renovations, it opened to considerable success. However, recently, a customer claimed to have suffered food poisoning and demanded compensation, causing quite a stir. Xiaoling, possessing a strong sense of pride, did not inform her family and took it upon herself to approach the security department, initiating an investigation with members of the Uchiha clan. Had Sasuke not mentioned it, Naruto would have remained oblivious. Nevertheless, he respected her decision and refrained from intervening. The security department's investigation revealed that the individual in question was a scoundrel who perceived her as an easy target due to her gender, seeking to extort money. I will not indulge him. Yesterday afternoon, the security team apprehended him and compelled him to publicly apologize at the restaurant, where he is likely to face some time in confinement. Xiao Ling appeared exceedingly pleased, her tone brimming with pride as she recounted the incident. How impressive, Sister Xiao Ling. You are the best. Upon hearing her words, Naruto raised his hands in celebration, exclaiming, that is so cool. The audacity of someone attempting to take advantage of me will not go unpunished. In the year since her arrival in Konoha, Xiao Ling has truly integrated into this family, and the admiration from her loved ones fills her with joy. By the way, Naruto, here are the dividends and principal for this month. After deducting expenses such as labor and ingredients, this is all that remains. She handed him an envelope, which Naruto accepted without hesitation. As it was part of their initial agreement, Naruto was responsible for the capital to start the business, while he also hired someone from the Hyuga clan for publicity and planning, with Xiao Ling managing operations and cooking. The revenue was divided 60-40. Although Naruto initially intended to give all the profits to her as a gift, she firmly refused. Xiao Ling insisted that even a 20% share was sufficient, otherwise, she would not have agreed to participate. After numerous discussions, they settled on the 60-40 split. By the way, Sister Xiao Ling, my friends and I are planning to celebrate our upcoming enrollment in the Ninja Academy at your restaurant. Please reserve a private room for us. Rest assured, I have already anticipated this. Since the day before yesterday, I have reserved a private room that is not open to the public, specifically for your graduation celebration. Everyone must come. I will prepare the finest ingredients. Xiao Ling assured him. But won't keeping the room closed for the past few days hurt your business? I've heard that the private rooms are always in high demand during the evenings, which could lead to significant lost revenue. Not at all. The restaurant is thriving right now. This expense can be deducted from my dividends. As long as you all enjoy your meal, I will be exceedingly happy. She waved her hand dismissively, indicating that it was a minor concern. That won't do. How can we deduct from your dividends? Let us take it from mine. I hardly need any money at the moment. It's settled then. I must take my leave, Sister Xiao Ling. My teacher has summoned me to the hospital for a medical consultation, and I am running late. Without waiting for a response, Naruto dashed away, leaving a bewildered Xiao Ling behind. It took her a while to process the situation before she jested, that kid. The morning report was as tedious as ever, and the meeting remained dull. It was merely a simple surgical procedure. The teacher had summoned him, but she did not attend, leaving him feeling trapped. Sister Shizune, do you think the teacher is off gambling again, deliberately using this as a ruse to keep me here? Resting his head on the table, Naruto lamented, feeling as though his spirit had been drained. I fear you might be right. It seems that Lady Tsunade's gambling addiction has resurfaced. Shizune sighed. Sister Shizune, should I draft a contract to have her sign during one of her blunders? Would that keep her quiet for a while? I believe that could work. Perhaps you could set a longer time frame this time? Shizune wholeheartedly supported Naruto's idea regarding Tsunade. All right, we'll proceed with this plan, and then we'll adjust as needed. What do you think? That might not be very effective. The last two contracts made her reflect for quite some time. If we employ the same tactic again, she will likely catch on. Let us proceed with this approach, but we can adjust as we go. Shizune shared her perspective, causing Naruto's eyes to light up with excitement. Excellent, Sister Shizune. Your strategies have reached new heights recently, broadening your horizons. Let us proceed with this plan. Of course, I have been learning a great deal from Sister Mikoto lately. You have no idea how many ideas she possesses. It's simply remarkable. The individual referred to as Sister Mikoto is none other than Uchiha Mikoto, the mother of Sasuke. Initially, I had contemplated the mutual constraints between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, but I was astounded by the remarkable capabilities displayed by the other party upon joining the secretary office. From the outset, it became evident that their prowess was formidable, now nearing the level of Kakashi. Of course, Hinata Hayashi also performed admirably. Due to the previous division of the clan, he had been suppressed for far too long, and now, entering the secretary office, he felt as if he had finally found his element. While the two were engaged in discussion, the door to the room swung open, and Tsunade, exuding an aura of coldness, entered. What are you two discussing about me? She inquired. Naruto and Shizune exchanged glances, realizing they were in trouble. Not at all. We were merely talking about dinner plans for this evening, right, Shizune? Naruto hastily interjected, signaling to Shizune to play along. Exactly. We weren't discussing you, Lady Tsunade. We were indeed talking about dinner, as Naruto and the others are about to start school soon, so we thought it would be nice to have a meal together tonight. After receiving Naruto's cue, Shizune spoke up, grateful that she had been informed in advance during her morning visit to the hospital. Otherwise, she would have struggled to keep up with the conversation. Having observed their seamless collaboration, Tsunade almost believed them, had she not overheard their earlier conversation outside. Well, I heard everything while I was waiting outside. I didn't go to the casino. I had urgent matters to attend to regarding the assignment of teachers at the ninja school, which is why I arrived late. The cold aura around Tsunade dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of fatigue. She wasn't genuinely angry. Her previous frustration stemmed from dealing with pressing issues. Is it that difficult to arrange teachers at the ninja school? Or is there some trouble in the village? Noticing Tsunade's unusual demeanor, Naruto asked, puzzled. It's just about teacher assignments. It shouldn't be that complicated. If it's not that, then it must be something concerning the village. Is it related to the allocation of ninja? Shizune, being part of the secretary office, was naturally aware of the recent issues that had been troubling Tsunade. Upon hearing Shizune's words, Naruto quickly grasped the situation. Recently, the village had been facing a pressing issue regarding teachers. As many ninjas were eager to take on teaching roles at the school, given that it is a respectable occupation. Many of these individuals were reluctant to return to the battlefield, with numerous suffering from injuries, both physical and psychological. However, the problem lay in the fact that there were not enough teaching positions available to accommodate these individuals, with a significant portion of the roles already predetermined. Many instructors were performing well in their current positions. Why would they be dismissed? Tsunade had pondered this dilemma for quite some time, proposing various ideas. Yet none had yielded a solution, which only added to her distress. This is so frustrating. Being Hokage involves so much work. Perhaps I should just find someone to hand over the position to. I feel like I might just lose it, Tsunade exclaimed, running her fingers through her disheveled hair, resembling a tempestuous tiger. Hold on, I have an idea, Naruto interjected, stepping in to help her temper her resignation. An idea? What kind of idea? Please share. Tsunade's excitement was palpable. If this could indeed resolve her troubles, her worries would be alleviated. Don't get too excited. It's quite straightforward. The current group of individuals seeking employment includes many who were previously on the payroll without sufficient work, now facing financial strain while unwilling to undertake missions for income. Your previous measures focused solely on resolving their employment issues, but perhaps a deeper examination is warranted. So, are you suggesting that those currently claiming unemployment in the village are? Precisely. The methods you previously proposed are sufficient, but now we should look for solutions from a higher level. Many of those in the village are simply struggling to adjust back to the stable lives they once had, which is why they are causing disturbances. It is the responsibility of their clan heads to manage this situation. If they fail, it will be problematic. It would be a relief if they could simply return to their previous circumstances without further demands. Otherwise, they are merely seeking a light in a dark place. All right, I will immediately address this. I haven't engaged with them in over a year. If they wish to cling to their past complacency, they will soon find that I will not tolerate such laziness, Tsunade declared, clenching her fists and preparing to confront the clan heads. Wait, there's actually something else. Naruto called out to Tsunade as she was about to leave, recalling another matter. Recently, there had been issues at the Liang family, as her father had sustained injuries again. Fortunately, they were not as severe as before. However, Liang did not want her father to undertake any more missions, as each one brought its own risks, which deeply pained her. Naruto had also checked on her uncle's condition. Due to prior injuries, his health was declining, and if he continued on missions, there was a chance he might not return. Ninjas in similar situations still registered with Konoha were not uncommon. It was imperative to ensure a secure future for those who had contributed so much to the village. I think you could establish a tutoring program in Konoha. A tutoring program? What exactly is that? Tsunade inquired, perplexed. It's quite simple. Allow me to explain. The current curriculum at the Konoha Ninja School does not offer a wide array of ninjutsu, nor does it provide extensive combat experience. If one is not born into a prominent clan, they cannot access advanced ninjutsu or superior combat techniques. As you have served as Hokage for quite some time, You must have noticed that clan ninjas often outperform their civilian counterparts. A civilian ninja only gains valuable combat experience after enduring more battles than those from prestigious families. And it is through ongoing conflict that they earn the right to exchange merit for advanced ninjutsu. Having spoken at length, Naruto felt parched, but thankfully, Tsunade appeared to grasp the essence of his argument. Indeed, the overall quality of ninjas graduating from the clan families is generally higher, and they have a greater survival rate in initial battles. Given enough time, civilian ninjas can also develop, but few survive after many years. So what are you suggesting? Tsunade asked, still somewhat confused. It's quite straightforward. We could hire highly talented clan ninjas and experienced civilian ninjas to serve as tutors for the program. Clan ninjas have been trained from a young age within their families, making them exceptionally skilled in ninjutsu. Would they not excel in teaching children the art of ninjutsu? Likewise, civilian ninjas who have successfully navigated numerous missions possess a wealth of combat experience and survival strategies. Would they not be effective in guiding children in combat? If you, as Hokage, had a child, would you not want them to learn from these esteemed instructors after school? Wouldn't superior ninjutsu training and combat preparation pique your interest? This segment of the conversation struck a chord with Tsunade. If such a program could be implemented, the ninjas cultivated through it would undoubtedly excel. This is an incredible proposal. Why did you not suggest this sooner? Not only would it resolve the employment issues of capable older ninjas who can no longer undertake missions due to injuries, but it would also cultivate a new generation of exceptional ninjas for the village. Tsunade enthusiastically patted Naruto on the back, her previous frustrations finally dissipating. Lady Tsunade, please be gentler. Naruto cannot endure this. Shizune hastily grasped Tsunade's arm. This is rather excessive. If you deliver any more slaps, it would be a miracle if he doesn't bleed. Oh, my apologies. I got a bit too carried away. Naruto, are you alright? Tsunade quickly turned her attention to Naruto's condition. I'm fine, just a little short of breath. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. This was undoubtedly an act of vengeance for their earlier conversation. She must have overheard everything Shizune and he discussed. Thank goodness you're okay. However, I just recalled something important. Although common ninjas are quite interested in this, some families have expended all their resources to cultivate a ninja, and they may not afford the necessary fees. Wouldn't this exacerbate the disparities among the ninjas being trained? Despite Konoha's recent upward trajectory, it had only just begun, and with a significant population of civilians, there were bound to be both wealthy and impoverished families. Some may simply be unable to afford the fees. If the graduating ninjas end up with greater disparities due to financial constraints, could that not stir discontent among the villagers? After all, human nature is rather peculiar. In that case, the village must intervene, perhaps providing financial support to enhance the school's standards, allowing for a fair competition between the two groups. The existing educational approach certainly requires an upgrade. The curriculum is rather limited, and merely mastering the body flicker technique is deemed sufficient for graduation, which is far too simplistic for many. It feels less like nurturing talent and more like training fodder for war. If one can become a genin simply by learning the body flicker technique, how high can their level truly be? Although cultural subjects are taught, they do not impede one's ascent to genin status. During the Chunin exams, many were eliminated for cheating. Was that merely to assess the student's ability to cheat? Such methods seem exhausting. It would be far more fulfilling to focus on proper examination and engage in practical combat. All right, I will take note of this. Let's proceed with your suggested approach. Tsunade nodded, clearly pleased with Naruto's proposal. Soon, the Hokage Tower issued a new announcement regarding the establishment of supplementary classes. The announcement detailed the operational model of the classes and simultaneously included a recruitment advertisement for teachers. The requirements were clearly stated, primarily targeting older civilian ninjas and talented clan ninjas, while excluding those who were lazy or deceitful. Applicants were required to undergo 3 rounds of interviews before the final selection. Regarding remuneration, in addition to a basic salary, teachers would receive bonuses for every additional student taught, and exceptional student performance would yield further rewards, truly enticing incentives. A mere day after the announcement, the designated application mailbox had already received hundreds of applications, with expectations for more to follow, much to Shizune's chagrin. Not only was she affected, but many others working in the Hokage Tower shared her concerns. It was evident that the job offered attractive compensation and respectable status, providing security for the future, thus sparking various ambitions. While civilian ninjas had limited connections, clan ninjas were more resourceful. Many sought to leverage their clan connections to gain an advantage, indulging in practices of gifting and bribery. It was unexpected to encounter such behavior here, yet such is humanity. In response, Tsunade implemented stringent punitive measures to curb these practices. However, this merely suppressed one aspect. The pressure on those working within the Hokage Tower remained unabated. With outside interference diminishing, clan members began to exert pressure on them instead. Civilian ninjas fared slightly better, as their achievements were largely their own, resulting in fewer inquiries. In contrast, clan ninjas, having been groomed since childhood, felt obligated to respect their elders, and when they approached, the pressure was palpable. Fortunately, such issues predominantly arose within smaller clans. Larger clans had ample resources to sustain their ninjas and were less concerned with these matters. Even those unable to support their ninjas were often from a previous era of unearned stipends. After Tsunade's visit to their clan leaders, they became notably more compliant. Did they think they were still in the third Hokage's era? Until they reformed their slothful ways, hunger might just awaken their senses. Nonetheless, these issues faded following Tsunade's series of decrees. The process was swift, under the supervision of the Umbu, after 3 rounds of interviews. The first batch of teachers for the supplementary classes was determined. They were predominantly seasoned Chunin or special Jonin with rich combat experience. What delighted Naruto most was that Ryuko's father had also been selected. He had contributed significantly to Konoha over the years, participating in numerous missions and battles, amassing invaluable experience, making him well-suited for this role. On the very first day of enrollment for the newly appointed teachers, the recruitment office was bustling with activity. Not only did civilian families wish to enroll their children, but several small to medium-sized clans were also eager to send their members. The predetermined enrollment quota was filled in record time, and even Tsunade was somewhat tempted by the substantial application fees. However, she understood the importance of these funds and instructed that they be safeguarded for paying teacher salaries and rewards. In addition to this initiative, Tsunade began reforming the Ninja Academy, enhancing teacher compensation and adjusting the curriculum. Although the transition was challenging due to the long-standing educational model's deep-rooted influence on both teachers and students, it was essential to implement these changes. Only through daring to innovate could they reap rewards. Shortly after this endeavor was completed, the enrollment of Naruto and his peers commenced. With new backpacks in tow, they joyfully made their way to school together. Chapter 95. Opening ceremony speech. Traversing familiar paths alongside cherished friends, each child donned a new backpack. Brimming with anticipation for the inaugural day of school, the moment had finally arrived, and they wondered if any worthy rivals awaited them within the school's halls. Among the group, Sasuke appeared the most exhilarated. Perhaps due to familial influences or the continuous training with his friends, his demeanor had undergone a significant transformation. He was now fixated on the prospect of combat, particularly after Neji had mentioned the presence of formidable opponents within the school, which fueled his excitement. In contrast to Sasuke's enthusiasm, the ever-optimistic Tenten exhibited signs of anxiety. She had recently encountered difficulties in her training, with progress not being as apparent as she had hoped, leading her to worry about her performance in class. Despite her friends assuring her of her strength, a lingering sense of trepidation remained. The quietest among them was Hinata, who silently accompanied Naruto, speaking little. Meanwhile, Ino, Sakura, and Karen engaged in lively conversation, eagerly anticipating their arrival at the Ninja Academy. Together, this peculiar little group drew the attention of countless onlookers, yet none dared to underestimate them. Those well-informed about the village recognized that this ensemble was comprised of prodigies. Naruto needed no introduction. As the disciple of the 5th Hokage and the son of the 4th Hokage, he had already begun participating in various treatments and surgeries at the Konoha Hospital at such a tender age. Hinata is the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, and it is said that her performance in recent years has been increasingly remarkable, hinting at her potential to become the foremost among the younger generation of her family. Neji, a member of the branch family, has exhibited exceptional talent from a young age, with rumors suggesting that his strength has already surpassed that of seasoned lower-ranked ninjas. Sasuke, the son of the Uchiha clan leader, awakened his Sharingan at the tender age of 5, showcasing extraordinary talent. Although Sarada has only recently joined the village, her aptitude for medical ninjutsu has left many in awe, and she is currently studying under Lady Tsunade, with boundless prospects ahead. Ino, representing the Yamanaka clan's younger generation, has demonstrated commendable talent from an early age, promising a bright future, while Sakura has just joined the team and has yet to reveal her capabilities. Her inclusion in this group suggests potential. It increasingly feels as though the fifth Hokage is grooming her successors and aides. As for the omission of Rin, the reason lies in her insufficient age. She is yet to meet the enrollment requirements this year and must wait another year. Fortunately, her friends understand her situation and have decided to extend their training time, planning to practice by the river after school. Upon arriving at school, it became apparent that all the students reporting were gathered in the square, seemingly awaiting the Hokage's address. This tradition, initiated by the third Hokage, was designed to better disseminate the will of fire, ensuring that new students could internalize this philosophy on their first day of enrollment. Consequently, Tsunade arrived early to oversee the venue's arrangements, diligently reviewing her speech to prevent any awkward pauses during her address. "Teacher, I heard you were looking for me." Naruto, who was chatting with Hinata, was suddenly called over by a member of the Umbu, acting on Tsunade's instructions. "Hurry, this year's speech is a bit short, and it feels insufficient for the allotted time." WeVE decided to add a segment for an outstanding student representative to speak. Here's a draft written by Jiraiya for you to review before your turn on stage. Upon arriving, Tsunade promptly handed over a document. "A short speech? Is time really an issue?" Naruto questioned. "Wasn't he Jiraiya-sensei the one who wrote the speeches for the past 2 years? Surely he should have experience and avoid such oversights." Hearing this, Tsunade feigned ignorance, determined not to reveal her true intentions. "Is it possible that you dislike standing on stage for too long? So Jiraiya wrote 2 drafts to split the time?" She retorted, hoping to mitigate Naruto's concerns. Realizing the thick stack of paper in his hands, Naruto quickly deduced her intentions. "You truly are my wonderful teacher. Other instructors strive to assist their students as much as possible for their steady development, but my teacher, while she imparts genuine skills, she assigns me nearly all the arduous tasks, showing little of the mentor-esque grace. Please help me out. You know how long-winded the old man can be. His speeches can last an hour just to warm up. How could I endure standing there for so long? So, I asked Jiraiya to condense it. But it's still lengthy," Tsunade admitted, feeling slightly embarrassed, realizing she might have set Naruto up for a tough situation. With little time remaining before the commencement, Naruto swiftly reviewed the speech in his hands to prepare himself. Soon, the speech began, with Naruto taking the stage first. "Hello everyone. Today marks the opening of the Konoha Ninja Academy. As the student representative, I am filled with excitement to speak here." Naruto delivered his speech beautifully, incorporating Jiraiya's eloquence along with his insights, captivating the audience in the square, who were eager not to miss a single word. "This year, our school will implement significant reforms in the training of ninjas, which we eagerly anticipate. I have been interning at Konoha Hospital for the past year, witnessing many patients, most of whom were injured during missions but suffered due to a lack of timely medical attention. This is largely due to a shortage of medical ninjas. To prevent such situations in the future, our esteemed Hokage, who is also my teacher, has decided to promote the study of medical ninjutsu to cultivate a cadre of high-quality medical professionals for Konoha." Finally, after half an hour, Naruto concluded his speech, wrapping up with the theme of the will of fire. "While life in our village is gradually improving, I believe that the crisis for Konoha has not yet ended. After enduring countless wars, we have lost too much and sacrificed greatly, but it is still not enough. The Night of the Nine Tails remains a painful memory for us all, a testament to the scorn of our enemies. Moreover, the Cloud Village continues to target us. The Rock Village lurks at the borders of the Land of Fire, and the Sand Village also wishes to seize a share. Will we allow them to succeed? We, the new generation, must center our development around Konoha, starting from the will of fire, shouldering responsibilities, and striving to create the best Konoha in our hearts." Chapter 96. The new class. The impact of Naruto's speech was profound, sparking discussions among the attendees, particularly regarding the segment on the learning of medical ninjutsu. Injuries are inevitable when ninjas undertake missions, and timely medical interventions can greatly surpass any later compensations. The loss of a family member, especially for a civilian ninja, is a devastating blow, often the result of immense sacrifices made by their families. The collapse of a family's pillar signifies its decline, leading to substantial losses for the village, not only in strength, but also in the resources invested in training ninjas. Thus, the audience eagerly anticipated Tsunade's subsequent address, hoping for her insights on the medical ninja system. Tsunade soon took the stage with her prepared speech. Originally intending for Naruto to fill time, she was pleasantly surprised by his additions, which highlighted his experiences at Konoha Hospital, effectively setting the stage for her own address. The speech proved to be a resounding success, and as Tsunade descended from the stage, she was met with enthusiastic applause, indicating the audience's strong support and anticipation for the medical ninja initiative. Afterward, Naruto and his friends made their way to their new class, fortunate to find themselves placed together. "Naruto, your speech was amazing. Did you prepare it beforehand? You never even told us," exclaimed Hinata. "You need to be more cautious. He might have hidden his intentions," warned Tenten, who was seated in front of Naruto, making it easy to converse. "Indeed, Hinata, you must remain vigilant. This guy could deceive you," chimed in Sasuke, playfully teasing. Ino quickly joined the banter, seamlessly fitting into the teasing atmosphere. Meanwhile, Sarada and Sakura observed the interactions with amused expressions, sharing quiet laughter. "Alas, life is fraught with misfortune. I have not accomplished anything significant, yet I have formed bonds with this group of friends. Hinata, you must have witnessed the Umbu summon me just now. It is not as they have suggested." Upon hearing his words, Hinata merely smiled, offering her cup of water, having noticed that his was empty. "Wow, Hinata, this is truly," Ino remarked, exuding an expression of exasperation. "This only serves to bolster his arrogance. Do you realize? He may not even appreciate it," Hinata replied, shaking her head with a smile. "But I have already been betrothed to Naruto-kun, and I trust him." "What? When did this happen, Sasuke?" "Tenten. Did you know?" Ino exclaimed, her astonishment reaching its zenith. "So soon?" "Oh, yes, I almost forgot to mention," Sasuke interjected. "They became engaged a year ago in the presence of their elders, but it was only shared with me. It is understandable that Ino, having just joined us, was unaware. I only thought you two were close. I had no idea you were engaged so early. Congratulations. You must invite me to the ceremony," Ino exclaimed, her heart swelling with joy. Just then, a weary-looking boy with pineapple hair and a chubby friend engrossed in his snacks entered the room. "Ah, Shikamaru, CHG. You're late. Did you oversleep again, Shikamaru?" Ino greeted them first. "Hey, Ino, so you're here. Want some potato chips? They're the latest flavor," CHG replied enthusiastically, as he was one of his few good friends. Shikamaru merely nodded. "Come here, let me introduce you to my new friends." Ino proceeded to introduce Naruto and the others to them. "Oh, so you're the one who just gave that speech. We arrived late and missed it. Here, have some chips, the newest flavor," CHG said, clapping his hands as he offered his snacks. "Thank you. I wanted to buy these chips, but they were sold out by the time I got there," Naruto replied, eagerly munching on the chips. "Ha ha ha, I bought them all. I even queued up at dawn to get them," CHG added, opening another bag. "You should really eat less. You're about to roll away." Ino teased as she pinched his ear. "I can't help it. My family's jutsu requires a lot of energy, so I have to eat more." CHG defended himself. "Don't use your gluttony as an excuse. Why doesn't your father eat snacks every day like you do?" At this exchange, the others couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the chubby boy being scolded by his sister. "So you're Naruto?" Shikamaru remarked lazily, his interest piqued. "My father has spoken of you. He considers you a worthy opponent." Before Naruto could respond, Shikamaru returned to his table and lay down to sleep. "Oh, the world of scholars. I don't understand," Ino mused. In the principal's office, Tsunade regarded Irika with a serious expression. "Irika, the class you are responsible for this year is of utmost importance. You must devote 120% of your attention. Of course, Hokage-sama. I will not disappoint you," Irika replied, feeling a sense of pride, despite a twinge of reluctance within. After all, his father, once the best teacher at the Ninja Academy, had perished on the night of the Nine Tails attack. Although this matter had nothing to do with Naruto, the mere thought of the Nine Tails within him and the mark on his mouth brought back haunting memories. Tsunade seemed to sense his hesitation and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Irika, I know you still carry the weight of that event, but I want you to understand that this cannot be imposed upon my student Naruto. He is also a victim. I regret what happened to your father. But haven't we already identified the true culprit? One day, we will capture him and avenge your father and all those harmed in Konoha." "Understood, Hokage-sama. I will ensure they receive the best education," Irika affirmed. Chapter 97. The Bold Hinata. Hello, everyone. I am Tenten. I have many interests, but I detest sour plums. My current goal is to master the shuriken and later create even stronger jutsu, Irika said as he swiftly made his way to the classroom. After introducing himself, he encouraged others to share their introductions. Tintin was the first to take the stage, always eager to participate. Next was Sasuke. I am Uchiha Sasuke. I have no other hobbies. I came to the Ninja Academy to become as exceptional as my brother. My current goal is to defeat Naruto. After Sasuke stepped down, Naruto took his turn. Hey everyone, I'm the one Sasuke wants to defeat, Uzumaki Naruto. My goal is to grow stronger. And please don't pay attention to what that guy just said. He used to be my subordinate. Huh? Naruto, Sasuke exclaimed, nearly falling off his chair upon hearing Naruto's words. That was quite a blow. I'm Hyuga Hinata. My favorite activities are training with Naruto and sharing meals with him. Oh, and you might wonder why I enjoy these things. It's because he is my fiancé. And we became engaged over a year ago with the approval of both our families. A wave of cheers and the sound of chairs falling erupted throughout the classroom, even causing Irika, who was standing nearby, to jump in surprise. What a bold girl. Was this a declaration of ownership? Naruto was taken aback by Hinata's straightforward declaration on stage. After more than a year of change, it seemed she had become increasingly open. No longer the timid girl she once was. Curious about Hinata's current feelings towards him, Naruto pondered checking the system for her information. Regrettably, to accumulate friendship points. He had deliberately ignored the system for quite some time. The last time he opened it was during his birthday sign-in, and he couldn't resist a few spins, ultimately gaining nothing. Friend panel friend. Hinata friendship points. 28. To his surprise, it was just 2 points shy of being full, which astonished Naruto. Subsequently, he opened his main panel to check his current status. Main panel host. Uzumaki Naruto age. 6 true friends. 4, maximum of 4, sign-in count. 3, once a year, spin count. 0 friendship points. 1056, increased by 10 today. Talents. Memory. Strength enhancement. Comprehension improvement. Rapid reaction rewards. Exceptional medical talent. Sharingan, not fully unlocked. Flying Thunder God technique. 8 gates, not fully unlocked. Healing regeneration technique. Rasengan fortunately. He hadn't been too reckless during the last draw, leaving him with some points. Many might notice that he had reached 4 true friends. Indeed, he had unlocked a new spot recently with 1,000 friendship points, adding Kaguya to his roster. This explained why his friendship points increased by 10 daily. Kurama's affection was notoriously difficult to raise. It had yet to surpass 20, while Sasuke had already reached 21. Regarding the next slot for a friend, it indeed doubled as anticipated, but in a more enhanced manner, reaching a staggering 4,000, which is quite overwhelming. I digress slightly. Subsequently, the other classmates took turns introducing themselves, yet the much-anticipated revelations akin to Hinata's did not materialize. Nevertheless, everyone felt satisfied, having savored a significant scoop on the very first day, which was quite delightful. After all had introduced themselves, Irika once again took the stage to discuss the class requirements and the subjects to be studied in the future, and it seemed the morning session would soon draw to a close. After all, those 2 speeches consumed quite a bit of time. As the students bid farewell to Irika, the once quiet classroom erupted into a lively chatter, predominantly revolving around Naruto and Hinata, igniting a fervent curiosity. Hinata, you truly are bold. If it were me, I would feel too shy to say such things, Ino exclaimed as she joined Hinata at the lunch table. Indeed, Hinata. Were you afraid Naruto might be taken by someone else? Is that why you asserted your claim so boldly? Tintin chimed in, her excitement palpable. Meanwhile, Sakura and Karen quietly enjoyed their lunch, remaining uninvolved in the gossip. Niji, who had just arrived from a higher grade, was unaware of the recent happenings and was engaged in conversation with Sasuke. Upon hearing the remarks, Hinata's face began to flush, as if the audacious person they spoke of was not her at all. Truth be told, she herself was bewildered by her earlier boldness. She had not intended to say those things, but seeing the starry-eyed girls in the classroom after Naruto's speech had compelled her to speak out. Now reflecting on her earlier courage, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Oh, why are you shy now? You weren't like this earlier. Where did that bold Hinata go? Tintin teased, noticing Hinata's reddening face. Hearing herself being discussed, Hinata couldn't help but respond, though her voice trembled slightly. All right, let us not dwell on this. Are we still going to eat lunch? Naruto interjected, recognizing that Hinata had not changed much. She remained the same shy girl. Her earlier display merely a result of her feelings for him. He hurriedly sought to ease the tension. However, their friends were not ready to let him off the hook. I believe Hinata's actions today were solely due to you, Naruto. As a man, you should be the one to express such things, not leave it to a girl. Sasuke analyzed, garnering agreement from the others. Particularly Niji, who had known Hinata the longest, was astonished by the transformation he had witnessed in his sister. Indeed, Naruto. Next time you should be the one to speak. How could you let a girl take the initiative? Ino echoed, rallying on behalf of her friend. Right, Naruto. It's rather unfair to let the girl speak up, CHG added in agreement. Naruto felt somewhat sidelined by the collective attention now directed at him. Even Shikamaru, who had been lounging nearby, nodded in agreement, indicating that perhaps he truly was at fault. The commotion subsided quickly as hunger took precedence, and everyone began to retrieve their lunchboxes. Naruto opened his, and an enticing aroma wafted through the air. His sister Xiaoling's culinary skills had evidently improved. Wow, Naruto, your lunch smells so good, Ino exclaimed, abruptly lifting her head after taking a bite, initially suspecting it was CHG's delectable food that was to blame, only to discover it was Naruto's, bringing with it a sense of familiarity. The others nearly choked on their food upon hearing her exclamation, their faces turning a shade of crimson. It must be Naruto's lunch that smells so delightful, Ino. Your wording could use some refinement, Karen remarked, wiping rice from the corner of her mouth with a hint of annoyance. Oh, right, I misspoke. Naruto, your lunch smells wonderful. Did a chef prepare it? Ino quickly corrected herself upon hearing Karen's comment. No, it was all made by my sister Xiaoling, Naruto replied, shaking his head. The chef at the restaurant we visited a few days ago is Xiaoling. She and I were rescued from the grass village by Naruto and Jiraiya, and her skills are remarkable, Karen patiently explained. Oh, now it makes sense why it feels so familiar. I must visit that restaurant more often. The food is simply exquisite. Ino nodded in understanding. Would you like to try some? You're practically drooling, Naruto offered, holding up his lunchbox. Absolutely, I won't hold back. Ino eagerly nodded, recalling that she had intended to return to the restaurant after enjoying the meal, but had never found the opportunity due to school preparations. Now that Naruto had some readily available, she couldn't miss out. Grabbing her chopsticks, Ino dug in. This is delicious. Xiaoling's cooking is fantastic. It tastes even better than what I had at the restaurant, she exclaimed. Really? Is there such a difference? Naruto asked, puzzled, as both dishes were made by the same person. Definitely. Just taste it yourself and ask Karen, Ino insisted. Soon, the others sampled the food and echoed similar sentiments, confirming that there was indeed a noticeable difference. Is the Xiaoling's restaurant the one called Lingming Pavilion on Commercial Street? CHG inquired after tasting a bite. Yes. Have you been there? Ino responded affirmatively. Of course. Nothing compares to good food. My father often visits after it opened, and the reviews have always been stellar, he replied. Do you think it's different from what you had in the restaurant? A little, CHG said, taking another bite before sharing his thoughts. The chef clearly put a lot of thought into this dish. The ingredients alone are top-notch and quite expensive. I rarely get to eat such quality. Moreover, the cooking techniques are expertly executed, and the soup has been simmering for a long time, making it very fragrant. Exactly. I feel the same way, Ino agreed enthusiastically. This might also be because it's the first time Xiaoling prepared a bento for me. She probably wanted to ensure I wouldn't go hungry at school, which is why it took a bit longer to prepare. Naruto scratched his head, contemplating this. Really? Xiaoling is so good to you, Naruto. It feels like she is taking care of a little husband, making sure you're well fed outside, Sasuke interjected, clearly relishing the opportunity to stir the pot. As anticipated, upon hearing Sasuke's comment, the girls' faces lit up with playful banter, and both Hinata and Karen snapped their chopsticks in half. Sensing the atmosphere shift, Naruto hastily began to clarify. No, don't listen to him. It's all because I saved her and we opened a restaurant together, plus she has always viewed me as her little brother. After a lengthy explanation, he finally managed to diffuse the tension and restore calm among his friends, letting out a sigh of relief. To be honest, he has always regarded Xiaoling as an older sister, feeling only familial affection towards her. Assisting her in opening a restaurant stemmed from the belief that, given her culinary skills, she should not remain confined to the role of a housekeeper. Inviting her to his home was also motivated by the notion that an ordinary person, lacking in capabilities, should not be neglected after being rescued. However, her attitude left him somewhat uncertain. After all, he initially intended to simply purchase a lunch from the street, which would have been more convenient. It was Xiaoling who took it upon herself to secure this task, suggesting that the food outside might not compare to a home-cooked meal. She began preparing the ingredients as early as last night, and he initially thought she was merely preparing for the restaurant, only to realize, after hearing Ding Xi's remarks, that the situation was different. Indeed, the meal he was consuming now was significantly inferior to what was served at Ling Ming Pavilion. Could it be that Xiao Ling harbors feelings that transcend sibling affection? That seems unlikely, as one would expect family to be treated with far greater care than outsiders. Perhaps it is best not to dwell on such thoughts. The future will unfold in due time. Xiao Ling might genuinely be putting forth effort for her younger brother to enjoy better meals outside. Naruto, your lunchbox is nearly empty. I brought more, so please eat some, Hinata offered, placing some of the food from her oversized lunchbox into Naruto's box. Are you sure you have enough? He asked, concerned. It's fine. My father prepared extra for me, so I'll be fine, she reassured him. All right then. I won't hold back. Hearing her words and noticing his own lunch was indeed dwindling, Naruto began to eat alongside Hinata. Naruto, Hinata has always had a large appetite. Not being full greatly affects her. You should eat some of mine too, as my mother prepared additional food for me, Shino added, pushing his lunchbox forward. Naruto glanced at it and noticed it contained more than Shino usually ate. Thank you, Shino, he replied, taking some food from his box. After all, they were friends, and sharing food was trivial. Hinata said nothing in objection, instead approving of the exchange, her hands continuously offering food to Naruto, occasionally feeding him as well. Shino joined in, opening his water bottle and offering it to Naruto. Hinata, not one to be outdone, quickened her pace in serving him. Observing this, Shino discreetly increased his own speed. Only Naruto found himself caught in the middle, his eating pace hastening in response to their eager feeding. There was no choice. He had to keep up, as both seemed intent on stuffing his mouth directly. Ino watched the trio with a puzzled expression, scratching her head at the tangled dynamics. Chapter 99. The arrival of the Arima clan. The afternoon classes were rather simple. Naruto had already learned the material in his previous life, though some details eluded him. He found it sufficient, perhaps because it was only his first year, making the content more accessible. Instead of focusing on ninjutsu, the group ventured to the riverside, where Liang Na awaited them. Unfortunately, this little one was a year younger and would have to wait until next year to attend school. As it was the first day of registration, spirits were high among the group, resulting in minimal training. Instead, they shared amusing stories about their day at school, with Niji discussing the curriculum they would soon be studying. In, what brings you here? Upon returning home, Naruto found In seated in the living room, enjoying tea with Xiao Ling. Welcome back, Naruto. How was your first day of school? Did anything exciting happen? In inquired with concern. It was all right, simpler than I expected. There were quite a few people, but not many worthy opponents. I almost wish I could skip ahead and graduate early, he replied, dropping his backpack, feeling somewhat bored with the day's events. Graduating early isn't necessarily a good thing. Lady Tsunade hopes you all enjoy your 6 years at school, In said, attempting to comfort him as she noticed his disappointment. While she recognized his intelligence and talent, believing he could graduate immediately, she still wished for him to experience these years without haste. After all, they were in a relatively stable period, with only minor frictions occurring at the borders between nations. Currently, the hidden villages were in a delicate balance. Even Kumogakure, the strongest, did not wish to disrupt this rare peace. Although they had previously contemplated attacking Konoha during Hisashi's tenure, they valued his character and did not want to escalate matters. Now that Tsunade was in charge, provoking her could lead to unforeseen consequences. Her temperament was well known, and she would not hesitate to retaliate. Moreover, Konoha was no longer the weakened state it had been 2 years prior. Families were mutually interdependent, fostering a collaborative development environment. Even the Uchiha clan, once the subject of numerous complaints, had begun to gain recognition in the village, thanks to Fugaka's leadership. The Uchiha had undergone considerable transformation, maintaining their pride while showing greater humility in their interactions. As for the Hyuga clan, the status of its branch family had significantly improved. Though their primary role remained to protect the main family, Niji's increasingly cheerful demeanor indicated that their lives had improved markedly compared to the past. Despite the presence of some stubborn individuals, a portion was gradually broadening their perspectives. Even the remaining obstinate factions had undergone a sudden shift in attitude after being taken by the clan leader and Hokage for clarification. It was uncertain what methods had been employed to achieve such effective results. Currently, only a few clans in the village remained somewhat out of sync. However, that was inconsequential. Gradual change was the true path forward. There now existed a practical approach for the village's clans, one that could be applied both ideologically and physically, ensuring compliance. Een, you haven't mentioned why you're here today. Did the teacher give you a break? Given that Tsunade had been particularly focused on establishing a medical ninja framework and Een was her first disciple, it seemed unlikely she would dismiss her. No. Tsunade-sama simply granted us a 2-day break. Anticipating that the workload ahead will be substantial, Een replied with a shake of her head. This is to give you some time to handle pressing matters, as you likely won't have any time left after 2 days, she explained. Oh, I understand now. It seems the village is eager to rapidly develop its medical system, hence the forthcoming heavy workload. Do you need my assistance? After all, I am also a disciple of the teacher and have a decent grasp of medical ninjutsu, Naruto volunteered, feeling somewhat bored and in need of engagement. Well, if you were to help, Tsunade-sama would probably not agree, especially since school has just begun. You should at least wait a while. If you're truly bored, you could visit the Konoha library. They have recently added a new collection of books, many of which are valuable family archives, Een suggested. How did family books make their way into the library? Many jutsu are foundational to their respective clans. Can they truly be shared? Recently, the village has initiated a subsidy program aimed at revitalizing some declining families. It offers them a platform to shine in their areas of expertise, and if necessary, provides opportunities for transformation. The village will also allocate funding, as evidenced by the recent increase in personnel at the local breeding farm. Upon hearing this, Naruto understood that this initiative was akin to teaching one to fish. Whose idea was this? It is quite commendable. Are you familiar with the Inuzuka clan? The Inuzuka clan? Is that the family renowned for their mastery of illusion techniques and possessing a bloodline limit associated with such arts? After a moment of contemplation, Naruto responded affirmatively. Indeed, this clan was once formidable, a prestigious lineage in Konoha, akin to the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Unfortunately, due to the absence of ninjas awakening their bloodline limits, they have gradually fallen into obscurity, becoming a nondescript family. Shizune held the Inuzuka clan in high regard, yet her tone was tinged with regret. For without strong individuals emerging from a clan, decline is inevitable. Thankfully, the Inuzuka clan is among those receiving assistance in this subsidy program, and one can only hope for an improvement in their circumstances. By the way, I have heard that the current leader's daughter, Inuzuka Ayam, may possess the potential to awaken her bloodline limit, though her physical condition prevents her from training for extended periods. I met that little girl once. She is quite adorable, albeit lacking in friends. Naruto, why not spend some time with her? Though she is slightly older than you, your intelligence should enable you to connect with her. As Shizune recalled the quiet girl from the Inuzuka clan, she sensed that Ayam was suppressing her true self. Perhaps Naruto could help her find her way. Considering even shy Hinata from the Hyuga clan has transformed significantly in just over a year, and the young Uchiha heir has reportedly changed as well. This little one seems to possess a unique charm that gradually influences those around her toward a brighter path. Chapter 100. Inuzuka Ayam. Hello, my name is Naruto. On a gentle slope at the village's edge, Inuzuka Ayam sought refuge from a friend recommended by her family. Alas, she preferred tranquility, and the whispers of that individual being an exceptionally gifted ninja stirred unwelcome memories within her. She indeed possessed talent in ninjutsu, and she was the only one in her clan with a plausible chance of awakening a bloodline limit. Yet her health posed significant challenges. Her condition was even more severe than that of Umbu member Yakomo, who could still train albeit with frequent coughing fits. In contrast, Ayam could barely train for a short while before exhaustion overwhelmed her, leaving her unable to lift her hands at times. Concerned for her well-being, her parents forbade her from continuing her studies at school, wishing for her to lead a peaceful life at home. But did Ayam truly desire such a fate? The answer was a resounding no. She refused to accept a life of mediocrity, especially when she possessed such remarkable potential, yet was unable to harness it. Despite the toll her body endured, she was unwilling to relinquish her aspirations. Her parents, however, would not acquiesce to her desires, and each plea was met with rejection. Although they eventually hired Kurenai as her tutor, the latter also expressed doubts about Ayam's suitability for a life as a ninja. So you are here. If it weren't for Kurenai, I would have been unaware, Naruto remarked as he approached Ayam, who was at a loss with her sketches. Initially, he had promised Shizune to check on her, but he had not anticipated being stood up. This left Naruto feeling bewildered, but fortunately, Ayam's parents explained the situation upon his arrival. Otherwise, he might have thought he had wronged her in some way. Her parents truly felt remorseful about their daughter's predicament. They had only one child and feared that pursuing a life as a ninja would prematurely end her life. The pressure they placed on her as a child to understand the family's legacy had burdened Ayam with immense expectations. She had once been a lively child, but they inadvertently stifled her spirit by imposing lofty goals. Had there been no unforeseen circumstances, these ambitions could have fueled her drive, and with her exceptional talent, she would undoubtedly achieve greatness. Yet, fate can be cruel, and her health issues forced her to abandon her dreams, transforming her aspirations into an insurmountable weight, leaving her gasping for breath with every step. I've told my father, I don't need friends. You should leave. You're blocking my view for drawing. In truth, Ayam yearned for friendship, having spent her childhood in solitude. But she felt she did not need this particular companionship, as she sensed it stemmed from pity for her current situation. Such sympathy was unwelcome. Ayam would not allow anyone to look down upon her, regardless of her health. I'm not here to be your friend. There's no need to reject me so hastily. Observing her inner turmoil, Naruto remained unfazed, understanding her circumstances. If you're not here to make friends, then we have little to discuss. Upon hearing this, Ayam further ignored him, considering him unworthy of her time. All right, please step aside. I need to draw, she insisted, promptly attempting to shoo him away. Sighing, Naruto lamented, I initially came to check on your health. Though this ailment is challenging, it is not insurmountable. Since you are unwilling, I shall take my leave. He turned to depart, but before he could take a step, Ayam called out to him. Wait, are you serious? Ayam was acutely aware of her condition. The likelihood of recovery was slim, and her family had consulted numerous doctors with little success. She was skeptical of Naruto's claims, doubting that someone who appeared younger than her could possess the necessary skills. Yet, a flicker of hope ignited within her. What do you think? Naruto waved his hand without turning back, continuing his stride. Hey, wait. Seeing him walk away, Ayam felt a surge of urgency and hurried after him. If you can catch up to me, I will tell you, he teased, glancing back at her before quickening his pace. Stop, Ayam exclaimed, now in pursuit. In no time, the bustling streets of the village witnessed an amusing spectacle, a golden-haired boy darting agilely through the crowd, with a flustered girl trailing behind, desperately trying to keep up without colliding with passers-by. Be careful, don't run so fast, one shouted. Sorry. Hey, who was that? Apologies. Slow down, young lady. There are too many people here. Excuse me. Sorry. At last, Naruto paused outside a restaurant, leisurely awaiting his pursuer. Moments later, a disheveled Inuzuka Ayam caught up. Her hair in disarray, clothes askew from running, and her face smeared with remnants of ice cream. Meanwhile, a passerby lamented, holding an empty ice cream cone. Bewildered by the sudden chaos, what just happened? Did something go by? My ice cream. What do you want me to do here? Ayam asked, finally catching her breath and perplexed by Naruto's intentions. Feeling a bit hungry, the dishes here are quite delectable. Please accompany me for a meal, and then we shall devise a plan to address your health. Without waiting for a refusal, Naruto grasped the other's hand and led them toward the restaurant. By the time Yakumo could protest, she was already pulled inside. It seems I have no opportunity to dissent. Sister Shaoling, I've brought a friend. Indeed. Naruto had arrived at the restaurant owned by Shaoling, the Lingming Pavilion. Naruto's here. Please head to the private room and chat with your friend. The food will be served shortly. Shaoling's face radiated joy upon seeing Naruto, and she promptly instructed the waiter to escort them to the private room. While she busied herself in the kitchen, are you quite familiar with the owner of this establishment? Yakumo inquired softly of Naruto. Teacher Yuhi Red mentioned this restaurant to me, but due to its popularity and her numerous missions recently, she has been unable to secure a reservation. Well, how should I put it? I've known Sister Shaoling for over a year, and this restaurant is partially mine as well. Moments later, a waiter entered, bearing plates of exquisite dishes, prompting astonishment from Yakumo. It appeared that Sister Shaoling had truly exerted herself this time. How is it? The flavor is delightful, isn't it? Observing Yakumo engaged in a battle with a fish, Naruto, who had just finished with a chicken, was contentedly picking his teeth and rubbing his stomach. Indeed, this is absolutely delicious. The meatballs and the rice cakes are exquisite. Although she had already consumed a significant amount, Yakumo felt she could indulge further. It was no wonder that teacher Yuhi Red lamented her inability to secure a reservation here. Had she known the food was this exceptional, she would surely have regretted not obtaining a table. Would you like to come here regularly in the future? Naruto's voice, akin to a siren's call, sparked a glimmer of interest in Yakumo's eyes. Really? No need for a reservation? Surely there must be some conditions. No, I cannot agree, but the food is truly delightful. Please, do share your conditions. Yakumo hesitated, torn between her desire to comply and her apprehension of potential burdensome stipulations. However, the allure of the food was overwhelming. Should I agree or not? Yakumo felt as though she faced a dilemma akin to her aspiration of becoming a ninja, a dream she was determined to pursue, regardless of the toll on her body. The experience of indulging in such culinary delights was simply irresistible, as if the flavors had woven their way into her very soul. Don't overthink it. I merely wish to inquire. I wouldn't impose conditions on this matter, Naruto said, pausing to assess her and shaking his head. Besides, you seem to lack anything that would pique my interest, and I already have a fiancée. What? Upon hearing this, Yakumo felt a surge of indignation. I am still growing, you know. Whenever my parents took me out, everyone praised me. More astonishingly, she was taken aback that someone so young could already be engaged. What is this? A display of arrogance? All right, let us not dwell on that. Finish your meal. We have other matters to attend to later. Noticing her reaction, Naruto waved his hand dismissively, pushing a plate of freshly fried meatballs toward her. What will we do afterward? Didn't you say you'd take me to check on my health? As the meatballs reached her, Yakumo's mood brightened, though she remained curious about Naruto's intentions. Your health isn't an urgent matter. We can afford to wait a little longer. Rest assured, even if I cannot assist you, I have my teacher, whose medical skills are exceptional. I intend to make the most of this rare moment of leisure. Naruto stretched lazily. Who is your teacher? Yakumo inquired, intrigued by this person. I've heard about your situation, that you've been bedridden for quite some time due to your health, but you must know Tsunade, right? Your teacher is Tsunade. Upon hearing this, Yakumo's voice rose in excitement. If Tsunade were indeed her teacher, there was hope for her recovery, as she was a legendary figure revered among the women of the village, an idol for all female ninjas. Exactly, so you can rest assured. I suspect your current inability to train stems from a condition known as bloodline disease, a hereditary ailment associated with bloodline limits. The purer your bloodline, the stronger it is, and the greater the likelihood of contracting this illness. Not only you, but even Itachi, the prodigious Uchiha, may also be afflicted, though the symptoms are not yet apparent. Naruto explained patiently, ensuring she understood. I have heard of Itachi. He is an exceptionally gifted ninja. If he suffers from this illness, doesn't that jeopardize his future as a ninja? Yakumo expressed her concern. Understanding the plight of someone with a similar fate, especially one as esteemed as Itachi, weighed heavily on her heart. If he were to fall ill, it would be a tragic downfall for a genius. Fortunately, the symptoms have yet to manifest, but his mother has already begun to show signs. Tsunade has discovered a treatment for her condition. As for Itachi, it seems the symptoms will only become evident once he awakens his Manjiki Sharingan. Tsunade-sensei has identified a direction for treatment through forbidden techniques. While we cannot guarantee a 100% success rate at present, we can at least minimize the disease's effects. Do you understand? In simpler terms, even if the condition isn't completely cured, we can help you avoid that exhausting feeling after training for a short while. With time and mastery of this method, we should be able to achieve a complete cure. Yakumo nodded, acknowledging her understanding. Though full recovery seemed distant, the prospect of alleviating her symptoms was encouraging. If the impact could be reduced, it meant she could finally engage in training. With advancements in the future, this affliction could be entirely eradicated, freeing her from this burden. Well then, it's not quite appropriate to seek out Tsunade while she is occupied with village duties at the Hokage office. Let us delay our visit and enjoy ourselves a little longer. You have been cooped up at home for so long. You must not have had the chance to appreciate the changes in the village. I'll take you to see Aunt Mikoto when we have time. She is recovering well under the teacher's care. Pouring glasses of water for them, Naruto added. Shall we? Yes, Yakumo responded, nodding. Indeed, I haven't truly observed the changes in the village for quite some time. For instance, this street. I remember it was not here when I was younger. The last time I visited was with teacher Yuhi Red, and so much has been added. Yakumo sighed, reminiscing. I also heard my parents mention it. Unfortunately, we could not participate for various reasons, or else there would have been a shop for our family here. To speak candidly, the last time my family did not participate in the construction of the commercial street was due to my own circumstances. At that time, I was at the Ninja Academy, but I was unable to train properly because of health issues. My parents took me to seek renowned doctors, resulting in a prolonged absence from the village. By the time we returned, the The third Hokage had already stepped down, and the construction of the commercial street was nearing completion. However, this is inconsequential. In due time, the village is expected to invest in the establishment of a second commercial street, and you will still have opportunities. Now, let us head to the amusement park. I hear the roller coasters there are exhilarating, and I happen to have 2 tickets. With that, Yakumo was swiftly pulled away by Naruto. Wait, I haven't finished my meatballs. No worries. I'll have Sister Ling make you another serving and send it over. We must hurry. The park will close soon. Chapter 102. Laughter at the amusement park. Wow. This is so thrilling. Absolutely exhilarating. The roller coaster soared through the air, carrying ecstatic screams, darting along the tracks like a bolt of lightning. Naruto and Yakumo were experiencing this thrilling ride together. Initially, the village did not have such an amusement park. It was only after Tsunade urged Naruto to devise a solution. As the village lacked entertainment facilities aside from the casino, Tsunade herself did not mind much, as she felt unable to shake off her gambling addiction. But her secretary insisted on enhancing the community's cultural entertainment. Thus, Tsunade entrusted this dilemma to Naruto. After several days of contemplation, Naruto presented a number of suggestions, one of which was the amusement park, while the others pertained to the commercial street-s enterprises. Wow, I'm flying. Ha ha ha. This is an impressive effect. The simulation here still needs some adjustments. The immersive experience of the battlefield is lacking. This ghost is hilarious. Yakumo, come and see. After the amusement park was completed, although Naruto had provided numerous suggestions, he had not yet had the chance to experience it until today, and he was thoroughly enjoying himself. As for Yakumo, after enduring so much excitement, she could no longer hold on, leaning against a tree to support her weary body, and at one moment, she felt as though she had seen her great-grandmother. Yakumo, how are you feeling after that bout of nausea? Naruto offered her a cup of water, his tone filled with regret. He had been so caught up in his own enjoyment that he completely overlooked her well-being. It's all right. I simply haven't experienced anything like this before. I suppose I got a bit carried away. Yakumo accepted the water, rinsed her mouth briefly, and sat on a nearby stone bench. In fact, I owe you my gratitude. Thank me? Naruto was puzzled by her words, considering how she had suffered today. Surely, this thank you was not a form of sarcasm. Yes, thank you. My father has always prevented me from participating in activities like this due to my health. Even though they wouldn't have any adverse effects on me, I understand their concern. But witnessing my peers enjoy themselves outside always made me yearn for the day I could play without restraint. After that, with our search for doctors, opportunities to have fun diminished even further. Although today's activities were a bit intimidating, they have somewhat compensated for my past regrets. Yakumo spoke earnestly. Perhaps it was only during those moments of play that she could truly embrace her childhood, free from the weight of expectations placed upon her by her elders, and not the rigid figure she presented at school. Naruto remained silent for a long while after hearing her words. In the original narrative, Yakumo appeared to live a burdensome life, unable to train properly due to her health issues, weighed down by the dual pressures of expectation and disappointment. Ultimately, after her family forbade her from training, she succumbed to her inner demons. Following an unsuccessful plea to her parents to become a ninja, a monstrous entity birthed from her anguish broke free and took control of her body. It was during that incident that she burned down her family home, resulting in her parents' demise. Upon awakening, she had forgotten that harrowing memory. The third Hokage was aware of Yakumo's formidable capabilities and assigned a mission to Kurenai to eliminate the beast within her. However, their conversation was overheard by Yakumo, leading her to believe they intended to kill her, fostering animosity towards Konoha, and nearly resulting in the destruction of the Hokage's residence. Ultimately, with Kurenai's assistance and the help of her original self, she vanquished her inner demon using a brush and reclaimed her identity. Fortunately, it was not yet time for Yakumo to burn down her home, and her parents remained alive. I had come at the right moment to assist this unfortunate girl. After all, I have always enjoyed helping others. Well, the day is far from over. Let us not get lost in reflection. After a brief rest, Naruto took her hand again and led her towards another section of the amusement park. Are we still doing those thrilling rides? I might not be able to handle any more today. Can we pause here? Yakumo felt as if she could barely move her feet. After all, adaptation takes time, and this amusement park will still be here for future visits. What should I do? My new friend keeps taking me on these thrilling rides. I'm in a bit of a panic. I'm waiting for help. Don't worry, our next experience won't be as intense as the previous rides. Otherwise, how would the little ones enjoy themselves? Naruto assured her with a reassuring glance. Soon after, they approached the park's safest attraction, the carousel. Come on. Weavy arrived just in time. The last group has just finished. Noticing the staff welcoming the next wave of visitors, Naruto eagerly pulled Yakumo along. Is this really safe? Once seated on a large horse model, Yakumo instinctively sought a safety belt, only to discover there was none, reigniting her concerns. Fear not, young lady. It's your first time here, right? This ride is very safe. Look at our little Mia, she adores it here. Before Naruto could speak, a nearby woman with a child chimed in, and a little girl, no older than 4, nodded in agreement, clearly enjoying the attraction. Oh, okay, thank you. After receiving the reassurance, Yakumo nodded and glanced at the little girl, her apprehensions easing considerably. All right, we're all set. It's about to begin. Noticing Yakumo's nervousness had subsided, Naruto encouraged her. Just as his words faded, the carousel sprang to life. Although she had calmed slightly, the earlier rides had left their mark, and Yakumo instinctively shut her eyes as the mechanism activated. Yakumo, it's truly safe here. Open your eyes. Observing her reaction, Naruto shook his head, regretting that he hadn't taken her to gentler attractions first. He felt a twinge of guilt for causing her distress. Upon hearing his words, Yakumo slowly opened her eyes, finding that the exhilarating scenes she had imagined were absent. Instead, she was met with a gentle up-and-down motion accompanied by music. Naruto, there's really nothing to worry about. It seemed she had discovered her source of joy, and Yakumo gradually began to light up with delight. Though the rotation was simple, the scenery surrounding her felt enchanting, filled with the melodies of music and the laughter of children. With each turn, the view transformed, and as she turned to look at Naruto, his smile became etched in her memory. Crafted by oneself, it too bore a smile, sweet and radiant, reminiscent of pink blossoms, as if now heralding a rebirth. Chapter 103. Yakumo joins the team Hinata. Naruto has brought a new friend. Tenten's voice rang out loudly, capturing the attention of everyone present. Today marked a day of rest from school, and the group had assembled early by the riverbank to commence their training. However, it was peculiar that Naruto, who typically arrived before anyone else, was yet to appear. Yesterday, he mentioned that Tsunade had requested his assistance. Could it be that he was still occupied? Fortunately, not long after training began, Tenten, with her keen eyes, spotted someone approaching from the distance. As for Sasuke and Neji, they were oblivious, engrossed in their vigorous sparring, while Hinata engaged in conversation with Tsubaki. Naruto has arrived, albeit rather late today. Who is that girl accompanying him? I have never seen her before, Ino remarked curiously upon seeing the newcomers. Could she be someone who has rarely ventured outside, or perhaps, like Karen, someone Naruto rescued? After a while, as Naruto drew closer, several girls, led by Tenten, encircled him. What is going on, everyone? Naruto inquired, bemused by their sudden attention. Stop pretending, and confess honestly. Where did you pick up this girl? We are here on behalf of Hinata to inquire. If you keep bringing home girls like this, how can we trust you with Hinata? Tenten insisted, with Ino and Sakura nodding in agreement, embodying the spirit of sisterhood. Even Karen expressed concern for Hinata, her gaze sharp enough to cut. Indeed, Naruto, this habit of yours is quite concerning. Not informing anyone and bringing back a girl after being out all day will surely upset Hinata, Sasuke chimed in, adding to the scrutiny. Shaking his head at the accusations, Naruto retaliated with a playful smack to the head of each girl and aimed a light kick at Sasuke's rear. Lately, he seemed to have developed quite the silver tongue. This would not do. He needed a good lesson to remind him who was the elder brother. Do you really think I am that kind of person? Allow me to introduce you to my new friend, Kuruma Yakumo. Due to health issues, she needs to stay close to me for observation during this period, Naruto explained. Originally, he had brought her to Tsunade for treatment, which had gone quite well. Yakumo was still young, and the difficulty of her treatment remained manageable, albeit requiring a lengthy duration. Tsunade, pressed for time, had completed the crucial treatments and entrusted the extended care to Naruto. As for his other two disciples, Shizune was occupied with Tsunade's daily needs and her work in the office, while Karen had yet to master the necessary techniques to make a significant impact. Without a doubt, Naruto was the most suitable candidate for this responsibility. His previous experience treating Itachi had prepared him well for this task. He accepted the role, knowing it was his duty to care for Yakumo, having brought her to Tsunade in the first place. Although he was not particularly skilled in treating blood diseases, the most critical part had already been addressed by Tsunade, He merely needed to provide long-term support. In fact, are you from the Kuruma clan? I heard that the clan's heiress withdrew from the ninja academy due to health issues. How is your condition now? Ino was the first to respond. Her family, though not the strongest, was quite well informed. Unlike others, she had kept up with the news, especially since the Uchiha clan had been under constant scrutiny, and Niji was limited by his branch family's restrictions. Hinata, however, showed little interest in such matters, making Ino the most informed among them apart from Naruto. Yes, Yakumo's condition is still somewhat delicate. She cannot participate in our training yet, but the teacher has already treated her, and she should be able to join us soon, Naruto affirmed, leaving Yakumo in place while he attended to Hinata's feelings. Ever since that bold incident, Hinata had become increasingly protective of the females in her vicinity, often whisking Naruto away from any approaching female classmates. Today, he had brought Yakumo along, and though she maintained a calm exterior, Naruto sensed a hint of jealousy lingering in the air. It seemed necessary to address this matter properly to avoid any misunderstandings. As for the others, their acceptance of Yakumo was notably high. When Naruto returned after calming Hinata, he found the girls happily chatting beneath a large tree, with Hinata now included in the conversation. Their joy only increased, leaving Naruto to himself. Thank goodness, it appears Yakumo is integrating well. The teacher mentioned that a positive mood could expedite the healing process, so let them converse freely. As for me, Naruto glanced at Sasuke, who was rubbing a tender spot from Naruto's earlier kick. Perhaps my earlier actions were a bit too lenient. It seems we have not sparred in some time. I cannot waste this training opportunity. Sasuke pondered aloud. Strange. Why does it feel slightly cooler? Mother said the weather should be warming up soon. Am I mistaken? Should I go home and grab a warmer outfit? Thus, life continued in its joyful rhythm. In no time, 6 years passed like a shooting star across the sky, bringing beauty yet gradually fading into the corners of the world. Today marked the annual graduation examination at the Ninja Academy. Naruto, still nestled in sleep, was roused by the enticing aroma of food. Upon opening his eyes, he found Xiaoling seated at the edge of his bed, holding a pastry. What's the matter, Xiaoling? He asked, rubbing his eyes and yawning. Sleepyhead, rise and shine. Today is the exam. We need to leave early. Hinata is already waiting for you, she said with a smile, playfully pinching his cheek. Understood, I will get up now. Xiaoling, you must be quite busy at the shop today, he replied while stretching and rummaging through his wardrobe for clothes. Jiraiya had gone out again, citing that the Akatsuki's activities were becoming increasingly audacious, and he needed to investigate. Naturally, Naruto was concerned, especially since, in the original storyline, Jiraiya had met his demise at the hands of Pain. However, Jiraiya had assured him that this mission was merely for reconnaissance, and should anything go awry, he would retreat immediately. Naruto had even dispatched 2 shadow clones to accompany him, each armed with kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God mark. Should the situation turn dire or the clones be defeated, they could utilize the mark to teleport. The distance was somewhat precarious, but he hoped it would prove effective. Chapter 104. Graduation Examination. After a brief wash, Naruto made his way to the living room, where Hinata awaited him eagerly. Naruto-kun, she exclaimed joyfully upon his arrival. Since Naruto had introduced Yakumo to their team, Hinata had taken to visiting his home frequently, escorting him to school, as if fearful he might bring home another girl. Of course, there were times when Naruto would visit her home, as it was essential to reciprocate her kindness. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Let's have breakfast together. Since you always arrive so early, he suggested, affectionately stroking her hair as they made their way to the dining table, where Xiaoling had already set out breakfast. Naruto-kun, do you think we will be assigned to the same team after the exam? Hinata pondered aloud, referring to the ninja graduation class assignments. She had heard that Tsunade had been busy with this matter. Initially, she had intended to delegate it to the secretary's office, but according to protocol, it was a task the Hokage had to undertake personally, making it unavoidable for her. Alas, yet another endeavor that consumes one's mental faculties. Just when Naruto had finally relented, acknowledging that she had been exceedingly busy of late and permitting her a brief respite, Shizune had even prepared a wallet for her outing. The sight of it, brimming with banknotes, had already sparked her imagination with plans for the days ahead, delectable feasts, exhilarating amusement park escapades, a soothing massage, a cinematic experience, a leisurely stroll through the commercial district, and ultimately, a chance to triumph at the casino. The latter was particularly enticing, a desire she had long harbored. And even if the earlier activities were foregone, This destination was a must. However, upon receiving the list of students and teachers from Kakashi, Tsunade realized her relaxation was utterly dashed. Upon hearing Hinata's inquiry, Naruto pondered momentarily before responding. From what the teacher implies, we are to be part of the same team. So you need not worry. This time, the reorganization necessitated considerable preparation. In addition to the previously established reconnaissance and taijutsu teams, a medical class had been introduced. Furthermore, due to the intervention of the remedial classes, student performance had markedly improved, with the teachers speculating that more than 20 students might graduate, significantly increasing the workload compared to previous years. Say, Naruto, who do you think our lead instructor will be? Hinata inquired, setting down her bowl after finishing her porridge. She had already had breakfast at home, and given her appetite, she required ample time to eat. Rushing through a meal would be rather unbecoming. Truth be told, she had never quite grasped the art of eating elegantly yet expeditiously. Did they not need to chew? The list of teachers had not yet been released. As the intricacies of reorganization demanded careful consideration, balancing student cooperation and ensuring the lead instructor's capability to guide the team effectively. It was likely that the teachers were experiencing considerable stress in these days leading up to the transition. After finishing her last bite, Naruto wiped his mouth and prepared to head to school with Hinata. Although the day's examination seemed straightforward for them, it still required their utmost patience. And he had another matter to attend to. The school environment had evolved somewhat. Even those who did not pass the exam now had alternatives besides repeating a year or abandoning their aspirations of becoming ninjas. After 6 years of training, though these individuals might lack in ninjutsu, their accumulated knowledge far exceeded that of many ordinary citizens. Previously, the village had shown little concern for this cohort. But since the secretary's mention, Tsunade had deemed it necessary to leverage their potential. While their combat prowess might be lacking, they possessed fundamental qualities. After considering Naruto's suggestions, a new department was established within the Ninja Academy, directly linked to the village, named the Konoha Talent Center. Its purpose was to assist those students who were uncertain about passing the exam by matching them with employment opportunities based on their characteristics and skills. Although the remuneration could not rival that of the average genin, it offered stability, safety, and promising prospects. Consequently, many students expressed interest, necessitating numerous evaluations. Given that this role required engaging with students and observing their circumstances, relying solely on teachers and personnel dispatched by the village was insufficient. Student involvement was essential. Naturally, the students held limited authority, acting merely as observers, elected by their peers and teachers from the 6th grade, with their term lasting until graduation, renewed annually. This year, Naruto was undoubtedly elected, with today marking the final day of his tenure. He needed to submit his report and hold a brief meeting with the teachers to confirm the next student representative. Though time was short, it was imperative to arrive early to avoid delaying the graduation examinations. Upon arriving at school, Naruto found that others had already begun to gather. After swiftly attending to his responsibilities, he hastened to the examination venue. Naruto, you finally made it. You're up next, Ino exclaimed upon spotting him, extending a cup of fruit tea she had been holding. This was, of course, courtesy of Niji, who had ensured everyone in the team received a share. How did it go? She inquired, inserting a straw and taking a sip. She had been parched after all the discussions. There's no need to fret about our team's performance. Sasuke was eager to showcase his skills. It was nothing short of spectacular. Though he did receive a good thrashing from his brother. You should have seen it. Moreover, this year, the number of students passing the examination exceeded expectations. The medical class had just concluded their assessments, and the village had indeed sent in injured individuals for the students to practice on, albeit only those with minor injuries. One could not help but commend the determination of the Hokage. Ino pointed to a group resting nearby. They were the very candidates who had served as examination subjects. And overall, they appeared quite well. Karui and Sakura had also participated in the assessments and achieved commendable results. Now they were juggling their participation in both the ninja graduation examinations. As for Naruto, he was exempt from participation, having spent considerable time at the Konoha hospital. His medical expertise was well recognized, rendering these minor injuries trivial. Next, Naruto called the proctor. Stepping into the examination area, Naruto proceeded to demonstrate the 3 body techniques. The written and physical exams had been completed the previous day. Naruto passed. Next, recently, Due to his formidable abilities, he effortlessly excelled in the examination. The evaluators expressed significant approval. Given his level of proficiency, even seasoned Chunin might struggle to match it, a clear testament to years of dedicated practice. Indeed, it is only to be expected, Naruto replied with a grin.